Young archaeology enthusiast Ye Chen never expected that a seemingly ordinary colorful stone he found in the Gobi Desert would lead him into a perilous post-apocalyptic wasteland. In order to establish himself in this new world, he initially planned to casually go through a local awakening ceremony, but accidentally unsealed an ancient seal, releasing the world-destroying witch Aurora, who had been suppressed for countless ages. The good news is that this witch possesses terrifying power, able to punch fearsome insect mothers and kick vicious scorpion demons, with burning the sky and boiling the sea being mere warm-up exercises for her. However, the bad news is equally astonishing. The freed Aurora unexpectedly suffers from amnesia, her mind regressing to that of a naive child, with her main hobby and obsession being eating. Caring for such a powerful yet insatiable world-destroying glutton, Ye Chen feels immense pressure. He cries out, "Help! I seem to have released a monstrous being," while having to deal with Aurora tugging at his clothes, pleading pitifully, "Contractor, I'm hungry. Where's my food?" Thus, this bizarre combination of weak contractor and world-destroying foodie must join forces on a journey to find the shards of the corruption core, filled with both absurdity and unknown dangers. Chapter 1. The Corruption Core. Corruption Core Shard? Ye Chen looked up at the stone hanging from the neck of the antique stall owner. Such a strange name. The stone was small, about the size of a thumb, but displayed an indescribable array of colors, refracting a mesmerizing aura in the sunlight of the Gobi Desert. "Hey, little brother, you have a good eye?" The stall owner was a somewhat plump middle-aged man, looking quite spirited with fair skin. He carefully took the stone from his neck, cradling it in his palm, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. "Speaking of this treasure, it is quite the backstory. Back in the day, my grandfather's grandfather." "Stop right there, big brother." Ye Chen quickly raised his hand to interrupt, a hint of helplessness in his smile. "I'm in the archaeology business, so you can skip the family story. This stone, based on its weathering patterns and colors, is just average. Don't try to fool me. But the name is indeed quite unique." He paused for a moment, pointing at the stone. "I just asked because its color and shape caught my interest." Ye Chen had been working in archaeology for 3 years, having settled in the Northwest after graduation. Deserts, underground tombs, snow-capped mountains underwater. He had been to many places with archaeological teams and met numerous antique dealers and private collectors. He knew well that the stories behind these items could inflate their prices to astronomical levels if the seller got carried away with the narrative. "Big brother, let's not beat around the bush." Ye Chen remained unfazed, directly getting to the point that "I'm an archaeologist, and I'm interested in the mineral composition and origin of this stone. Just give me a fair price." The stall owner rubbed his hands together, held up 2 fingers, and then gestured an 8. "I can see you're genuinely knowledgeable. My brother, how about this? I'll give you a rock-bottom price." He paused deliberately, observing Ye Chen's expression. 8,000. "For good luck, to get rich. I hope you take it and make a fortune." 8,000. Ye Chen nearly laughed in anger, pointing at the stone. "For this stone that just has a mix of green, purple, blue, brown, and red? This isn't a discount. You're trying to drain my marrow. Forget it, I won't ask." With that, he turned decisively to leave. Hey, little brother, wait. The stall owner panicked, grabbing Ye Chen's arm and speaking rapidly. "Look closely. This isn't just a mix of colors. This is authentic lilac, sea blue, walnut brown, especially this bit of emerald green and vermilion red. TCH, those are the colors of wealth. Collecting everyone's favorite colors. Isn't it only normal for it to be a bit pricey? If you think it's too expensive, you can negotiate, right? A deal not made doesn't break our bond." Ye Chen stopped, humorously raising an eyebrow. "Big brother, you're really blowing your own horn. There are countless colors in the world. Why should these be everyone's favorite colors?" That being said, the stall owner's unique marketing pitch did pique his curiosity. The stall owner winked mysteriously and lowered his voice. "Little brother, if you don't believe me, take out your wallet and see for yourself. I guarantee I'm right." "Wallet?" Ye Chen was taken aback, then laughed. "You know what? I actually brought one. In this Gobi Desert, the signal is hit or miss. Mobile payments are unreliable. Cash is king." While he said he didn't believe it, his hand instinctively reached for his pocket. "I want to see where your favorite colors come from." He took out a somewhat worn leather wallet and opened it with a snap. Inside were neatly stacked bills of various denominations. Bright red 100 yuan notes, green 50 yuan notes, brown 10 yuan notes, purple 5 yuan notes, blue 1 yuan notes. The color spectrum of the renminbi was right there. Ye Chen glanced at the wallet and then at the colorful stone in the stall owner's palm. The green, purple, blue, brown, and red that were strikingly similar to the colors of the banknotes. He couldn't help but laugh, pointing at the stall owner. Big brother, you really have a knack for this. You were right. The colors of the renminbi are indeed universally liked. Ha ha ha. The stall owner laughed triumphantly, as if he had just won a battle. That's right. I walk the world relying on one word. Honesty. I never deceive. You see, gathering that everyone loves to see colorful stones. Isn't it worth this price? The colors are appealing, and the stone is quite unique. Ye Chen stroked his chin, pondering. But the price? He shook his head, looking regretful. It's still too inflated. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the stall owner quickly pressed. Then, little brother, why not make a counteroffer? Give me a straightforward answer. His eyes were eager, filled with anticipation. Ye Chen's mind turned, and a sly smile appeared. Since you say this colorful stone gathers all the colors people love, symbolizing wealth, he deliberately stretched out his tone. Why not offer a price that represents everyone's total wealth to take it home? Total wealth. The stall owner looked confused, not understanding the roundabout way. How much is that? Ye Chen extended his finger, gesturing slowly. 186 pieces. One of each denomination, a luckier number. Wishing you great fortune, underscore. The stall owner's smile froze on his face, as if he had realized something, his entire being filled with shock and disbelief. Finally, it turned into a long sigh of resignation. Little brother, that's a bit too harsh, isn't it? You're cutting right to the bone. Not selling, huh? Then forget it. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately put away his smile, spread his hands, and turned to leave, his movements crisp and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Hey, wait! The stall owner panicked, nearly jumping as he shouted. He quickly caught up to Ye Chen, shoving the stone into his hand, moving swiftly as if afraid he would change his mind. He fixed his gaze on Ye Chen's eyes. 186, right? Cash or scan? Pay now. Now it was Ye Chen's turn to be stunned. He looked down at the warm, cool stone in his hand, then at the stall owner's face filled with pay up now. A sudden realization hit him. Oh no, I opened too high. However, holding the stone in his hand, its unique colors and texture did make him fond of it. Forget it, Ye Chen thought to himself. 186 isn't too expensive. It's just a fresh item. It's good to study on my own. Let's scan. Ye Chen took out his phone and swiftly scanned the stall owner's payment code, entering the amount. With a crisp ding and the prompt sound of payment successful, the transaction was completed. The vendor's face immediately filled with smiles, as if he had just completed a big deal, and he enthusiastically waved. Take care, brother. Come again. Ye Chen hung the stone, named Core Erosion fragment around his neck, and turned to leave the stall. The vibrant colors of the stone seemed to come alive, slowly swirling. After Ye Chen left, the vendor took off his coat and changed into a hand-tailored suit. His demeanor instantly transformed. I've finally fulfilled the family legacy. I won't have to set up a stall here anymore. After saying this, he turned to another vendor beside him and said, Old Hu, these things are all yours. Consider it a connection from our years of acquaintance. Then, without looking back, he walked away. This dramatic scene left Old Hu completely stunned. Chapter 2. The seal girl with a newly bought colorful stone pendant swaying against his chest, Ye Chen continued to wander through the ancient city's mottled streets. Guest, why not come and see our ancient town's evil suppression palace? Legend has it that it suppresses a world-destroying monster with 1,000 years of Taoist cultivation. A dark-skinned, overly enthusiastic uncle reached out to stop Ye Chen, spitting saliva almost onto his face, a genuine 1,000-year-old relic. How much is the ticket? Ye Chen took half a step back. 20 yuan, just scan the code. WeChat or Alipay are both fine. The uncle immediately revealed his palm, nearly shoving a worn and somewhat blurry QR code sticker right under Ye Chen's nose. I guarantee it's worth it. 1,000 years of history. Fair all. Ye Chen scanned the code and paid, walking into the so-called evil suppression palace. The light inside the palace was much dimmer than outside, and the air was filled with a musty scent of incense and old wood. The ground was paved with blue stone slabs, showing the marks of time, and large fragments of wall murals were barely discernible on the walls, their colors dull, yet exuding an air of antiquity. He approached to take a closer look. The mural seemed to depict a brutal war from 1,000 years ago, that on one side were human warriors, flags fluttering. On the other side were grotesque monsters with human faces and scorpion bodies, bearing their fangs and claws, sending chills down one spine to eye. In the end, the mural showed the human side fighting valiantly under the leadership of a girl engulfed in red flames, ultimately suppressing the monster deep within an ancient well. However, the girl's features were blurred, leaving only the impression of her fiercely burning form. The painting is quite imposing, Ye Chen murmured as he followed the signs to the innermost courtyard of the palace. In the center of the courtyard was the ancient well said to suppress the monster, as shown in the mural that on either side of the well stood heavy stone pagodas, carved with runes, forming an ancient and stable pagoda to suppress river demons' pattern. The edges of the well and the nearby ground, as well as the bases of the pagodas, were densely covered with yellowed talismans, the vermilion-painted runes still striking. The seal is loosening. Finally, free. A non-human, deep voice filled with endless hatred and ecstasy suddenly erupted from the depths of the well. Ye Chen's heart lurched, and all the hair on his body stood on end. This aura is the core erosion. It must be the aura of the core erosion. The voice grew excited and greedy, screaming madly. Mine, all mine. With this core erosion, I will surely evolve perfectly. Accompanied by this spine-chilling roar, a thick, inky, bone-chilling black mist surged from the well like boiling thick soup. The black mist spread rapidly, entangling, tendrils creeping, and the vermilion on the talismans by the well visibly dimmed, the paper quickly burning away. Damn, there really is a sound coming from the well. It's not a special effect. Ye Chen's face turned pale, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. Run. Get out of this damn place. He turned and tried to rush back towards the palace door he had come from. Uncle, there are monsters. Help! Ye Chen's scream echoed through the silent palace, sounding incredibly desperate. However, his cries were abruptly cut off. He had barely taken 2 steps when he felt a bone-chilling pain at his ankle. Something had wrapped around his ankle, the pain an extreme cold instantly numbing half his body. He was violently yanked to the ground. His forehead struck heavily against the cold blue stone slab, and stars burst before his eyes. Under the tremendous pulling force, his body was swiftly dragged into the deep well. Just before he was completely pulled into darkness, Ye Chen caught a glimpse of a pair of suddenly opened enormous compound eyes at the bottom of the well, illuminated by the faint light from above. The huge shadow's outline flickered in the inky mist, a grotesque human head embedded on a massive, twisted scorpion body, its pincers agitatedly opening and closing. The feeling of suffocation and a foul stench instantly engulfed Ye Chen. All that remained in his mind was a single thought. I'm done for. I'm dead. And he lost consciousness. Just as Ye Chen was about to become the monster's meal and fainted, the colorful stone pendant pressed against his skin suddenly vibrated violently. Buzz! 5 beams of radiant light, red, brown, blue, green, and purple, erupted from the stone at his chest, instantly dispelling the thick darkness in the well. The entire area around the well was completely enveloped in colorful light. What is this? The monster was filled with incredulous horror. Ye Chen and the grotesque human-headed scorpion monster were both completely swallowed by this sudden burst of colorful light. Tick, tick, cold droplets of water fell from the tips of stalactites, hitting Ye Chen's face. He jolted awake from his stupor. Where is this? Still in a daze, Ye Chen struggled to open his eyes and take in his surroundings. Darkness enveloped a massive stalactite cave, with a faint light seemingly coming from some luminescent moss or mineral. He discovered he was lying on a large, dark red, strange crystal. Who are you? Why? Are you on top of me? A girl's voice unexpectedly crashed into his mind. Who? Ye Chen was startled and sat up abruptly. There was clearly no one around, yet the voice echoed in his head. I'm on top of you? I'm clearly. Ye Chen suddenly silenced, looking down at the massive red crystal beneath him. With insufficient light, he could only see a blurry human-shaped silhouette embedded within it. He suppressed the chill and leaned down almost against the crystal's surface. This time he saw clearly. Inside the crystal floated a girl. She was wearing golden battle armor, her wine-red long hair floating silently like burning flames within the crystal. Her eyes were tightly closed, her face serene as if in deep sleep, with skin as pale and translucent as porcelain. nearly flawless, even each eyelash clearly discernible. This girl seemed to be being deliberately imprisoned here by some powerful force. While Ye Chen gazed at the perfect figure inside the crystal, his heart inexplicably pounding, as if something that had been dormant for many years was suddenly awakened. I can't move. Who are you? Get off me. The girl's voice echoed in his mind for the second time, laced with confusion and anger. Ah, sorry. I'll get off right now. Ye Chen's face flushed, and he hurriedly scrambled off the crystal. The icy surface of the crystal stimulated his skin. My name is Ye Chen. I was just visiting the ancient well relic of the 1,000-year evil suppression palace, and somehow got pulled down. Where exactly is this? He explained while looking around, finally adjusting his gaze to the dim light, vaguely recognizing that this seemed to be an underground altar centered around a giant crystal, covered in strange runes. I don't know either. I just woke up, and I can't remember many things. The girl's voice was intermittent, sounding hesitant and confused, as if she was trying to recall something. Who sealed me here? I can't remember anything. The word sealed seemed to carry a kind of instinctive rejection. Sealed? Absolutely not me. I'm just as confused as you about being here. Ye Chen waved his hands repeatedly, eager to explain. Just then, at the end of the deep corridor, several flickering flames suddenly lit up. The chaotic and hurried footsteps, mixed with low shouts, broke the dead silence of the cave. Hurry! The energy fluctuations are coming from this way. Here, priest! A throng of people rushed in, the light of the torches piercing through the darkness and illuminating the altar. They were all dressed in strange, tattered clothes, their eyes wary and fierce. Outsider! It's him! Catch him! He's the one who intruded into the forbidden area. A thug pointed at Ye Chen and shouted. Wait, listen to my explanation. I'm not. Before Ye Chen could finish his sentence, several burly men charged at him like fierce tigers, knocking him unconscious with a single blow. Chapter 3. Awakening Superpowers. Sir, you're awake. Ye Chen suddenly opened his eyes to see an elderly man nervously kneeling by the bed, his murky eyes filled with fear. Sir, you've finally awakened. It's all because the people below were careless and didn't recognize you, the old man said, awkwardly smiling, his body trembling slightly. Ye Chen was confused, but his intuition told him that an opportunity had come, and he decided to play the role of a big shot. Suppressing his panic, he propped himself up with his arm, but a sharp pain shot through the back of his head. When he touched it, he found a bump covered in sticky green herbs. Seeing this, the old man knelt down with a thud. Sir, the servants were reckless and hurt you. I have punished them and applied ointment for you. Why tomorrow? The swelling will surely go down. Ye Chen gritted his teeth through the pain. It hurts so much. But I have to keep up the act and pry for information. He imitated the demeanor of a big shot from a TV drama and coldly said, explain clearly what is going on. Recently, mutated insects have been flying out of the western forest, invading the village and attacking the villagers, so we set up a patrol team. Unfortunately, we accidentally injured you. As the chief priest of Luoshui village, I am guilty beyond redemption. The old man's voice trembled as he bowed again. Ye Chen secretly laughed in his heart. This misunderstanding is just right. I need to get more clues. Feigning generosity, he said, all right, no need for formalities. But tell me, how did you recognize my identity? The old man's eyes brightened. Sir, this outfit of yours, I've only seen it in Tianmu City before. We have no such material clothing here. And the ancient coins in your bag, in our poor and remote village. Where can we find such precious ancient coins? Ancient coins? Ye Chen's heart shook violently, but he pulled out his wallet, and what came into view were several 5, 10, and 20 yuan banknotes, clearly ordinary items. How could the old man react like this? Ye Chen's mind was in turmoil. RMB has become ancient coins? Could it be? This is not my era? Where exactly is this? He struggled to maintain a calm expression, not daring to show any signs of doubt. Suppressing his confusion, he continued to play the part. Now that you know my identity, you should understand my intentions, right? The old man flattered. Sir must have come to awaken your superpowers. Every year, the nobles from the 7 main cities undergo this ceremony. The 7 main cities? Ye Chen's mind exploded again. It seemed this truly was not the original world. Otherwise, where did the 7 main cities come from? The old man's words were like a key, unlocking more of Ye Chen's questions. Superpowers? What kind of place is this? Earth hasn't had such a thing for ages. Have I crossed over? He appeared unfazed on the surface and smoothly continued the conversation. I only have these ancient coins left. My bag was lost halfway. How many supplies do I need for the awakening ceremony? The old man stared at the banknotes, his wrinkles forming a flower-like smile. 120 yuan note is enough. The leftover can cover your food and lodging. Ye Chen nodded. All right. If the arrangements are made properly, there will be a reward. The old man repeatedly agreed and shouted towards the door, Luo Chuan. Come in. A robust young man in coarse clothes entered in response. The old man instructed, take good care of the sir. If anything goes wrong, it's all on you. The young man replied in a deep voice, yes, master. Once the old man and Luo Chuan hurriedly left to prepare for the ceremony, Ye Chen slumped down on the edge of the bed. The pain in the back of his head was sharp as a knife, and the storm in his mind grew fiercer. RMB is ancient coins, 7 main cities, and I've become a noble? This misunderstanding was too absurd, but the arrow had left the bow. He could only continue to play along. The old man was superficially humble and gentle because he had the noble title to back him up. If his identity were exposed, the consequences could be imagined. Cold sweat trickled down his temples as he clenched his fists. This play must be performed to the end. The next morning, as the faint morning light broke, Luo Chuan woke Ye Chen and brought him to the altar cave he had discovered yesterday. Sir, everything is ready. Soon you can attempt the awakening ceremony, the chief priest said with a beaming smile. You just need to place the sacrificial items on the altar and sincerely pray according to the ritual text. Once successful, you can awaken your superpowers. He added, if there's nothing else needed, we will take our leave. After saying that, he exited the sacrificial cave with Luo Chuan. Outside the cave, Luo Chuan couldn't help but ask, Master, that person brought so many ancient coins. Why didn't you ask for more? Fool! The old man scolded softly. Anyone who can carry a large number of ancient coins is certainly not an ordinary person. What if he fails to awaken and becomes angry and regrets it? Taking just 20 ancient coins, neither more nor less, even if it ultimately has no effect, he won't hold it against us. We must be prudent and not greedy. The old man patiently explained. But master, after all these years, we haven't had a single successful awakening here. Luo Chuan still seemed puzzled. Remember, the old man said seriously, awakening is inherently difficult. If they fail, it's because their fate hasn't arrived, not because of the ceremony itself. Our Luo Shui village relies on this awakening ceremony for some income, and we cannot ruin our reputation. I understand, master. Luo Chuan suddenly realized it's to attract outsiders to come here to try awakening and charge a reasonable fee. Even if they fail, they won't be excessively resentful of us. Exactly, the old man stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction. So we must take good care of their food, lodging, and transportation. Even if the awakening fails, they should still feel our Luo Shui village's warm hospitality. Yes, master. I will make sure this noble feels at home, Luo Chuan replied repeatedly. Inside the cave, Ye Chen walked around the altar a few times and then approached the platform above the blood-red crystal he had seen yesterday, hoping to catch another glimpse of the mysterious golden-armored girl. However, looking down, all he could see was the quietly lying blood-red crystal, with nothing else visible. Could it be that yesterday was really just a dream? He muttered to himself, forget it, I'll just follow the awakening ceremony process and recite the prayer. If it doesn't work, I can treat it as an experience of failure, and at least it will be accounted for. What should I use as a sacrificial item? I can't really use ancient coins, right? He searched his body, and his fingertips touched a stone pendant hanging around his neck. I'll use this. What was this stone called? Right, core erosion fragment. Let's try it. Just treat it as an awakening experience. Ye Chen gently placed the core erosion fragment in the center of the altar. Clearing his throat, he recited the prayer somewhat awkwardly. Time and space as the contract, core erosion as the guide, soul as the torch, awaken superpowers. After finishing, he felt it was strange, yet surprisingly smooth. The surroundings were silent, with no signs of change. Sure enough, no reaction. All right, I've completed the process. Task accomplished. I can consider it a failure to awaken. Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to pick up the core erosion fragment. Suddenly, the core erosion fragment in his hand burst forth with colorful light. What's going on? This isn't right. Could it be that has it really succeeded? Ye Chen looked at the stone in his hand, which was glowing more intensely and seemed to be stuck to his hand, unable to be shaken off, feeling puzzled. At that moment, the entire cave suddenly shook violently. The blood-red crystal on the ground began to tremble fiercely, slowly rising from the ground. The originally murky crystal gradually became clear and transparent, and at its center, the graceful figure of a red-haired girl in golden armor suddenly appeared. So it turns out last time wasn't a dream. She really exists. Ye Chen's heart trembled as the light of the Erosion Core fragment reached its peak. A dazzling rainbow light suddenly shot out from it and entered Ye Chen's forehead. Erosion Core fragment. 10 to 11 awakening special ability. Shared fate. Requirements. Opposite sex. Attractiveness above 90 points. Mutual consent upon contact. Binding fate between the two. Skills. None. Skill points. 1. Chapter 4, Contracting, to which the aftershocks of the awakening of his psychic ability still resonated in Ye Chen's mind as he stood frozen in place. Filled with shock and confusion, he had thought it was just a formality. What on earth was happening? Moreover, this ability felt a bit inappropriate, requiring high looks, binding to the opposite sex, sharing fate. Wasn't it a bit like finding a partner for marriage? Shouldn't the— Boom! The cave's ceiling erupted. Countless fragments of stone mixed with large boulders crashed down, and dust filled the air. Above this cloud of dust, a huge, menacing figure pierced through the rubble. Hanging upside down at the cave's entrance, sinister bone spikes protruded, and a heavy shell shimmered with a metallic, cold glow in the dim light. It was a terrifying monster with a human head and a scorpion body. It was the corrupted scorpion. The breath, just now. It couldn't be wrong. Ha ha ha. Finally found it. It's all mine. Ha ha ha. The monster's twisted roar caused the cave walls to tremble and stones to fall. Master, are you all right? Was that an earthquake? The urgent voice of Luo Chuan, the apprentice of the village elder, accompanied by a chaotic sound of footsteps, echoed from the passage Ye Chen had come from. The village elder led Luo Chuan and a large group of villagers rushing in. However, everyone's steps came to an abrupt halt as they saw the terrifying giant shadow hanging at the entrance, as if they had crashed into an invisible barrier. Silence enveloped them. Only heavy breathing and the sound of chattering teeth could be heard clearly. Master, is that the corrupted scorpion? Luo Chuan's voice trembled, his face pale. The village elder's murky eyes lit up with intensity, fixating on the giant creature. A level 4 corrupted scorpion. How could this monster be here? This is a disaster. Be careful of its massive pincers and its scorpion tail. Most importantly, its bone-corroding venom mist. Form a formation. Quickly form a defensive formation. It fears fire. Use fire. Protect yourselves. The elder's voice was grave. The villagers hurriedly raised their sticks and spears, and several lit torches they carried. Dozens of flames flickered wildly under the immense pressure from the monster, trying to form a human wall. GGG. Sealed for 1,000 years with an empty belly. Just try to have you ants as a feast. Its cold eyes swept over the tiny humans, revealing its greedy appetite. It moved, without warning. The scorpion demon's massive body crashed down from the cave wall. 6 steel legs covered in heavy armor scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying as it brutally charged towards the human wall. Hold the line. The villagers' screams were instantly drowned out by the thunderous impact. The assembled defensive formation crumbled under this absolute force, as fragile as a piece of thin paper. The scorpion demon charged just once. Boom, crash, help. Spears broke. Sticks flew from hands, and cries of despair echoed. Spears and sticks struck against the scorpion demon's thick, armor-like black shell, leaving only faint marks. Conversely, the creature's scorpion tail swept through casually, sending figures flying in agony. The formation collapsed completely. In the chaos, the monster's pincers opened wide, like 2 blood-stained giant guillotines, snapping towards a lone villager. Once they closed, they would turn flesh and bone to mush. In a moment of crisis, stop! A sharp shout. Luo Chuan's eyes turned red. His muscles tensed, and he slammed into one of the scorpion demon's jointed legs. Bang! A muffled sound. To everyone's surprise, the scorpion demon's massive body stumbled from the impact, staggering back a few steps, and its pincers aimed at the villager twisted slightly. The village elder squinted, the six-pointed star pattern on his forehead glimmering as he completed a spell in an instant. With the final shout, a barrier glowing with white light appeared before the scorpion demon. Hiss! The scorpion demon let out an angry hiss, repeating its previous move, once again charging towards the barrier with immense force. Boom! 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 The dull sound of impact rang out like a giant drum. The white light surged violently, ripples spreading wildly, but the barrier actually held firm. Taking advantage of this brief moment, the terrified villagers gathered around the elder. Under his guidance, they suppressed their fear and began to chant the same incantation. Invisible power surged from their trembling bodies, gathering towards the white barrier. Suddenly, the nearly collapsing barrier seemed to be infused with new life, its brightness increasing and its thickness doubling. The scorpion demon's repeated charges were in vain. Even its proud pincers couldn't break through, and the rage of being blocked by mere ants ignited within it. It stopped charging, its massive body slightly recoiling, and a rumble emanated from its chest. Who? It suddenly opened its grotesque mouth, a thick, deep green venom mist as dense as ink sprayed towards the solid white barrier, carrying a nauseating, sour stench. Ziz! The terrifying sound of corrosion erupted. The seemingly solid white light, upon contact with the venom mist, began to boil and shrink visibly, as if ice were thrown into a strong acid. In just a breath, the white barrier had developed several cracks, on the verge of shattering. Luo Chuan, the six-pointed barrier's cracks are deepening. It won't hold much longer. Immediately lead the villagers to retreat. I'll hold off this monster. The village elder's hair stood on end, his voice hoarse yet resolute, veins bulging on his forehead. Master, I'm not leaving. If we die, I'll die with you. Luo Chuan's eyes were bloodshot, desperately holding onto the nearly touching barrier's light screen, his voice filled with tears. Master, we're not leaving either. Yes, we will risk our lives to protect the village. The villagers were fervent, none taking a step back. With everyone working together, the cracks were mended, but the pale faces of the villagers showed the price was not small. Ye Chen huddled behind a massive scarlet crystal, feeling cold all over. The horrifying scene before him had long exceeded his comprehension. A half-human, half-scorpion monster, able to withstand the monster's assault with a white light barrier. What on earth was this place? Such monsters and powers that only existed in fantasy. What would happen if the barrier broke? Was he going to perish right after crossing over? Oomph. A mere worthless insect, and you ants are helpless? A hollow, condescending whisper, like a gaze looking down on all beings, suddenly entered Ye Chen's ear. He jerked his head up, his heart nearly stopping. In the center of the crystal, the sealed figure had opened its eyes at some point. What kind of eyes were those? Fiery golden vertical pupils, like burning lava, sharp and cold, piercing directly through his soul. Can you deal with that monster? Ye Chen grasped at the last straw, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Crushing a bug is but a piece of cake. Then hurry up. Ye Chen anxiously pointed at the scene outside. I'm locked by this annoying stone. My power is sealed. Her gaze glowed red, scanning the crystal wall that trapped her, revealing a hint of long-lost impatience. As for the method to break it, it's been so long I've forgotten. Ye Chen's vision darkened, nearly spitting blood. It was equivalent to saying nothing, a dead end. In despair, he suddenly remembered the psychic ability he had just awakened, sharing fate. Perhaps a dead horse could be treated as a live one? Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his spirit and locked his thoughts onto the girl in the crystal to activate her ability. He pressed his hands against the cold, smooth surface of the crystal, and the moment they made contact, it felt as if a weak current surged through. Alien object, appearance evaluation, exceeds threshold. Contact conditions met. Contract core established. Shared fate, symbiosis in life and death. The target must actively accept this law. With the voice echoing in his mind, the seemingly indestructible blood-red crystal began to melt like wax, flowing. The girl's left hand, wrapped in crystal, was the first to break free from its restraints. Her fair, Slender fingers exuded an astonishing sense of strength as they moved gently, as if an ancient sword from 1,000 years had just been sharpened. Oh! The girl's gaze fell upon the ancient contract runes formed by the intertwining of starlight and shadows, floating in the air. A strange light flickered in her crimson gold vertical pupils. Did you do this? If I agree to this shared fate contract, I can gain my freedom? I'm not sure. But look, your hand can already move. Ye Chen said hastily, not daring to conceal anything. His intuition told him that any deception in front of her would be foolish. The girl fell silent for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the villagers and the scorpion demon, finally returning to the contract runes before her. The corners of her mouth slowly rose, her smile extraordinarily beautiful, yet carrying an eerie quality. Interesting. Then, and I promise, this world should let me end it myself for it to be truly enjoyable. Her slender finger rose and unhesitatingly pointed at the center of the floating contract, where her fingertip touched. The runes suddenly ignited, transforming into 6 scarlet beams that pierced the sky, violently driving into Ye Chen's forehead. The excruciating pain of the contract's imprint felt like his soul was being torn apart, and Ye Chen screamed as he knelt on the ground. At the same time, the massive blood-red crystal binding the girl collapsed with a loud bang. The shattered crystal instantly melted into liquid, half rushing into the girl's body, adding red patterns to her golden armor. The other half surged into Ye Chen's body. The girl's aura fully unleashed. A visible, terrifying pressure erupted explosively from her. Her scarlet hair danced wildly without wind, and her molten gold eyes opened completely, deeper and more ferocious than before, burning with madness capable of destroying the world. Foolish world, tremble. I have returned, prepared to welcome the feast of destruction. Amidst the bone-piercing pain, Ye Chen struggled to lift his head, just in time to meet the girl's crimson gold demonic eyes, which looked down upon him like an ant. The cold, mad, and destructive aura nearly froze his soul. All that remained in his mind was a chaotic roar and chilling cold. What kind of monster have I unleashed? Chapter 5. A grain of dust. Both the scorpion demon and the villagers led by the high priest suddenly felt the overwhelming aura that had appeared in the cave. And in an instant, the battle between them came to a halt. Where did that girl come from? That aura is terrifying. The high priest's face turned pale as he struggled to control the faltering white energy barrier, his eyes fixed on the figure, pondering a vague memory that seemed somewhat familiar. The corrupted scorpion demon initially paid no attention to this unexpected guest. However, when the girl's long red hair danced freely in the invisible aura, it instantly reminded the demon of certain events. It's you. The deafening roar shattered the brief silence, and the scorpion demon's compound eyes instantly turned blood red. The red-haired witch. That damned red hair. You sealed me in that dry well for 1,000 years, cut off from the sun, suffering endlessly. The heavens have eyes. I've finally caught you. The scorpion demon's rationality was instantly replaced by uncontrollable rage and madness. An unimaginable aura of malevolence erupted. Its massive body trembled violently. Thick green poison mist billowing from the cracks in its shell, accompanied by the piercing sound of bones cracking. Muscles bulged, the shell twisted and shattered, then crazily regenerated. 5 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters. It swelled like a balloon, its body crazily expanding under the infusion of violent energy, instantly surpassing its previous height by double. Finally, a 10-meter-tall monstrous creature, exuding a strong aura of decay and destruction, stood majestically. It was no longer the corrupted scorpion demon, but the corrupted scorpion demon king, symbolizing death and annihilation. Oh no! The high priest screamed in panic. It has evolved into a level 5 scorpion demon king. It's over. All over. We are all going to die here. Luo Chuan, don't worry about me. Quickly. Take everyone and flee. Run as far as you can. The desperate cries echoed in the cave, and each word chilled the villagers' hearts. Escape? It's too late. Ants feel despair. Today, all the flesh and blood here will become my first feast after breaking the seal. I will tear you apart inch by inch. One of its gigantic pincers, evolved to the size of small city gates, swept out violently. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar and massive boulders flying everywhere, the only retreat for the crowd. The entrance to the outside world was completely blocked. It's over, the escape route. Completely sealed off. Despair instantly spread to the depths of everyone's souls, shattering their last will. Many people collapsed weakly to the ground. Don't give up. As long as the hexagonal light barrier is still up, we still have a chance. Quickly, everyone, channel your strength. Reinforce the barrier. The young Luo Chuan's shout brought a glimmer of hope amidst the despair. Yes, the light barrier. Hold the light barrier. The villagers struggled to get up, pouring the remaining energy in their bodies into the white light barrier. Buzz. The white light barrier shimmered violently, its radiance unprecedentedly strong, and the barrier itself seemed to become denser and more solid. Hey! Gagaga! The Scorpion Demon King let out a series of chilling, eerie laughs, filled with endless disdain. You think this flimsy eggshell can stop the footsteps of the Demon King? What a ridiculous joke. Before the words were finished, the super giant pincer rose again, carrying the energy capable of shattering mountains and splitting seas. The giant pincer smashed heavily onto the hexagonal light barrier. Pincer down. Crack. A massive crack instantly spread across the white barrier, growing larger and larger. Crack. The entire light barrier shattered, turning into countless drifting white shards. All the villagers and the high priest who had channeled power into the light barrier spewed blood, violently thrown back by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. Their lives unknown. Did you see that, Red Hair Witch? This is the power I possess now. Fear, tremble, I will completely tear you apart. The roar echoed in the cave. Having completed his declaration, the Scorpion Demon King showed no signs of hesitation. The giant pincer raised, charging toward the red-haired girl. Boom! 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 Where it's thick, pillar-like limbs trampled. The ground crumbled like fragile paper, collapsing and leaving behind terrifying deep pits. The demonic might was overwhelming and unstoppable. Noble One, get out of the way. The high priest struggled to lift his head, using his last ounce of strength to shout at Ye Chen, his eyes filled with despair. Ye Chen was already stunned by the sight before him. His mind was blank, and his blood seemed to freeze. Instinctively, he reached out, trying to grab the red-haired girl floating not far ahead. His throat squeezed out a distorted voice. Behind. Be careful. The massive shadow had completely enveloped both of them. That terrifying pincer, comparable to a prehistoric beast, accompanied by a hurricane of destruction and a nauseating stench of decay, swung down fiercely. The distance to the girl's flowing hair was less than an inch. Ye Chen could even see the serrated edge of the pincer, menacingly sharp. It's over. Completely over. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Boom! En un précédent, terrifying explosion érupted, as if it could collapse the entire mountain. The shock wave spread in a circular frenzy, stirring up clouds of dust and debris, instantly engulfing most of the cave, plunging the view into chaos. The cave walls shook violently, and fragments rained down like raindrops. After a few breaths, the violent dust was slightly cleared by the airflow in the cave, revealing the scene. Dead silence. Ye Chen's pupils contracted into a singularity due to extreme shock, his mouth unconsciously opening but unable to produce any sound. He saw that on the path where the Scorpion Demon King had charged, a gigantic pincer lay there, lonely and still. The severed edge was incredibly smooth, gleaming with an eerie red glow as if rapidly cooled after molten metal. And not a single drop of blood flowed out. On the other end of the cave, near the rock wall that had been blocked by the Scorpion Demon itself, the 10-meter-tall body of the corrupted Scorpion Demon King was now embedded in the hard rock wall in a distorted posture, like a flattened, giant insect specimen. The shell that made up its body was shattered into a web-like depression, and the surrounding rocks radiated outward, shattered under the immense impact. Its remaining giant pincer and venomous stinger drooped helplessly, and its massive compound eyes were filled with extreme disbelief and confusion. It seemed that only a moment had passed, and it hadn't even understood what had happened. The source of all this, the red-haired girl in golden armor, didn't even turn around. She remained quietly suspended in place, as if even her hair had not changed its flying direction. Only Ye Chen, at the last moment when the giant pincer was about to reach the red hair, imprinted an almost incomprehensible image that surpassed the limits of speed in his vision. In the girl's originally indifferent golden pupils, a glimmer of golden light seemed to flash. As that light illuminated, her left hand casually swept upward. A red line, thinner than a hair, silently sliced through the giant pincer of the scorpion demon king. Then, with the same hand, her fingers together, she lightly slapped at the enormous, distorted face of the demon before her, twisted with hatred. And then came the deafening roar of destruction that echoed throughout the cave. Light and casual, as if nothing had happened. That evolved scorpion demon king, capable of annihilating the entire village, seemed to her truly just a grain of dust. Chapter 6. The girl's authority. The girl, hovering in the air, lightly touched down on the ground, and the dust-covered surface didn't even stir a bit. Who was it just now? She tilted her head, her golden slit pupils locking onto Ye Chen, her voice tinged with the discontent of a disturbed dream. You disturbed me? Ye Chen swallowed hard, his throat dry, and pointed to the side with his right hand. A broken scorpion demon corpse, like a bloody relief, was deeply embedded in the stone wall, life extinguished. It's that. It's already dead. The girl casually glanced at the demon's remains, her golden pupils showing no ripple of emotion. Her gaze returned to Ye Chen. Was it you? Did you sign a contract with me? Did you pull me out from that annoying red stone? It should be me. Ye Chen's response was filled with self-doubt. Everything before him felt too dreamlike. He had suddenly awakened his powers, inexplicably formed a contract with this mysterious girl, and unintentionally unsealed her. And this girl, her strength was simply outrageous. The scorpion demon king, who had just been imperious and looked down on all beings, was like a fragile glass doll in front of her, shattered into a specimen on the wall with a single blow. Faced with this excessively powerful girl, Ye Chen just wanted to figure out the situation. This was not a helper. She was clearly a super bomb that could explode at any moment. Oh, the girl responded. Since you saved me, I want to kill you. She looked around at the villagers slumped on the ground, trembling, as if viewing a pile of bothersome ants, and raised her delicate, pale right hand. A blazing fire leaped into her palm, cheering. As for them, it was you who sealed me, right? Let us burn them. What the hell? What kind of bizarre logic is this? Ye Chen thought frantically, almost choking on this simple and brutal reasoning. I saved you, so grant me immortality? Like a huge favor? This girl was not only abnormally strong, but seemed to lack common sense as well. But on the surface, he quickly explained loudly, wait. They are our people. They are not the ones who sealed you. Our people? Confusion appeared in the girl's beautiful, slit pupils, the flames playfully dancing at her fingertips. What is that? Friends, partners, allies. Ye Chen gestured frantically, trying to explain clearly. Friends? The word seemed to touch a nerve in the girl, her delicate brows furrowing tightly, a frost settling on her pretty face. The flames in her palm surged violently, becoming deeper and fiercer. I hate friends. I don't need friends. She seemed to recall some unpleasant past, her voice taking on a sharp anger. It's over. Ye Chen imagined the scene of her arm swinging down, flames sweeping over, and everyone instantly turning to ash. The villagers, pale-faced, had just escaped the bloodthirsty jaws of the scorpion demon, only to encounter the goddess of destruction again. This kind of luck of repeatedly dodging death was simply despairing. Stop! A loud shout suddenly rang out. In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen had rushed in front of the girl, arms wide open, using his thin body to block the flames from the villagers. If you want to kill them, you have to step over my corpse first. His voice trembled slightly with fear, but his gaze was as stubborn as a rock, showing no signs of wavering. The girl's slit pupils suddenly constricted into a cold, golden line, her red hair flying wildly due to the sudden surge of power. I clearly let you go. Yet you seek death? A cruel, childlike smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. Fine, I'll grant you that. Before her words fell, her hand, carrying the flames of destruction, casually swung down toward Ye Chen. Ye Chen tightly closed his eyes, the scorching heat wave hitting him. I can't accept this. There are so many delicious things I haven't eaten, so many things I haven't done, and my life is ending just like this? That's too hasty, he thought wildly, but his body remained straight, refusing to budge. An unusual silence descended. The anticipated pain and burning did not occur. Ye Chen cautiously opened a slit in his eyes. He saw the girl's arm, just a hair's breadth from his chest, halted in midair. More strangely, the raging flames had extinguished, and the girl's entire right arm, along with a small part of her body, was tightly wrapped in a familiar red crystal. The girl was sealed, completely unable to move. You. The girl widened her slit pupils in shock, staring incredulously at her sealed arm. What did you do? Could it be the effect of the contract we share? A flash of inspiration struck Ye Chen's mind, grabbing onto a lifeline in his desperate situation. Contractors cannot harm each other? His voice carried uncertainty, tinged with the relief of survival. The binding of the contract? The girl's delicate face instantly flushed red, like an enraged young beast. You think this little thing can trap me? Dream on. She unwillingly growled, a surge of power rising again, her right hand covered in crystal. Struggling violently, stronger flames trying to break free from the crystal's restraints. The red crystal immediately spread like a living thing, rapidly covering most of her body, attempting to pull her back into a sealed state. Stop, stop, stop. Ye Chen hurriedly waved his hands, his face pale with fright. If this ancestor self-destructed, it would all be wiped out. Not necessary, not necessary. We are on the same side. There's no need for both of us to perish. Besides, you just unsealed. You haven't even taken a good look at this world yet. He desperately scrambled for words to appease her, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Just at this tense peak, at the brink of explosion, Gulyalu, a remarkably loud, prolonged, resonant belly rumble erupted from the girl's slender waist and abdomen, extremely untimely. The volume was so great that it even created a small echo in the cave. Silence. An absolute silence instantly enveloped the entire space. The girl's rage and destructive aura, like a punctured balloon, deflated completely. She maintained her pose of raising her hand to seal half her body, blinking her beautiful eyes in confusion. Hungry? Ye Chen was stunned for half a second, his eyes suddenly brightening, like a drowning person grasping a piece of driftwood. He immediately put on the most sincere smile of his life and said, "Oh, right. How long have we been at this? Look, you're hungry too. People are made of iron, and meals are made of steel. You need to be full to have the strength to fight, right? How about we eat first? Once we're full, we can sit down and slowly talk about any grudges or issues. I wonder if this big scorpion claw is edible." The girl blinked, the coldness in her slit pupils replaced by the confusion brought on by hunger. She tilted her head in thought, seemingly deciding that eating was more important than killing ants or resisting the contract. Her imposing aura suddenly relaxed, and the right hand that was ready to scorch the earth obediently dropped. "Oh, let's eat first then. I really have been hungry for a long time." Strangely enough, as she gave up her attacking stance, the crimson crystals that had tightly wrapped around her, attempting to seal her, quickly retracted into her body like a receding tide, disappearing without a trace. It was as if the breathtaking sealing scene just now had been an illusion. Phew! The cave echoed with a chorus of sighs of relief, like all the villagers had just collectively pulled a thorn from their throats. They exchanged glances, each wearing a bizarre expression of mixed laughter and tears. Luo Chuan patted his chest vigorously, his lips trembling. Oh heavens! This day trip to the gates of hell was too thrilling. They felt their hearts had been thrown to the clouds and then dropped back into the mud, repeatedly, almost losing their souls to this capricious girl. At this moment, Luo Chuan, who was slumped on the ground, suddenly remembered the key issue, pointing in the direction of the original passage with a weak voice. It had been completely collapsed by that scorpion demon. We were still trapped. Huh? The girl turned to look, her golden vertical pupils showing a hint of displeasure at being interrupted during her meal. She merely glanced at the massive pile of rubble blocking the passage, pouting her lips in disdain. Is this it? A little hole is enough to block the way? Before her words could finish, without any visible action, her delicate hand casually waved towards the blockage. Whoosh! A blinding, astonishing firelight erupted like a divine punishment tearing through the sky, accompanied by a spine-chilling shriek, instantly sweeping across the entire cave. The blazing flames and destructive force crashed violently against the stone wall. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar echoed like a barrage, shaking the entire cave violently, with rubble falling like a torrential rain, as if it would collapse at any moment. The villagers, terrified, covered their heads and fled, screaming incessantly. When the ear-splitting echoes and the room filled with dust finally settled, everyone was left stunned, their souls almost leaving their bodies at the sight before them. The passage that had been sealed by the boulders was now gone, replaced by a massive pit that was jaw-droppingly large. The passage had been cleanly split in half, the cross-section as smooth as a mirror. A gap over 10 meters long and several meters wide was revealed, spacious enough for 4 or 5 people to walk side by side with ease. The long-awaited, bright, and warm sunlight poured down from the gap like a divine blessing, illuminating every stunned face within the cave, all filled with absurdity. Jaws dropped to the ground. The villagers were collectively struck by an invisible giant hammer, their mouths agape as if they could fit a duck egg inside, standing frozen in place, petrified. This wasn't just clearing a path. This was simply the mountain god. Oh no, this lady thought the mountain was an eyesore and casually demolished a small piece of it. The old priest's murky eyes were fixed on the smooth, massive opening. He quickly glanced over at the red-haired girl, who looked innocent and was even unconsciously rubbing her flat little belly. And a profound light and contemplation erupted deep in his gaze. He seemed to glimpse a bit of truth. Beneath this terrifying power lay a being with an almost blank mind, acting solely on instinct and momentary likes and dislikes. And that kid Ye Chen, who could still survive after babbling nonsense in front of her. Perhaps he was their only safety valve? Moreover, the girl's ability to control fire felt so familiar to him, as if he had seen it in a book. Chapter 7. The Flavors of Luo Shui Village. It's time to eat. The village women brought out huge clay pots from their earthen stoves, filled with deep brown rice boiling together with chunks of orange-red sweet potatoes, simmering into a thick and enticing porridge. The aroma seemed to have a magical power, instantly attracting everyone. The most restless was a barefoot red-haired girl. She spun around the largest pot of porridge in the center like a little bird stuck in honey. Is it done? How much longer do we have to wait? She sniffed the air, eagerly eyeing the cook, whom everyone called Aunt Wu. Little greedy cat. You can't eat hot porridge so quickly. Aunt Wu chuckled, her face creased with laughter. She carefully scooped up a small bowl, blew gently to cool it down, and handed it over. Here, take it slow. But the girl couldn't be bothered to take it slow. She nearly snatched the bowl, not caring that the sides burned her fingertips. Bringing it to her lips, she puffed a few times and then, gulp gulp, in just a few bites. The bottom of the bowl was visible. The hot porridge slid down her throat, and she let out a satisfied puff of steam. With a ring of mushy rice still stuck to her lips, her eyes wide with delight. Nearby, a few children peeking out from behind their parents' legs saw this fierce figure indulge in food, and their courage instantly grew. They all poked their heads out, mimicking the girl as they surrounded the porridge pot, slurping and swallowing. Aunt Wu smiled and served each of them a small bowl. The children clutched their bowls like treasures and ran to a nearby mound, taking small sips. The girl licked the rice paste clinging to the edge of her empty bowl, her gaze drifting towards a larger pile of campfire on the other side. The flames were roaring, crackling loudly, and on top of the fire lay an astonishing ingredient, a giant claw over 5 meters long, resembling a battering ram. The menacing shell of the claw had been violently cracked open, revealing the firm, pearl-white flesh inside. At that moment, the thick meat was sizzling under the flames, with caramelized crispy edges, and an unusual meaty aroma wafted through the air, even overpowering the sweetness of the sweet potato porridge. The girl's throat visibly rolled, and saliva uncontrollably dripped down the corner of her lips, quickly wiped away by her sleeve. Dressed in the loose clothing of a villager, she looked nothing like the fierce figure from before. Instead, she resembled a little greedy cat drawn in by the aroma, circling around the scorpion meat. Can this really be eaten? Ye Chen rubbed his hands, leaning against a fallen log, gazing at the claw meat that was almost eerie in its size, still feeling a bit apprehensive. Next to him, Luo Chuan grinned broadly. Don't worry, noble one. The Scorpion King was soaked in corrupting poison. But this big claw is very solid, protecting the good meat inside from any contamination. According to the village elders, it's a rare delicacy. TSK, TSK. But I've never seen such a big creature. I've lived more than half my life, and it's my first time. The firelight danced across his simple face. As Luo Chuan and his group returned from the cave, Luo Shui village regained its usual lively atmosphere. The respected elder priest of the village was injured and was recuperating in his home, while everyone else immediately started cooking. Exhausted villagers sat around the crackling bonfire, whispering about the day's terrifying events, their words revealing a weak gratitude for having survived. After a brief silence, Luo Chuan pointed towards the dark red sky left behind after the sunset on the distant horizon, which looked like frozen bloodstains, and spoke in a low voice. Noble one, you are an outsider. Sai, this land has changed completely since the cataclysmic final war 60 years ago, becoming a wasteland. The mountains you see hide decaying swamps, twisted forests, and more corrupted and polluted monstrosities. They lurk in those radioactive wastelands, incredibly powerful. Ordinary guns feel like mere tickles against them. When our people go in, 10 might come out alive if they are lucky. He added more firewood to the pile, and the flames leaped up, illuminating the worry in his brow. It's all thanks to the awakening granted by heaven. Some people are lucky, like our old man. He gestured towards the elder priest's house. He awakened the hexagram light array. It can trap those monsters for a while, allowing us in Luoshui village to barely survive in the cracks of the corruption zone. Stealing a bite to eat. A gust of cold wind swirled around the bonfire, lifting burning ashes like phosphorescence in the dark. Luo Chuan instinctively wrapped his tattered leather coat tighter, his voice becoming heavier. But things have been getting weirder these past few years. In the upstream forest of the Luoshui River to the west, a group of mutated insects has taken over their territory, expanding, and the villagers no longer dare to enter the forest. To the east, in the lower reaches of the river, a massive corrupted monster has occupied Baoping Bay in the past month, leading to several fishing accidents. No one dares to fish there anymore. No matter how capable the old man's light array is, he's just one person with one head and two hands. With our limited manpower, we have to protect the village from the mutated insects while ensuring the safety of villagers going out. We can barely protect the village anymore. That's why the old man told that lie, saying there's a secret of awakening near Luoshui village, hoping some capable city folks would come here and help us deal with these two major threats. I didn't expect you, noble one, to actually awaken. It's quite surprising for us. Ye Chen listened quietly, his gaze sweeping over this little world illuminated by the bonfire, the children's laughter, the women's low murmurs, and the men's hearty conversations, all mixed with the aroma of food, creating a strange sense of peace. However, further away, the night swallowed the boundaries of the fields, merging into a low, jagged mountain forest silhouette. In that darkness, it seemed as if countless eyes were watching. Luoshui village belonged to the Yangon town of the vast Tianmu city, with a total population of just over 1,000. Seizing the opportunity while the elder priest was absent, Ye Chen subtly guided Luo Chuan, piecing together a basic outline of this broken world like a puzzle. The chaos following the final war, the emergence of awakened ones, and the fierce struggle against corrupted creatures formed a fragmented world. The once connected transportation network was severed by various forbidden zones and pollution sources, with large human settlements referred to as cities, like Tianmu City. Below there were markets, towns, and villages, with Luoshui village being the smallest link in this fragile chain. As for the organizations above the cities, they were beyond what a small place like Luoshui village could know. At this moment, the once feared red-haired girl, the focal point that had made the entire village's youth tremble, was completely immersed in her journey of savoring flavors. She was like a tireless little top, darting back and forth between the enticing steam of the sweet potato porridge and the powerful aroma of the roasted scorpion claw. In the core area where these two scents were most concentrated, she breathed deeply, her face radiating pure, almost silly happiness. Her steps were light and even carried a childlike bounce. Sometimes, she would stop to exchange a longing glance with the children licking the bottoms of their bowls. as if they were kindred spirits on the path of fragrance. She didn't even use any strength to sneak a bite, simply respecting the primitive reverence this small group had for food, waiting patiently for the portioning by the cook. Watching her barefoot on the chilly ground, turning around and around. Her dusty little feet stood out prominently. Luo Chuan's mother, an elderly woman with graying hair and a gentle demeanor, revealed an unhidden pain in her eyes. Chapter 8. The world destroying which Aurora, she silently turned and went back into the house, returning moments later with a pair of slightly worn blue-bottomed white flower cloth shoes in her hands. The shoes were embroidered with a few unremarkable but vividly lifelike little yellow flowers. She quietly walked up to the girl and gently placed the shoes on the moist earth at her feet. The girl's movements came to an abrupt halt. She blinked in confusion, her clear vertical pupils glancing at the cloth shoes on the ground, then pointing at herself. Mine? Her tone carried a hint of incredulous innocence. The old woman nodded affirmatively, revealing an encouraging smile. The girl's face instantly blossomed with pure joy, like a child receiving a holiday gift. She quickly bent down, first carefully brushing the dirt off her feet, afraid of dirtying the shoes. With a sense of urgency, she deftly slipped her still slightly damp bare feet into the clean cloth shoes. She jumped up and down a few times on the ground, feeling the warmth and solidity of the soft fabric wrapping around her ankles, then happily squinted her eyes. She revealed a radiant smile, the ring of porridge stains at the corners of her lips also curving up. Mem, so soft. Thank you. She expressed her satisfaction in halting language. This is what life should be like. How wonderful. The old woman nodded with a smile. What is life like? Aurora asked in confusion. The old woman lovingly patted the girl's hair and gently said, You will know slowly in the future. This warm scene, witnessed by Luo Chuan, who had been paying close attention to the girl as every move, finally allowed his heart, which had been hanging all day, to settle heavily back into his stomach. His shoulders, which had been tense, relaxed. I didn't expect her to be so easy to get along with, he murmured, a mixture of surprise and relief on his face. Ye Chen leaned against the wooden post, his gaze thoughtfully resting on the girl's innocent smile. Perhaps, he said softly, as if asking Luo Chuan, or perhaps himself, the real terror is not the power itself, but the human heart. Have we overcomplicated her? Perhaps her heart is as pure as a child's? Meanwhile, the old priest's hut was anything but quiet, under the dim light of an oil lamp. The sounds of the old man rummaging through boxes and his anxious breaths could be heard intermittently. Damn it. Where the hell did it go? I clearly remember it was right here. His brow furrowed into a deep shape, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The cellar door was open, and he pulled out old, dusty wooden boxes one after another, filled with yellowing books and scrolls, carelessly strewn across the ground in layers. Found it. Thank the heavens, he exclaimed with a relieved gasp. The old man, covered in cobwebs and grime, trembled as he crawled out of the cellar, holding aloft a thin book with a cover that was almost completely detached. Rather than a book, it resembled a rudimentary scrapbook. On the tattered cover, in nearly faded ink, were written several large characters, summary of forbidden creatures. The old man wiped the dirt off his hands with his clothes and hurriedly flipped through the pages, searching for the information from his memory. Finally, he found the page he remembered, and as he read its contents, he gasped in shock, no longer daring to linger. He tightly clutched the book and rushed out the door, heading towards the bonfire, when the priest stumbled to the scene. The distribution of roasted scorpion claws was in full swing. Luo Chuan, holding a sharp knife, carefully cut down the roasted claws that were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, releasing a tempting aroma, sharing them with the eagerly waiting villagers and children. Each person who received the small but invaluable white meat chunks wore a look of satisfaction. Great priest, you finally arrived. Ye Chen keenly noticed the old man's arrival and immediately handed him the largest and thickest piece of roasted scorpion claw meat that he had intentionally saved. This one is just right, saved for you. It smells delicious. The old priest instinctively took the shiny piece of meat, but had no appetite whatsoever. Thank you, my lord. His voice was noticeably breathless, and his face appeared sickly pale in the firelight. Eating is a small matter. The big matter is this girl. I finally found out her origins. He pressed the summary of forbidden creatures against Ye Chen's chest. It's actually in Chinese. I can understand it. Feeling a chill in his heart, Ye Chen immediately opened the worn booklet. The pages flipped open, revealing the corner that the old man had intentionally folded. A bold, dynamic illustration suddenly came into view, depicting the red-haired girl by the bonfire. In the illustration, her red hair danced wildly, her posture resembling a demon god soaring in the air, her golden vertical pupils looking down upon the world, surrounded by swirling flames and illusions tearing through the void. Below the illustration were several even more shocking annotations. Codename: World-Destroying Witch, Aurora. Summary: Unknown origin, suspected to be a remnant of the previous generation. Constant form: Human girl. Core characteristics: Mastery of fire abilities. Manifestation: Can invoke core energy from the Earth's crust to trigger volcanic eruptions. Instantaneously unleash world-destroying flames. Behavioral tendency: Extremely dangerous. Emotional fluctuations: Unpredictable. And her logic of action difficult to fathom. High-level recommendation: Highest threat level. Recorded by Forbidden Creature Research Institute of the Seven Cities. At the same time, the world-destroying calamity herself, completely unaware, was sitting cross-legged among a group of children, holding a piece of roasted scorpion claw, meat nearly the size of a basin. Larger than her head, her tattered clothes were smeared with grease and meat scraps, and her delicate white face was also shiny with oil, with strands of meat clinging to the corners of her mouth. She opened her mouth wide, taking a substantial bite, tearing off a thick piece of tender white claw meat. Her cheeks stuffed to bursting, with juices dripping down her chin. Each hearty bite and swallow drew exaggerated gasps of awe from the children. Wow, amazing. She had clearly become the absolute king of the kids in this small bonfire circle, winning them over with her eating skills. Ye Chen looked down, his fingertips brushing over the page depicting the world-destroying witch with flames burning the heavens and space collapsing. When he looked up again, he saw the red-haired girl by the bonfire, her face half covered in grease and meat juices, completely oblivious to the adoring gazes of the children. As she focused entirely on the delicious food before her, Ye Chen and the old priest both simultaneously let out a deep, resigned sigh, a mixture of absurdity and inexplicable relief on their faces. The world-destroying witch Aurora. Ye Chen swallowed hard, as if digesting a shocking joke. Finally, he murmured, "Is this it? Well, as long as she is willing to eat scorpion meat." He watched as the girl grimaced from the heat, but couldn't stop eating. The world's destruction can wait until she is finished. Oh heavens. This joke is a bit too big. The night wind carried the warmth of the bonfire, the rich aroma of food, and the excited whispers of children swirling over the small town of Luoshui. The book documenting the world-destroying, which quietly lay on the cold, damp earth at Ye Chen's feet, its tattered letters swaying in the flickering light of the bonfire. Chapter 9. The Attack of the Headbug. By the way, Master Priest, with your extensive knowledge, do you recognize this kind of stone? Ye Chen took out the stone that the scorpion demon referred to as the corroded core fragment from his clothing and handed it to the old man after taking it off from around his neck. The old man took the stone and examined it carefully in the firelight. The colorful stone seemed to have a radiant glow flowing within it under the illumination of the fire. After a long time of scrutinizing, the old man finally shook his head. I have never seen this before. However, it is clear that this stone contains a large amount of corroded energy. The free corroded energy is the energy source for ability evolution, but the corroded energy in this stone is very solid. I'm afraid I cannot discern its secrets. If you want to know more about this object, you might as well go to Xinglua City and ask. There, merchants and travelers are abundant, and their knowledge far exceeds what we have in this impoverished area. Ye Chen thought to himself, I need to go to Xinglua City not only to study the corroded core fragment, but also to understand the situation regarding my abilities. In this dangerous world, one cannot lack self-defense capabilities. I must go to Xinglua City as soon as possible. The red-haired girl gracefully approached, splitting the fragrant scorpion pincer's meat in her hand in half and offering one piece to Ye Chen. Here is a piece for you, my contractor. If you hadn't saved me, I would have been able to taste such delicious food. Her golden eyes were clear and calm as she looked at Ye Chen, but her serious expression seemed somewhat comical with food crumbs all over her face, making one want to chuckle. Ye Chen took the piece of meat and took a bite. The meat was sweet, firm, and very flavorful. "What's your name?" he asked while chewing, looking at the girl. "Name?" The girl's eyes showed genuine confusion, as if she couldn't remember. "Why must there be a name? Isn't it enough that you know me?" She tilted her head slightly, her face full of bewilderment. "A name is everyone's identifier. Just like I am called Ye Chen." Ye Chen turned to the master priest. "What is your respect title?" "I am called Luo Chengfeng." The old man stroked his beard and nodded. Ye Chen pointed to Luo Chuan beside him. "He is called Luo Chuan. Everyone needs a name, right? Otherwise, if someone calls you, will they just shout, 'Hey, hey'?" The girl nodded as if she understood, then furrowed her brows in worry. "What should I be called? It's so troublesome." She shook her head, her golden eyes sparkling as she looked at Ye Chen. "Forget it. You name me. Since we have a contract, I'll just follow you for now." Ye Chen was also not good at naming, racking his brains but coming up with nothing suitable. His gaze inadvertently swept over the scattered book covers nearby, and suddenly an idea struck him. "How about calling you Aurora?" "Aurora? That sounds nice." The girl's face instantly lit up with joy, her delight evident. She held up the remaining scorpion pincer's meat and quickly ran towards the other villagers like a jubilant little bird, eagerly sharing her new name. "I'm called Aurora now." Master Priest Luo Chengfeng's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just sighed softly and murmured to himself, "Well, let it be." That night, Ye Chen and the villagers of Luo Shui village celebrated joyously by the roaring bonfire. The refreshing homemade fruit, wine, made them forget the dangers and fatigue of the day. They didn't know how many bowls they had drunken, only remembering that they sang and danced in a daze. The last memory was of Aurora, with her fiery red hair, grandly lifting a large ceramic pot of fruit wine and tilting her head back to gulp it down. Then, with blurry eyes, she toppled over directly into Ye Chen's arms. In the morning, the glaring sunlight jolted Ye Chen awake from his deep sleep. He felt half of his body numb and stiff, firmly pressed down by a heavy object. Looking down, he saw that Aurora was completely on top of him, sleeping soundly, as if he were the most comfortable pillow. After much effort to free his sore arm, he shook it for a moment before barely regaining some feeling. His throat was parched. The wine from last night had quite the kick, so he carefully got out of bed, walked to the water barrel outside, and picked up a gourd ladle to scoop water to quench his thirst. Wait, what is that? A huge bug. From the reflection in the water barrel, he caught a glimpse of a black shadow rushing towards him. Ye Chen didn't have time to think and instinctively raised his arm to block. Smack! The gourd ladle struck a giant bug the size of a fist, its black, shiny shell glistening. The bug was knocked to the ground with a thud, leaving only a shallow scratch on its thick shell. This thing merely shook its disgusting, plump head, buzzed, and opened a pair of thin wings, taking to the air again with a piercing shriek, diving straight for Ye Chen's face. Damn! Ye Chen's pupils constricted, and without time to think, he gripped the ladle tightly, swinging it like a baseball bat, putting all his strength into a perfect home run swing. Bang! The bug was sent flying like a ragged sack. This cursed place, even as bugs that have become sentient. Looking at the completely shattered gourd ladle in his hand, Ye Chen felt a lingering fear and muttered, preparing to find something else. However, before he could finish his sentence, booz, 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 booz. The deafening sound of wings erupted like a storm. Instantly, more than a dozen similarly hideous giant headbugs, as if a hornet's nest had been stirred, rushed in from all directions, surrounding Ye Chen tightly in the center of the yard. My God, this scene is even scarier than a drone formation. Ye Chen's scalp tingled, and he internally cursed. He waved the remaining pieces of the broken ladle, desperately trying to block the incoming swarm of bugs. Each difficult swat sent the pieces of the ladle flying apart with a cracking sound. He wanted to retreat. He wanted to rush back to the relatively safe house. But this damn swarm of bugs seemed to understand tactics. Every time Ye Chen attempted to back away, the frontal attacks would suddenly double in intensity, while the bugs on both sides would expertly block his flanks, clearly forming a small encirclement. Ye Chen could only awkwardly fend off the attacks, his back soaked with sweat, breathing heavily like a bellows. He kept shouting, trying to wake Aurora inside the house, but received no response. After a moment of being stuck, Ye Chen was gasping for breath, his movements noticeably slowing. Meanwhile, the group of headbugs showed increasing confidence in their tactics. Suddenly, a deadly moment arrived. 4 headbugs launched a fierce attack right in front of Ye Chen, drawing his attention. 2 bugs on each side lunged for his wrist holding the ladle, while 3 hidden in the back opened their mouth parts, revealing sharp tentacles, preparing to take the chance to strike at Ye Chen's back of the head. It's over. This time, I'm really done for. Ye Chen felt a chill in his heart. He never expected to be tactically overwhelmed by a swarm of bugs. Boom, boom, boom. At the critical moment, a white barrier suddenly rose from the ground. Hexagram light array. Master Priest Luo Changfeng and Luo Chuan just arrived in time. The barrier narrowly blocked the deadly strike aimed at the back of Ye Chen's head, causing several headbugs to crash into the light wall and fall with a squeal. Be careful. These are headbugs. Luo Chuan shouted urgently. Don't let them grab your head. Once their tentacles penetrate the brain, the neurotoxin can instantly control your body. The headbugs attempted to swarm, but were all blocked by the light wall. After their assault was thwarted, all the headbugs suddenly stopped their futile attacks, hovering in midair in a circle, surrounding the 3 in the center. All the headbugs opened their fierce mouthparts at the same time. A visible wave of distorted high-frequency sound waves emitted from the mouths of the headbugs, causing the air to vibrate and fiercely piercing into the eardrums of everyone present. Luo Changfeng let out a muffled groan, nearly causing his spell to collapse. Luo Chuan was in even more pain, clutching his head and bending over. Ye Chen felt as though his brain was being gnawed at by countless sharp teeth. The agonizing pain made him instantly lose his balance. And like Luo Chuan, he fell to the ground, clutching his head as his body spasmed uncontrollably. The light array violently fluctuated under the repeated impact of the sound waves. On the verge of collapsing, Luo Changfeng struggled to maintain his composure, his face already pale, clearly in immense pain. Despair engulfed the 3 of them like cold seawater, drowning them in an instant. Shut up! A furious shout that shook the tiles rang out from inside the house. Bang! The door was kicked open. Aurora, disheveled in a coat, had her vibrant red hair in disarray. Her eyes barely opened. She emanated an extremely displeased, low pressure. All the head-hugging bugs seemed to direct their collective hatred at this furious roar, instantly turning in unison, their mandibles open wide, concentrating the terrifying sound wave attack into a more powerful invisible cannon aimed at the lazy girl pouring down on her. The sound wave ripped through the air. Dust on the ground rolled and spread. Aurora frowned at the noise. She glanced at the flying swarm of bugs and disdainfully pouted. So noisy. Disturbing my sleep. So ugly, I can tell they're not tasty. The moment her words fell, she impatiently raised her right hand and casually waved at the air. A dense, almost tangible scarlet flame erupted from her fingertips. The flame seemed alive, accurately hitting every head-hugging bug. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions rang out almost simultaneously. The once fearsome swarm of head-hugging bugs instantly exploded like fireworks. They didn't even have time to let out a cry before being completely carbonized, disintegrated, and turned to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Ye Chen, oh me hungry. Is there still sweet potato porridge? Aurora covered her flat stomach, her golden eyes still hazy from just waking up, looking pitiful. Still hungry. Ye Chen thought wildly. You ate enough sweet potato porridge and scorpion claw meat for 10 people yesterday. Does your stomach connect to another dimension? But what came out was, okay, I'll go prepare it. I'll find Aunt Wu to buy sweet potatoes and rice. Wait, Aunt Wu. Ye Chen suddenly stopped, looking suspiciously at High Priest Luo Changfeng and Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan's expression changed drastically. We rushed over when we heard the noise. Others should have come out by now. But it's too quiet. A shadow of worry crossed Luo Changfeng's aged face. The head-hugging bugs are the most ferocious, corrupted biological group in this land, almost ruling half the area. They act in swarms. Those just now were merely the advanced scouts. A chill instantly gripped everyone. The villagers might be in trouble. Luo Changfeng and Luo Chuan no longer hesitated and rushed toward the nearest house. Aurora, the porridge can wait. We need to deal with these troublesome bugs first before we can cook in peace. Follow me. Ye Chen quickly grabbed the arm of this humanoid strategic weapon, joking that he couldn't withstand another wave of bugs. Aurora, still groggy from just waking up, was a beat slow to react. It took her a couple of steps being pulled before she remembered the important matter, hurriedly extending her delicate fingers to negotiate. Okay, but it has to be 5 bowls. No, 10 bowls of sweet potato porridge. Deal. Let's go. Ye Chen readily agreed, dragging the girl, closely following Luo Changfeng and Luo Chuan, rushing deep into the eerily silent village. Chapter 10. The Parasite Village. The first house was empty. The stove was cold, and the tables and chairs were crooked, as if the owner had evaporated into thin air. The second house was still silent. Pushing open the half-closed door, only the wind wailed through, responding to their calls. Near the residence of the village priest, Luo Changfeng, several households had completely vanished. The ominous premonition grew heavier. Ye Chen, Aurora, Luo Changfeng, and Luo Chuan rushed towards Aunt Wu's house, the warm-hearted woman who would always give them sweet potato porridge. However, they were met with nothing but a messy courtyard and an open door. Aunt Wu was also nowhere to be found. Mom, Luo Chuan's heart sank, and he dashed toward his own home. Ye Chen and the others followed closely behind. The small courtyard of the Luo family came into view. Luo Chuan's mother, Aunt Luo, stood motionless in the center of the yard, facing the gate like a rigid statue. Mom! The call barely reached Luo Chuan's lips when Ye Chen suddenly covered his mouth. No! Luo Chuan struggled to break free from Ye Chen's grip, staring at him in anger and confusion. Something's wrong. Ye Chen's voice was low, his finger pointing at Aunt Luo's back. Look, there is something on her head. As if to confirm Ye Chen's words, Aunt Luo's body slowly turned around, her back facing them. In that instant, everyone's blood seemed to freeze. There was a dark, fat head-hugging bug firmly attached to the back of Aunt Luo's head. 2 thick tentacles were tightly wrapped around her neck, leaving deep purple bruises. 2 other sharp-tipped tentacles were slowly wriggling, gradually piercing through her scalp, trying to burrow into her brain. Aunt Luo's face showed no signs of pain, only a vacant daze. Her gaze unfocused, as if her soul had been extracted, leaving only a controlled shell. No! Luo Chuan's eyes widened in fury, instantly consumed by overwhelming rage. He rushed forward recklessly, grabbing the tentacles of the head-hugging bug that were wrapped around his mother's neck, pulling with all his strength. Screech! A piercing shriek erupted from the bug's mouth parts, accompanied by the nauseating sound of some viscous liquid being forcibly torn apart. Luo Chuan yanked it off and slammed it to the ground, then stomped on it furiously. Once, twice, 3 times. The crunch of a shell shattering mixed with the splattering sound of the bug's insides, until the head-hugging bug was finally crushed into a sticky, foul-smelling puddle. Just as the bug left Aunt Luo's head, her body slumped, falling straight back. Ye Chen was quick to rush forward, catching the elderly woman's limp body. Luo Changfeng followed closely, trembling fingers quickly checking Aunt Luo's pulse and looking in her eyes. Fortunately, she was only temporarily paralyzed by the potent anesthetic toxin of the head-hugging bug, falling into a deep coma. Quick, Xiao Chuan, carry your mother inside and lock the doors and windows. Hurry! With tears in his eyes, Luo Chuan lifted his mother and rushed inside. Ye Chen, there are a lot of people outside, and their walking looks really strange, Aurora's voice came, tinged with confusion. The group rushed out of the Luo family's courtyard, and the sight before Ye Chen made him gasp in horror. In the street, a dark mass of figures had silently gathered, at least 20 people. They moved unsteadily, their posture stiff, slowly closing in on the Luo family's courtyard like marionettes. What was even more chilling was that they all wore the same hollow expression as Aunt Luo, their eyes dull and lifeless. When Aurora took a step sideways out of curiosity, a bizarre scene unfolded. All their heads turned in unison, with an inhuman mechanical feel, toward her direction. Each of their heads had a dark, fat head-hugging bug attached to the back. This is bad. They're all parasite. Luo Chengfeng's voice trembled. It must have been the head-hugging bug that released a signal before it died, summoning its companions nearby. They want to turn the entire village into a nest. Before his words were finished, the group of villagers controlled by the bugs seemed to receive a unified command. Their previously slow movements suddenly quickened. They emitted nonsensical hissing sounds, like a tide of corpses, charging wildly toward Ye Chen and the others. Run this way. Draw them away. Don't let them rush into the house. Luo Chengfeng shouted hoarsely, leading the charge toward the other side of the street. Ye Chen grabbed Aurora, who was still curiously looking around, and followed closely behind. Behind them, dense and heavy footsteps echoed. The speed of the villagers controlled by the bugs was increasing, relentlessly pursuing them. Is there really no way to save them? Can't we just beat the bugs off like Luo Chuan did? Ye Chen gasped as he ran, breathless. It's too late. Once the tentacles fully pierce the brain, the nerve endings become deeply integrated with the bug. Forcibly separating them would cause the tentacles to break inside the brain, leading to permanent damage or even instant death. Luo Chengfeng's voice was intermittent as they ran, filled with despair. We can only use fire. High temperatures will make the head-hugging bugs instinctively feel threatened, and they might retract their tentacles to save themselves. But the parasite won't just stand still for us to roast them. Aurora can control fire. Can't she burn the bugs off accurately like before? Ye Chen looked at the red-haired girl beside him, as if grasping at straws. No, her flames are too powerful. Even a slight deviation would instantly cook a human's brain. The risk is too great. Luo Chengfeng immediately denied. What should we do? So many people. Where do we run? Ye Chen looked at the increasing number of parasite villagers pouring in from all sides, like a tightening net of death. Luo Chengfeng, already old and exhausted, looked pale, his steps unsteady, each breath sounding like a broken bellows. No, I can't go on. I can't run anymore. He suddenly stopped, leaning against the doorframe of a mud house, gasping heavily, but his eyes were resolute. Listen, I will stay. Use the hexagram light array to hold them off. You go to the west forest to find the head-hugging bug's nest. Only by finding the nest and threatening the bugs can we force all the head-hugging bugs to abandon their hosts and return to protect their master. This is the only chance. A glimmer of light flashed in Luo Chengfeng's murky eyes, but then he fell into a low mood again. But no one knows the exact location of the nest. It is the head-hugging bug's absolute territory. It is heavily guarded, and no one who has entered has ever come out alive. Do your best, and if it's impossible, just run. Leave here. Don't worry about us. With that, he forcefully pushed open the nearby door and rushed in, using his last bit of strength to shout, "Hexagram light array!" A white light curtain instantly enveloped the small house. The next second, the surging tide of people had arrived. Most of the parasite villagers madly lunged at the flickering white light of the house, crashing against the barrier with reckless abandon, creating a dull and dense series of thuds. The light curtain trembled violently, flickering. Each impact felt like a hammer striking Ye Chen's heart. A small portion of the parasite, however, did not stop and continued to chase after Ye Chen and Aurora. Go! Ye Chen gritted his teeth, pulling Aurora along, taking advantage of their youth and strength to run wildly, as the light array attracted most of the firepower. Without the burden of the priest, their speed increased dramatically, and after a few sharp turns, they shook off their pursuers and ducked into a house. Leaning against the cold earthen wall, Ye Chen gasped for breath, sweat soaking his back, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and fear nearly drowning him. Would an entire village really be lost like this? Aurora. His voice was hoarse as he looked at the still calm girl beside him, holding onto the last thread of hope. Can you sense that mother nest? The kind of bug we just saw, but bigger, stronger, like a leader? Aurora tilted her head, her golden eyes filled with pure confusion. Leader? Mother nest? Where are those? I haven't eaten them, so I don't know the taste. Ye Chen shut his eyes in pain and slapped his forehead hard. That's right. Although she is powerful, she is ignorant, and asking her this is like trying to find a cure in a panic. However, just as Ye Chen was about to fall into despair, Aurora suddenly let out a soft "eh." She slightly turned her face, as if listening to whispers in the wind. Her delicate nostrils gently flaring. But when I burned those bugs that disturbed my sleep earlier, I felt several bugs suddenly whoosh and fly towards the west of the village. What? Ye Chen's eyes flew open, his heart racing. The west? Are you saying that bugs flew west to report? Aurora nodded affirmatively, her delicate brows slightly furrowing, as if trying to discern more subtle perceptions. Right now, over there in the west of the village, those annoying, chilly bugs have become much, much denser. And they seem to be moving, coming this way. A chill instantly shot up from Ye Chen's tailbone to the top of his head. The head-hugging bugs are gathering in the west, and they are moving toward the village. The mother nest, the bug leader, they is on the move. It is leading the swarm directly toward Luoshui village. Let's go. Ye Chen suddenly grabbed Aurora's wrist, his eyes bursting with determination. We need to go to the west of the village. We must find it before they surround us. The two burst out of the woodshed, no longer hiding their tracks, and ran at full speed toward the westernmost side of Luoshui village. The dirt road on the west side of Luoshui village no longer existed at this moment. Instead, it was replaced by a huge, disgusting living nest made up of countless writhing, piled-up head-hugging bug carcasses. Thousands of dark beetles clung tightly to each other, entwined like boiling black tar, slowly pushing this massive entity toward the village. On the surface of the nest, thick, dark secretions constantly seeped out, dripping and leaving corrosive traces on the dry dirt road, emitting a hissing sound. Chapter 11, The Battle of the Mother Nest, 1 at the top of this terrifying hill, made up of writhing worms. A relatively flat area was exposed to the thin morning light. There, a huge, indescribable entity, the worm queen, was perched. Its size was dozens of times larger than an ordinary headworm, resembling a small cart. Its entire body was covered in a thick, greasy, pitch-black chitinous shell, and its bloated form nearly occupied all the space at the top of the nest. Several thick, hard-segmented, grayish-white abdominal legs were deeply embedded in the pile of worms below, greedily sucking up nutrients while also anchoring its colossal body. Most chilling of all was its enormous and grotesque mouth, which opened and closed continuously, revealing layers upon layers of spiraled, pale fangs, emitting a low and continuous gurgling sound, as if it came from a hellish grinding wheel. Around the nest, the air was torn apart by the dense sound of flapping wings. Countless headworms swarmed around their mother, flying and crawling madly. Some worker worms carried bloodied, dismembered limbs or chunks of entrails looted from nearby, rushing towards the queen's gaping maw, accurately feeding the food into that abyss-like throat. After each feeding, the enormous and soft ovipositor at the end of its abdomen would violently contract and expand, continuously expelling egg after egg. Another group of worker worms carefully transported the eggs away, placing them in safer areas within the nest. Yet another group of headworms acted as cold guardians, hovering around the nest perimeter, their compound eyes flashing with crimson light, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. In front of the group were the controlled villagers from Wasteland, making their way in long lines towards the mother nest. The entire scene formed a moving, living hellish tableau. The mother nest was a concrete embodiment of the abyss, and the worm queen was the greedy and breeding evil god. The countless headworms were its most devout and frenzied servants and extensions. They were carrying the will of destruction, trampling across the land, closing in on Luoshui township step by step. On the hillside, a headworm on patrol was mechanically scanning the area with its compound eyes. It was completely unaware that two figures were silently approaching from the shadows of the rocks behind. Ye Chen held his breath, gripping a rough wooden stick he had found, with a heavy stone tied to the end. He waited for the right moment, muscles tensed, and swung his arm fiercely. Thud! A heavy muffled sound rang out as the wooden stick struck the relatively weak side of the headworm's head. The worm didn't even have time to emit a shrill cry before it slumped to the ground, its shell trembling slightly. Ye Chen quickly dragged it into the grass. That's the 11th one. Ye Chen wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and whispered. All the way, he had been following this method, growing increasingly adept at it, aiming for a single blow to avoid startling the swarm. Aurora quietly followed behind, her golden eyes curiously observing the spoils, seeming to find Ye Chen's actions amusing. The two crept to a clearing on the slope and crawled down. Below, the living fortress of the mother nest, formed by countless writhing worm bodies, was emitting a dull, grinding sound, slowly moving like a moving nightmare mountain. Aurora, Ye Chen whispered, pointing at the massive entity. When a mother nest moves to that narrow passage in front, you strike immediately, targeting that biggest ugly thing. Remember, just burn it. You mustn't harm the controlled villagers. As long as we take it down, Luoshui Township will be saved. Ye Chen's tone carried a hint of barely detectable tension. Aurora blinked, her golden pupils reflecting the menacing worm shadow in the distance. But her focus was entirely different. After we take it down, can we eat sweet potato porridge? Her voice was crisp, filled with unhidden anticipation. Ye Chen's mouth twitched, and he nodded helplessly yet affirmatively. No problem. Once Aunt Wu and the others recover, you can have as many bowls as you want. Then I'll burn it down now. Aurora made a move to get up, a faint wave of heat radiating from her. No. Ye Chen grabbed her wrist. Look ahead. He pointed to the villagers of Luoshui below and around the mother nest, their eyes hollow and dark, forming a tightly packed human wall around the nest. Your flame range is too large. If you lose control, they'll be instantly turned to ashes. We're not here to massacre the village. Ye Chen's gaze swept over the patrolling sentinels of the swarm, his brow furrowed. There are flying worms everywhere. Charging in head-on would be like being a live target. We need to think of a way to blend in. His mind raced, recalling countless survival scenarios he had simulated during his previous life as an unsuccessful author. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Got it. Use their own methods against them. He quickly pulled Aurora back, selecting two suitably sized headworms from the ones he had knocked out. Sorry about this, Ye Chen whispered, decisively severing their tendrils used for parasitic control. Next, he skillfully twisted dried grass into ropes, binding the severed worm bodies around the necks of himself and Aurora, disguising them as successfully parasitized. Come on, follow my lead. Ye Chen lowered his body, mimicking the gait of the controlled villagers, his body stiff, head slightly lowered, eyes vacant. Remember, walk slowly, be rigid, and don't look around. Just pretend to be a puppet. He quietly instructed Aurora. Aurora touched the fake worm on her neck, finding this disguise game quite novel, and nodded earnestly. She imitated Ye Chen's movements, but her overly lively golden eyes needed deliberate control to avoid revealing curiosity. Thus, the two awkwardly crawled up the slope, blending into the crowd of villagers being driven by the swarm, slowly converging towards the mother nest. The headworms flying around had limited intelligence, merely mechanically maintaining order, and did not carefully distinguish the authenticity of these kindred. The cold worm bodies pressed against their skin, surrounded by zombie-like villagers. Each step felt like walking on the edge of a blade. Ye Chen's heart raced, yet he showed no signs of it on his face. Finally, they successfully approached within 10 meters of the core of that nightmarish mother nest. This seemed to be the heart of the swarm. Overhead were swarms of flying worms, and beneath was a mass of worm bodies. All around were villagers controlled like puppets, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Observing the queen feeding up close, the scene of slimes stretching and flesh flying made Ye Chen's stomach churn. Just then, the queen's massive body seemed to pause ever so slightly. Following that, her heavily armored head slowly turned. Multiple pairs of compound eyes precisely locking onto Ye Chen and Aurora hidden among the puppets. An invisible wave of mental energy swept through, and the surrounding controlled villagers received the command, parting in an instant to isolate the two in an open space. Dead silence. Even the buzzing of the flying worms seemed to pause for a moment. Suddenly, a controlled villager standing in the front opened his mouth and rasped, "Core. Fragment." This voice acted as a signal, and all the controlled villagers around simultaneously opened their mouths, shouting in the same hoarse and eerie tone, merging into a wave of sound that sent chills down the spine. Hand over the core fragment. Hand over the core fragment. Hand over the core fragment. The sound waves struck the eardrums, carrying a psychological pressure. Ye Chen's heart sank, instantly understanding the source of the queen's desperation. Maintaining a facade of being controlled, he slowly took the colorful, shimmering core fragment from his neck and held it in his hand. Facing the greedy compound eyes of the queen bug, I asked in a deliberately mimicking monotonous tone, "Do you want this?" The glow of the core fragment seemed to stimulate the queen bug, its massive and bloated body excitedly writhing, emitting a hurried hissing sound from its mouthparts. The villagers around instantly seemed to be injected with a frenzied potion, beginning to thrash violently, shoving each other and letting out unintelligible low growls, gradually tightening the encirclement. The flying insects in the sky also swooped down like a blood-scented shark school, lowering their altitude rapidly, their sharp tendrils aimed at the two in the center. The deadly encirclement suddenly tightening. In a critical moment, Ye Chen abruptly yanked off the headbug corpse from his neck, shouting sharply at Aurora beside him. "Now's the time. Attack her!" The moment Ye Chen's words fell, the terrifying energy surrounding her erupted with a bang. Her petite figure shot up like an arrow. Leaping into the air, she raised her right hand above her head, and a massive blade of pure white and gold-red flames, several yards long, instantly took shape. The scorching high temperature distorted the air, and the approaching headbug was instantly evaporated. Hiss! The queen bug emitted an unprecedented, fear-filled sharp hiss. The elite guard swarm protecting it surged forward like a suicide mission, trying to block with their bodies. However, in the face of absolute power, all struggles were futile. Aurora swung her right hand down. Boom! The astonishing flame blade tore through the air, fiercely striking down. The elite guard swarm that attempted to block was vaporized in an instant upon contact with the flames, as if they were mere paper. The momentum of the massive blade did not diminish, accurately cleaving through the fragile barrier formed by the guard bugs and brutally striking the queen bug's bloated body. A blinding red light flashed. The despairingly large body of the queen bug, along with part of the nest beneath it, was effortlessly split in two by this terrifying flame blade. The severed area was charred black, with blood unable to splatter before it was instantly carbonized. It worked. Ye Chen was so excited he almost jumped up. Aurora's devastating blow exceeded expectations. But the joy lasted only for a moment. The severed remains of the queen bug did not die immediately. At the ruptured wound, countless fleshy, slime-covered dark red tendrils writhed and intertwined frantically. The two massive halves of the body, with a nauseating hissing sound, were forcibly pulled closer, merging and regenerating at a visibly rapid speed. In the blink of an eye, a new, even more grotesque queen bug, with twisted flesh tumors covering the wound, appeared above the charred nest. Chapter 12. The Battle of the Mother Nest 2. It let out a more frenzied and vengeful shriek than before. Sizzle. The howl was a command. The villagers, who had been momentarily halted due to the death of the insect queen, suddenly erupted with vicious looks in their eyes. Like completely irrational beasts, they roared inhumanly and crazily pounced towards Ye Chen and Aurora from all directions. Aurora's flames surged again, instinctively preparing to clear the area once more. "Don't attack!" Ye Chen shouted hoarsely, gripping her arm tightly. "They are villagers, just controlled ones. We can't kill them." Among the faces rushing towards them were the girls who had danced around the bonfire with him yesterday, the old man who had offered him roasted meat, and even children. Aurora's movements suddenly froze. Her golden pupils swept over those familiar yet distorted faces, especially those small figures, and hesitation appeared in her eyes for the first time. In that fleeting moment, several villagers' claws were almost upon Ye Chen's clothes. "Go!" Aurora decisively pulled Ye Chen by the back of his collar, her legs exerting tremendous force. Wow! Ye Chen felt a surge of power. His feet lifted off the ground, and his view rapidly ascended. She took him soaring into the sky, narrowly avoiding the tide of villagers rushing from below. The intense sensation of weightlessness made Ye Chen gasp in surprise. Bang! The two landed heavily on the edge of the charred, scorching, and slimy insect nest. Beneath them, the frenzied, writhing insect swarm attempted to attack. Aurora waved her hands continuously, firing small fireballs that exploded the incoming stray, flying insects into brilliant fireballs. However, beneath the nest, the army of villagers controlled by the queen surged again, climbing up along the edge of the nest. What was more troublesome was that the reborn queen had cunningly shrunk her massive body to the other end of the nest, using the complex terrain and the continuously surging swarm as a meat shield for the villagers. Damn it! Ye Chen looked at the queen, who was proudly screeching behind the tide of villagers and insects, feeling anxious. Though Aurora was powerful, she couldn't launch large-scale attacks due to the risk of harming the villagers. Every time she tried to get close to the queen, she was fiercely blocked by the crazed villagers and the fearless swarm. The battle was in an extremely dangerous stalemate, and time was not on their side. As the mother insect, driving the villagers as a meat shield, closed in step by step, Ye Chen's brain raced, sweat soaking his forehead, trying to find a way to break the deadlock. Suddenly, he thought of the source of the fierce competition between the scorpion demon and the queen for the shard of the core he held tightly in his hand. An extremely risky plan instantly formed in his mind. Monster, don't you want this? Ye Chen raised the shard of the core, instantly attracting the greedy gaze of all the queen's compound eyes. The massive mandibles even stopped chewing, emitting an urgent hissing sound. Here, Ye Chen used all his strength to throw the colorful stone towards the open area at the other end of the nest, away from the villagers. Hiss! The queen let out a shrill cry of joy. A few elite guards dashed out like lightning, accurately biting the rope tied to the shard, bringing this generous gift before their mother. The queen's massive mandibles suddenly opened wide and swallowed the shard whole. At the moment the shard slid into the queen's abdomen, Ye Chen's heart jolted. A strange perceptual link was abruptly established, and he could clearly see the trajectory of the shard rolling inside the queen's enormous, slimy digestive tract. What made his pupils contract even more was that, deep within that chaotic view, there was a faint yet identical glimmer flickering. It was a shard of the core that was only 1/20th the size of the shard in his hand. Clearly, the queen had already devoured one. The two shards met within the queen's body, like two magnets. Buzz! A visible energy pulse that distorted space erupted with the queen at its center. The queen's massive and bloated body convulsed violently, expanded, emitting a sharp wail mixed with unprecedented pain and ultimate ecstasy. This howl seemed to carry some supreme, compulsory command. A chilling scene unfolded. All the flying and crawling, head-hugging insects in the nest, regardless of size or strength, seemed to hear the final summons. They all turned their bodies in unison, transforming into a fearless black tide, charging headlong into the queen's gaping abyssal mouth. They were consumed in an instant like moths to a flame. Immediately after, those villagers who had been parasitized and served as meat shields pulled their tentacles from the back of their heads without hesitation, abandoning their parasitic bodies. They too rushed into Queen's mouth. The villagers, now free from the swarm's control, collapsed to the ground like marionettes with severed strings, falling into a coma. Having devoured the entire swarm, the queen's body inflated wildly like a balloon. The thick chitinous shell cracked and peeled off inch by inch, then regenerated, thickened, and hardened in the surging dark red energy flow. Countless sharp bone spines erupted from her joints and back, glinting with a metallic sheen. Her head deformed sharply, the massive mouth occupying 2/3 of her entire head, the edges growing a circle of over a meter long, pale white sharp teeth like blender blades. 2 rows of densely packed, flickering scarlet compound eyes were distributed on either side of her head, fierce and terrifying. In just a few breaths, a long insect over 20 meters in length, covered in thick black iron armor and exuding a sense of destruction, had formed. What kind of supplement is this? The evolution is like a cheat. Ye Chen felt his scalp tingle, internally screaming. But this was not the time for shock. He suddenly grabbed Aurora's wrist, pointing towards the forest to the west. Quick! Let it into the forest. The villagers are all passed out here. We can't fight here. The evolved queen, filled with pride, locked her compound eyes fiercely onto the red-haired girl who had caused her the pain of being torn apart, her pupils burning with deep hatred. She let out a thunderous roar, her massive head suddenly lowering, crashing into the ground like a giant earth drill. The earth was torn open like a plow, lifting soil waves several meters high, carving a shocking massive ravine. and moving underground at an astonishing speed, chasing after Ye Chen and Aurora. Boom! The ground trembled violently behind them, cracking. The terrifying sound of drilling approached rapidly, like the footsteps of death. "Hold on," Aurora shouted, a glint of excitement flashing in her golden vertical pupils. She wrapped her arm around Ye Chen's waist and whoosh. Ye Chen felt an irresistible force. His feet lifted off the ground, and the wind howled past his ears. The scenery in his view rapidly retreated and blurred. Aurora took him, suddenly accelerating, instantly pulling dozens of meters away from the Queen's massive mouth that burst through the ground. What made Ye Chen both amused and exasperated was that Aurora seemed to find this chase amusing. Whenever the Queen was thrown too far behind and slowed down, she would intentionally slow down, even stop, and provocatively look back at the angry, roaring giant insect, as if to say, "Come chase me?" When the Queen furiously accelerated to close the distance again, she would suddenly speed up, easily increasing the distance once more. Roar! The Hell Queen was completely enraged. The continuous teasing drove her into an unprecedented frenzy. She no longer drilled underground. Her massive body crushed the ground, and wherever she passed, trees were snapped in half like straw, and rocks were ground to dust. The entire edge of the western forest looked as if a hurricane had passed through, with huge clouds of dust rising into the sky, creating chaos. Finally, the two, along with the insect, rushed into a relatively open area deep in the forest. The continuous extreme escape and violent jolting made Ye Chen's stomach churn, and he could no longer hold back, rushing to a giant tree to vomit uncontrollably. "This should be good enough, right?" Aurora patted Ye Chen on the back, her tone still light. "But it's good enough." Ye Chen wiped his mouth, suppressing his nausea, and his gaze sharpened again. "Right here, let's get rid of this disgusting thing. You little bug, enjoying the chase, huh?" A cold smile curved at the corners of Aurora's mouth, and her golden vertical pupils instantly ignited with intense battle intent. She tapped her toes, leaving a faint afterimage in place, and in the next moment, she appeared before the aggressive mother bug that had just charged into the dense forest. Boom! Her fist, gathering destructive power, slammed solidly and unceremoniously into the heavily armored abdomen of the mother bug. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Then, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Centered around Aurora's fist, a violent crimson energy erupted like a supernova, sweeping outward. The mother bug's proud, dark iron armor, which could withstand heavy artillery, shattered like paper. Flying apart, the massive body began to crack from the abdomen. The terrifying giant bug, over 20 meters long, was completely obliterated by Aurora's punch. Nicely done. Ye Chen couldn't help but cheer. Aurora's destructive power was always reliable. However, before the cheers could subside, an abnormality arose. The scattered chunks of flesh on the ground began to sprout bloody flesh buds at a visible speed. The pieces of meat attracted each other like magnets, coalescing. A brand new mother bug reformed in the blood and flesh mire in just a few seconds. Even more terrifying, twisted, painful, and resentful human faces emerged like reliefs on the newly formed, massive head shell of the mother bug. These faces were unmistakably those of the former villagers who had been completely devoured and digested by the mother bug. Countless mouths opened and closed simultaneously, emitting sharp, piercing sounds like nails scraping glass, echoing through the forest. "I am a hell mother bug, an immortal being. You ants are only fit to be my food. Every death will only make me stronger. Kneel, offer your flesh and blood and souls to me." Buzz, accompanying this blasphemous proclamation of life. A wave of substantial sound mixed with powerful mental shock erupted from the giant mouth of the mother bug. Wherever the sound wave passed, the air twisted, and the branches and leaves of the trees instantly turned to dust. Ye Chen felt like he had been struck hard. His vision went dark. Blood seeped from his ears and nose. His head throbbed painfully, and he could barely stand. Chapter 13. The Battle of the Mother Nest 3 Roar. The reborn mother worm's power surged, its massive body exhibiting astonishing speed that belied its size, instantly charging in front of Aurora. The gigantic tail covered in bone spines, swept towards her like a battering ram. The air was torn apart, producing a piercing explosion. Aurora's figure flickered, gracefully leaping up to evade this deadly strike. As the giant tail swept past, several ancient trees that required multiple people to embrace came crashing down. The hellish mother worm continued its relentless assault while Aurora dodged left and right, always managing to avoid the attacks. However, the forest suffered greatly, with swathes of giant trees and swamps destroyed by the mother worm's onslaught. "You've angered me, Bug." Aurora hovered in midair, her voice cold. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, her fingers dancing like butterflies. In an instant, dozens of scarlet light blades, solid and burning with bright, white flames at the edges, condensed around her. Slash! With a sudden downward sweep of her hands, the light blades, as if alive, intertwined to form a net of destruction, shrieking as they tore through space, instantly enveloping the massive body of the mother worm. Uft, uft, uft. The sound of blades slicing through flesh and chitin erupted densely. The mother worm's proud regenerative shell was easily cut open like hot knife through butter. Its enormous body was accurately sliced into hundreds of fist-sized chunks in the blink of an eye. Foul-smelling fluids and shattered entrails poured down like a torrential rain. Foolish, foolish. The small human faces that appeared on the 100 chunks of flesh simultaneously let out sharp mockeries, their voices overlapping and driving one to madness. "I told you, I cannot be killed. With each rebirth, my power grows. Your attacks are merely my nourishment." The chunks of meat began to writhe madly, coalescing once again. "Aurora, smash it again. The more shattered, the better." Ye Chen gritted his teeth against the intense pain and dizziness brought by the mental shock. Shouting at the girl in the air, his brain was racing. The strange perceptual link he had just experienced allowed him to capture a crucial detail. Inside the mother worm, he discovered the location where two core fragments were coalescing, seemingly with an extremely faint, pulsating core. Aurora did not hesitate, her figure disappearing once more. She instantly reappeared at the center of the storm of coalescing flesh. Ignoring the disgusting flesh buds trying to entangle her, her small fist, imbued with the power to shatter mountains and split the seas, struck down fiercely. Boom! The violent energy erupted once again. This time, the coalescing chunks of flesh were completely shattered, breaking into even smaller pieces, almost like gravel. The whole clearing was engulfed in an overwhelming stench of blood and burnt flesh. Useless. In the flesh gravel, countless miniaturized faces twisted, letting out even more piercing, triumphant, and mad shrieks, beginning to coalesce once again. However, Ye Chen's lips curled into a relieved, even somewhat mocking smile. He bent down and precisely picked up an inconspicuous, thumb-sized, plump little worm from a pile of still writhing, sticky flesh remnants. This little worm struggled mightily, its body nearly transparent, within which two core fragments were tightly bonded together, pulsing slightly like its heart, emitting weak energy fluctuations. "Haha, this is too interesting. Eyes on the back end. Ha 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 ha. This combination is hilarious." Aurora laughed uncontrollably at the newly formed motherworm. Looking at the motherworm's appearance was indeed quite funny. Its entire body was a chaotic assembly, resembling a haphazardly assembled block rather than an insect. How could this happen? The human faces on the worm cried out in alarm. "So this is your true form and lifeline." Ye Chen held the writhing little plump worm, looking up at the massive collection of flesh that was still struggling to coalesce, but was clearly disordered due to the missing core. His face revealed a blend of realization and mockery. "You rely on the energy field from the core fragments to provide a template and power for regeneration, right? Without the core, you can only piece it together randomly. Return my true form. Return it to me." The writhing, distorted mass of flesh emitted a terrifying, pitch-altered shriek, a cacophony of mixed voices. "Return it to you?" Ye Chen weighed the utterly defenseless, squirming little worm in his hand, his gaze suddenly sharp as he threw it high into the sky. "Aurora, burn this true bug." Understood. Aurora had been waiting for this moment. Her golden pupils locked onto the falling little worm, casually grasping in midair. Uft, a soft sound like popping a bubble. The worm, which carried the core consciousness of the mother worm and controlled the two core fragments, didn't even have time to scream before being instantly vaporized by a surge of high temperature in mid-air. Not a trace of smoke was left. No. The mass of deformed, twisted flesh below let out a final desperate shriek, filled with endless unwillingness, losing the regenerative energy and consciousness coordinates provided by the core fragments. This forcibly coalesced, mixed with countless resentments. Flesh creation collapsed like a sandcastle with its foundation pulled out. Countless tiny scarlet flames erupted from within the flesh. Whoosh! The sparks, now free from the core's suppression, instantly ignited into a raging inferno. The grotesque mound of flesh was completely consumed by the crimson flames from within in just a few seconds. Within the flames, the twisted human faces emitted silent wails, ultimately turning to ash along with the disgusting flesh, scattering with the wind. The air was left with a heavy burnt stench, proving that a terrible monster had once existed here. The battle ended so suddenly, yet so absurdly. The once invincible, so-called immortal Hellmother worm, which continuously rebirthed, had its true lifeline reduced to a completely defenseless little worm. Ye Chen stepped forward. Two glowing core fragments lay quietly in the ashes, shimmering with warm, multicolored light. He bent down to pick up the large and small fragments, and suddenly a bright light flashed. A powerful attraction suddenly formed between the two fragments, tightly bonding together, seamlessly merging into one. After the fragments merged, a segment of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Core fragment, 10-12, awakening ability, shared destiny. Target, Aurora. Synchronization rate, 1-3. Skill, none. Skill points, 1. Looking at this complete fragment, feeling the immense and mysterious energy contained within. No wonder the scorpion demon and this mother worm were driven mad by it. The capacity to drive such terrifying evolution and rebirth. Ye Chen pondered it. Glancing at Aurora, who was brushing off the dust from her clothes, a thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps the root of my contract with her lies here? Are the core fragments the source of disaster or the opportunity for rebirth? The answer may lie just ahead. Chapter 14. The High Priest's gift. Ye Chen and Aurora walked along the massive trench plowed by the mother worm, heading towards Luoshui village. When Aurora had been carrying him at high speed earlier, he hadn't felt much, but now, walking back, Ye Chen realized just how far they had come. After walking for a while, they finally saw figures ahead. It turned out to be Luo Chuan leading a group of villagers, anxiously searching along the trace of the battle. Earlier, the mother worm had forcibly recalled all the head-hugging worms to devour and evolve, causing the anesthetic toxins in the villagers to wear off, and they all began to awaken. The high priest, Luo Chengfeng, who had been desperately maintaining the light array inside the house, immediately joined up with his apprentice Luo Chuan after noticing the retreat of the worm swarm. The two followed the traces left by the retreating, head-hugging worms, heading west. They witnessed from a distance the terrifying process of the mother worm's mutation and the scene where Aurora led it away. The two quickly found the majority of the unconscious villagers, woke them up, and immediately sent Luo Chuan and others to search in the direction where Aurora had battled the mother worm. Luo Chuan saw the two safe from afar and was so excited he almost jumped up, repeatedly asking about the whereabouts of that terrifying mother worm. It's dealt with. Ye Chen replied succinctly, in the western forest, completely burned to ashes, not a trace left. This news was like thunder. Luo Chuan immediately realized it was fantastic news. While arranging for people to escort Ye Chen and Aurora back to the village to rest, he personally took a few strong villagers and hurried towards the western forest indicated by Ye Chen. When all the villagers returned safely to Luoshui village, the sun had risen high, and warm light spread over the village that had survived the disaster. Suddenly, a loud stomach growl erupted from Aurora's slender waist and abdomen, so loud that several villagers nearby couldn't help but turn to look. Ye Chen, Aurora immediately pouted, her golden eyes filled with grievance. She pointed at her stomach. You said after defeating that big worm, we could have sweet potato porridge. I'm hungry. I want sweet potato porridge now. Just a moment. It will be ready soon. Ye Chen quickly reassured the world-destroying, which had just saved the entire village, but was now only thinking about sweet potato porridge. He turned to High Priest Luo Chengfeng and said, "High Priest, could you please have the villagers cook some more sweet potato porridge? We will pay market price for the sweet potatoes and brown rice." "How can you say that?" Luo Chengfeng was so excited that his beard trembled, waving his hands repeatedly. "You saved the lives of over 1,000 people in Luoshui village. This kindness is greater than the heavens. We are grateful beyond measure. How can we take your money?" The old man had already instructed everyone to bring out their best sweet potatoes and brown rice. Plenty of it. He immediately shouted to a young man in a headscarf outside, "Quickly go to Aunt Wu's place and see if the porridge is ready. If it is, bring it to Lady Aurora right away." "Got it. I'm on it." The young man responded and dashed towards Aunt Wu's house. At that moment, the mother worm is dead. The mother worm is really dead. Luo Chuan's voice boomed like thunder, filled with ecstatic tremors as he rushed in, holding high a large, shiny, dark piece of shell with charred edges. He was so excited that his face was flushed, rushing to his master Luo Chengfeng, nearly shouting, "Master! Master! That monster is finally dead. I checked it personally. In the western forest, a large area of trees has fallen. All signs of a battle. We found this." He slammed the shell fragment onto the table, creating a dull thud. "Really? Is it absolutely certain?" Luo Chengfeng's eyes sparkled with an astonishing light as he grabbed Luo Chuan's arm, his voice trembling. "Absolutely certain." Luo Chuan nodded vigorously. "Not just traces. Do you know? In the western forest, I heard wolves howling and birds chirping. Master, when that motherworm was around, the western forest was completely silent, without any sound. Now the animals have returned. What does this mean? It means that the motherworm is completely done for. The disaster for Luoshui village is over." "Good. Excellent. The heavens have opened their eyes. The noble one's divine power." Luo Chengfeng was instantly in tears. He had initially wanted to rush over to express his gratitude to Aurora, but saw the girl eagerly looking at the doorway. The old man immediately turned to Ye Chen, tightly grasping his hand and shaking it vigorously, tears streaming down his face. Thank you. Thank you for saving Luoshui village. Quick, go send someone to hurry them up. Why isn't the porridge ready yet? We can't let Lady Aurora go hungry." Luo Chengfeng urged again, wiping his tears, anxious not to neglect their savior. "Coming. The sweet potato porridge is here." The young man who had run out earlier came in carrying a huge earthen pot, nearly half his height, steaming hot. The rich, sweet aroma of sweet potatoes and thick rice porridge instantly filled the entire room. This fragrance was irresistibly alluring to Aurora. Her previously slightly displeased face, due to hunger, lit up instantly, her golden eyes widening and sparkling. "Don't rush, be careful, it's hot." Aunt Wu, who followed closely behind, smiled as she picked up a specially made bowl much larger than a regular one and scooped a big bowl of thick sweet potato porridge. Aurora couldn't wait to take the heavy, warm bowl, and without hesitation, sat down right on the ground beside her. She carefully blew on the edge of the bowl a few times and then lowered her head, holding the bowl that almost covered half her face, and began to savor it slowly and attentively. Her golden eyes squinted happily into crescent moons. "Noble one, please follow me for a moment." Seeing Aurora completely focused on her hot porridge, Ye Chen followed the high priest into a side room. Inside, the old man carefully took out a piece of yellowed thin paper from his bosom. "Noble one, I have pondered the hexagram light array for many years. These insights may be of some use to you, who have just awakened your abilities. You have cleared the worm nest for our village, a kindness as great as rebirth, and I truly have no way to repay you." He looked earnestly at Ye Chen, his eyes clear, hoping it could add some strength to his safety in this perilous wilderness. Ye Chen understood the value of this record in this world where abilities were paramount. Cultivation insights were priceless treasures. Seeing Ye Chen hesitate, the old man sincerely continued, "If the noble one truly feels uncomfortable." He shifted his tone, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, yet his demeanor remained humble and simple. "If you could deal with the corrupting monster rampaging in the east of Baoping Bay, it would be a tremendous help to Luoshui village." He stroked his beard, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over Aurora's figure in the outer room. Ye Chen instantly understood. This thin paper was not only a gift, but also the old man's hope to leverage Aurora's abilities to resolve the looming threat downstream for Luoshui village. It appeared as a gift, but was actually a win-win situation, expressing gratitude for saving their lives while also eliminating a hidden danger for the village, even predicting a path they would inevitably take. This subtle strategy was the wisdom accumulated over time. He solemnly accepted the thin paper. The high priest is considerate. It just so happens we will pass by Baoping Bay, and if we encounter that corrupting monster, we will do our best. The old man did not reveal his doubts about Ye Chen's identity, but instead accurately catered to his preferences, providing the guidance on the foundational abilities that he needed most. This insight and thoughtful arrangement, wrapped in a simple and unadorned sincere manner, made it hard to refuse and even earned respect. When Ye Chen decided to accept the gift, a new prompt appeared in his consciousness. Skill available for learning. Hexagram light array. Will you spend 1 skill point to learn it? Chapter 15. Excursion to Bay Opingku. Is this Baoping Bay? The water quality is amazing. The emerald lake sparkles under the sunlight, crystal clear. Various small fish swim joyfully in the water, unafraid of the passing boats. 2 small boats glide through the lake, one after the other. A girl with red hair and golden eyes cheers on the boat, running from the bow to the stern, chasing the reflections in the water, her laughter crisp and delightful. Looking at the serene lake and mountain scenery before him, Ye Chen is filled with emotions. This sight is so much purer and more enchanting than the industrially polluted places from before his journey. Where's the shadow of any monster? Ye Chen murmurs to himself, but his gaze drifts to the 2 villagers at the stern of the boat. The 2 villagers have pale faces, their teeth chattering, and their paddling movements are cautious to the point of stiffness, their muscles taut. Noble person, we have arrived at Bay Opingku. One of the villagers stammers. That monster, it was right there last time. It just turned over casually, and the boat capsized. The other one interjects, his eyes filled with dread. If you row slowly, you won't survive. It's pitch black and terrifying, covered in barbs, and it can spit deadly black mist. This is the place. The monster appears here every noon. The villagers stare intensely at the water's surface, their voices trembling. All right, understood. Unload the things, leave 1 small boat, and you 2 go back first. Don't worry about us. Ye Chen says to the villagers as he jumps off the boat with Aurora. Okay, noble person. Be careful. The villagers nod repeatedly. After getting on their boat, they abruptly turn it around, as if a ghost were chasing them, and the small boat speeds away, moving 4 to 5 times faster than when they arrived. It has been 3 days since they defeated the mother nest. During these 3 days, Ye Chen followed the high priest Luo Changfeng to learn the 6-pointed light array and gained a deeper understanding of this world's ability system and the corrupted monster system. According to the old man's introduction, the ability awakeners and corrupted monsters in this world are divided into 9 levels, from low to high, level 1 to level 9. Level 9 powers are also known as ruins level powers, and beyond that, one can reach oblivion level. 60 years ago, it was the Oblivion level Awakeners and Oblivion level corrupted monsters that fought a great war, known as the War of the End. Luo Changfeng was at level 4 in his early years, but now, with age, his energy control has declined, and he is now at level 3. Although Luo Chuan has not mastered the 6-pointed light array, his physical condition is strong, and his body awakening can reach level 2. Ye Chen has just awakened and is currently at level 1. When Ye Chen used skill points to learn the 6-pointed light array, it felt as if he had opened up pathways in his brain, greatly enhancing his comprehension, and he quickly grasped the key points of the High Priest notes. Even after signing a contract with Aurora, the red crystal energy that entered his body allowed him to master a mutated version of the 6-pointed light array. Unlike the High Priest's white light barrier, his is a barrier released through the red crystal within his body, which would be called the 6-pointed crystal array. However, its defensive strength can even rival the genuine 6-pointed light array of the High Priest. Ye Chen's talent makes Luo Chuan envious. He has studied under the High Priest for several years, but can only produce simple light barriers, and the wind-up is particularly large, making it practically useless in combat. However, only Ye Chen knows that he learned these skills entirely through the skill points brought by the Erosion Core fragments. Perhaps he will need to collect more fragments in the future to see if he can trigger new skill points. At this moment, Ye Chen's internal status is as follows. Corruption Core Fragments, 12, able to awaken abilities, shared fate. Target, Aurora, synchronization rate. 3, skill, 6-pointed crystal array. Skill points, 0. Aurora is happily playing with a string of colorful shell ornaments. At the very top, she carefully rubs one that has a colorful cartoon version of herself made from various minerals, proudly waving her little fist. It depicts her cute appearance when she exploded the mother bug with a punch. These colorful shells were left behind after the mother bug was defeated. The villagers collected them carefully and gifted them to Ye Chen. With the excellent craftsmanship he honed over years of archaeology, he spent 3 whole days meticulously carving the hard shells into small canvases. In addition to Aurora's heroic combat pose, there is also one engraved with her holding a bowl of sweet potato porridge, her cheeks puffed up, eyes shining with delight, which is her favorite scene. When Ye Chen presented this shell necklace as a gift to Aurora, her eyes instantly sparkled with joy, and she was so happy that she almost jumped up. For the past few days, whenever she had a moment of free time, she would take out this colorful treasure, turning it over and over to admire it, always wearing a sweet smile. Ye Chen, thank you. Aurora looked up, her eyes filled with pure joy, like they were overflowing with sunshine. I love this gift so much. This is the first time I've ever received a gift. Seeing Aurora's unreservedly innocent smile, a warm sense of comfort surged within Ye Chen. Although she possesses immense power, the long period of sealing has caused her to lose her memories, making her like a pure, white canvas laid out anew. Watching her gradually integrate into life and feel the kindness of food and life, the sense of accomplishment in helping her regain her new life grows within Ye Chen. As long as you like it. Ye Chen's voice carried a tenderness he was unaware of. I will prepare gifts for you in the future. Really? Aurora was overjoyed. Ye Chen, you are so nice. Before he could finish his sentence, she bounced a few steps to Ye Chen's side, stood on her tiptoes, and quickly and gently kissed his cheek with a soft moi. Ye Chen felt as though a feather had brushed across his face. And then that spot where she touched suddenly felt hot, a blush spreading rapidly. Aurora's stunning face was so close, and the sudden intimacy made his heart race, almost jumping out of his chest. W, what are you doing? Ye Chen instinctively touched his burning cheek, feeling a bit awkward, wondering why she suddenly came over to kiss him. Aurora blinked her clear, golden eyes, looking a bit confused. I saw the village children thanking the adults, and they would do this too. Is there something wrong? Her completely innocent demeanor was too powerful, and Ye Chen felt his defenses crumbling. Well, Ye Chen cleared his throat, patiently explaining, you just said it, those are children. But you are an adult now, and you're a girl. You can't just kiss boys for no reason, understand? Why not? Aurora tilted her head, her long eyelashes fluttering like little fans, filled with curiosity. Children can kiss if they like. Why can't adults? This soul-piercing, innocent question left Ye Chen utterly speechless. Well, Ye Chen slightly turned his face away, feeling a bit embarrassed, and spoke softly. Just remember that for now, and you will understand slowly in the future. Oh, okay. Aurora seemed to understand a little, but seeing Ye Chen's serious expression, she obediently nodded. The village ants all say to listen to you. Then I will remember, and I won't kiss randomly anymore. Ye Chen, I'm hungry. I want to eat sweet potato porridge. Warm and fragrant. Okay, here you go. Ye Chen smiled as he took out the food box prepared for them by the high priest, handing over the still warm sweet potato porridge. But you have to eat quickly. If the monster comes, we won't be able to enjoy it peacefully. Don't worry. Aurora took the bowl, immediately squinting her eyes in satisfaction, then clenched her fists, her face serious as she promised. If the monster dares to cause trouble, I will take care of it right away. We absolutely cannot let it affect our porridge. The two sat side by the clear lake at the mouth of the bottle. Aurora sipped the sweet potato porridge slowly, while Ye Chen quietly accompanied her. A gentle breeze brushed across the lake's surface, bringing with it the moist air and the freshness of the grass and trees. In the distance, the mountains were lush and green, and the lake was like a mirror, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Beside them was Aurora's satisfied sigh and the occasional gentle clink of the bowl and spoon. The tranquility and beauty of this moment nearly made Ye Chen feel as if they were enjoying an utterly ordinary picnic. The two chatted softly, and, finally, the lake began to stir. Chapter 16. Strange monsters. The fierce wind suddenly tore apart the tranquility, and the lake's surface was violently churned as if by an invisible giant hand, instantly raising monstrous waves. Deep in the green lake water, a suffocating shadow of a giant was silently gliding. Wherever it passed, the creatures in the lake seemed to encounter a catastrophic disaster, schools of fish scattering in all directions, with a large group being sucked into the monster's gaping maw by a terrifying force. The water surface even left behind a brief, vortex-shaped vacuum. Ye Chen's heart suddenly tightened, a chill rushing to his head. What the hell? He gasped in shock. What kind of thing is this so exaggerated? Just imagining what that shadow would look like if it came ashore made the hair on the back of his neck stand up in salute. The monstrous shadow in the water seemed completely immersed in its frenzied hunt, oblivious to its surroundings. It charged wildly, and with each opening and closing of its giant mouth, the lake water emitted a terrifying wail, large schools of fish instantly disappearing as if wiped away by an invisible cloth. The moment had finally arrived. Just as the giant shadow swam near the mouth of the treasure bottle, Ye Chen activated the hidden mechanism, an especially made harpoon, as thick as a baby's arm, screamed through the air and accurately shot towards the underwater behemoth. Over the past 3 days, Ye Chen had not only been learning his abilities, but had also designed a monster-capturing device with the villagers, and this special harpoon was the result. As the harpoon approached the shadow, its head suddenly exploded. A massive fishing net enveloped it, instantly entangling the struggling giant shadow like a zongzi. Ye Chen almost immediately lunged for the controller and pressed down quickly. The fishing net suddenly tightened, firmly locking the lake monster in place. The bound monster sensed an unprecedented threat and struggled incessantly. Its steel-like body crashed violently, its thick limbs thrashing wildly, creating huge water columns. The shore trembled as if it had experienced a minor earthquake, and stones rolled down. Aurora, quick, now's the time. Drag it up. Don't give a chance to breathe. Ye Chen shouted. The red-haired girl showed no hesitation. Her slender arms erupted with a terrifying strength that was completely disproportionate to her size. She grasped one end of the giant net with one hand and twisted her waist with sudden force. That weight of over 10,000 pounds, along with the still struggling, terrifying giant shadow, was flung into the air like a doll. The enormous black shadow traced a heavy parabola in the air and crashed hard onto the rocky shore of the treasure bottle. Boom! The ground seemed to groan. Dust rose like a small mushroom cloud, and fragments of stone flew everywhere. The entire shore was smashed into a deep pit several meters in diameter, and the swirling dust took a long time to settle. Ye Chen stood ready, nervously staring at the deep pit. The dust finally began to settle, revealing the true form of the terrifying monster at the bottom of the pit. Its entire body was covered in dark, matte, cold, hard metal scales, with a size as large as a giant whale. Most horrifyingly, several retractable, equally metallic, ferocious arms were unevenly distributed across its abdomen. These arms are now wildly shooting out various weapons that gleamed with a cold light, looking extremely fierce. A chainsaw that spun at high speed emitted a piercing shriek. A huge axe, sharp enough to slice through air with a swing. One of the arms even suddenly spat out a scorching, blue flame that seemed almost tangible. This monster was using fire, using saws, using axes, desperately trying to break free from the tightly wrapped fishing net. This scene was far scarier than any alien beast in a sci-fi horror film. It was the ultimate nightmare manifested, woven from deep water and metal. My God, what on earth is this thing? This is definitely not a creature of nature. Just as the two were observing this terrifying and peculiar mechanical creation, the metal monster began to undergo a transformation. Crack, snap, uft, accompanied by a series of teeth-grinding metallic tearing, deforming, and friction sounds. The massive fish-shaped body began to twist and fold like a Rubik's Cube. The sturdy scales cracked open, flipping over, revealing complex metal joints within. The terrifying fishtail suddenly stood upright, splitting apart into two robust mechanical legs. The fearsome fish head stretched upward, retracting to reveal a head covered with sharp-edged metal armor. In just a few breaths, the horrifying water monster had transformed into a giant humanoid robot over 10 meters tall, entirely black, reflecting a cold metallic sheen. The robot seemed quite pleased with its transformation, and with a swish, a giant blade the size of a door panel shot out from its arm. It effortlessly swung its arm, and the resilient fishing net was instantly torn apart like a piece of paper. The freed mechanical giant let out a low rumble, akin to an angry roar. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy metallic feet stomped the ground, causing the treasure bottle's ground to tremble. The robot wielded the giant blade, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction as it slashed madly. Each chop sent sparks flying, and the hard rocky ground was plowed into terrifying cracks over several feet deep. As fragments of stone flew around like bullets, forcing Ye Chen to dodge awkwardly. An even greater crisis followed. The massive shoulder armor of the robot slid open with a hiss, revealing a dark cannon mouth. The cannon focused and locked onto Ye Chen and Aurora below. Oh no! Ye Chen was so startled, he almost jumped up. This thing actually has a cannon. Starlight converged. Holy light illuminated the dawn. Hexagonal light array. Countless hexagonal red crystals erupted from Ye Chen's arm, instantly coalescing in front of him into a dazzling red six-sided giant shield hexagonal crystal array. It blocked in front of him and Aurora. Boom! The cannon mouth spewed a yellow light that gathered and suddenly unleashed a brilliant beam of yellow light that slammed into the crystal array. The huge explosion echoed across the sky, and the shockwave blew the surrounding dust into a wild dance. The yellow light flickered violently, and the crystal array trembled. That was close. It almost shattered. Ye Chen's face turned pale, feeling as if his heart had leaped into his throat. This bastard is not playing fair. Aurora, go. Tear that damned tube apart. Ye Chen shouted in exasperation, no longer caring about his image. The red-haired girl flickered and quickly rushed toward the giant. The robot immediately reacted, the giant blade shrieking as it swung toward her. Aurora was unfazed, watching as the massive blade approached. She lightly raised her toes and tapped against the heavy sword's side. Clang! That massive, heavy blade was kicked and spun like an out-of-control top, rotating rapidly in the air for more than a dozen circles. Crack! With a loud sound, it slammed into the ground less than half a meter in front of the robot's right foot. The robot suddenly lifted its right foot and stumbled back a step, its mechanical arm instinctively covering its heart. You all. The loudspeaker in the giant's chest emitted a series of crackling sounds, as if it were about to short-circuit from anger. Finally, it managed to squeeze out a sentence in an electronic synthesized voice. Don't force me. Otherwise, we'll perish together. Self-destruct program. Activate. Clang. Crash. The heavy armor plate on its chest suddenly sprang open, revealing a row of bombs. The warheads were marked with blood-red skull insignias. Ye Chen, such large bombs? If these explode, I won't be able to withstand it. Aurora, run. Get back and hide. Ye Chen shouted loudly, simultaneously squeezing every ounce of strength to inject into the crystal array. The originally red crystal shield instantly turned blood red, thick enough that he could barely see outside. Hiss! That row of menacing missiles, trailing thick white smoke, was launched with great momentum, aimed directly at the crystal array. It's over. Poof, poof, poof. The anticipated earth-shattering explosion did not occur. A series of dense, muffled explosions similar to festive firecrackers sounded. Soon after, a thick black smoke instantly engulfed the entire area. Ye Chen and Aurora coughed repeatedly from the choking smoke. After several seconds, the smoke gradually dissipated in the wind. The crystal array was intact. The area before them was completely empty. The huge robot had run away. Not even a screw was left behind. Only large footprints, deep cracks. The pit created by the giant blade, and that slightly pungent smell lingered in the air remained on the ground. Dead silence. Only the sound of the wind blowing across the lake could be heard. A feeling of absurdity surged in his heart. So this ultimate move was just a fireworks display, and then it slipped away in the smoke? This broken robot came to put on a show for laughs. Something's not right. This robot is a bit off. We need to check it out. Ye Chen recalled the battle that had just occurred and immediately sensed something was wrong. Aurora, let's get on the ship and head downstream to take a look. Chapter 17. The genius Asia. Downstream of the Bottle Bay, the water rippled as a huge, menacing robot gradually surfaced. Once it reached the shore, it transformed in a dazzling display of precision, astonishingly assembling itself into a dump truck. With a clatter, the cargo bed opened, revealing a pile of live fish thrashing about inside. The cab door sprang open, and what emerged was not a bloodthirsty monster, but a chubby little boy with messy yellow hair, his round face filled with dread. That scared me to death. What kind of monster is that red-haired girl? She just knocked off my iron little Rouge shoulder cannon with one kick. The chubby boy patted his chest, still shaken. Fortunately, my visual confusion disruption bomb was strong enough. Otherwise, I would have been done for this time. I can't hang around Bottle Bay anymore. It's too dangerous. Sighing, he thought about his harvest, which wasn't bad. Over 1,000 pounds of fish. Selling them for $5,000 new would be no problem. Hee. I'm almost halfway to my dowry goal of $50,000. Little Rue, wait for me. I'll come to marry you once I save enough. Thinking of his future bride, he broke into a silly grin, only to be brought back to reality by his damaged equipment. The shoulder cannon was broken, and the iconic giant blade had a noticeable notch. My iron little Rue, I'll have to fix it again when I get back. And I need to reconfigure the disruption bombs. Who could possibly be against me? He muttered, feeling pained. He quickly reattached the fallen equipment for a temporary fix, planning to conduct a thorough repair later. Meanwhile, Ye Chen and Aurora followed the trail of oil stains left by the robot, sneaking into the dense aquatic plants. The scene before them instantly revealed the absurd truth behind the entire farce. What fearsome monsters of Bottle Bay! What terrifying, corrupted creatures! Pure nonsense! This was all a blunder caused by this chubby boy's handcrafted, multifunctional fishing transformation mech. The dramatic irony made Ye Chen and Aurora share a knowing smile. They quickly made their way to the shore and appeared behind Asia, kindly placing their hands on his chubby shoulders, one on each side. Ah! The chubby boy jumped in fright, nearly leaping 3 feet in the air. When he saw who it was, he almost lost his soul, collapsing to the ground with a thud, banging his head repeatedly. Spare me, please. I want to do it again. I don't want to fish anymore. Don't take apart my truck. Ye Chen watched his exaggerated reaction, suppressing a laugh as he adopted a stern voice. Name? Speak up and confess honestly. Why did you disguise yourself as a monster to capsize the fishing boat? I'm wrong, sir, Asia cried, his face a mask of misery. My name is Asia, from Qingchuan village. I'm just an orphan. I never meant to disguise as a monster. I was just trying to fish with iron little Rue in the water, and I'm not skilled yet. I accidentally capsized the fishing boat, but I dragged it back to the shore right away. Really, I didn't hurt anyone. Nobody came to claim it. Technical error? Ye Chen raised his voice. What about that blow during the fight? Were you trying to kill someone to silence them? Wrong. It's a huge misunderstanding. Asia shook his head vigorously. I just wanted to hit the edge of that red crystal shield to scare you guys. I didn't know the crystal array you made was too strong. The edge protection was absurdly tough. I couldn't break the crystal array at all. After all the commotion, this fierce-looking robot turned out to be not a monster or an ambush, but just a mechanical geek fishing. Ye Chen's gaze focused again on the dump truck, asking with incredulous interest, did you really make this transforming machine yourself? Of course. When it came to his beloved creation, the initially terrified Asia transformed entirely, straightening his back and beaming with pride. I've been fascinated with machines since I was little, from abandoned radios to broken TVs. There's nothing I can't take apart and understand. Qingchuan village has been polluted with swamps and those corrupted creatures. It's hard to get through. Ordinary vehicles can't cross this vast swamp area at all. So I thought and built, using all sorts of junk treasures I found, piecing them together and upgrading them. I created my iron little Rue. He patted the mech's exterior. With it, I can safely cross nearly 100 kilometers of corrupted swamp to come to Bottle Bay for aquaculture. Come on, show me. Ye Chen's interest was thoroughly piqued. Upon hearing this, Asia was like a child granted a wish, immediately entering demonstration mode. He excitedly hopped into the control panel, using all limbs as his fingers flew across the controls. The iron little Rue dump truck emitted a series of precise operations and hydraulic movements, transforming before the trio's eyes into a magnificent battle form, a fierce Gundam-like combat mode, with laser shoulder cannons buzzing. The giant blade was raised high. Unfortunately, the cannon was crooked and the blade had a notch. In its streamlined submarine fish mode, the tail thruster simulated the movement of a fish fin, resembling a tyrant in the water. And in its sturdy, durable dump truck form, it was practical for heavy loads, a must-have for home travel. Aurora's mouth hung open in awe, her eyes wide. "Wow," she exclaimed dramatically, clearly enamored with this transforming toy. She even curiously tapped the cargo bed, finding it much more entertaining than catching bugs with her bare hands. Thus, the grand blunder of the Bottle Bay monster, caused by a genius young boy's mishap with his homemade fishing mech, came to a perfect conclusion. This seemingly clumsy, chubby Asia was, in fact, a genuine mechanical prodigy. This transforming, aquatic combat and transportation iron little Rue was an extraordinary masterpiece he had crafted solely through self-study from a pile of junk. Ye Chen, along with Aurora, who was still fascinated by the transformation of the iron little Rue, hopped onto Asia's dump truck, now a safe mode of transportation. They set off to find the villagers of Luo Shui, who were anxiously waiting on the shore. After explaining that the so-called terrifying corrupted monster was merely a technical geek named Asia who had an accident while fishing, the expressions of fear and awe on the villagers' faces instantly transformed into astonishment, confusion, and finally into a mixture of awkwardness and helpless laughter. So, it turns out that the monster legend that had frightened everyone for over a month came from this. How ridiculous. Ye Chen instructed them to return to the village to report safety and notify the village chief, Luo Changfeng, that the monster had been dealt with, though the method was entirely different from what they had imagined. He and Aurora then headed directly towards Yong'an Town, as he needed to understand the reason for his crossing and the situation with the core fragment he carried. Subsequently, Ye Chen and Aurora caught a ride with Asia, heading towards Qingchuan Village. The map indicated that Qingchuan Village was nearly 100 kilometers downstream from Luo Shui Village. Along the way, they traversed the corrupted swamps, encountering corrupted crocodiles, corrupted bobcats, and even 3 to 4 meter long corrupted two-headed giant lizards, with these fierce corrupted creatures appearing one after another. However, interestingly, these originally ferocious corrupted creatures, upon spotting Asia's dump truck from a distance, acted as if they had seen a plague god. They either quietly took a detour or instantly vanished into the swamp. It was obvious they had been beaten by this iron little Rue more than once. Chapter 18. Breaking off the engagement, the dump truck bumped along for more than 3 hours before finally arriving at the inhabited village of Qingchuan Township. Throughout the journey, the three of them chatted a lot and became somewhat familiar. As soon as the vehicle entered the village, it was immediately surrounded by curious villagers. "Aja, today's catch doesn't seem to be much, huh?" A fish vendor approached to take a look. "The water flow at Baoping Bay is strange today. The fish are hiding in deep water." Aja jumped down from the driver's seat, a hint of smugness on his face typical of a tech-savvy person. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have caught even half a truckload. This relies on skill. That's right, it's all thanks to you, Aja. Otherwise, our Qingchuan Township's signature Qingchuan fish would have gone extinct long ago. Another villager chimed in. "Old rules, $5 a pound. Give me 200 pounds. A fat vendor shouted. "Old Huang, you're too greedy. There are only 1,000 pounds in total, and you want 100? I want 200 pounds too. $5. A tall man got anxious and quickly raised a bid. The crowd suddenly stirred, and it looked like a buying frenzy was about to begin. "Everyone, stop." The crowd fell silent and turned to see a well-dressed, arrogant-looking middle-aged man walking over with his hands behind his back, followed by a young man. "What are you arguing about?" "No rules. We, the Fong family, are taking all the fish." The middle-aged man, Fong Fu, scanned the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on Aja, speaking imperiously. "Aja, drive the truck into my courtyard. We'll take all the fish." The villagers, who were still fighting moments ago, dispersed one by one. Old Huang muttered under his breath, "It's them again," and walked away disgruntled. Aja squeezed out a flattering smile and cautiously asked, "Uncle Fong, what about the payment for the fish?" "Payment?" The young man, Fong Tung, who was following Fong Fu, sneered and interjected, "Brother Aja, you're pursuing my sister. Isn't it only natural to honor your future in-laws? Still talking about money? If my sister finds out, she'll be so heartbroken. You're already calculating this before you even get married. How can we expect you to treat my parents well in the future?" Aja was at a loss for words, his face turning red, his lips trembling. "But Tung, I still need to save for the betrothal gift to marry your sister." "Betrothal gift?" Fong Tung's voice suddenly rose, sharp as a knife. "No ability is just no ability. How long have you dragged out the 300,000 betrothal gift? Now you're haggling with my dad over this little bit of fish money? I see you're just not sincere." He rolled his eyes. "If my sister knew you were hesitating over $1,000, you think she would still care about you?" Fong Fu watched coldly until Aja was reduced to silence by his son's taunts. Then he slowly took out a thin stack of new bills from his pocket and tossed it to Aja. "All right, Xiangzi, say less. Azi, don't let outsiders laugh at us. Here, $2,000, take it. We'll take the fish. This price is less than half of the market price." Aja looked at the stack of money, unsure whether to take it or not, feeling humiliated and helpless inside. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of Fong father and son, he quietly clutched the money in his hand, drove the truck into the Fong family's courtyard, and dutifully helped unload the goods. Just as the goods were unloaded, the door of the Fong family's house creaked open. A figure leaned against the door frame and slowly walked out. It was Fong Ru. She wore a simple white dress, and her figure seemed even more fragile than the last time they met. Her complexion under the setting sun was almost translucent. With a touch of rouge on her lips, she exuded a delicate charm, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu, evoking sympathy. As soon as Aja saw her, his eyes lit up instantly. He rushed to her side, his tone anxious and pained. "Xiao Ru, why are you out here? It's windy outside, and your health is weak. Hurry back inside and rest." He reached out to support Fong Ru's arm. Fong Ru raised her eyes, which should have been filled with tenderness, but at this moment, they seemed to be covered with a thin layer of ice, calm to the point of indifference. She avoided Aja's concerned gaze, her voice light and lacking strength. Yet each word struck Aja's heart like a hammer. "Aja, how is the betrothal gift you've saved up?" Almost there, almost there." Aja quickly nodded. "I just need less than 50,000 more. Really, just give me a few more days. I'll run to Baoping Bay a few more times, and I'll definitely have enough." His voice trailed off, sounding somewhat wronged as he mumbled, "It's just that uncle and Ating always buy my fish at the old price. Otherwise, I would have had enough by now." Fong Ru listened quietly, her long eyelashes drooping to hide her emotions. After a few seconds of silence, she slowly spoke. I'm sorry. Let's break off our engagement. WH. What?" Aja felt as if struck by lightning. The color drained from his face, and he swayed, nearly losing his balance. He stared at Fong Ru in disbelief, his voice trembling. "Xiao Ru, what are you saying? Break off? Why? I can get the betrothal gift right away. How could this happen? I'll have enough soon." Aja felt as if his entire world was collapsing. He didn't dare go against his parents' wishes. The girl didn't say anything more, only cried incessantly, perhaps from the emotional upheaval, her body swaying as if she might faint. Fong Ru's brother, Fong Tung, suddenly walked out, shouting loudly, "The month's time is up. You haven't saved enough for the betrothal gift as agreed. So what is wrong with my sister being promised to someone else? My sister is about to marry into Yeoman Town. The betrothal gift they offered is this amount." He gestured with his hands, 88,000 new bucks. "If you don't have the ability, don't blame us. If you're smart, get lost, and don't delay my sister. Sis, let us go. Don't bother with this poor loser." After saying that, he helped his sister's arm and walked back inside. Fong Ru looked deeply at Aja, her gaze complex and hard to describe, as if she had 1,000 words, but in the end, it only turned into a suppressed sob. She suddenly turned around, her shoulders slightly shaking, and was helped inside by Fong Tung. Bang! The heavy wooden door slammed shut before Aja, producing a dull thud. completely closing off all his hopes. Aja stood, dazed in place, staring blankly at the closed door like a soulless clay puppet. Ye Chen and Aurora witnessed the entire scene. Ye Chen frowned, stepped forward, and firmly grasped Aja's stiff shoulder. Together with Aurora, they nearly carried Aja back to the dump truck. Back at Aja's home, a huge warehouse filled with scrap metal, Aja slumped down like a pile of mud on a heap of gears, his gaze vacant, enveloped in an overwhelming despair. Ye Chen sighed and walked in front of him, solemnly saying, Aja, I saw everything that happened just now. I happen to have some money. If you're short on the betrothal gift, I can lend you some to make up the amount. Ye Chen had over 1,000 yuan in his wallet, which were so-called ancient coins. According to the main priest of Luoshui Township, Luo Chengfeng, the exchange rate for ancient coins was 1 to 10,000, making him a wealthy man with assets worth millions. Before leaving Luoshui Township, he had secretly left behind a 100 yuan ancient coin as a fee for the hospitality and guidance from the local people. After all, Aurora had consumed enough food for more than 30 people in a single day. Really? Brother Yi, you can lend me money? How much can you lend me? Aja asked in shock. 1 million new bucks, is that enough? Ye Chen calmly pulled out a 100 yuan ancient coin. 100 yuan ancient coin? Aja was completely stunned. Brother Yi, this is too precious. How long have we known each other? Why do you trust me so much? Ye Chen looked directly at Aja, his tone serious. Because you can create golden little roux. I believe you have the ability to pay me back. This money, I'm investing in your future. A wave of immense surprise and gratitude washed over Aja, and he became so excited he was at a loss for words. Brother Yi, you are my great benefactor. I'll pledge golden little roux to you. Aja, swear that I will definitely pay you back, even if I have to sell my pots and pans. I'm one of the Fong family to propose right now. Wait for my good news. He grabbed the ancient coin and rushed out of the warehouse like a gust of wind. Hey, big miser. Aurora looked in the direction Aja had disappeared, then glanced at Ye Chen's empty wallet, grumbling in dissatisfaction. You usually won't even spare a corner of an ancient coin for me, and now you're lending him so much? Is the sun rising in the west? Ye Chen didn't answer Aurora immediately, his brows slightly furrowed, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. Something's not right. The whole situation feels a bit off. I want to verify something, Ye Chen explained. That girl named Fong Ru has a strange smell about her. Aurora's golden eyes flickered as she said, Ye Chen turned to look at her. It smells a bit like the scent we encountered when passing through that corrupted swamp. Aurora struggled to describe it. Although it's very faint, it's definitely that kind of smell. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's eyes suddenly brightened, as if all the previous doubts had been connected in an instant. So that's it, he muttered to himself, as the previous confusion seemed to find a breakthrough, and an astonishing hypothesis gradually took shape in his mind. Chapter 19, The Truth of Separation in the Sunset. Aja's shadow was elongated as he stumbled back, each step feeling like he was walking on cotton. The $100 vermilion ancient coin was tightly clenched in his palm, his knuckles turning white from the force. Finally, he tremblingly shoved it back into Ye Chen's hand. In the next moment, this genius boy capable of creating mechas let out a heart-wrenching howl. She won't see me, Aja cried uncontrollably, recounting in fragments how Aunt Fong had come out and declared that the engagement was null and void. He was to leave Qingchuan Township immediately, to stop entangling with them, preferably never to return. Tears covered his face as he recounted his past with Fong Ru. The friendship of childhood sweethearts, the innocent promises of young love, how he vowed to use his mechanical talent to provide her with a stable future. First, he would start a family, step by step earn his mechanics qualification, and ultimately become an extraordinary mecha master, allowing his little Ru to live a good life. However, everything changed 2 months ago. Fong Ru's family suddenly became unfamiliar, demanding a bride price of 300,000 new coins, a sum that seemed astronomical in Qingchuan Township. For the girl he loved, Aja, the mechanical genius, managed to build a mecha capable of traversing the corruption zone using scrap materials he found. He modified it to fish in the water and transport goods on land, repeatedly risking his life to go to the dangerous Baoping Bay, all to save up that bride price. Yet in the last half month, every time he returned with a full load, It had become a meticulously planned robbery by the Fong family. Fong father always wore a condescending air, while Fong Tung belittled him mercilessly. They took all his catches at prices far below market value, almost outright stealing them under the guise of filial piety to the future in-laws, with no sincerity whatsoever. It was rumored that after buying his catches at low prices, the Fong family would sell them to others at slightly higher rates. For Fong Ru's sake, Aja silently endured this humiliation and injustice, watching as his hard-earned money was gradually squeezed out, his savings being dragged down. If it weren't for this, the 300,000 bride price would have long been gathered. Now, they even found an excuse of the bride price being incomplete to cancel his engagement with Xiao Ru. He didn't even get to see his beloved one last time, being coldly turned away at the door. The pain of betrayal from his beloved and humiliation from his family almost shattered Aja completely. Aurora's golden eyes were also filled with tears. She had never seen such profound sadness. She felt heartache for this foolish boy who had given everything for love, a surge of anger igniting in her chest. She wished she could rush to the Fong family immediately and teach those bullies a lesson. Ye Chen, who had been silent, stepped forward, pressing his hand heavily on Aja's trembling shoulder, his voice deep and serious. Aja, if you trust me, tonight we will go to the Fong family. The truth may be waiting for us there, but you need to be prepared. That truth may be far more brutal than you imagine. Do you still want to know? Aja suddenly lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes almost crazed with determination. Yes, I want to know. I want to die understanding why Xiao Ru has changed her heart. All right, Ye Chen nodded. First, let us eat and gather some strength. It's late. We will act at midnight. At midnight, with the moon hidden and stars sparse, Aja quietly parked the dump truck outside the Fong family's courtyard. The three climbed over the ladder and just landed when a suffocating sobbing sound came from a window dimly lit. It was Fong Mother's voice, filled with endless sorrow and despair. Myru, why is your life so hard? The heavens are blind. You are so young, so kind and filial. How could you? How could you be entangled by that damned corruption virus? The crying suddenly escalated to a complete breakdown. Corruption virus. Outside the wall, Aja felt as if struck by lightning, his blood instantly freezing. He was about to rush in recklessly, driven mad. Ye Chen had anticipated this, with a look. Aurora immediately acted, an invisible force quickly binding Aja, covering his mouth, and pressing him firmly in the shadows. Aja could only widen his eyes in pain, listening to the conversation inside. Fong Ru's weak, almost ethereal voice emerged, carrying a kind of calm. Mother, stop crying. Life and death are fated. I'm an unfilial daughter. I can't provide for you and father in your old age. Foolish child, it's father who has harmed you. Fong father's voice was filled with boundless regret, choked with emotion. If it weren't for me accidentally being poisoned by the corruption snake, you and T have to. Wu and T have contracted this deadly corruption virus. It's all my fault. I should die. The sound of a fist hitting something echoed, filled with extreme self-reproach. Father, I don't blame you. Saving you is only right. Fong Ru gasped, pausing after every few words as if using all her strength. But, Azi, I'm sorry for him, and for the reputation of father and tongue brother. Sister, you became like this to save father. What is reputation worth? As long as it can exchange for your health. I'd rather bear the blame for a lifetime. Fong Tung's voice sounded, no longer the sharp and cunning tone from earlier, but filled with heavy nasal sounds and immense respect. Fong father also sorrowfully agreed. Tung is right. Reputation is not worth mentioning. Aja is such a good boy, honest and capable. I truly like him, but the way we treated him during the day, intentionally undervaluing him, humiliating him, treating him like a servant. It feels like a knife in my heart. Ru, must it be this way? Can't we tell him the truth? No, absolutely not. Fong Ru's voice suddenly became urgent, filled with unprecedented determination, followed by a severe coughing fit. Father, mother, brother, you don't understand. I know Aja too well. He loves me to the bone. If he knew I was dying, he would definitely stay by my side no matter what. Accompany me, and even sink into despair later. But he is a mechanical genius. His talents shouldn't be buried in this small Qingchuan township. Even less so, Should they be wasted on me, a dying person? You should go to the big city to learn, to see a broader world. I'd rather he hate me, forget me, than for him to stop for me. Before her words fell, a heart-wrenching coughing fit erupted, followed by Fong Mother's terrified scream and Fong Tongue's exclamation. Ru. Blood. You're coughing up blood again. Xiaoru. The accumulated emotions erupted like a volcano. Aja could no longer bear it, struggling madly, his face contorted. Aurora, unable to watch Aja hurt, released her power. He stumbled a few steps, then burst through the door, tears streaming down his face as he appeared at the entrance. His gaze locked onto the girl on the bed, her face pale as paper, a stark bloodstain at the corner of her mouth. Xiaoru. Aja rushed to the bedside, kneeling on the ground, his trembling hands wanting to touch her, but afraid of hurting her. You, foolish girl, you've deceived me so painfully. His voice was filled with heart-wrenching pain and deep compassion. Seeing the suddenly appeared Aja, Fong Ru's pale face first showed shock, then revealed a relieved yet sorrowful smile, tears silently streaming down. Azi. Sorry. 1,000 words condensed into these 3 words. Fong father, Fong mother, and Fong Tung looked at the ill-fated couple, their hearts filled with sorrow and helplessness, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. They quietly exited the room, gently closing the door, leaving this last moment for them. In the small room, only the figures of the two remained, leaning against each other. Aja tightly held Fong Ru's cold hand, as if he wanted to pass his life forced to her. There were no complaints, no questions, only low, intermittent confessions. They reminisced about the joy of playing by the clear spring, sharing sweet moments one after another. Fong Ru struggled to raise her hand one last time, gently and with deep affection, to caress Asia's tear-streaked face. Her gaze was so tender it could break hearts, as if she wanted to engrave his image deep into her soul. Aja, promise me, don't stay here. You must go see the outside world. Don't blame my parents and brother. It was I who made them do this. Aja looked at the girl's serious and anxious expression and nodded vigorously. Saying this, Fong Ru took out a small sachet from her clothes. I originally intended to give this to you as a gift when we got married, but it seems I won't be able to wait for that. Inside were a lock of their hair tied together and their photo. I specially added some fragrance, and it smells nice. Fong Ru's voice was growing weaker. We had promised to travel to the big city together, so let this sachet accompany you in fulfilling that wish. Meeting you is the greatest luck of my life. I really want to be your bride. Fong Ru's voice was filled with regret. You are already my bride. This is the ring I prepared for you. Aja took out the ring he had long prepared and placed it on the girl's ring finger. Looking at the ring on her hand, a faint blush appeared on the girl's pale face. She slightly raised the corners of her mouth, using all her strength to bloom into an incredibly pure, happy smile. Aja pressed his forehead against hers, tightly holding her hand with the ring. Tears could no longer be contained, hot droplets falling onto their clasped hands. Time seemed to freeze in this final tenderness. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Ru's hand, which had been caressing Aja's cheek, finally fell gently and weakly. After a long while, the door slowly opened. Aja walked out in a daze, his face still stained with tears, his gaze hollow as if he had lost all the light in the world. He walked step by step to Fong's father and mother, and with a thud, he knelt heavily, his forehead banging against the cold ground, making a dull sound. When he raised his head again, his face was already drenched in tears, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. Father, mother, Xiaoru, she is gone. Chapter 20. New companions. A brand new dump truck rolled over the gravel, driving through the desolate wilderness. On one side was an endless desert, and on the other was a misty swamp filled with miasma. Strange, decayed creatures often crawled up onto the road to take a look. When they heard the loud honking and saw the steel monster speeding towards them, the decayed creatures quickly fled. Hanging from the rearview mirror of the dump truck was a string of antique beads with a delicate glass photo frame at the end, containing a picture of a young couple in love. The owner of the photo was the driver, Aja. After experiencing a life-and-death farewell with Fong Ru, he seemed to be beginning anew, having shaved a neat buzz cut, making his yellow hair particularly vibrant. Coupled with his sturdy mechanic's overalls, he appeared clean and sharp. Quite impressive. In the back seat sat his traveling companions, the young and steady Ye Chen, and a stunning girl with dazzling red hair named Aurora. When the sunlight occasionally penetrated the glass and spilled into the cabin, the unique golden hue of Aurora's eyes shimmered, hinting at her extraordinary nature. After sorrowfully holding a funeral for Feng Ru, Aja did not succumb to grief. He poured all his energy into his workshop, working tirelessly day and night. In the end, besides modifying his own mech, Little Ru, he also used the leftover materials to create a brand new dump truck and a small fishing boat. The design of the new boat was clever, fitting perfectly into the bed of the new dump truck. These new vehicles were Aja's inheritance for the Feng family. With them, the father and son of the Feng family could drive the sturdy dump truck back and forth between Baoping Bay and Qingchuan Township to sustain their fishing livelihood. Meanwhile, Aja's own journey was about to begin. He set to work modifying his transforming mech, Little Ru, not only carefully repairing all the weapon systems but also replacing it with thicker armor plates. To fulfill the promise he made to his late wife, Little Ru, to see the outside world, Aja ultimately decided to set off. Aurora, who knew the entire story, cried profusely. She felt both the unfairness of Feng Ru's fate and was moved by her consideration for Aja. Ye Chen carved a scene on the shell depicting the moment Aja met Feng Ru outside the gate, with Ye Chen and Aurora present, serving as a keepsake. Aja and his new friends, Ye Chen and Aurora, found common ground and invited each other to travel together. They would set off as companions to explore the unknown big city. At this moment, Aja recognized Aurora as his elder sister and willingly called the steady and reliable Ye Chen his big brother. After driving all day, the three finally arrived at Dream-Building Township near dusk. Beyond this township, it would be over 200 kilometers to Yong'an Town. The closer they got to Yong'an Town, the larger the scale of the villages became. Dream-Building Township was still bright with lights at night, and the large town of nearly 10,000 people was indeed different. The streets of Dream-Building Township glowed with a strange halo under the twilight. The smooth road showed no dust or garbage typical of wastelands and small gardens. Neatly trimmed, but somewhat artificial, adorned both sides. Brand new row houses stood among them, neatly planned, illuminated by small energy streetlights. This scene almost made Ye Chen feel momentarily disoriented, as if he had returned to a modern community. In the center square of the township, a giant neon sign was eye-catching. Dream Building Mining. Dreams set sail. Share the glory. Below it scrolled enticing phrases. High salaries, comfortable apartments, nutritious meals, rapid promotions, year-end bonuses. The people passing through the square were all dressed in sky blue work uniforms, walking briskly as if wound up like toys, each exhibiting a state of excitement. The three of them found a relatively clean inn to settle down. As soon as they sat down, Ye Chen asked the owner to prepare enough meals for 10 people. Ye Chen looked out the window and casually asked the busy innkeeper, "Boss, your dream-building mining is impressive." "Huh? Such a grand statement? Even the employee dorms have little gardens. That is quite extravagant." The innkeeper didn't stop wiping the cups, responding flatly, "Ah, that's the mining company's dorms. Dream-Building Township relies on the mining industry. A year ago, we upgraded our equipment, and with the increase in efficiency, the company built new houses and set this up. Such good treatment? Why didn't you try it out?" Aja curiously interjected, his words reflecting a young person's instinctive yearning for opportunity. The innkeeper suddenly looked up in surprise, then quickly lowered his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Me? I'm a bit too old for that. The mining company only hires people under 35. At that moment, a young man in a sharp suit walked in, wearing a warm smile. "Welcome to Dream Building Township," the suited man said in a booming voice. "3 distinguished guests. Are you here to seek career advancement and wealth accumulation? Our dream building mining is in dire need of talented individuals like you." His gaze was aggressive, sweeping over the three of them, and when he noticed Aurora's beauty, his eyes particularly brightened and lingered for a while before moving away. "Here, the work is easy and efficient, all operated by advanced smart machinery. The benefits are generous, far exceeding all gathering places in the wasteland. The safety of the environment is absolutely guaranteed. Work hard for 3 to 5 years, and owning a home will be within reach." He spoke rapidly, painting a beautiful blueprint. Ye Chen set down his cup not lifting his eyes, and lazily asked, "With such a good deal, why aren't you operating those easy and profitable smart machines yourself?" The smile on the suited man's face instantly froze, like a machine that had jammed, a flash of anger and bewilderment crossing his eyes. He cleared his throat and paused for a few seconds before forcing out a response. Ahem. I'm currently recruiting talents for the company. It's an important position. Every position is striving for the company's great vision, and there's no distinction. You all should come with me to the company for an on-site inspection and see our advanced machinery. I believe you'll find a position that suits your talents. Upon hearing that they could visit advanced machinery, Aja's eyes suddenly lit up, eager to respond. Ye Chen held him back and firmly said, "No need to trouble yourself. We're just passing through and need to rest. We have to hurry to Youngstown tomorrow." The suited man's face darkened upon hearing Ye Chen's refusal. But after sneaking a glance at the red-haired girl, he began to pitch again. "Once you join our company, any dream can be realized. Our company has the backing of the main city and extremely broad development prospects. We are not interested at all. Don't waste our mealtime and ruin our appetite. Just leave," Ye Chen urged impatiently, pushing the suited man away. Hearing this, the suited man's face turned ashen, and he shot a fierce glare at Ye Chen. "You ungrateful fool, wasting my breath." He turned and left angrily, completely different from his earlier enthusiasm. As he reached the door, he sneaked another glance at Aurora. After the suited man left, Aja looked puzzled. "Brother Chen, since we're idle anyway, wouldn't it be interesting to check out the advanced machinery?" Ye Chen looked at Aja and patted his shoulder. "Aja, remember there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The better something is portrayed, the more likely it is to be a deadly poison. I think he wasn't trying to introduce us to a good opportunity. It seems more like he was interested in your sister." After dinner, the three of them walked out onto the street to digest their food. The brightly lit houses hardly showed any signs of life, and the streets were so empty that they could hear their own footsteps. The carefully tended small gardens, while beautiful, lacked vibrancy, appearing eerie under the night sky. "Where did all the people go? This place has a strange vibe," Aja muttered. Suddenly, a shadow stumbled out from a dark alley. The person was holding an entirely empty bottle of alcohol, exuding a strong, pungent smell of liquor, with unsteady steps. About to fall over, Aja instinctively reached out to support him. "Old man, be careful." Chapter 21, This is the Blessing Old. "Old man." The man suddenly raised his head, revealing a face lined with deep creases, haggard and gaunt, his bleary eyes filled with offended rage. "Bullshit. I'm only 35 this year." Aurora stepped closer, her golden eyes filled with pure confusion. 35? You look older than the 60-year-old priest from Luoshui town. What do you know?" The drunk man trembled with anger, his face turning red and purple, shoving Aja aside and trying to leave, but he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. With that fall, it seemed to shatter the dignity he had been holding on to, and he began to cry like a child, heartbroken. Ye Chen crouched down, feeling embarrassed, and said, "Big brother, I'm sorry, we were reckless. Let me treat you to a drink as an apology, how about it?" He then nudged Aja and Aurora, signaling them to say something nice. Both of them apologized to the drunk, saying it was their fault for being inconsiderate. "Beer. I want cold beer. 4 bottles." The drunk stopped crying and hoarsely shouted. "Okay." Ye Chen readily agreed, letting Aja help him up. "There's a bar ahead. Let's go drink there." Inside the bar, the lighting was dim and flickering. The icy beer went down, and Aurora, who was tasting it for the first time, nodded repeatedly in praise. After downing 2 bottles, the drunk finally vented his accumulated dissatisfaction and shared his story, fueled by the alcohol. The work at the mine used to be hard, but there was hope. A year ago, that bastard replaced the supervisor, brought in a new system and equipment. At this point, his eyes filled with complex emotions, a mix of deep hatred and unshakable fear. The new system required every worker to wear an ID tag, indicating their identity, and each person was given a collar with their name and job title. At first, we didn't care because there was the temptation of higher wages, so we agreed. Who knew this was the beginning of a nightmare? He suddenly ripped open the collar of his shirt, revealing a circle of scars around his neck. That thing is a devil. It can locate you, listen to you. It can even release a powerful electric shock that makes your bones ache. If it finds out you say something detrimental to the company, or if you work inefficiently, you'll be punished. Want to escape? It will make you wish you were dead. A light punishment will have you rolling on the ground in pain. A heavy one? You just disappear. He gagged a few times, as if recalling something extremely terrifying. Every day, it watches us, chases us. We live like cattle. 18 hours a day, working nonstop, not even a moment to catch our breath. When we return from work, we can't even rest. They repeatedly teach you their so-called company philosophy, which is just making you sing. The company is my home. Development relies on everyone. Leave the company, and you'll have nothing. These bullshit lines, if you can't memorize them, you'll be punished. And there are exams on this company philosophy. A small test every 3 days. A big test every 5 days. Can't pass? Electric shock. His teeth chattered, living people. One by one, turn into puppets who only know how to shout slogans. Numb. Completely numb. This company is indeed a bit perverse. Where's the money? The high salary? Aja asked eagerly. Money. The drunk suddenly gulped down a large mouthful of beer, choking and coughing violently, revealing a grim and ironic smile. Ha ha. Bullshit high salary. They don't pay you at all, just give you points. Points can only be exchanged for things in the company's store, and they're ridiculously expensive. They say 1 point can be exchanged for 1 new currency, but I haven't seen a single cent. Do you know what we fear the most? It's getting sick. Once you're sick, because you have no money for treatment, you can only borrow from the company. Interest upon interest, snowballing. In less than a month, it turns into an astronomical amount, impossible to repay. The longer you work, the more money you owe the company. He pounded the table. Aurora shook the empty beer bottle. So, you just endure it? No one ran away? Run away? The drunk looked at Aurora as if she were foolish. How to run? The collar can locate you. Outside this dreamland, it's all slag and swamp. How far can 2 legs run? Those who tried to escape were caught by the company's security, dragged back like cattle, executed in front of everyone, then dragged away to disappear. After a few failed attempts, no one dared to run anymore. Then how'd you get out? Ye Chen stared at him intently. The drunk smiled bitterly, pointing to the back of his neck. This devil has its own rules. It despises older useless waste. Once you turn 35, they think you have no value left and remove the collar to give it to someone else. Then they throw me out like garbage. Our bodies are worn out from overwork, and with no savings, we can only fend for ourselves. After speaking, the drunk took another large gulp of beer, his eyes somewhat sad. Fortunately, I saved some money while working at the mine. I can manage for a while. Several others like me who were kicked out have died, all from illness. It's only been a damn year. A year. He gripped his gray hair tightly, his voice full of anguish. In the last sentence, he almost shouted out. In less than a year, they turned us from strong men into this pitiful state where we're neither human nor ghost. They say 35. What's the difference from 70? This is high salary? This is a blessing. Damn dreamland mining. His roar exhausted his last bit of strength, and he collapsed onto the table, unconscious. Aja's face turned pale, his body trembling slightly, and he looked at Ye Chen with a mix of fear and admiration. Brother Chen, you were right. This is no pie in the sky. This is simply hell on earth. Just as the few of them were shocked by the drunk's revelations and fell into a contemplative atmosphere. Bang! A deafening explosion échouait. The thick wooden door of the bar was violently kicked open by a foot clad in heavy leather boots. At the door stood the suited man who had left not long ago, now wearing a face full of smug triumph. Behind him, 7 or 8 burly men dressed in dreamland mining security uniforms rushed in like hunting hyenas, instantly filling the bar. Each of them was hefty, with brutish faces, wielding thick electric batons and steel pipes, their fierce eyes instantly suppressing the atmosphere. The narrow bar was instantly packed, the air thickened by this group of ferocious figures. The suited man couldn't wait to jump out, pointing at Ye Chen with a sharp voice. Captain Meng, it's them. These foreign brats are sneaking around in our dreamland, probing for the company's trade secrets, spreading rumors and inciting discord, undermining our stable and unified situation. I could tell at a glance they are up to no good, harboring ill intentions. Just now, I kindly invited them to serve the company, but they dared to refuse. This is clearly disrespecting the company and the rules of Dreamland. The man referred to as Captain Meng slowly stepped out from the crowd. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles in his arms, thicker than Aja's thighs. Resembling a moving iron tower, he had a toothpick stuck in his mouth, grinning with a fake smile that revealed a set of uneven yellow teeth. Speaking with a pompous tone, "Ahem, I am Meng Kuei, the captain of the 3rd team of Dreamland Mining Security. Our Dreamland Mining always adheres to the principles of law-based governance and harmonious development, placing great importance on local security stability and community harmony." His gaze swept over Ye Chen and the others, as if examining lambs to be slaughtered, continuing to declare in a leisurely manner, "It has been found that you are suspected of stealing trade secrets and maliciously spreading false information within the jurisdiction of Dreamland, which seriously threatens the harmony and stability of the community. According to relevant regulations, you are now required to immediately cooperate with us and return to assist in the investigation." Every word carries a legal veneer, yet it cannot conceal the underlying arrogance. The suspicion has become an established fact, and cooperation is equivalent to surrendering. Assist in the investigation? Sounds nice. I see that you have failed to deceive and recruit, and now you want to forcibly detain us? Ye Chen's eyes were sharp as a knife, piercing through this hypocritical performance. Menquits faces mille instantly frosse. A flash of anger and humiliation crossed his eyes, soon replaced by a deeper malice. He suddenly spat out the toothpick, his voice rising sharply, carrying an undeniable threat. "Impudent. What do you mean by forcibly detaining? We are executing our duties according to the law. We just received a real-name report from a concerned villager, accusing your actions of being sneaky and ill-intentioned, severely disrupting the hard-won, peaceful life of Dreamland. If you are sensible, come with us obediently. Don't force us to take action. Otherwise," he intentionally elongated his tone. His thick palms slammed heavily on the bar, causing the cups and plates to rattle. "It won't be a pretty sight then. Don't toast to us and then drink punishment wine." This statement perfectly illustrated the essence of fabricating charges without justification. Vague reports, baseless intentions, and the heavy accusation of disrupting peace were readily thrown around, with charges easily stated and evidence that was unnecessary. We had only been here for half a day. We hadn't even left this bar. How could we have disrupted your peace? Aja, young and impetuous, was furious at the reversal of truth. His face flushed as he couldn't help but argue loudly. "You must provide valid evidence to prove your innocence. Otherwise, if the report is valid, you will be committing a crime. Menquisite nonchalantly. Why should we provide evidence to prove our innocence? Shouldn't the accuser provide evidence to prove our wrongdoing? Do you have any sense of reason?" Upon hearing the shameless remarks from the other side, Aja was infuriated, arguing loudly. "Reason?" Meng Kuei scoffed, the flesh on his face shaking. "Here, what I say is the reason. The rules of the company are the law. Whether there has been disruption is not something you lowly outsiders can quibble about. If I say you are guilty, then you are guilty." As he spoke, he roughly rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular, bulging arms like a beast about to pounce. At the same time, the security guards behind him seemed to have received a signal, synchronously raising their electric batons to their chests, with their thumbs pressing on the switches. The harsh buzzing of electric currents suddenly echoed in the bar, blue sparks flashing on the tips of the batons, the threat evident. Several security guards deliberately struck the ground and the tables with steel pipes, creating a clattering noise that formed immense psychological pressure. Chapter 22. Consequences of provoking the witch TSK. Not even going to put on a show. I thought I'd get to see a proper performance. Ye Chen crossed his arms, standing aside and complaining, his eyes filled with disdain. "You little bastard. You're tired of living, huh? Want to reincarnate early." Meng Kuei's roar shook the bar chandelier. He clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly, bulging muscles straining against his uniform like an enraged grizzly bear, exuding an intimidating sense of oppression. The 7 or 8 burly security guards behind him also stepped forward in unison, electric batons crackling, steel pipes striking the ground, grinning as they tightened the encirclement, the air feeling as if it had solidified into iron. But Ye Chen seemed oblivious to this commotion, glancing at the red-haired girl beside him who was quietly enjoying her drink. "Sigh, I'm actually being kind. Provoking us would at most get you a beating, but provoking her? A strange curve formed at the corner of his mouth. That outcome was definitely not uncertain. At that moment, Aurora lifted her head. The stimulation of alcohol flushed her porcelain-white cheeks with two rosy hues, making her appear stunningly beautiful, a look no cosmetic could achieve. The dim yellow light of the bar illuminated her face, outlining breathtaking contours, especially those slowly opening eyes, the golden brilliance suddenly igniting in the darkness, as if containing two burning suns. Hiss! The security guards, who had just been fierce, collectively gasped, their eyes nearly popping out. All they saw was a head of fiery red hair, and never expected such a captivating face was hidden beneath. That slender yet curvaceous waist instantly stirred the group of thugs used to bullying others, causing them to blurt out indecent remarks. Damn, this girl is incredible. Meng Kuei is so lucky. This trip was worth it. Don't be afraid, beauty. Come back with the brothers for assistance in investigation. We'll make sure you're comfortable. He. Just serve Meng Kuei well, and you can walk sideways in dreamland. Meng Kuei was elated by his subordinate's flattery, his desires completely overpowering his reason. He gazed at Aurora's enchanting beauty, her slightly tipsy demeanor heightened by the alcohol, nearly drooling. He grinned, revealing yellowed teeth, extending his large, dirty hand with a lewd smile directly toward Aurora's voluptuous body. He, little beauty, let Big Brother take good care of you. Aurora didn't even lift her eyelids. She simply twisted her body slightly, causing that filthy hand to swipe through the air and miss. As if nothing had happened, she casually picked up another bottle of beer and gulped it down, finishing with a satisfied belch that carried the scent of malt. Last warning, Ye Chen's voice was cold. Don't bother her. Go to hell. A security guard with a face full of fat waved his electrobaton at Ye Chen, spitting. Dare to ruin Meng Kuei's good deed? I'll make you fly first. The other guards erupted in laughter, their vulgar remarks unbearable, completely disregarding Ye Chen's warning. Sigh. It's hard to advise the damned. Compassion can't save those seeking their own death. Ye Chen shook his head and sighed, as if foreseeing the outcome. Perhaps the lawlessness of Dreamland had inflated their arrogance. This group of thugs kept making noise and shouting. This chaotic noise finally shattered the last bit of tranquility Aurora had been immersed in, the once extended filthy hand becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Aurora's gaze finally focused on Meng Kuei's large face. Her golden eyes slowly lifted, devoid of any human warmth, leaving only indifference as she looked down on mere ants. The empty beer bottle she was toying with melted instantly under an invisible force of destruction, like a wax figure in flames, dripping onto the floor with a sizzling sound and a burnt smell. Meng Kuei's claw, reaching for the air, suddenly froze. He stared at the puddle of molten glass. A bone-chilling instinct of survival exploded from his tailbone, shooting straight through to the crown of his head. The flesh on his face twitched madly. His small green eyes filled for the first time with incomprehensible fear. He sensed it. That was the breath of destruction, of death. You are so annoying. Aurora's voice was soft, yet it thundered like a clap of thunder in the silent bar. With a gentle lift of her hand, tables and chairs around her flew straight toward the security team. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The next second, the 7 or 8 burly security guards led by Meng Kuei were directly knocked away by the flying objects. They didn't even have time to scream before their bodies flew in various directions. Bang, 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 bang. A series of spine-chilling, thunderous collisions sounded, accompanied by the cracking of bricks, echoing densely. The bar's relatively sturdy brick walls and furniture were instantly filled with deep, human-shaped indentations, as if a typhoon had swept through. Meng Kuei's towering body was deeply embedded in a load-bearing column, his limbs twisted like a pretzel, blood spraying from his mouth and nose, rolling his eyes back, reduced to unconscious twitching. The other security guard were like broken sacks hanging on the wall, some with arms embedded in the wall, others with heads stuck in the brick gaps. The electric batons and steel pipes that had just been brandished lay scattered across the ground, the scene absurd yet tragic, filled with dark humor. As the dust settled, Ye Chen calmly walked over to the row of human-shaped wall paintings, patting down their pockets. and indeed pulled out quite a few crumpled new bills. He tossed the money onto the bar counter and said to the shopkeeper, who was huddled in a corner in fear, "This should be enough for wall repair costs and mental distress compensation, right?" The shopkeeper looked at the stack of new bills. Enough to buy half of his bar, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Only then did Ye Chen walk over to the suited man. This instigator was now like a puppet with its bones pulled out, slumped on the ground, his pants soaked, mouth agape, as if a duck egg could fit in, trembling all over. "You really are asking for it. Tired of living. We didn't originally want to get involved in your mess, but you insisted on provoking us." Ye Chen squatted down, patted his pale face. "TSK, I actually preferred your earlier rebellious, commanding demeanor. Come on, perk up." He grabbed the slumped suited man and said, "Lead the way. Let us go visit your heavenly mining factory. Weren't you crying and begging us to join you? We're going to work now. Be brother, grandfather, ancestor. I was wrong. I looked down on you. I was blinded by greed. I deserve to die. The suited man was streaming tears, incoherently begging for mercy while slapping himself, the crisp sounds making his cheeks visibly swell like a pig's head. "Shut up." Aja kicked him in the butt impatiently, sending him sprawling. "Lead the way, and if you scream again, I'll have you embedded in the wall next door as a mural." The suited man jolted, covering his swollen face, rolling and crawling to the front, not daring to say another word, keeping his head down as he led the way. At this moment, Aurora was still a bit miffed, but when Ye Chen brought her 4 bottles of wheat beer and stuffed them into her arms, she finally smiled. Under the guidance of this human GPS, the 3 of them drove their dump truck smoothly through several strict checkpoint barriers in the Dreamland mining factory. Eventually, the suited man instructed Aja to stop in front of the massive workshop deep within the factory. After getting out of the car, he trembled violently, his voice quivering with a whimper, pointing to the heavy iron door. "Big brother, we've arrived. All newcomers are sent directly to this onboarding point." The suited man pried open the heavy iron door of the workshop and squeezed inside sideways. "Please wait a moment. I'll go in and report. It'll all be done soon." Aja couldn't hold back and stomped his feet in frustration. "How could you let him in? That bastard is definitely going to exaggerate and stir up trouble. Who knows what kind of monsters he'll make us out to be." Ye Chen, however, remained unusually calm, even hinting at a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. "Don't worry, Aja, this works perfectly for me. I have a plan, and when the time comes, you two must not give yourselves away. Follow my lead and cooperate with my performance." Ye Chen quickly outlined the plan he had thought of on the way. Aurora listened to Ye Chen's plan, her eyes lit up with excitement, and she nodded in agreement. Chapter 23 Factory Manager. As soon as the suited man stepped through the iron door, he stumbled and crawled toward the manager's office. Uncle Jean, help!" he cried, rushing into the office and throwing himself at a large solid wood desk. The boss's chair slowly turned around, revealing Manager Jean, a middle-aged man dressed in faded dark blue overalls, with a lean face and sharp eyes. He put down the report in his hand, frowning slightly. "What's the panic? Is the sky falling? Speak clearly. What trouble have you caused now? Think carefully before you speak. Don't embellish the story. I have all the recordings here." He tapped the table. Zhang Fong shivered and quickly waved his hands. "I wouldn't dare. Uncle, here's what happened." He detailed how Ye Chen and his companions had refused the recruitment, injured the security guard, and coerced them to lead the way. However, he subconsciously downplayed his own framing actions and intentions of robbery. Slap! A resounding slap hit Zhang Fong, making him spin halfway around, instantly swelling half of his face. Manager Zhang retracted his hand, his gaze icy. "Fool! How many times have I told you? When walking the wasteland, you have to be sharp-eyed. You need to be meticulous. When will you stop thinking with your lower body every time you see a pretty woman?" He pointed at Zhang Fong's nose, exasperated. "Have you ever thought about it? In this day and age, who would dare to cross the wasteland with a girl like that? She can't be a good person. Your little lust is enough for her to use as a toothpick." Zhang Fong covered his face, feeling wronged and scared. "Uncle, I was shocked. I didn't think that much at the time." "Didn't think? I see your head is filled with garbage." Manager Zhang lowered his voice, stern. "If it weren't for your father's sake, I would have tossed you into the mine as a human battery long ago, causing trouble every day outside. I'm the one who has to clean up after you. He paced irritably for a couple of steps, then suddenly stopped and stared at Zhang Fong. According to what you said, that red-haired girl can melt beer bottles and knock Meng Kuei and the others away in a few moves? That's at least a level 3 ability user. You don't even have the insight for that. Is this kind of person someone we can provoke? Hurry and think of a way to send these calamities away politely. Do you hear me? Uncle, we've dealt with ability users before. Is there any need to be this scared? The suited man asked, confused. You know nothing. The ones we've encountered before were at most level 1 or 2 ability users, and we could still handle them. Level 3 is a completely different level. I warn you, you'd better apologize sincerely and let them calm down. This matter might just die down. If I don't let it go, be careful, I'll knock you out. Yes, Uncle, I know I was wrong. I'll go out and apologize right away. The suited man, afraid of being hit, quickly agreed. Moments later, the iron door creaked open. Manager Zhang put on a professional smile and quickly stepped out, accompanied by the swollen-faced Zhang Fong. When his gaze landed on Aurora's stunning beauty, even the seasoned veteran's pupils constricted sharply. He inwardly cursed his nephew for being hopelessly stupid, but his smile became even brighter and more humble. Oh dear, a distinguished guest has arrived, and I failed to welcome you properly. Trudy Soda. I'm Zhang Gui, the manager of this shabby mine. It's all my fault for not managing properly and for my subordinate being blind, causing trouble for you, especially my nephew, who has caused you inconvenience. All expenses incurred during your stay in Dreamland must be charged to our company. Absolutely. He lowered his posture, eager to appease and avert disaster. Ye Chen crossed his arms, lifted his chin slightly, his face devoid of any smile, filled with scrutiny and dissatisfaction. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but each word struck at Manager Zhang's heart. Manager Zhang, the hospitality in Dreamland truly opened my eyes. We had just set foot in Dreamland when your nephew accused us of being saboteurs and endangering the community. Immediately after, your company's security captain dared to rob civilians in broad daylight. This series of actions is truly unprecedented. He deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over Manager Zhang's suddenly stiff smile, casually tossing out a line. How are we supposed to report back to above after this? Should we tell the truth? That Dreamland mining is chaotic. Security behaves like bandits, openly plundering, treating the law as if it doesn't exist. The last few words were articulated particularly clearly. Above, report. These two words struck like thunder, hitting Manager Zhang and Zhang Fong hard in the heart. Manager Zhang's smile froze completely, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. His mind buzzed, and all previous doubts instantly connected through this logical deduction. No wonder they were so arrogant and unafraid of Dreamland mining security. No wonder they brought a stunning girl with abilities to Dreamland. This was a mission, but he didn't know which above this was. Yong'an Town, Xinglua City, or even higher up, Timu City. What recruitment refusal? That was disdain. What injuring a security guard? That was cleaning house. What coercing to lead the way? That was an in-depth investigation. If above noticed the situation here in Dreamland, Manager Zhang didn't dare to think further, only feeling a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. Manager Zhang inhaled sharply, and his attitude immediately became very respectful. Oh dear, please forgive me. I mistook the situation. It's like the floods sweeping through the Dragon King Temple. I didn't recognize my own people. It's all my fault for being blind. It's all my useless nephew's fault. Disturbing the officer's inspection. He should be punished. He should be beaten. He suddenly turned his head and harshly reprimanded the still-dazed Zhang Fong. You scoundrel. Why aren't you kneeling and apologizing to the officer? Zhang Fong jumped at the shout and immediately knelt down to apologize. He kept knocking his head on the ground, and after several knocks, his scalp was even broken and bleeding. Ye Chen glanced at Zhang Fong, who was bleeding and still knocking his head, and casually waved his hand. All right, that's enough. Manager Zhang, you also have to manage so many people. You need to properly discipline your subordinates. The problems caused by your subordinates are your responsibility. Yes. The officer is right. I'm derelict in my duties. Severely derelict. Manager Zhang nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice, more certain in his heart of Ye Chen's identity. This tone, this demeanor, absolutely came from a big city. To express my apologies and to calm the officer. Tomorrow at noon, In our company canteen, let me prepare some simple drinks to personally apologize to the officer. I asked the officer to give Zhang a chance to correct my mistakes. He lowered his posture extremely. Ye Chen pretended to ponder, his gaze sweeping through the depths of the factory area as if assessing, and after a moment, he nodded reservedly. Manager Zhang's sincerity is noted. Very well, tomorrow at noon. However, he shifted his tone, carrying an undeniable authority. I do not wish for incidents like today, which disturb our rest and hinder our work, to happen again. Understood. Understood. Officer, rest assured, it will absolutely not happen again. Manager Zhang hurriedly promised. Zhang Fong, what are you still dawdling for? Immediately arrange the best guest house. At this moment, Zhang Fong had lost all the arrogance from before, wiping the blood from his forehead, and softly said, Manager, rest assured. Officer, rest assured. I'll take care of it right away. I guarantee the officer will leave satisfied. He bent over, like the most humble servant, carefully guiding Ye Chen and the others away. Manager Zhang stood in place, watching Ye Chen and the others' retreating figures until they disappeared. Then he let out a long sigh and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. With lingering fears, he murmured to himself, That was close. That was close. Turns out they are fierce dragons from above. Almost caused a big mess. Chapter 24. The witch's appetite. The cafeteria of the mining company had turned into a battlefield. Aurora once again raised an empty plate, skillfully stacking it atop the almost towering mountain of plates beside her. 3 stacks, left, middle, and right, each with over 50 plates piled up like a small hill. Opposite her, Ajay was no slouch either, with 2 stacks of 20 plates each in front of him, but he was still far behind Aurora. Manager Zhang Gui and Zhang Fong stared wide-eyed, fixated on Aurora's slender figure and her completely disproportionate appetite. They quickly calculated the painful cost of this mountain of food in new currency. Although Zhang Gui still wore a smile, his muscles twitched slightly from the extreme heartache. Ye Chen elegantly took a sip from his cup and smiled at Zhang Gui, saying, Oh, Manager Zhang, I'm so sorry. My friend, well, her appetite is a bit large. Didn't I mention we brought some dry food? A bit large? Zhang Gui felt like he was about to spit blood, but his words were as sweet as honey. Director Yi, that's not necessary. We agreed that our cafeteria has plenty. Eat as much as you want. After saying this, he bit down hard on his back teeth, as if Aurora was eating flesh cut from his own body. This face must be maintained today. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes like a cunning fox. Manager Zhang is so generous. I see you're eating quite a lot. How about I contribute some money for the meal, so you don't have to spend too much? Absolutely not. Zhang Gui's voice shot up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Then he forcibly suppressed it, wearing a fawning smile. Director Yi, you flatter me. It's our honor to host you. This is to make amends. How could we accept money? That would be slapping my own face. Eat freely. You must eat freely. He was bleeding inside. Sunk costs. This meal must be paid in full. Did you hear? Manager Zhang is so hospitable. You two should thank him properly. Ye Chen signaled to Aurora and Ajay with a clear look to go all out. Ajay understood immediately and shouted at the top of his lungs. Thanks, Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang is righteous. A great person. This was exactly what Ye Chen had taught him beforehand. Surrounded by mountains of plates, Aurora was currently engaged in a fierce battle with an oversized roasted leg of beast, completely unaware of Ye Chen's look. After gnawing off the last bit of meat, she satisfiedly raised her head, patted her still surprisingly flat belly, and said brightly, Delicious, but I'm still not full. With that, her beautiful eyes scanned a menu, and she unapologetically began to order grilled eel, fried lizard meat, roasted crocodile meat, and 10 portions of char siu each. Ajay echoed, I want 5 portions too. Zhang Fong felt his legs go weak, trembling as he leaned towards Zhang Gui's ear, his voice carrying a hint of a cry. Uncle, are we really adding more? The inventory is running low. The head chefs have already collapsed from exhaustion. Zhang Gui's forehead bulged with veins. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and squeezed out a voice through clenched teeth. Add. They've eaten so much already. If we don't let them eat to their satisfaction now, all the money spent before will be in vain. Let the kitchen keep cooking. As long as we have the ingredients, let them eat until they're satisfied. After that, The ordering voices rose and fell. 10 portions of sweet and sour pork, 10 portions of smoked fish. And this, Aurora and Aja unleashed their full firepower, and the mountain of plates on the table grew at a visible speed, towering and magnificent. This extravagant feast lasted for 3 full hours. Uncle, it's over. It's really over. Zhang Fong rolled and crawled out of the kitchen, his face pale and on the verge of tears. The warehouse is empty. The ingredients worth 1 million new currency, reserved for 150 people. All gone. The plates, over 500 plates, are right here. The remaining 3 head chefs have collapsed from exhaustion too, although the 2 of them spoke in very low voices. Ye Chen, being an ability user, had exceptional hearing and understood everything clearly. He glanced at the 10 towering mountains of plates on the table, each with over 50 plates. Feeling that the timing was just right, he decided to rise gracefully. Oh dear, this meal today is truly thanks to Manager Zhang's generous hospitality. Ye Chen beamed with joy, overflowing with enthusiasm. Once we arrive at Sky City, please give me the chance to host you properly, Manager Zhang. Indeed, a big shot from the main city. Such demeanor, such depth, such composure. TSK. People from small places can't even pretend to have this. Just this appetite. Zhang Gui's heart raced as he imagined. 3 of them are all ability users. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for them to eat so much. 3 people consumed meals meant for 150. This 1 million new currency is absolutely worth it. Climbing this big tree, what future problems could there be? He immediately forced out the brightest smile. I'm flattered. It's really Director Yi and his friends who have graced us. If there's a chance, I must visit you in Sky City. Always welcome. Ye Chen's smile was incredibly sincere, but inside, he was bursting with fireworks of sarcasm. I just hope that the day you find out the truth, you won't hate yourself so much that you want to throw yourself into the furnace to be reforged. Aurora, Aja, are you full now? Time to get down to business. Ye Chen called out at the right moment. Aurora pulled herself out from the mountain of plates, stretched her back, and patted her still flat little belly, saying with lingering satisfaction, it's okay. Barely 80 full. Thud. Zhang Gui stumbled, almost falling over, but Zhang Fong managed to catch him in time. Monster. Definitely a living natural disaster. 1 person finished meals meant for 100, and she's barely 80 full. Just as Zhang Gui and Zhang Fong were in shock, Ye Chen revealed his true aim. By the way, Manager Zhang, Ye Chen's tone suddenly became serious. Before we came, my superior heard that Dream Building Mining Company made significant breakthroughs this year in safety production and technological innovation, receiving high praise. They specifically instructed us to conduct a field investigation while we were here. If it's convenient, could you take us on a tour of the production workshop? Investigation? Promoting experience? This meal wasn't for nothing. The money wasn't wasted. Zhang Gui's heart leaped with joy, but his long-standing cautious instincts made him hesitate for a moment, pondering which areas could be shown and which couldn't. Ye Chen caught this moment of hesitation in his eyes and immediately put on a reasonable demeanor, wanting to lure him in. Of course, if Manager Zhang feels that there are areas involving commercial secrets that are inconvenient to open, we completely understand. A simple situation report would suffice. No way. This is a huge opportunity. How can we let this small matter ruin it? We've already spent 1 million on the meal. It's just a tour of the workshop. Let them see. Just lock off the core areas. What can they see from the production line? The workshop has already been well arranged. There won't be any problems. Zhang Gui's mind raced, and he instantly made a decision. Convenient. Absolutely convenient. What are you talking about? Gentlemen. Zhang Gui's smile nearly split his face, filled with utmost enthusiasm and sincere apology. I was just thinking about which route would allow us to showcase our achievements to you in a more comprehensive and intuitive way. I neglected you. It's my slow reaction. Let us go. I'll personally lead the way. I'll make sure you see everything clearly and understand everything. Oh, Manager Zhang is so thoughtful and knows the bigger picture. Very good, really good. This sincerity and determination. I'll remember you. Ye Chen tightly grasped Zhang Gui's hand, shaking it vigorously, his eyes filled with appreciation. The 2 looked at each other and burst into hearty laughter. Zhang Gui's laughter was that of someone who had climbed to a high branch, with a bright future ahead. This meal ticket worth 1 million was not wasted. Ye Chen's smile is that of a hunter watching its prey step by step into a carefully laid trap. Chapter 25, Behind the Factory. Oh dear. The officers have graced us with their presence. How splendid. Zhang Gui greeted them with a face full of smiles, like a lapdog, while his nephew Zhang Feng nodded and bowed alongside him, accompanying them the whole way. The two led Ye Chen, who was disguised as a main city investigator, along with Aurora and the hippie-dressed Asia, into the production workshop. Inside the workshop, ideological deepening was underway. As the head's whistle signaled the start, the workers stood up straight in unison, erupting into a deafening chant. The company is my home. Development relies on everyone. Leave the company, and you will have nothing. Improve production efficiency by 1 point, and quality of life will rise by 2 points. The synchronized voices carried a peculiar energy that resonated through the air. The core fragment in Ye Chen's chest suddenly heated up. He glanced at Aurora, who quickly returned a discrete V-sign energy wave confirmation. This invisible ripple swept over the workers, their faces instantly flushing red, and they shouted the slogans with even more fervor, as if injected with a stimulant. Zhang Gui proudly boasted, "Officer, look. This is our core management's ideological resonance 3 times a day. It not only unifies thoughts, but also ignites fighting spirit. The effect is immediate." Ye Chen nodded in peace, but his sharp gaze swept across the uniformly designed metal collars around each worker's neck. Feigning nonchalance, he pointed at the collar badges. "Manager Zhang, these collar badges are quite advanced. A new technology?" Zhang Gui's eyes gleamed, and his smile widened. "Officer, you have a good eye. It's this advanced management that allows us to monitor employee status in real time, ensuring safety and improving efficiency. Please follow me to the control room for more details." As they passed a huge, lid-shaped building, Ye Chen pretended to be curious and stopped. "What is that?" "Oh, that is the signal enhancement tower. The mine is too deep. Signal coverage relies entirely on it to ensure smooth communication and worker safety." "Wonderful. Indeed meticulous," Ye Chen exclaimed, while secretly signaling Aja. Aja's backpack quietly split open a seam, and several tiny spider robots silently slipped out. They crept down his pant leg into the shadows, skillfully avoiding the surveillance cameras. Heading towards the distant signal tower, the core of the strategy discussed last night was to disable the collars controlling the villagers, and the key point was to disrupt the control signals. Aja had worked overnight to prepare these little gadgets that could detect and lock onto frequency bands. "This is our heartland." Zhang Gui pushed open the control room door, where screens filled with surveillance footage of the entire factory and mine were displayed. Only one operator was needed to control everything. "Xiao Meng, come and demonstrate for the officers." The named young female operator, Xiao Meng, quickly stepped forward, wearing a professionally sweet smile, skillfully explaining and demonstrating the system's functions. Real-time worker positioning, physiological monitoring, and even sending specific operational commands to the mine through the collar badges. "Can you demonstrate a command on-site?" Ye Chen timidly requested. Zhang Gui immediately urged, "Hurry. What are you waiting for?" Xiao Meng shot Zhang Gui an annoyed glance, but proceeded to operate skillfully. The command was issued, and workers deep in the mine responded instantly. The entire demonstration was smooth and efficient, and Zhang Gui took the opportunity to whisper to Ye Chen, "This girl just relies on technology, clumsy as can be. If it weren't for the big boss's orders." After the demonstration, Ye Chen's peripheral vision swept towards Aja, who returned a barely noticeable OK gesture, indicating the frequency band had been locked. "Good system, good technology. The management of Dreamland Mining is impressive. I will report truthfully," Ye Chen said with a beaming smile, patting Zhang Gui on the shoulder. Before he finished speaking, bang, bang, 2 muffled sounds echoed as Aja swiftly struck, knocking Zhang Gui and his nephew unconscious. Xiao Meng gasped in shock and was about to scream when Ye Chen quickly covered her mouth. Action! Taking out the pre-prepared control handle. Aja's fingers danced rapidly over it. Outside the workshop, a parked dump truck suddenly started, gliding precisely to the base of the signal tower, transforming into a mighty robot. Jin Jiaoxiaoru. Xiao Meng witnessed this scene, and a flicker of undeniable shock crossed her eyes. Jin Jiaoxiaoru removed a device from its back and forcefully drove it into the core of the signal jammer. At the same time, the previously deployed spider robots transformed into small receiving ends, embedding deeply into the ground to form an array. The core jammer bust, and a visible light blue energy wave instantly spread out. The receiving ends lit up synchronously, weaving together into a massive energy dome that firmly encased the entire signal tower below. Aja immediately simulated Xiao Meng's previous operation on the control screen, and the red failure feedback on the screen declared the success of the jamming. Brother Chun, the signal tower has been completely isolated. All collars are out of control. Aja's voice was filled with excitement. Ye Chen sighed in relief. The first step of the plan was complete. He turned to the still-shocked Xiao Meng, his gaze sharp. We are special commissioners from the main city investigating the illegal control of workers by Dreamland Mining. We have already obtained solid evidence of Zhang Gui and his nephew enslaving employees with collars, and the main city will certainly punish them severely. As a victim, what other information can you provide to help us? Investigators. Oh my God, you finally came. After a moment of shock, Xiao Meng's tears fell, her voice trembling. We have been reporting for over half a year. Why did you come only now? Zhang Gui and the others are just beasts in human skin. Everyone is living a life that isn't even human. Ye Chen realized. No wonder Zhang Gui was so confident in their identities. It turned out there were already victims who had reported to the main city, and their disguise had accidentally hit the mark. Looking at the collar around Xiao Meng's neck, Ye Chen decided to first eliminate the threat to her. We will help you take this off. No, don't do it forcefully. Xiao Meng suddenly covered the collar, panic-stricken. This thing has a self-destruct device. Forcibly removing or damaging it will immediately electrocute the wearer to death. The control center can only monitor and send commands. It cannot safely dismantle it. The only way to remove it is to wait until the wearer's age exceeds the limit and then go to the underground core area to execute the final removal procedure. This matched the drunken man's information Ye Chen had heard last night. Do you know how to get to the underground core? Yes, Xiao Meng nodded. Zhang Gui took me there a few times to remove collars for those who exceeded the age limit. But entering the core area requires his fingerprint authentication. Take Zhang Gui with us, Ye Chen decisively commanded. What about Zhang Fong? Isn't it unnecessary? Xiao Meng cautiously asked. After receiving a positive response, a fierce light suddenly burst from her eyes, and she rushed to the unconscious Zhang Fong, raising her foot and delivering a furious kick to the face that she hated deeply. Let you bully me. Let you bully me. Her angry shouts accompanied the dull thuds of her kicks, releasing pent-up rage. Only when Zhang Fong was thoroughly unrecognizable did she pant heavily and stop, wiping away her tears, returning to her obedient demeanor. All right, let's go. Watching Xiao Ru's changing expressions, Ye Chen frowned but said nothing. Aja stayed behind to guard the control room and maintain the jamming. Ye Chen dragged the unconscious Zhang Gui, and together with Aurora, followed Xiao Meng towards an elevator leading underground. As the elevator started descending, suddenly, an ear-piercing red alarm began to flash frantically without warning. Ye Chen quickly grabbed Zhang Gui's finger and pressed it against the fingerprint recognition area, but the alarm continued to blare. Did the alarm go off when you came before? Ye Chen looked at Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng seemed startled by the alarm, shrinking her neck and shaking her head quickly. I don't think there was an alarm before. The elevator stabilized, and the doors slowly opened, revealing a silent metallic passageway. Walking through this passage leads to the control core hall. Xiao Meng pointed ahead, where the main control computer can operate all the collars. Be careful. Ye Chen spoke in a low voice, his words hurried. The starlight gathered into a radiant array. The holy light igniting dawn. The six-pointed crystal array, protect. The red energy crystal array instantly opened, enveloping Ye Chen, Aurora, Zhang Gui, and Xiao Meng together. A superpower user. Xiao Meng exclaimed, her eyes filled with surprise. Do you know superpower users? I've heard some rumors. Xiao Meng's gaze flickered. Ye Chen gave Aurora a glance, signaling her to be cautious. The group walked into the passage. As they reached the middle of the passage, the silence was suddenly shattered. The heavy alloy gates at both ends of the passage crashed down, sealing off their retreat. The walls on both sides flipped open, and a dense array of automatic machine gun barrels suddenly appeared. Without warning, without any signs, the gun muzzles instantly spat out deadly tongues of fire. The dense bullets formed a metal storm, wildly crashing against the red crystal array, sending sparks flying. Fortunately, the six-pointed crystal array was sturdy enough to withstand the bullet attacks. The deafening explosions echoed madly in the narrow space, like the beats of hell. Xiaoming screamed and crouched down, hugging her head, her body trembling. When the bullets finished pouring out, the gun barrels slowly retracted, and the gates rose, returning the passage to calm. Ye Chen patted the trembling Xiaoming. It's safe now. Let's go. Xiaoming, still shaken, nodded, tears from her fright still visible on her face. After walking through the bullet-riddled passage, Ye Chen suddenly turned back to look at the numerous bullet holes on the ground, giving a self-deprecating smile. After advancing a short distance, they entered the core hall. The hall was spacious, with countless instrument screens glowing faintly. That's it. Xiaoming eagerly pointed to the central control console and was about to rush over. I'm going to operate the main console to... Before she could finish her sentence, a red light suddenly appeared. Six-pointed crystal array. Ye Chen's cold voice rang out abruptly. The red energy crystal array instantly condensed around Xiaoming, like a cage, firmly trapping her in place. Xiaoming's body stiffened suddenly, and she turned back in shock, her face full of innocence and confusion. Yi, Commandaria, what are you doing? Ye Chen stepped forward slowly, like a hawk fixating on its prey, a knowing, icy smirk curving his lips. His voice resonated clearly in the core hall. Boss Xiaoming, there's no need for you, the puppet master, to take action yourself. You let us here. Was it truly to remove the collar? Zhang Gui, he is merely your loyal henchman. The true master of dream mining has been right before our eyes, and it is you. Chapter 26. What's what you talking about? Chen Ge. How could I be the mastermind behind this? Stop messing around and let me go. This operation is really complicated. Moving recklessly will cause big problems. Xiaoming's voice was urgent, laced with obvious panic, her arms constantly striking the crystal array, producing a thudding sound. Ye Chen ignored her futile defense, his expression steady as he took out a spider-shaped robot from his pocket, a masterpiece from Asia the night before. The little spider nimbly climbed onto the core part of the main control console, stretching its body and instantly transforming into a complex access device. At the same time, Asia, who had been on standby in the peripheral control room, immediately took over the main control console through the encrypted network channel established by the little spider. For Asia, a genius mechanical electronic engineer, hacking into such a system was a piece of cake. The data flow on the screen rolled rapidly, and Asia began efficiently altering the core information in the employee database. Age, change. All information of workers under 35 years old was uniformly updated to over 35. Seeing that Ye Chen remained unmoved, Xiaoming immediately shifted her target, looking at Aurora with an almost pleading tone. Pretty sister, I beg you. Help me explain to Chen Ge. This is such a huge misunderstanding. Messing with the system like this is dangerous. Can you please let me out? Aurora slowly turned her head, her golden eyes locking onto Xiaoming, and said seriously, Do you have sweet potato chips? Huh? Sweet potato chips? What sweet potato chips? Xiaoming was taken aback, completely stunned. No, Aurora shook her head. Then I can't let you go. Ye Chen gave me sweet potato chips to eat, so I have to listen to him. As she spoke, she carefully took out a shiny piece of sweet potato chips from her exquisite bag, happily stuffed it into her mouth, and chewed contentedly. Isn't it just sweet potato chips? I have so many better ones here. Premium eel rolls, secret barbecued pork buns, crystal shrimp dumplings. If you let me out, I can give you all of these. Unlimited. Xiaoming spoke rapidly, her gaze anxiously scanning the increasing number of 35 data markers on the screen. Is there any now? I want to eat right now. Aurora's eyes clearly lit up, as if illuminated by the brilliance of food. Right now, there really isn't. I promise to get you some as soon as I get out. Xiaoming's voice grew more frantic, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. There isn't any now, so I still can't let you go. Aurora decisively rejected, her logic crystal clear. When you get them in hand, I'll let you go. Besides, Ye Chen treated me to a big meal at noon today, so, of course, I have to listen to him. You're just pretending to be confused on purpose. Xiao Meng's chest heaved with anger, her face turning red. But no matter how frantic she became, Aurora remained immersed in her own world, leisurely chewing on the sweet potato chips, her big eyes curving in a satisfied crescent moons. Suddenly, Xiao Meng stopped struggling. After a moment of silence, she slowly raised her head, the panic and urgency on her face fading, leaving only a calmness as deep as a well. A completely different aura emanated from her. "Impressive," she said with an unusually steady voice. "I admit I have no flaws. When did you start suspecting me? Your flaws are as numerous as a sieve. Since you asked, given that you brought us to the main control room, I might as well tell you." Ye Chen's lips curved into a smile. "Flaw 1. Zhang Gui keeps insisting that you are the designated manager of the big boss for such a crucial position. Why would they specifically designate an ordinary employee like you? Unless you have direct contact with the big boss." Xiao Meng paused slightly, nodding. "This does raise some questions, but just this alone is not enough to lock onto me." "That's right. It just made me keep an eye on you. But your subsequent actions perfectly confirm my speculation." Flaw 2. As an ordinary operator, how come you're so familiar with the deep mechanisms of unlocking the collar? Why must Zhang Gui always bring you to the underground control room? Can't he manage alone? Flaw 3. That alarm red light in the elevator. Why was it still flashing wildly after Zhang Gui's fingerprint was scanned? Unless this passage requires dual authentication, it needs both Zhang Gui's fingerprint and yours. Flaw 4. In the long corridor, the bullets fired by the machine guns swept over the ground, yet there wasn't a single bullet hole where you stood. This can only mean that the entire attack was deliberately triggered by you. So much hard evidence points to you. Ye Chen spread his hands, his tone mocking. "I really have no choice but to treat you as the boss and have a chat. Of course, if you're not, I can apologize later. Who would have thought you could be so easily tricked?" "You." Xiao Meng was momentarily speechless, her eyes blazing with anger. Almost as soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, Aja completed the final data modification and decisively pressed the significant termination button. The moment the button was pressed, Aja simultaneously lifted the previously set signal frequency shielding layer. The main control commands transformed into a powerful release signal, radiating through the base's signal tower in all directions. In the next moment, in the workshop, deep in the mine, all workers wearing collars saw the indicator lights on their collars switch from glaring yellow to soft green. Accompanied by a series of crisp, clicking sounds, the locks on their collars sprang open. After a brief silence, a tsunami-like eruption followed. The first person trembled as they took off their collar and smashed it to the ground. Then came the second, the third. Countless collars were smashed. The despair that had been suppressed for nearly a year instantly transformed into joy and strength, as the workers shouted and surged toward freedom like a tide. Watching the scene of workers fleeing on the surveillance screen made Xiao Meng tremble with anger. How dare you let these workers go, ruining the plans of the big shots? Do you know what price you will pay? After all the workers' data was deleted, Aja unearthed an encrypted identity document in the deep corners of the database. The moment he opened it, his pupils constricted, and he immediately forwarded the image and key information to Ye Chen. It was a scanned copy of an identity card labeled General Manager, name Jia Meng, age 55, position General Manager. The photo on the document bore a striking resemblance to the current Xiao Meng, except that her face was etched with the marks of time. There are so many big shots in this world. Who doesn't have a few backers in the main city? Ye Chen's tone was calm, carrying an air of control over the situation. "Jia Meng, how about you bring out that big Buddha behind you for a show? Let's see whose cards are thicker and who can outplay whom." "Oomph, trying to trick me into talking? Dream on." Jia Meng scoffed disdainfully. "Oh, so you really are Jia Meng." Ye Chen seemed to have just confirmed a major discovery, chuckling lightly. "Clearly 55 years old, yet you act like a young girl? What shady dealings are hidden in this?" Jia Meng's body stiffened suddenly. Only then did she realize that in her rage, she had directly confirmed the other party's address. Shame and frustration drove her completely mad as she pounded on the crystal array barrier. "Liar. You deceitful, cunning liar. This is just a little trick. I can only say, your acting skills are lacking and your IQ balance is insufficient." Suddenly, the collar around Jia Meng's neck erupted with an eerie crimson light. Aurora's pupils shrank as she reached out her right hand, grabbing Ye Chen's arm and leaping backward at lightning speed. Just below their feet, the ground, which was as solid as steel, was torn apart like fragile paper by a force. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a massive steel giant, covered in layers of rock, tore through the earth and suddenly appeared in the center of the hall, swirling with dust and debris. Its height exceeded 30 meters, resembling a moving metal mountain. Ye Chen's hexagram crystal array couldn't withstand even a moment against the violent impact of the drill on the right hand of the steel giant. Shattering instantly, as the dust had yet to settle, Jia Ming accurately leaped into the open cockpit at the front of the enormous robot. A metallic synthetic sound wave roared from within the steel behemoth, creating a buzzing echo in the hall. Ye Chen, do you think you're the only one who's smart? What I've been waiting for is my turret mech to counterattack. The massive drill arm raised, firmly locking onto Ye Chen and Aurora, eliminating you little nuisances, those escaping bugs. It's just a bit of effort, just catching you again. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with twisted delight and surging psychic energy. Fool, do you really think that only you possess superpowers? I'm a level 3 superpower mech controller. The voice from within the tyrant's chest carried absolute arrogance. My darling tyrant can easily tear apart level 3 corrupted creatures. You two are at best level 2. You're not even enough to fill its gaps. Aurora, use the elevator shaft to get to the surface. Even if it collapses, we'll die. Ye Chen shouted urgently. The red-haired girl, Aurora, grabbed Ye Chen and darted towards the elevator passage like lightning. Behind them, the tyrant mech rampaged in pursuit. Jia Ming's furious roar echoed from the mech's chest, causing the ground to collapse wherever it passed. Aurora sped through the narrow passage, dodging obstacles with Ye Chen. Upon reaching the elevator shaft, they kicked the door open and immediately jumped into the shaft, climbing upwards. The massive tyrant followed closely, its huge drill arm violently striking the walls of the shaft. Boom! 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 The entire elevator shaft shook violently under the terrifying blows, debris cascading like a waterfall. Outside the surface elevator hall, a loud bang sounded as the twisted elevator doors were smashed open. In the dust, Aurora burst out holding Ye Chen. Retreat! Ozzy! Ye Chen shouted as he landed. The three of them regrouped and rushed out of the main control building's front door. Just as they escaped, a thunderous roar erupted. Crack! The top floor of the central control building suddenly exploded. Steel beams and concrete flew like a torrential rain, and amidst the rolling dust, the 30-meter-high tyrant mech tore through the building and climbed out. Half of the building, along with the surrounding tunnels, collapsed with a tremendous crash. Chapter 27. Mech duel on the open ground of the mining company. Ye Chen and Aja stood ready in their 10-meter-tall mech, the iron giant Xiao Ru. Amidst the ruins and dust, the 30-meter-tall steel behemoth, Talent, roared to life, its engine emitting a deafening growl, like a monster awakening. Aja, you're a genius. As long as you work with me, we can share the energy of erosion and remain youthful forever. Jia Ming's voice came through the loudspeaker, filled with temptation. Huh. I refuse to gain power by exploiting others. Aja's voice was resolute. The iron giant Xiao Ru clenched its fists and assumed a combat stance. Unappreciative. I'll tear your toy apart. Jia Ming howled, and the Talent's engine roared. Its massive body erupted with astonishing speed, inconsistent with its size, as its gigantic drill arm tore through the air, screeching as it swung toward the iron giant Xiao Ru. Dodge! Ye Chen shouted, simultaneously bringing his palms together. 6-point crystal array lock. Red crystals surged from the ground, entwining around Talent's right ankle like vines. Boom! The drill struck empty air. The ground shattered, and dust soared into the sky. The iron giant Xiao Ru narrowly slid aside. Aja attacked its lower body. I'll hold it. Ye Chen's forehead pulsed with veins, exerting all his energy to maintain the crystal array. Talent's massive body stumbled as its right foot was locked by the crystal array, losing its balance. Opportunity. The iron giant Xiao Ru seized the moment, darting forward, evading another sweeping arm, and its hydraulic systems erupted with full force, leaping high. Down with it. The Iron Giant Xiao Ru's iron fist, accompanied by Aja's roar, struck precisely on Talent's enormous metallic jaw. Clang! The sound of metal colliding erupted painfully. Talent's massive head snapped back. Its enormous body toppled backward, crashing to the ground with a tremendous quake. Aja, now's your chance. Use your ultimate move. Ye Chen Shao Tutlude. The Iron Giant Xiao Ru's shoulder armor slid open, revealing a modified cannon that glowed with a piercing yellow light. Ziong! A concentrated high-energy ray shot out, instantly severing Talent's right shoulder joint as it fell. The gigantic drill arm crashed to the ground. Keep attacking, I'll control it. Ye Chen commanded loudly, the energy of the crystal array surging as it firmly locked Talent's legs and torso. The Iron Giant Xiao Ru retracted its shoulder cannon, drawing its great blade, the entire action fluid and seamless. It nimbly leaped and danced on Talent's massive body, while simultaneously swinging its great blade. Each slash landed accurately on Talent's left arm's hydraulic joints and energy conduits. Sizzle! Sparks flew. Under the powerful confinement of the crystal array and Aja's exquisite control, the Iron Giant Xiao Ru, with its 10-meter frame, skillfully destroyed the joints of Talent's nearly 20-meter-long arms. The enormous left arm detached from the body and crashed heavily to the ground. The battlefield situation reversed in an instant. Talent's arms were severed, its body firmly locked to the ground by the crystal array, like a beast awaiting slaughter. Reveal your mastermind behind this, and I may spare your life. Ye Chen demanded sharply. Ha ha ha! Jia Meng's maniacal laughter echoed from within Talent's chest, filled with madness and mockery. Do you think you've won? You have no idea of the greatness of erosion energy. The talent, enhanced by erosion energy, cannot be destroyed by your scrap metal. As soon as the words left his mouth, an unexpected change occurred. From the joints of his severed mechanical arms that had fallen, a thick, tar-like black energy surged forth. They defied the laws of physics, suddenly hovering in the air as if controlled by an invisible hand. Not good. Ye Chen's pupils contracted. In the blink of an eye, the severed left arm, enveloped in black energy, slammed into the Iron Giant Xiao Ru's waist like a battering ram. Boom! Alarms blared in the cockpit, and Aja felt the world spin. The Iron Giant Xiao Ru was knocked off the ground by this sudden, terrifying force. Immediately after, the drill head on the severed right arm spun wildly, emitting a shrill sound as it accurately stabbed toward the Iron Giant Xiao Ru's waist armor. No! Aja desperately tried to maneuver the Iron Giant Xiao Ru to evade, but there was nowhere to gain leverage in the air. Puffed. The chilling sound of metal tearing rang out. The high-speed rotating drill pierced through the Iron Giant Xiao Ru's waist like a hot knife through butter. The gigantic mech was torn in half amidst Aja's desperate scream. The upper body, along with the cockpit, tumbled toward the ground, while the lower half fell. Crackling with electrical sparks, Talent's giant foot came down, completely crushing the scattered lower half. Aze! Ye Chen Shao Tudlude. Running toward where the upper body of the Iron Giant Xiao Ru had fallen to check on Aja's condition. The crystal array wavered due to his mental shock. More terrifyingly, the two severed arms, controlled by the black energy, flew back to Talent's main body. The black energy writhed like a living thing, the severed ends instantly reconnecting and merging. Talent's massive body shook violently as the restored giant arms tore through the crystal array, the red crystals coiling around it, shattering inch by inch. Roar! The restored Talent broke free from its restraints and stood up again like a mountain. The severed arms were now fully intact, and the drill head spun even faster. Did you see that? This is the power of erosion energy. As long as there is erosion energy, my Talent can infinitely repair itself, achieving immortality. Jiameng's voice was madly triumphant. Now it's your turn. Talent raised its massive foot, bringing with it a devastating pressure as it stomped down towards Ye Chen and the upper half of the Iron Giant Xiao Ru's cockpit. With this stomp, both will be turned to dust. 6-point crystal array. Rise. Ye Chen squeezed out the last bit of energy. A red crystal array barrier sprang up beneath the giant foot. But under the weight of the giant foot, it instantly filled with cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. He was still several meters away from Aja's cockpit, and had no time to save him. It's over. Ye Chen looked up at the steel foot that blocked out the sky, despair enveloping his heart. Aja, bloodied, was trapped and injured in the deformed cockpit, and through the shattered window, he saw that life-threatening shadow. Xiaoming's maniacal laughter was deafening. Aurora, Ye Chen screamed in his heart, his vision blurring from the overexertion of power. Where are you when I need you the most? The massive Talent mech, with its destructive metallic foot, stomped down, causing the crystal array to emit a painful wail. Web-like cracks spread wildly, nearly covering the entire surface of the shield. I can't hold on. Am I going to end like this? The unwillingness echoed in his heart. Before his vision completely darkened, the last thing he saw was the crystal array shattering into a sea of red light, along with Jia Meng's disgusting, sinister laughter. The shadow pressed down like a mountain. Talon's massive foot crashed down. It's over. That was Ye Chen's final thought. Buzz. Just as his consciousness was about to completely fade, the shards of the Erosion Core on his chest suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, brilliant, multicolored glow. A beam of energy, as thick as a finger, shot sharply into Ye Chen's forehead. Excruciating pain. Heart-wrenching. Ye Chen's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. His pupils, no longer the familiar black, glowed with a frenzied golden light. An unparalleled pain swept through his entire body, as if his soul were being thrown into an energy furnace for smelting. To share fate. It turns out, it could be like this. A hoarse voice squeezed out from his blood-stained lips. Aurora, please lend me your power. Ye Chen shouted lude. Boom. What responded to him was a torrent of crimson flames. The fiery energy instantly enveloped Ye Chen's entire body. A force of destruction and rebirth surged wildly within him. At the same time, a panel appeared in the sea of consciousness. Fusion rate increasing. Fusion rate increasing. Deep within those golden eyes, fierce flames danced. Ye Chen stretched out his hands, and a burst of fiery, red energy spread out, wrapping around the upper and lower halves of the shattered King Kong, Xiao Ru on the ground, merging the two into one. Flames of rebirth. The violent red energy erupted from his body, flowing along the energy threads towards the broken fragments of King Kong, Xiao Ru's body. A surge of red flames ignited. Where the flames surged, the battered armor was reshaped, purified, and strengthened. In an instant, the flames suddenly receded. A brand new mecha stood tall on the spot. Its form was smooth like a blade, with red, blue, and yellow paint emitting a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. Inside the cockpit, the already heavily injured and unconscious Zhou was enveloped by a gentle yet powerful red glow, and his wounds healed and disappeared at a visible speed. A crimson hexagonal mark clearly appeared on his forehead center, then vanished into his skin. Then Aja opened his bright eyes. Ye Chen's voice came, Aja, the third round begin. Crush it. As soon as he finished speaking, the reborn King Kong, Xiao Ru, moved. A dazzling red and blue light trail tore through the air, so fast that it left only an afterimage behind. Bang! Clang! Boom! Thunderous heavy punches poured down like a storm on the unprepared tyrant. Tyrant's solid armor instantly dented and shattered. Its massive body was smashed apart. Useless. Insect. Xiaoming's scream echoed. The energy devouring is eternal. Tyrant is eternal. She roared, forcing Tyrant to stabilize its body as the black corrosive energy on its surface surged wildly, the shattered armor visibly writhing as it began to regenerate. Ye Chen sneered. Eternal? It's just a parasite that relies on draining others' life force. Aja, clean it up. Understood. The mark on Aja's forehead flickered wildly. Ye Chen clasped his hands together, and dozens of condensed fiery red energy ropes shot out. In an instant, they bound the regenerating tyrant like a dumpling. The ropes emitted a terrifying creaking sound, digging deep into the opponent's armor. The next second, the reborn Xiao Ru grabbed one of Tyrant's thighs. Up, the terrifying mecha, towering dozens of stories high, was lifted high by the reborn Xiao Ru and began to smash down hard toward the ground. Once, twice, 11 times, 12 times. Each impact caused earth-shattering tremors, the ground shaking violently. Boom! 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 With each smash, the black light on Tyrant's surface visibly dimmed. The regeneration's speed slowed dramatically, and Tyrant's body was battered beyond recognition. When the 13th smash ended, there was a sizzling sound. Crack. Tyrant's insides flashed wildly a few times, then completely extinguished. The massive body collapsed like a soft, mushy lump with no signs of reassembly. King Kong Xiao Ru tore open the twisted and deformed cockpit door of Tyrant, dragging the limp figure inside out and throwing it onto the ground. Looking at the defeated strong enemy, Ye Chen suddenly felt the energy within him retreat, stumbling and falling to the ground. A large tuft of black hair gradually turned white, and Ye Chen felt an energy within his body fading away. Chapter 28. The Arrival of Sanbao Corrupted Core Fragment. 12. Awakened Ability. Shared Fate. Target. Aurora. Synchronization rate. 3-13. Temporarily borrowing Aurora's power. Skill. Hexagram Crystal Array. Skill points. 0. The synchronization rate increased from 3 to 13, an increase of 10. Is it because I borrowed Aurora's power? Can temporarily borrowing Aurora's power be used as a new method in the future? Ye Chen had too many questions regarding the corrupted core fragments and the shared fate ability. However, it didn't seem like a good time to research it right now. At this moment, the dust settled and a figure curled up appeared. When she trembled and raised her face, it was no longer the bright face of a girl, but the weathered visage of an old woman. Jiameng's eyes widened in terror, staring at her own hands filled with wrinkles and age spots. No, it can't be. Jiameng's withered fingers trembled as they brushed over her sagging skin and gray hair, and a hoarse voice emerged from her throat. They lied to me. It was all a lie. They promised that injecting corrupted energy would keep youth everlasting, making one immortal. TSK, who is so delusional? Corrupted energy? And eternal youth? An agile figure jumped out. It was a purple-skinned, cat-shaped robot, less than 30 centimeters tall, its electronic eyes twinkling with mischief, and its large ears stood up like radar as it walked with an air of superiority. In the distance, Aurora was leisurely strolling over, her cheeks bulging with barbecue buns, holding a large bag in her hands, chewing with abandon as she walked. The cat-shaped robot meandered to the elderly Jiameng, scanning her up and down with its electronic eyes, emitting a light beep. Corrupted energy backlash, organ failure index as high as 87. This lady doesn't have much time left. It approached the large pit where Talant had fallen, feigning to cover its eyes. Oh my, the destruction. What a waste. Fighting is one thing, but a demolition team background? It then wandered over to the armored Jin Gang Xiao Ru, tapping on the heavy armor with a metallic sound. This iron lump's modular structure. Just passable. Barely qualified to be my little follower. Who's your follower? It's my Jin Gang Xiao Ru. Aja angrily jumped down from the cockpit. Sanbao tilted its head and glanced at Ajo. So the mech pilot is here? Deduction points. The aesthetic and combatability of this yellow-haired chubby boy both score low. No matter how good the mech is, it can't withstand the fact that the pilot is a yellow-haired chubby boy. You, where did this scrap metal come from? You mouthy little thing. Oomph. Ajo was poked at his sore spot, his round face turning red, nearly jumping in anger. Sanbao completely ignored Ajo's fury and turned to the pale-faced Ye Chen, still slumped on the ground. The small electronic nose sniffed the air and commented, "Vitality is somewhat overdrawn, but fortunately, it's not serious. Nowadays, young people, relying on youth to gamble with their lives, not caring for their bodies at all. Corrupted energy is a double-edged sword. Every time it is overdrawn, it diminishes life. Do they really think they're immortal cockroaches?" Its head shook as if it were a chattering teacher. With Aja's support, Ye Chen barely stood up. Although his legs felt weak and unsteady, at least he had his life back. He walked step by step to the ashen Jiameng and asked, "Now can we talk? Who is the person behind you?" Jiameng stared blankly into the distance, her heart as dead as ashes. She had completely given up hope and didn't want to speak. Looking at this situation, she was yet another victim deceived by the dream of corrupted energy. I have seen many like her over the years. This is something only the Seven Cities Research Institute could do. You, how do you know? The name Seven Cities Research Institute stimulated Jiaming. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes fixed on Sanbao. Is it that hard to guess? Who am I? The all-knowing, all-powerful Sanbao. Is there anything in this land that I don't know? It said proudly. Sanbao, Aja exclaimed, his eyes bursting with fervent admiration. Is it the Master Sanbao who wrote the Mech Engineer Survival Manual? And Corrupted Energy explained. The chubby boy has some knowledge and good taste. Sanbao proudly stroked its non-existent beard with its claws, its pride instantly soaring, claiming its few insignificant scribbles. I didn't expect to meet you here. Excuse me, excuse me. Aja excitedly rubbed his hands together, saying that it was because of your writings that he became interested in mechanics. You are my mentor in my mechanical career. My dream is to become a great mech engineer like you. The mech engineer Sanbao's electronic eyes sparkled. You are one already, aren't you? Me? But I haven't participated in a formal awakening ceremony yet. Aja looked bewildered. Which outdated teacher taught you that? Sanbao sneered. Awakening or not, the ceremony is just a finishing touch. The key is the body's compatibility and driving ability with corrupted energy. You have already reached the standard of an ability mech engineer with this mech. It pointed its claw at Jin Gang Xiaoru. Why? Jiaming's last bit of resistance was completely ignited, erupting into a shrill and unwilling scream. How much did I give up? I sold everything, just to gain this little power. Why can he, a yellow-haired kid, a fatso, why? Ye Chen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Because when you were making a deal, you already regarded yourself as less than human. He walked up to Jiaming, looking down at her from a height. You sold out the villagers, treating them as expendables, and have long signed your own contract to become non-human. If you don't treat others as human, naturally, no one will treat you as human. The rule of the jungle is one you chose yourself. If you can't play, then don't join the game. Jiaming's pupils constricted violently. No, I'm not wrong. It's you. You should obediently be drained by me. You shouldn't resist. She screamed hysterically. Bang! With a muffled sound, Aja's clean and swift hand struck her neck, and the world finally quieted. Brother Chun, what should we do with this scum? Leave it to the villagers. They have more right to decide. Ye Chen said coldly. Oh, Sanbao walked elegantly to Ye Chen's front, its electronic eyes shining with admiration. I didn't expect this seemingly weak little brother to have such a sharp tongue, quite to my taste. What is your name? Ye Chen. I am Sanbao. I already said it. Heard it. Ye Chen raised his eyelids, his reaction flat. You really have no sense of humor at all. Sanbao exaggeratedly adjusted its metal head with its little paw, feigning heartbreak. Oh, likewise. An invisible current suddenly filled the air. Hey, Sanbao, why did you and Ye Chen start glaring at each other? Aurora finally finished the last barbecue bun, her cheeks puffed out, walking over. Master. Sanbao instantly teleported over, tightly hugging Aurora's little leg, its voice switching to a spoiled tone, rubbing against her thigh. These people aren't fun, especially that one called Ye Chen, weak and lacking a sense of humor. Let's go, Master. Let's stay away from these rude guys. Master, your memory has returned? Ye Chen frowned it. Aurora shook her head, a hint of confusion in her large eyes. No, they're just some very vague images that flashed by. It seemed that just now she could feel the familiar presence of Sanbao, so she chased after it. She pointed at Sanbao, but this guy pulled her into a strange space, and she couldn't get out no matter what. In that space, she suddenly felt a terrible panic, as if something disastrous was about to happen. Then, she blinked in confusion and looked at Ye Chen, as if she heard him calling her in his heart, asking for a bit of strength. So she agreed. Now, everything's fine, right? She glanced around at the chaos. It's fine now. Ye Chen let out a sigh of relief. His tone softened, tinged with a trace of lingering fear. This was too risky. It all depended on that shared fate to borrow your strength to hold on. Don't run off recklessly like that next time. He understood in his heart that this was not Aurora's fault. The root of the disaster was that damned broken Sanbao robot. What? Master. Sanbao's electronic voice suddenly skyrocketed, piercing the eardrums. It jumped right in front of Aurora, its two claws trembling with excitement, the electronic screen flashing error codes wildly. Shared fate? You. You actually signed a life and death contract with this weakling. My core processor is going to short circuit. If it dies, you will too. Then what will I do? I am bound to you for life. It's over, it's over, it's over. My glorious Sanbao is about to be ended by this weakling. It anxiously clawed at its own large ears, spinning in circles. I really appreciate your evaluation. So, great Sanbao, do you have a solution? Either use your wisdom to help your master break this contract, or think of a way to make the weakling you mentioned a bit stronger, to avoid dragging you down. Weakling becoming strong. With you. Sanbao suddenly stopped spinning, its face full of disdain. The 9 levels of awakeners. You are currently at level 2, barely able to deal with level 3 corrupted beings. With your weakling level, want to reach level 9? Without a great teacher's guidance and opportunity, practice for another 100 years. Really, thank you for the reminder. I will try to live to 100. Ye Chen rolled his eyes dramatically, too lazy to argue with Sanbao. Ye Chen took out the Abyss Core fragment from his clothes and handed it to Aurora, saying, "This is something I brought from my hometown called Abyss Core fragment. I established the contract with you through this sacrifice. Just now, in a critical moment, it also triggered shared fate, allowing me to borrow your strength. Do you know what it's used for?" Buzz. Sanbao's previously mocking electronic eyes instantly brightened, like 2 overloaded flashlights, emitting blinding white light. Its entire face turned red. "My male master, your loyal, humble, wise, and brave Sanbao is here. Please, be sure to reward the most loyal and wise Sanbao with the Abyss Core fragment. Sanbao will protect you and it with all its life. For my dear male master, I would go through fire and water, no hesitation. Ye Chen." Aurora. Aja, winky face. The air froze, and everyone was stunned. Only Sanbao quickly ran to Ye Chen's side, tightly hugging his thigh, rubbing against him in a spoiled manner. Chapter 29 Practical Teaching. The blood-red sunset splashed across the wasteland, dyeing the weathered rock formations into sinister silhouettes. The bulldozer, transformed from the iron claw Little Rue, suddenly shook violently. Zila, by the window, dozens of eerie green beast eyes emerged from the rock shadows, and the foul saliva of the corrupted wolf dripped down, instantly corroding the metal body and producing white smoke. Level 2 pack-corrupted beasts have extremely high corrosion resistance. Just right for you to practice on. The electronic eye of Sanbao suddenly lit up. Newbies, the practical teaching begins. Oh, the wolf howl was piercing, and Asia controlled the iron claw Little Rue to transform into combat mode, striking out with a heavy punch that sent a corrupted wolf flying. Then it revealed the cannon on its shoulder, firing an energy projectile that split 2 corrupted wolves in half. After firing the shoulder cannon, before it could retract, more corrupted wolves pounced from the flanks, biting at the joint gaps. The corrupted wolves bit at the joints, their saliva corroding the mech. Although the iron claw Little Rue could self-repair, its repair speed was far slower than the corrosion rate. If everyone operated the mech like you, mech pilots would have died out long ago. Sanbao kicked a corrupted wolf away like lightning, then leapt onto the shoulder of the iron claw Little Rue. The mech is an extension of your body. You can't just use brute force. That's a waste of energy. You need to remember that the joints of the mech are weaknesses, and the thick armor is a shield. You must know your mech's strengths and weaknesses as well as you know your own body. Use the strong parts to confront the enemy and protect the weak spots. Be mindful of conserving corrosive energy. Don't waste energy recklessly. When your internal corrosive energy is depleted, the mech will just be a pile of scrap metal. Before the words were out, Sanbao had transformed into a purple stream of light, rushing into the wolf pack. Watch closely and learn. Its small body darted among the corrupted wolves, throwing elbow strikes, knee bumps, and headbutts. Each block was precisely aimed at the most vulnerable throat or bridge of the nose of the corrupted wolves, and each counterattack targeted the joints or eyeballs. The corrupted wolves surrounding the legs of the iron claw Little Rue were instantly swept away cleanly. Can't even handle level 2 corrupted wolves? What a waste of such a good mech. Don't even say you're my student. Asia's face turned red, and the iron claw Little Rue immediately mimicked Sanbao's movements, charging into the wolf pack with a new rhythm. On the other side, Ye Chen's 6-point crystal array formed a crimson cage, trapping 5 corrupted wolves. The corrupted wolves opened their mouths wide, spewing large amounts of black corrosive liquid, which splashed against the walls of the crystal array. The corrosive liquid sizzled, visibly eroding the crystal array. Ye Chen was forced to continuously output corrosive energy to repair the crystal array. The corrupted wolves on the outside seized the opportunity to pounce, and Ye Chen fled in a panic, his corrosive energy rapidly depleting. Idiot! Sanbao appeared beside Ye Chen, running alongside him. What a waste of your rule's system ability. You set up a big formation to trap 5 wolves? Where's the efficiency? Where's your brain? Use your corrosive energy to sense the fluctuations, predict the trajectories, and trap their legs with small crystal rings. Isn't that energy-saving and efficient? Ye Chen was enlightened by the scolding. He suddenly dispersed the large array, and the corrosive energy instantly split into several red crystal rings, shooting towards the pursuers. But the corrupted wolves agilely jumped and dodged. Trap game, huh? Sanbao was furious, sensing their corrosive energy trajectories. Set up points in advance. Activate instantly. The rules system is all about prediction and micromanipulation. Amidst the reprimands, the core essence had already been thrown out. Ye Chen focused, extending his corrosive energy perception like a thread. The next crystal ring suddenly flashed at the landing point of a corrupted wolf, snapping shut. The wolf's leg was trapped, and the corrupted wolf fell hard, face planting into the ground. Huh, got it. I told you Ye Chen was just about to grin. Just a stroke of luck. Practice. Sanbao ruthlessly interrupted, its figure already darting towards Asia's side. Asia, don't get stuck on the joints. Use your waist and hips to drive your arms. Yes, just like that. In the heat of battle, Sanbao's voice came through. You too can level up in a short time, all thanks to Ye Chen borrowing a thread of my master's corrosive energy through the shared destiny contract. The energy stimulated your cells and increased your corrosive energy fusion rate, promoting your evolution. With some more training, Ye Chen, you can reach level 3. It shot a warning look at Ye Chen. But remember, be careful using the master's power. This time you got lucky. My master was taken to a different space by me, and the energy transmission in that space was reduced by more than half. So you only spent a bit of life force. If it were in the same dimension, if you mismanaged the energy control, you'd be left with nothing. Ye Chen reflected on his ability panel, pondering that perhaps this was the true way to use the shared destiny. Awakened ability, shared destiny, target, Aurora, synchronization rate, 13. Temporarily borrowing Aurora's power. On the other end of the wasteland, Aurora was leading a long train of corrupted wolves in circles, her silver bell-like laughter ringing out. She varied her speed, precisely teasing the wolves to their limits of anger, having the time of her life. See that? That's called control. Sanbao's electronic eyes sparkled with pride. Then it turned to the panting Ye Chen and Asia, shouting, "What about you? Are the corrupted wolves chasing you like rabbits? Turn the tables and attack." After more than 2 hours of brutal training, the corrupted wolves transformed from ferocious hunters to foam-mouthed prey. Ye Chen's crystal rings could finally be released with precision, and Asia's mech could swing smoothly. The wolf pack was exhausted and only a fear left in their eyes. The Wolf King howled in despair, leading the remaining troops in a hasty retreat, leaving only a few corrupted wolf corpses on the wasteland. Clap, clap. The practical lesson is over. Sanbao clapped its hands. Ye Chen, it's time for you to show off your cooking skills. Although the corrupted wolves' bodies cannot be eaten, the thigh meat is still delicious. I want to eat roasted corrupted wolf legs. It bounced towards the ingredients, its electronic eyes sparkling with an insatiable desire for food, instantly switching from a stern instructor to a greedy cat, while everyone prepared to roast the corrupted wolf legs. Sanbao introduced the origins of the 7 cities and the background of the dream-building mining incident. 80 years ago, after the nuclear disaster, strange meteors fell, and corrosive energy appeared. Corrosive energy fused with planetary life, creating a new form of energy. It could resist radiation, promote evolution, and give rise to new intelligent races. Thus began the era of Great Awakening. Human survivors discovered they could become awakened ones by fusing with corrosive energy to fight against radiation, leading to fierce battles for corrosive energy resources between cities. To seize corrosive energy, various cities engaged in brutal combat, until the emergence of level 9 powerhouses, who became strategic weapons, even able to partially rewrite physical rules and create things out of thin air. Level 9 powerhouses became new limiting weapons. The 7 major cities were born, each protected by a level 9 powerhouse, forming a city-state model centered around the 7 major cities to dominate satellite cities. The essence of the dream-building mining incident. The main City Research Institute discovered mineral deposits, supported Jiameng, sealed off dream-building village, and forced villagers to mine, collecting corrosive energy resources. Villagers were eroded by corrosive energy ores, losing a lot of life force. And Jiameng, due to improper absorption of corrosive energy, was also eroded and needed to consume life force to maintain youth. Finally, Sanbao directed Ye Chen to use the corrosive core fragments in his hands to absorb the corrosive energy from the dream-building village mine, preventing the entire dream-building village from being harmed again. When the roasted wolf legs, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with oil, were served, Aurora, Asia, and Sanbao's eyes instantly lit up. The 2 humans and 1 cat almost simultaneously reached out, each grabbing a large thigh, taking big bites, getting their mouths greasy and sauce smeared across their cheeks. Watching Sanbao chew on the corrupted wolf leg meat, Ye Chen couldn't help but be curious. "Hey Sanbao, aren't you a robot? Can you eat meat too?" Sanbao proudly puffed out its belly and patted it with its metal claws, making a crisp clanging sound. "I'm a mechanical life form, not a robot. What energy can't my core furnace refine? Eating too much corrosive energy or gets boring. Roasted meat is the true delicacy of the world. The taste is indeed good, but Ye Chen, your skills are too poor compared to your cooking. The gap is too big. Enough. Even after eating my roasted wolf leg meat, you still can't forget to throw shade." Ye Chen rolled his eyes and handed a freshly roasted wolf leg to Aurora. Aurora happily accepted it, her eyes squinting with joy. "Wait." Sanbao suddenly remembered something, rushed to Ye Chen's side, and tightly hugged his thigh. His electronic eyes immediately overflowed with a blurred glimmer, looking at Ye Chen. "According to our agreement, the lecture is over. It's time to charge my core fragment. My energy cycle needs it." Ye Chen was amused by his appearance, helplessly laughing. All right, you win." He took the stone from around his neck and tossed it to Sanbao. Chapter 30 New Goals, haha. Pure eroded core energy. What a long-lost feeling. Sanbao cherished the fragment in his arms and let out a sigh of ecstasy. "It's great, but unfortunately, this piece is still too small compared to the complete eroded core that the master had back in the day, Sai. Eroded core fragments. Are they Aurora's?" Ye Chen caught the key point in Sanbao's words and looked at the girl quietly eating roasted meat. "Of course, it's hers." Sanbao's voice became unusually gentle, lost in distant memories. "When I first met the master, she was already wearing that complete eroded core. Later, I joined the top battle Team Divine, favor formed by the 7 Cities Council with the master. Those years, we traversed the Wasteland, exterminated forbidden corrupt beasts, and flattened lost ruins. We were really full of vigor and unmatched." In his electronic eyes, the shadows of glorious battles seemed to reflect, but then they dimmed again. "Unfortunately, later I was deceived by false news from my hometown and was separated from the master for a while." Sanbao's memories carried a kind of sadness, completely different from his previous sharp tongue. "After I finally managed to handle everything and hurried back day and night, what I heard was the news of the final battle. I heard that the master detonated the eroded core and turned into a terrifying forbidden creature. I was terrified." He lowered his head. "I was scared at that time and chose to flee. After that, I wandered between various towns, trying to find out the truth, but the information was blocked by the upper echelons of the 7 cities. I could only write some adventure stories and trade for some scraps to make a living." Crystal tears fell from his electronic eyes, splattering on the cold metal compartment, breaking into tiny glimmers. "This time I passed through Dreamland since the eroded energy reaction and wanted to gather some eroded energy to replenish. I just happened to run into the master. I never thought I would meet the master again one day, but she completely doesn't remember me, nor does she remember anything from the past." Sanbao sobbed completely, his shoulders shaking continuously. Ye Chen squatted down, carefully stroking Sanbao's back, conveying silent understanding and comfort. After crying for a while, Sanbao's emotions were released, and he slowly stopped crying. He raised his head, looked seriously at Ye Chen, and said solemnly, "Ye Chen, I want you to help me with something." "You say?" "I want you to help collect eroded core fragments and uncover the truth of the final battle, to clear the Master's name. I absolutely do not believe their claims that the Master was polluted by eroded energy and coveted the eroded core fragments, because the eroded core originally belonged to the Master." Sanbao's tone was extremely serious. Looking at Sanbao's earnest and hopeful eyes, Ye Chen's heart stirred slightly. He instinctively turned to look at Aurora. Not far away, Aurora, seeing Sanbao in tears, seemed to have memories in her golden eyes, and the remaining half of the roasted wolf leg meat in her hand was gradually vaporizing due to the eroded energy. Seeing this scene made Ye Chen feel somewhat uncomfortable. It turned out that Aurora, who usually didn't care about anything, also had things she cared about. A sense of responsibility surged in his heart. Sanbao also sensed the Master's energy fluctuations, and his eyes filled with tears again. "Master." Ye Chen turned back, met Sanbao's gaze, and nodded solemnly. "I promise you." Sanbao tightly grasped Ye Chen's hands, nodding vigorously and thanking him. "All right, to collect the fragments, I need to practice eroded energy properly first, so I can be sure." Before Ye Chen's words fell, his hand shot out like lightning, swiftly snatching the eroded core fragment from Sanbao's claws. "Ye Chen, you are cheating." The treasure was snatched away, and Sanbao instantly exploded with anger, his body bouncing up like a small cannonball, frantically chasing Ye Chen around. "It's already past time." Ye Chen dodged nimbly while laughing in rebuttal. "No," Sanbao persisted, raising his voice by 8 degrees. Seeing he couldn't catch the slippery Ye Chen, Sanbao immediately redirected his firepower, targeting Aja. "Aja, stop eating. You and I are working overtime tonight. Hurry up and make an eroded core fragment detection radar." "Okay, teacher Sanbao." Aja, with his mouth full of roasted meat and cheeks puffed up, still mumbled in response. Meanwhile, Aurora watched Sanbao's relentless pursuit of Ye Chen with a funny expression, unable to suppress a smile that eventually turned into a brilliant grin. In a clear voice, she cheered for Sanbao. "Go Sanbao. You're about to catch up with Ye Chen." The sounds of footsteps chasing, the irritable mechanical voice, the girls' cheers, and the boys' loud responses. All the sounds intertwined, merging into a vibrant cheer. This lively commotion echoed far and wide in the quiet wilderness at night. The stars were like shattered diamonds, embedded in the deep night sky of the wasteland. Aurora sat quietly alone, gazing at the brilliance, seemingly lost in this boundless galaxy. Sanbao and Aja were continuously discussing radar plans in the dump truck. Sanbao used the diamond little rue to amplify the eroded core spectrum features and scan for the same source signals. Aja, but we need positioning anchor points. Got it. Use Brother Chen's fragment as the reference frequency. Sanbao, then let's try it first. Aja, don't touch the circuit board with your hands covered in wolf oil. A light footstep approached from behind, and Ye Chen quietly sat down beside her. Still in a daze? His voice was low, carrying a barely noticeable concern. Aurora didn't answer immediately, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, and after a while, she whispered, looking at the stars. "Thinking about Sanbao and things from the past. I still can't remember everything. Only some fragments he occasionally mentioned." Her voice was filled with confusion. "You all have such clear pasts, vivid memories, but I have nothing here." Aurora gathered a red diamond in her hand, which then shattered into fragments and scattered in the air. "It feels heavy, doesn't it?" Ye Chen's gaze fell on her slightly furrowed brows. "Yes, not just heavy. There's also confusion. I want to know what happened in my past. Give me an explanation, and also give Sanbao an explanation." Ye Chen looked at the loneliness and struggle reflected in her figure, and something in his heart was gently touched. He leaned slightly forward, coming a bit closer, his tone resolute. "Aurora, listen to me. This is not just your burden. We will work together to uncover the truth of the past. We will collect the eroded core fragments together and bring back your past. Look, Sanbao and Aja are assembling the eroded core fragment radar right now." Ye Chen. Aurora stared at him blankly. "Thank you." She softly expressed her gratitude, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible choking. Huh? Ye Chen was taken aback. What are you thanking me for? Thank you for trusting someone like me who has a blank memory, she explained softly. You never treated me as a burden. This tolerance. I'm very grateful. You have also saved my life several times. Shouldn't I be thanking you? Ye Chen suddenly broke into a gentle smile. We are teammates, part of the same team, and we should trust and support each other. Besides, I am an archaeologist, best at uncovering historical truths. By the name of archaeology, I vow that whether the truth is buried in ruins or hidden beneath the lies of the seven cities, I will bring you a historical truth. Here, this is a new family portrait I made after Sanbao joined. Ye Chen handed Aurora a new shell, on which he, Aurora, Zhe, and Sanbao were happily eating roasted wolf meat together. Listening to Ye Chen's words, Aurora took the shell and looked at the picture on it. Her body trembled slightly, and her lips unconsciously curled up. Teammates? She murmured, repeating these two words. Sky Curtain City Research Institute. I heard that our recent project in Xinglua City has encountered problems. The newly invested energy depleting or has suddenly run out of power? An elderly man in the shadows asked. Director, I have already dispatched the Gamma team of Judgment to investigate, and I believe we will have results soon. A middle-aged man replied, bowing. Chapter 31. Pursuing waves in the sand sea in the early morning, the sun rose just above the horizon in the wasteland. We did it. We finally did it. The excited voices of two people woke everyone up. Sanbao raised a round, disc-shaped object and rushed over to Aurora like he was presenting a treasure. Master, under my wisdom and Azai's practical operation, our Erosion Core fragment detection radar has finally succeeded. Sanbao urged. Azai, quickly activate the radar to see the results. Received. Activating the detection radar. Azai pressed the button in the cockpit of the armored vehicle. On the palm-sized radar screen, green light waves expanded outward from the center in circles. After 3 flashes, a large red dot appeared in the center of the screen, with another red dot emerging in the northeast corner. The central red dot marked our location, while the big red dot represented the Erosion Core fragment carried by Ye Chen. Sanbao pointed at the screen and explained the small red is the newly discovered fragment, located about 100 kilometers to the northeast. He added, the current radar scanning range is a radius of 300 kilometers. Once the signal is enhanced, the coverage distance can be further expanded. Ye Chen unfolded the map and carefully compared it with the radar's indicated position. After a moment, he put down the map and confirmed the target location should coincide exactly with Yong'an Town, which is our destination. Then I'll prepare breakfast. Everyone hurry up and eat, and we'll set off immediately after the meal. Upon hearing about food, Aurora's eyes lit up. Ye Chen, I want to eat that crispy roasted direwolf leg meat from last night. As soon as she finished speaking, Sanbao immediately raised both hands. I want it too. Double portion. Azai also poked his head out of the vehicle. Chengge, I want some too. Ye Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead. The last 3 were polished off by you guys last night. Now there's not even a single strand of direwolf fur left. Where am I supposed to get leg meat from? Aurora pouted, crossing her fingers. Then I want to drink warm sweet potato porridge. The sweet kind. Ye Chen was at a loss for words, pointing at the desolate Gobi around them. This barren land is so dry that even a blade of grass struggles to grow. Where would sweet potatoes come from? He turned around and rummaged through the food inside. For now, just make do with these rice balls. Once we reach Yong'an Town, I'll treat you guys to a good meal. What are we waiting for? Aurora snatched a rice ball and stuffed it into her mouth, urging them while mumbling. Let us go, let us go. Target Yong'an Town, full speed ahead. The transformed dump truck of Jin Gang, Xiao Ru, sped across the wasteland, and the monotonous scenery outside unexpectedly turned golden. That's strange. This area is clearly marked as wasteland on the map. How did such a large desert appear? Ye Chen furrowed his brows, repeatedly gesturing on the map, looking puzzled. Sanbao pressed his face against the car window, his nose squished. When I came last time, this was still wasteland. How has it turned into a desert now? Suddenly, the vehicle came to a sudden halt, starting to uncontrollably drift sideways. Azai. Ye Chen instantly became alert. The car is sliding sideways. Look at those sand dunes. They seemed far away just now. He pointed at the enormous sand dunes in the distance. Azai gripped the steering wheel with one hand and rapidly tapped the control panel with the other, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hold on tight. The wheels can't grip. We're being dragged by the sand. The dump truck helplessly slid across the flowing sand, sinking deeper and deeper, with the sand and dust kicked up by the wheels pouring into the cabin like a small waterfall. Ye Chen's mind raced as fragmented memories pieced together. Oh no, it's a quicksand sea. We're caught in a whirlpool. Azai, quickly charge out. If we sink in, we won't be able to get out. His face turned pale, and his voice was urgent. Just as he finished speaking, ripples emanated from the depths of the sand sea, and massive sand waves began to form, crashing toward the dump truck. Boom! A powerful impact hit the vehicle. A sand wave slammed into the dump truck, nearly flipping it over. The car sank faster, fine sand pouring in through the door seams and the chassis. Azai, think of something. The sand is up to my waist. Help! I'm going to be buried alive. Sanbao flailed, his lower body quickly engulfed by the rushing yellow sand, leaving only his upper body twisting. Ye Chen grabbed Sanbao by the ear, pulling him out like pulling a radish, stuffing him into his arms. Azai, the sand is surging too fast. Hold on tight. Watch me. Azai's eyes sharpened, and he forcefully pressed the transformation button on Jin Gang Xiao Ru, transform. Battle mode. Gahuk boom. The mechanical roar echoed through the sand sea as the dump truck instantly transformed and reassembled into a giant mech. However, entering mech mode caused even greater sinking, as the sand instantly engulfed the mech's waist, and the sand level in the cockpit rose rapidly. Azai, you're killing me. It's heavier now that it's bigger. The sand is up to my chest. Ugh. Sanbao spat out the sand in his mouth, wailing in despair. Don't panic. Thrust preheating, target wave peak locked. Everyone hold tight. Azai's voice was unusually calm as he operated quickly on the console. At that moment, a 10-meter-high sand wave loomed, blocking out the sun and crashing toward them. The sand wave is coming. Over 10 meters high. We're going to die. Sanbao was terrified, clinging tightly to Ye Chen with his eyes shut tight. Now's the time. Full thrust. Azai slammed the launch button. Boom. The rocket thrusters on the legs of Jin Gang Xiao Ru erupted with blinding flames, the powerful thrust instantly yanking the mech out of the quicksand trap. Like a rocket taking off, it narrowly brushed against the top of the giant wave and shot into the sky. Wow, we're flying. Higher. Aurora clapped her hands excitedly, her cheeks flushed with excitement. The mech flew higher and higher, and Ye Chen, watching the rapidly shrinking ground, suddenly thought of a critical issue. Azai, where's the parachute? Is the cushioning device installed? Time was tight, so I didn't get to install it. Azai grinned, flashing white teeth, but I have a cooler landing method. Seatbelts fastened. Prepare to activate the tumble dryer mode. What? Tumbla. Jin Gang Xiao Ru performed a 90-degree flip in midair, head down and chest down. At the same time, all the portholes popped open instantly. The mech spun like a top at high speed. Oh, help. My brain is going to be scrambled. I'm going to puke. Ugh. Sanbao, tightly held in Ye Chen's embrace, rolled his eyes back, his tongue hanging out, his vision filled with spinning stars and little birds. The sand that had seeped into the cabin was violently flung out by the immense centrifugal force, forming a golden sand ring that sparkled in the sunlight. Ha ha ha. So much fun, too much fun. Aurora spread her arms, giggling, her red hair flying wildly in the turbulent airflow. After spinning rapidly for several circles, they rapidly approached the ground. Ye Chen and Sanbao's screams mixed with Aurora's laughter in the weightlessness of the spin. Hold tight. Last push, Sand Sea surfing mode. Transform. Azai shouted. The mech in the air instantly reconfigured, transforming into a streamlined giant steel fish. It precisely adjusted its posture, diving down the slope of a massive sand wave. Splash! The mechanical fish plunged into the sand wave, using the enormous resistance of the sand to cushion its downward momentum. Then, with a nimble leap, it broke through the sand wave. Azai was fully focused, skillfully controlling the giant steel fish, which danced gracefully between the undulating sand dunes and waves under his command. Charge! Yingong Xiuru, charge! Aurora shouted joyfully. Finally, After a perfect use of momentum, the mechanical fish made a beautiful tail flick and sprinted onto a massive black rock platform protruding from the sand sea, solid as a rock. Creak. It came to a steady stop. The group, having survived the ordeal, slumped in their seats, gasping for breath. Ye Chen wiped the sweat from his brow, still feeling a lingering fear. Sanbao was slumped in a heap like a pile of mud, mumbling unconsciously, stars, so many stars. They turned back to look at the sea of sand, where, deep within the rolling sands, a gigantic black shadow could be faintly seen, slowly wriggling. With each movement, the entire sea of sand surged forward in response. My goodness! Sanbao was stunned, his mouth agape, wondering what on earth was lurking beneath the sand. Let us see if this core fragment is on that monster, Ye Chen suddenly asked. Chapter 32. The predicament of Yong'an, the detection radar, is activated. Asia pressed the button in the cockpit of the armored vehicle. After 3 flashes of green light, a large red dot appeared in the center of the screen, with another red dot not far to the east. Sanbao glanced at the results displayed on the radar and said, "The monster below doesn't have any core fragments. Another piece is still in Yong'an. Fortunately, the monster below doesn't have core fragments. I don't want to fight it. Let's go to Yong'an." Upon finally arriving at Yong'an, it was much larger than Qingshui Township and Zhudream Township. The roads were straight, the streets orderly, and shops lined both sides, giving it quite a modern urban feel. However, the pedestrians in the town looked hurried and anxious, whispering to each other, and the air was filled with unease. When they saw Ye Chen and the others driving in from the road outside the town, they were greeted by a scene of desolation. Many people were dressed in adventure gear, but were covered in blood, helping each other as they walked into the town. The onlookers stared at Ye Chen and the others with vacant expressions, like living corpses. "Step aside. Everyone move." A team of soldiers rushed over, quickly clearing the crowd. The leading captain, breathing heavily, scanned Ye Chen and the others sharply. "Ladies and gentlemen, the mayor requests your presence immediately. This is a serious matter." Inside the mayor's office, a slightly overweight middle-aged man with deep dark circles under his eyes and cracked lips hurriedly approached them, almost jogging. He instinctively rubbed his hands together, his voice hoarse but filled with urgency. "I am Wang Yufeng, the mayor of Yong'an. Where do you find guests come from? Just passing through or—" Before he finished speaking, his gaze was fixed on Ye Chen. "Just passing through. We plan to go to Xinglua City for ability rating," Ye Chen replied. "Rating? So you're ability users? How did you get through the outer wasteland?" Wang Yufeng leaned forward suddenly, his voice rising sharply. "Sand demon. Did you encounter that sand demon when you entered the town?" He breathed rapidly, his eyes burning with intensity as he looked at everyone. "Ye Chen fronet, sant demon. Mayor. We've heard people mention it along the way. What exactly is the sand demon?" Alas! Wang Yufeng slammed his fist in his palm, a sigh escaping like it came from the depths of his soul, filled with fatigue and fear. Yong'an is a hub between north and south, a fortress between east and west. In the past, it was bustling with activity, but everything changed a month ago. A monster, the Sand Demon, appeared out of nowhere 30 miles outside the town. It can control quicksand. It can create sand waves dozens of meters high. The entire wasteland has become its hunting ground. Want to leave? The sand will immediately rush up and strangle you. At first, there were ability users who could come and go. But recently, it has grown stronger. It has completely sealed off our town. He suddenly grabbed Ye Chen's arm. For half a month, you are the only living people to have entered in that time. Outside, people are saying, "That monster wants to trap us here and make us its food supply." The entire town is on the brink of madness from this fear. I have sent wave after wave of exploration teams, and none have managed to break out. You must have seen the heavy losses when you entered the town. Ye Chen pondered. If you're referring to the giant creature that can manipulate the sand sea and hides underground, we indeed encountered it. We barely escaped its sand sea. That's it. No doubt about it. Wang Yufeng's eyes suddenly erupted with a terrifying light, as if a drowning person had grabbed hold of a piece of wood. His voice trembling with excitement. You all managed to escape from its claws. You are truly capable experts. On behalf of Yong'an, I earnestly request your help. Help us eliminate this grave threat. As long as you can deal with the sand demon, the doors of our treasure vault will be wide open for you. Choose any treasure. Our town has accumulated many good things over decades of trade. If the conditions are not enough, feel free to mention it. Whatever our town has, Wang Yufeng, will agree to it. He panted heavily, staring intently at Ye Chen. Ye Chen exchanged glances with his teammates. The sand demon is indeed tricky. We need to discuss it further before responding to the mayor. Of course. Wang Yufeng forced a smile, but anxiety was nearly spilling over. He quickly turned and shouted, "Secretary Wang, hurry. Arrange the best accommodations for our esteemed guests. Be sure to take good care of them." Immediately, the group checked into the hotel arranged by Secretary Wang, and after having a meal, they sat together to discuss strategies. Asia asked, "Brother Chen, do you think the fragments could be in the mayor's treasure vault?" Ye Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "It's hard to say, but the mayor's vault does have the highest possibility. Then should we go take the mayor's mission?" Asia continued, "Completing the mission would allow us to enter the vault and pick treasures, and then we could easily take the fragments." Yes, Ye Chen nodded. "We were going to leave the town anyway, so we might as well accept the bounty mission." Huh? Are we really going to deal with that terrifying monster? San Bao's face fell, and he pressed his paw against his forehead. "I was relieved that the fragments weren't with the monster, so we wouldn't have to fight it. I didn't expect the situation to come back around. If we don't deal with it, we won't be able to get the fragments, and we won't be able to leave." His tone was filled with helplessness, as if he had been trapped by his own prophecy. "We need to upgrade our equipment to deal with the sand demon," Ye Chen decisively stated. "The key is to give Xiao Ru the ability to fly, allowing us to avoid attacks from the sand demon on the ground while improving our landing capabilities." San Bao's cat ears perked up, and he immediately raised his hand. "I second that. The last forced landing nearly dislodged the organs of Lord Bao. I don't want to experience a washing machine-style landing again." Asia confidently declared, "Leave it to me. As long as the materials are in place, not to mention flying, I can make Xiao Ru do aerial ballet. The key is how to lure that monster out of the sand." Ye Chen turned to Aurora. "As long as it shows itself, Aurora should be able to handle it." Everyone's gaze focused on Aurora. She was intently licking a lollipop of unknown origin, and only raised her head in confusion when she felt their eyes on her, the candy stick popping out of her mouth. She mumbled, "Aurora, we'll follow orders. Promise, hic, to complete the mission. But how do we force it out? We know nothing about its weaknesses." Asia frowned. "We need to find a local person familiar with the sand demon's habits." Ye Chen summarized. Inside the mayor's office, Ye Chen got straight to the point. "Mayor, we agree to deal with the sand demon, but we need 3 things. First, we need funds for upgrading the mech with metal materials. Don't talk about money." The mayor waved his hand grandly. "You are benefactors of Yong'an. Take whatever you need from the materials warehouse. Second, we need a guide who understands the sand demon's weaknesses." "No problem. We have someone who escaped from the sand demon and has experience. I'll have him come this afternoon." Third, Ye Chen paused, glancing at Aurora, who was secretly sniffing the aroma of pastries on the table. "Please prepare ample food. The battle consumes a lot, and our team has a rather special appetite. It's quite large." The mayor laughed heartily, patting his belly. "Rest assured, we'll provide plenty. How can heroes fight on an empty stomach? I guarantee you'll have fish and meat at every meal." Aurora's eyes lit up like 2 little suns, excitedly bouncing in place. Fish and meat at every meal. Ye Chen hesitated. "Mayor, it might be a bit more than you expect. We are willing to pay." "Oh, young people being able to eat is a blessing. How can I let you pay? That would be a slap in my face." The mayor waved it off dismissively. "How much can a small team eat? As long as you can deal with the sand demon, eat as much as you like." Upon hearing "eat as much as you like," Aurora's eyes sparkled with golden stars. Seeing her drooling with a silly smile, Ye Chen silently facepalmed, hoping that when your cafeteria really runs out of food, your heart can withstand it. Chapter 33, The Big Talker. 1 in the afternoon. The guide arrived at Ye Chen's team's residence to report. "You are the guide sent by the mayor?" Ye Chen looked at the young boy before him, who was only about 17 or 18 years old, and couldn't help but show a surprised expression. "That's right. I am. My name is Feng Yinyu. Don't be fooled by my age. I'm the only person in Yong'an town who has escaped from the sand demon," the boy said with excitement, his tone filled with unabashed pride. Hello, Feng Yinyu. I am Ye Chen. This is Aurora. This is our mecha pilot, Asia. And this is our strategist, Sanbao. Ye Chen introduced his teammates to Feng Yinyu. Feng Yinyu immediately turned to Asia, his eyes sparkling. Wow, you are the mecha pilot? That's so ambitious. Can I take a look at your mecha? I've dreamed of piloting a mecha since I was a child. Asia pointed to the nearby mecha, Jingang Xiaoru. Wow, Feng Yinyu exclaimed exaggeratedly. This mecha is so cool. To design such an impressive mecha, brother Asia, you must be a genius among geniuses. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. You look like a person of great depth. This flurry of compliments instantly made Asia feel elated, completely lost in the praise. Next, Feng Yinyu dashed over to Sanbao and said, "Oh my, you must be the team's brain, the strategist Sanbao, right? You look extraordinary." As the team's think tank, knowledgeable about everything from astronomy to geography, and well-versed in local customs, he was practically a walking encyclopedia. I admire wise people like you, who can devise plans without fail. Sanbao wanted to retort with a sharp tongue, but he was so taken aback by this barrage of sweet talk that he happily accepted the praise while not forgetting to correct. Ahem, I am from the mechanical clan. But the term encyclopedia is indeed fitting. Finally, Feng Yinyu grinned and approached Aurora, playfully blinking. Wow, big sister. You are even more dazzling than the moonlight in the desert. Do you have a boyfriend? If not, consider me. I'm a potential stock. This bold and playful remark made Aurora laugh uncontrollably, unable to keep her mouth closed. Watching Asia, Sanbao, and Aurora being so thoroughly entertained by Feng Yinyu's eloquence, each of them floating in joy, Ye Chen's brows furrowed tighter, his gaze secretly scrutinizing the overly lively boy. Let's stop the small talk here, Ye Chen calmly interrupted. Time is of the essence. Please detail how you escaped from the sand demon. What are the characteristics and weaknesses of the sand demon? Oh, Brother Yi, you asked the right person. Feng Yinyu instantly put away his playful demeanor, his face transforming into an extremely fearful expression, his voice deliberately lowered and becoming hoarse. The sand demon is simply a nightmare in the desert. It appears and disappears at will, can change its form freely, sometimes as large as a mountain, sometimes as small as quicksand. It is impossible to guard against. He exaggerated his body language, using his hands to simulate the lurking monster. It moves underground like a fish swimming in water, and it could pop up right under your feet at any moment. When it's quiet, it acts like the most cunning hunter, lurking deep in the sea of sand, silently locking onto its prey, leaving you clueless about how you will die. Once it locks onto you, Feng Yinyu suddenly waved his hand, his voice rising sharply, filled with terror. It can instantly whip up a massive wave of sand. The entire desert comes alive, roaring like a giant beast ready to devour you. The sand walls can close in on you in an instant, fast enough that you wouldn't be able to escape even if you had wings. Saying it can move mountains and overturn seas and devour everything is an understatement. During the day, it lurks beneath the scorching sands, manipulating sand flows to create traps. He glanced around ominously. At night, it emerges from the ground. Its massive body casts a shadow under the moonlight that can scare you to death. The entire Death Sand Sea is its hunting ground. Those targeted by it never survive. He vividly described this, imitating the sand demon, capturing and eating people, creating a particularly chilling performance. While Feng Yinyu was recounting his experience, a translucent blue butterfly flickered on his shoulder, but only Ye Chen noticed it. When Ye Chen observed it closely, the blue butterfly vanished again. Asia and Sanbao were terrified by his performance, dramatically huddling together, shaking. After Feng Yinyu finished, he scanned the crowd, only to find Ye Chen expressionless, showing no fear, while Aurora blinked her big eyes, looking excited. Huh? Feng Yinyu exaggeratedly shrank his neck, feigning surprise. Brother Yi, sister Aurora, you aren't scared? We're facing such a world-destroying monster. Aurora shook her head happily, her smile still radiant. Scared? Why would we be? You told it so wonderfully. It was like listening to a story. Keep going, it's so interesting. Ye Chen's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Feng Yinyu. I want to ask, how many times have you actually escaped from the sand demon? Were all encounters during the day, or did you encounter the sand demon at night? Ah, just once, and it was only during the day. If I'd encountered it more, my little life would have been over long ago. Feng Yinyu blurted out, but his voice involuntarily tightened, his gaze starting to wander, not daring to meet Ye Chen's eyes. So, you only encountered it once during the day? Ye Chen leaned forward slightly, applying pressure on Feng Yinyu. How do you know for certain that the sand demon emerges at night to hunt using its massive body? Boom! The color drained from Feng Yinyu's face, turning as pale as paper. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he swallowed hard, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his clothing. I inferred it. Yes, I inferred it based on the sand demon's behavior during the day. Feng Yinyu explained as he wiped the sweat, completely lacking the exuberance he had earlier. Ye Chen did not comment on his explanation, but his gaze became sharper, continuing to apply pressure. All right, if we attack the sand demon during the day, what specific methods do you think we can use to force the sand demon hiding underground to come out? Let me think about that. Feng Yinyu shrank back as if burned, his eyes darting around, avoiding looking at Ye Chen. You need to think clearly right now. We only have today to prepare, and we must set off early tomorrow morning. You must tell us all the sand demon's habits and weaknesses without reservation and accurately within these 2 days. This concerns the lives of all of us and cannot be taken lightly. Yes, Brother Yi, I understand. Feng Yinyu was startled by this unprecedented seriousness and the deep meaning behind Ye Chen's words. Good. Then you go back and carefully think about what other habits the sand demon has, Ye Chen instructed. Okay, I will think carefully about it. Don't worry. After saying that, Feng Yinyu hurriedly turned and walked towards the door. As he reached the door, he stumbled on a step and nearly fell, walking out of Ye Chen's residence. Feng Yinyu felt heavy-hearted, as if a stone weighed down on him. How did things turn out like this? With a heavy mind, he lowered his head, calculating his countermeasures as he walked. Just then, 2 figures suddenly rushed in front of him. Fengge, how did it go? Was it smooth? Feng Yinyu was stunned for a moment and then recognized his 2 friends, a Ming and a Hu. The truth that was on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back down. He bit his lip hard and forced a smile. What else is there to say? I am the free wind. How could the mere desert trap me? He patted his chest. You should know that I am the only one who escaped from the sand demon's clutches. I am the one most familiar with the sand demon's secrets. Exactly. A Ming threw an arm around Feng Yinyu's shoulder. Fengge is the best. The Hu is worried about you for nothing. The big tiger touched his head and smiled awkwardly, saying, after all, the legend of the sand demon is quite eerie. I'm worried about Brother Feng. Feng Yinyu's 2 brothers, who had grown up with him, swallowed hard but didn't speak. Finally, with a wave of his hand, he said confidently, Don't worry, with me around, we will definitely succeed. He looked at his 2 brothers seriously and said, You 2 take care of yourselves. When I come back, we'll celebrate together. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Chapter 34, The King of Bluster 2, after Feng Yinyu left. Ye Chen furrowed his brows tightly, lost in thought. Aurora stepped forward, blinking her golden eyes at him. This isn't like you. Why are your brows so tightly knitted? Ye Chen said in a deep voice, That guide Feng Yinyu speaks a bit off topic. It feels like there aren't many solid words. If we're not prepared enough, it could be very dangerous. Aurora immediately reached out, tightly gripping Ye Chen's hand, her golden eyes sparkling with determination. Don't worry, I'm here. Didn't you always say we're a team? I'll protect everyone. Ye Chen felt the warmth in his hand, his tense nerves relaxed a bit. Thank you. With your words, I feel much more at ease. Hey, you 2 hurry up and get to work. There's a pile of things waiting. Sanbao's loud voice suddenly came from behind. Aja had already listed the parts needed for the modification of the steel little Ru. Ye Chen hurried to the mayor's office to request materials. Sanbao continued, Master, after the materials are in place, I'll need to borrow your flame ability to help weld the equipment. Ye Chen, the steel little Ru, needs corrosive energy fragments to charge. After receiving Ye Chen's request, the mayor readily approved and allocated a large amount of supplies. Aja, Sanbao, and Aurora worked closely together, and the large-scale upgrade modification of the steel little Ru proceeded very smoothly. Meanwhile, Ye Chen once again delved into the streets and alleys of the town, trying to gather more accurate information about the sand demon from the residents. but to little avail. The townspeople mostly spoke of hearsay, and not a single person who had truly seen the sand demon had returned. Ye Chen couldn't gather any news from the desert. But he did hear that many people were having trouble sleeping because of the sand demon, having nightmares every night. This left the residents of Yong'an town in a lethargic state, unable to muster the energy to do anything. After Ye Chen left, he didn't notice that behind each person he had asked, there was a transparent blue thread connecting them to the void, linking to a certain place. As night fell, the comprehensive upgrade of the steel little Rue was completed. Its appearance was more robust than before, with heavy armor gleaming with a cold metallic luster. The current steel little Rue could definitely withstand the attacks of level 4 corrupted creatures. Aja looked at the newly refreshed mecha and proudly announced. That evening, Ye Chen invited Feng Yinyu and his friends to dinner at the restaurant arranged by the mayor. During the meal, Ye Chen praised Feng Yinyu several times, giving him face in front of his friends. However, Aurora and her companion's astonishing appetite completely dropped the jaws of Feng Yinyu and the others. They stared in disbelief at the elegantly poised Aurora, who, with graceful yet highly efficient movements, devoured plate after plate of various meats. The three boys gaped for a long time, unable to close their mouths, and rub their cheeks after the meal. Almost all the inventory of the restaurant was cleared out by Aurora alone. When the mayor received the report and heard this news, he remained silent for a long time, eventually murmuring, "Indeed, extraordinary people must have their extraordinary traits." The next day, Ye Chen and the others were fully prepared. They took the unusually pale Feng Yinyu and drove towards the heart-pounding territory of the sand demon outside the town. Unlike the confident and talkative person he was in front of his friends the day before, Feng Yinyu was silent throughout the journey. He pressed his lips tightly together, unconsciously picking at the car door lining, his gaze vacant as he stared out at the world outside. When he saw the wreckage of the expedition team, Feng Yinyu trembled even more violently. Just as the dump truck was about to enter the edge of the sand demon territory, Feng Yinyu suddenly jolted, shouting hoarsely, "Stop! Quickly stop!" Before the vehicle could come to a complete halt, he violently pushed open the car door and stumbled out, his feet sinking deep into the scorching gravel. Ye Chen and the others quickly got out of the car, only to see Feng Yinyu with his back to them, his shoulders heaving violently. He took a deep breath, as if using all his strength, suddenly turned around, and with a thud, knelt heavily on the sand. "Brother Yi, I was wrong. I'm sorry for you all." Feng Yinyu's voice was choked with sobs and uncontrollable tremors, his head deeply bowed. I was just bragging yesterday. I've never seen the sand demon. Not once." Ye Chen's gaze was sharp, but his tone was unexpectedly calm. "Get up, speak slowly, we're listening." Feng Yinyu did not get up. Instead, he buried his head even lower, as if the sand could cover his shame. He spoke through his tears, recounting the entire ordeal. "It all started with that damn bet over a month ago. I usually love to boast, care about my pride, and always want to seem braver than I really am, to appear heroic in front of my friends. I bragged and bet with them to see who dared to venture deeper into the wilderness alone for longer. I was actually scared to death. I didn't dare to go that deep at all. To avoid losing the bet and save face, Elite." He swallowed hard, his voice lower and filled with regret. "I falsely claimed that I was attacked by the sand demon and barely escaped. At first, everyone certainly didn't believe it. Although our wilderness is dangerous, isn't there any sand demon? It's purely a monster I made up to scare people, to make them believe it and not dare to verify. I racked my brain to fabricate the characteristics of the sand demon. I said it could control the sand sea to create huge waves. I said it could lurk beneath the sand like a ghost, suddenly attacking passers-by and dragging them into an abyss. I was so convincing that I deceived everyone." Sam Bao showed a shocked expression. "What did you say? The whole desert is a lie you made up? Is the entire town a bunch of fools? And no one doubted it?" Feng Yinyu raised his head, his face a mix of shame and fear. "Originally, I only intended to fool my little friends. But things gradually spiraled out of control. This sand demon story spread throughout the entire town overnight. Even the story became more and more sinister. The sand demon was described as more ferocious and terrifying, huge, invulnerable, and bloodthirsty. And I was even portrayed as a hero who miraculously survived from the demon's claws. Feng Yinyu didn't know that as he confessed, transparent blue cocoons were slowly emerging on the residents of Yong'an Town. Whenever the residents discussed the terror of the sand demon, the cocoons would extract energy from their bodies and transmit it into the void. Feng Yinyu clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his voice suddenly rising in pitch, filled with bone-chilling horror. As long as someone bravely goes to the place where Iwa's attacked to take a look, it would be easy to expose the lie. But the most terrifying thing happened. A few days later, someone really went out and encountered an attack by the sand demon. The described scene was exactly the same as what I fabricated. Sand waves, ambushes from underground, sudden attacks. Then, rumors spread that the sand demon is about to attack the town, and everyone was terrified. The lies I made up actually became true. The desert came alive. Feng Yinyu's voice was filled with despair. The mayor sent several exploration teams, but the casualties were heavy, and they couldn't break through the sand demon's blockade at all. He held his head in despair, his body shaking violently from immense fear and confusion. I don't know. I really don't know how things turn out like this. I just told a lie to save face. Why did it become real? Why did it turn into a terrifying existence that devours lives? Why does the sand demon want to attack Yong'an Town? This is not what I wanted. Feng Yinyu did not see that in his despair. The blue butterfly in the void grew larger and began to envelop the entire desert area. No one noticed the blue butterflies in the sky shooting waves of light towards Aurora. Aurora seemed to be attracted by something. While no one was paying attention, she slowly closed her eyes and surprisingly fell asleep while standing. Chapter 35. The sand demon appears no way. This is too absurd. A fake lie has actually come true. Is there no one sensible in Yong'an Town? What about the abilities users? Are all the abilities users in the town just eating and not doing anything? Sanbao's face was full of confusion. Feng Yinyu shook his head and said, I don't know either. There are indeed quite a few abilities users in the town. It can't be that everyone is lying to cooperate with me, right? Ye Chen's brow was tightly furrowed. Since Feng Yinyu confessed, he hadn't relaxed at all. He pondered. Yesterday, when Feng Yinyu introduced the desert situation, I noticed a blue butterfly flying around him, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. I thought it was just an illusion and didn't pay attention. But just now, the core fragment inexplicably heated up, as if it was sensing energy gathering. This matter is definitely not simple. What did you say? A blue butterfly? Sanbao's pupils suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed in shock. This is impossible. That's a dream butterfly, a creature that only exists in the land of dreams. What is a dream butterfly? Asha asked. A dream butterfly is a strange, corrupted creature. Sanbao's tone was filled with disbelief. It initially exists in the form of a chrysalis and seems harmless, but it can release a hypnotic power, control its targets, and feeds on the fears and lies and dreams to grow stronger. 60 years ago, they were completely sealed in the land of dreams. The barrier that was set up by me and my master. It is incredibly sturdy. Unless someone deliberately breaks it, the dream butterfly should never be able to escape. Maybe. The barrier has a flaw, and the dream butterfly escaped by itself? Ye Chen spéculated. Absolutely impossible. Sanbao firmly denied. No matter how it came out, since it's a dream butterfly, we just need to deal with it. What do you understand? Sanbao urged. The dream butterfly itself is not very powerful, but it can hypnotize monsters of the same level or even stronger to fight for it. What's more troublesome is that it can freely traverse between reality and illusion, making it extremely difficult to capture and eliminate. Something is coming. It's a big one. Aurora suddenly alerted. Before her words fell, everyone looked in the direction she pointed, only to see layers of sand waves surging in the distance without warning, causing the ground to suddenly sink. There is something underground. Everyone be careful. Sanbao warned sharply. Aja, use the main cannon of the King Kong Xiaoru. Got it. Everyone be careful. King Kong Xiaoru battle mode. Aja slammed the transformation button. Kacha, kacha. The parts of the dump truck made a loud noise as they clicked into place, instantly transforming into a towering 12-meter-tall steel giant, more powerful than before. Main cannon charging. Target locked. Aja shouted. The modified King Kong Xiaoru's chest armor opened with a roar, and the barrel of the main cannon was larger than the shoulder cannon, indicating a stronger energy output. Blinding yellow energy rapidly gathered at the cannon's mouth. Fire! A thick stream of yellow light tore through the air, accurately hitting the center of the collapse. Boom! The ground shook. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and a violent shockwave flattened the sand dunes, nearly causing everyone to lose their balance. Is it solved? Feng Yinyu was stunned by the power. Not so easy. Sanbao stared intently at the dust. Though the main cannon is powerful enough to heavily injure a level 4 monster, to kill it in one shot, that's difficult. But it must be injured. Be careful. Underfoot. Scatter. Aurora's voice suddenly rose. Everyone realized something was moving beneath their feet and hurriedly jumped away. Feng Yinyu was grabbed by Aurora and thrown aside. Boom! The sand beneath where they stood suddenly cracked. A steel giant mouth over 5 meters in diameter, filled with spiral sharp teeth, burst out of the sand, snapping at nothing. The edges of the giant mouth were covered with sharp spikes, and inside it looked like a high-speed rotating grinder. On its left side, there was a huge charred, smoking wound, gushing out green blood. The excruciating pain made this monster emit a mournful howl, looking extremely ferocious. Good opportunity. Azure reacted quickly, controlling King Kong Xiaoru to pounce forward. The massive mech's chassis was steady as a mountain, and its 2 metallic claws seized the head of the centipede, which was still extending its head. Get out here! Azure roared. The engine of King Kong Xiaoru roared, unleashing incredible power. The arms swung around, forcibly dragging the massive creature hidden underground out. Boom! King Kong Xiaoru slammed the giant centipede, which was over 40 meters long, onto the hard ground not far away. The hard rock was instantly bitten into pieces, consumed, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Seeing the full appearance of a monster, Sanbao gasped and shouted, "This is a level 4 desert ironback centipede, the overlord of the desert region. Although its rating is level 4, its tough skin and ability to burrow and ambush make it more troublesome than many level 5 monsters." The giant centipede thrashed wildly on the rocky ground, finally managing to get up. It opened its massive mouth like a blender and aimed for the nearby rocky layer, biting down. Crack! Boom! The hard rocks instantly shattered under its terrifying bite force. Large chunks of rock were easily chewed up like brittle cookies and consumed. The indigestible debris mixed with foul-smelling slime sprayed out from the centipede's tail like a high-pressure water gun, forming a disgusting fountain. Worse yet, as it consumed a large amount of sand and stones, the charred hole on its body, blasted by the main cannon, was visibly wriggling and healing. Is recovering by consuming. Interrupted. Don't let it continue eating. Sanbao shouted hoarsely. King Kong Xiaoru's chest, main cannon roared again, and blinding yellow light shot towards the centipede. But this beast has learned. It cunningly curled its body, and a layer of thick, rocky armor instantly covered its entire body. Boom, boom, boom. Energy cannons continuously bombarded the thick, rocky armor, exploding chip after chip of scorched debris. But it could no longer tear through flesh and cause fatal injuries like the first time. The continuous high-intensity bombardment exhausted the last bit of energy from the main cannon, and the glow of King Kong Xiaoru's chest cannon completely extinguished. The offensive came to a halt. Hiss! The centipede let out a proud and violent hiss, suddenly raising its hideous head. Its massive mouth erupted like a volcano, shooting the hard rock fragments it had just consumed, which were not yet fully digested, at the speed of cannonballs towards everyone. Take cover, Asha shouted loudly. King Kong Xiaoru's huge steel body stepped forward, crossing its arms to protect its chest, using its body as a shield. Clang, 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 clang. The dense rock bullet rained down on the mech's armor, producing deafening explosions. King Kong Xiaoru's massive body trembled violently, and under the violent impact, it staggered back, carving deep trenches in the ground beneath. Just as King Kong Xiaoru was about to topple, Ye Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Bind it. 6-pointed crystal array bind. Several dark red crystal energies shot out from the ground, wrapping around like spirit snakes, instantly placing a fiery crystal ring around the centipede's hideous head. Collect. Ye Chen shouted violently. The dark red crystal energy ropes suddenly burst with dazzling light, rapidly contracting. The centipede was caught off guard. Its massive head was forcefully yanked towards the ground, letting out a painful howl, temporarily immobilized. King Kong Xiaoru finally got a precious breather. The desert ironback centipede, unwilling to be bound, continuously twisted its body, shaking the ground back and forth like an earthquake. This shaking also woke Aurora, who was dreaming. "Annoying bug, I'll solve you with one punch." Aurora's cold voice rang out, carrying a hint of impatience from being interrupted. She stepped forward, and the air around her seemed to solidify, an invisible pressure causing the sand and dust to come to a standstill. Her slender fist slowly rose, seemingly casually waving towards the centipede. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom instantly erupted. Before the fist arrives, the violent fist wind has already plowed a bottomless black chasm into the ground, charging straight at the centipede. Wherever it passes, the space twists. The power contained in this punch is enough to flatten mountains. The centipede's compound eyes widen in sheer terror, frozen in place, forgetting even its instinctive trembling. The crowd erupts with ecstatic joy at the chance of survival, and Sanbao's lips curl into a victorious smile, signaling the end. Chapter 36. The great battle with the centipede. Aurora's world-shattering punch brushed against the edge of the centipede's shell and smashed down onto the ground hundreds of meters away with a loud bang. Boom! The earth shook. A massive mushroom cloud mixed with a circular shockwave soared into the sky. In an instant, a gigantic circular pit with a diameter of several dozen meters appeared on the ground. The terrifying shockwave sent the nearby armored Xiaoru staggering. The centipede, which should have been obliterated, only flipped over from the shockwave, its shell covered in dirt, its compound eyes filled with confusion and daze from surviving a disaster. Done. It's taken care of. Aurora seemed completely oblivious to the outrageous scene, satisfied as she withdrew her fist. A brilliant smile of immense satisfaction bloomed on her face, as if she had just accomplished a trivial task, and she began to radiate a soft blue light. "I'm hungry. Let's go back and eat something delicious." "Oh no!" Sanbao suddenly slapped his forehead, his voice changing pitch. "It's Dream Butterfly's illusion." What she saw was an illusion. Quickly pull her out. The master has lost her memory and has very weak resistance to illusions. But it was too late. Aurora's figure flickered like a bad signal before suddenly pop. Like a burst soap bubble, she completely disappeared from the spot. The battlefield fell into dead silence in an instant. The crowd froze, their faces stiffened, their eyes nearly bulging out, their minds blank. Meanwhile, the centipede that had narrowly escaped death had blue light flickering in its eyes, which was eventually covered by the entire blue glow. In its place was a twisted rage and overwhelming killing intent. The furious light instantly filled all of its compound eyes. Hiss! A hysterical roar that shattered eardrums echoed across the desert. Its massive body twisted violently, and the crystalline energy ropes binding its head snapped with a loud bang under its furious power. The freed, corrupted desert ironback centipede locked its compound eyes onto the group of enemies that had caused it such great loss, its jagged mouth opening and closing, dripping with corrosive saliva. Boom! It no longer hesitated. Its enormous body slammed into the sand, causing the ground to collapse like tofu, leaving behind a deep and bottomless black hole. In the distance, a colossal wave of sand, blocking out the sun, came crashing down towards the group. Like a mountain rolling over, the wave of sand reached a height of over 40 meters, devouring everything in its path. "Quick, get in the mecha. We don't have time." A Je's voice broke into a shout, almost a scream. The crowd scrambled into the cockpit of the armored Xiaoru. Just as the towering sand wave was about to engulf them, a newly installed rocket booster shot out from the back of the armored Xiaoru. Boom! The scorching tail flame erupted, and the heavy mecha narrowly lifted off the ground. At the same time, a pair of metallic wings unfolded on either side, wobbling as they rushed towards the sky, barely avoiding the devastating sand sea below them. "Is everyone here?" Ye Chen's voice carried a hint of barely noticeable tension as his gaze quickly swept across the cockpit. "Everyone's here, Except that wind, Yin, you kid. He got dizzy as soon as he got into the mecha, totally useless. San Bao Pao that? A trace of anxiety crossed Ye Chen's eyes as he asked, "What about Aurora?" San Bao reassured him. "Aurora is temporarily safe. Maintaining the illusion consumes a lot of energy for Dream Butterfly. She will escape soon. But right now," he suddenly pointed downwards, "that beast is even more dangerous. If we don't deal with it, we won't be able to fly for long." The crowd then realized that although the armored Shao Ru was gliding in the air, the sand sea below was churning restlessly, a massive chasm shadowing them relentlessly. The level 4 corrupted desert ironback centipede was locking onto them underground, like a malignant tumor. San Bao frowned tightly. It's too hard to confront it head-on. That beast's shell is too thick. Even the main cannon has difficulty penetrating it. Now it's learned diving deep into the sand sea, making it harder to find an opportunity. After a moment of silence, a decisive light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. "I have an idea. It's risky, but it's worth a try. Attack from the inside." "Inside? You mean shoot from his mouth?" San Bao instantly understood Ye Chen's crazy plan. "Isn't that too dangerous?" I just shuddered at the thought of that scene. You can't catch a wolf if you don't part with the cub. This is the only chance to severely injure it. Ye Chen said decisively, glancing at the two. "The armored Shao Ru will act as bait, luring it out of the sand and making it open its mouth wide. I trust you, Chingo. Let us do it." Aja gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the control stick, his expression sharp. "Hey, this kid has some guts. This plan is crazy. I like it. Let's do it." San Bao clapped Ye Chen on the shoulder, his eyes showing admiration. "Aja, status of the main cannon?" Ye Chen confirmed. "Just charged up. I'm ready to rip it open." Aja replied confidently. "Good. Follow my orders. Lower the altitude, fly close to the sand wave. Provoke it in front of us." Ye Chen spoke rapidly. "Be careful. The moment it comes out, it will be extremely fast." "Aja, it's up to you." "Understood." Aja yanked the control stick, and the massive body of the armored Shao Ru roared as it dove down, flying almost right along the edge of the churning sand wave. Boom! The provocation of the armored Shao Ru had an immediate effect. The sand dunes below exploded, and the corrupted desert ironback centipede, enveloped in a sandstorm, shot up like a terrifying yellow lightning bolt. It opened its steel mouth, which was over 5 meters in diameter, carrying the stench of death and destruction, and viciously lunged at the mecha that was flying low. Aja focused all his attention, and, at the critical moment, he pushed the control stick hard. The armored Shao Ru displayed incredible agility, executing an extreme sideways flip, narrowly avoiding the massive jaws that could crush steel. At the same time, the mecha's arms erupted like giant iron pincers, roaring with the engine's power, holding the centipede's jaws, which were still open due to inertia. The sharp teeth were just inches away from the cockpit window, glinting menacingly. "Stuff it." 6-pointed crystal formation. "Stuff." Ye Chen formed hand seals, veins bulging on his forehead. Red light burst forth. A giant set of spiky teeth, made of pure dark red crystal, appeared out of thin air in the centipede's gaping maw. The tooth set accurately lodged itself between its upper and lower jaws, forcibly keeping its massive mouth open. The centipede let out an enraged hiss, thrashing its head wildly, but it couldn't shake off the crystalline construct lodged in its vital area. Whoosh! The deadly sound of breaking air came rushing. The centipede's massive tail, covered in barbs and resembling a giant battering ram, tore through the air and smashed down towards the cockpit of the armored Shao Ru. If this hit, the mecha would surely be destroyed. "Not on my watch," San Bao roared, and the cockpit door suddenly sprang open. His small figure transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the terrifying tail hammer. He leaped into the air, delivering a precise and powerful kick to the relatively soft joint of the centipede's belly. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The kick, infused with terrifying power, actually caused the centipede's massive body to stumble. The trajectory of the tail attack instantly deviated, grazing the edge of the armored Shao Ru's armor and smashing into the sand, creating a huge pit. Young people are so unreliable. At the crucial moment, it still depends on me to save the day. San Bao used the momentum to perform a flip and gracefully landed back in the cockpit, not forgetting to throw a sarcastic remark at Ye Chen, who was looking pale from casting a spell. Bind it. Six-pointed crystal formation. Bind. Ye Chen fought against the dizziness caused by the intense drain on his mental energy and shouted again. This time, his face instantly turned pale as paper, sweat soaking his hair. 8 energy chains, as thick as arms, shimmering with dark red runes, shot out from the sand. They accurately wrapped around the vital joints of the centipede's body and suddenly tightened. The powerful binding force made the raging desert overlord let out a painful and furious roar, its massive body momentarily fixed in place. Aja, now is the time, Ye Chen almost shouted, his body trembling slightly under the immense load. King Kong Xiaoru, fire the main cannon at maximum power in rapid succession. Aja widened his eyes and roared as he pressed the launch button. Chapter 37. The dream butterfly appears, the chest armor opened, and the thick cannon barrel suddenly extended forward, its muzzle just passing through the round gap of the braces, probing deep into the giant mouth of the centipede that could not close. Buzzing. Boom, boom, boom. A blinding yellow beam continuously bombarded the unprotected interior of the centipede. Light radiated from the centipede's giant mouth, instantly illuminating the massive internal structure of its shell. Hisses. The corrupted desert iron-backed centipede let out the most piercing and desperate death wail it had ever known. Its body thrashed violently in the chains, convulsing, as the internal organs beneath its shell rapidly carbonized and evaporated in the torrent of destructive energy. The once turbulent sand waves instantly calmed and collapsed as if they had lost their source. Ultimately, that suffocating vitality and fierce aura dissipated rapidly, like a punctured balloon. Its massive body convulsed violently a few times, and the crimson light in its compound eyes was completely extinguished, like a being stripped of all its bones. It crashed down onto the scorching sand, kicking up a cloud of dust, and fell silent, just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief at defeating the centipede. Jingang Xiaoru transformed back into dump truck mode. In the illusion, Aurora was trapped in a sweet disaster. In the void, mountains of delectable dishes appeared out of nowhere, exuding fragrant aromas. Golden sweet potato porridge steamed, shiny honey-glazed char siu buns open wide, thick grilled eel sizzled. Crispy fried lizard skewers looked golden and enticing, and roasted alligator legs, taller than her, dripped with hot grease. Wow, time to eat. Aurora's eyes sparkled, and saliva instantly gushed forth. What danger! It all vanished in front of delicious food. She transformed into a ruthless eating machine, grabbing whatever she could and stuffing it into her mouth. Sweet potato porridge? Slurp. 1 whole pot gone. Char siu buns? 1 bite each. Roasted alligator legs? Crunch. Crunch. As easy as munching on crispy crackers. Deep in the void, the dream butterfly was smugly rubbing its little hands. Eat. Eat to your heart's content. It was happily calculating that the more greed there was, the stronger its power would become. Once she became addicted and couldn't extricate herself, I could drain her desires and level up right there. It summoned all its strength, pouring out spiritual energy madly, conjuring more and more tempting foods, attempting to evoke deeper desires in Aurora's heart. However, it soon lost its smile. Aurora was eating with such single-mindedness. Her speed was nothing short of a human shredder. But the problem was that she was so focused, so happy, so pure in her enjoyment. All she could think about was delicious food. I want more. The greedy, indulgent negative desires barely had a chance to manifest before dissipating. The dream butterfly was horrified to discover that the spiritual energy it had painstakingly expended to conjure food was flowing away like a flood with the gates opened. And the desire energy it desperately wanted to extract from Aurora, not a single strand. It was a loss of bloodbath. Stop. Stop eating. My power is disappearing. The dream butterfly panicked, desperately trying to stop the illusion. But it was too late. It shriveled like a punctured balloon, visibly deflating and shrinking. By the time it finally realized it was about to go bankrupt from being eaten, it had shrunk smaller than a mosquito with even the minimum energy needed to maintain the illusion gone. Bang! The illusion shattered like a soap bubble bursting. Just as Aurora was about to grab a conjured roast chicken to munch on, she felt a blur before her eyes and blinked in confusion. With half an imaginary chicken leg still in her mouth, she fell back to reality on the sandy ground. Huh? Where's my roasted alligator leg? Where's the char siu bun? Aurora sat on the sand, blinking in confusion, smacking her lips as if she could still taste the remnants of the illusionary food. Sanbao rushed over in a single leap. Master, that was an illusion created by the dream butterfly. Everything you just ate was fake. Fake? Aurora tilted her head in confusion, rubbing her flat stomach. But I clearly felt super full, and I was so happy. The sparkle of satisfaction still glimmered in her eyes. That was created with its spiritual energy. Right? Where's the dream butterfly? Did you see it when you came out? Sanbao asked anxiously. Dream butterfly? I didn't see it, Aurora said innocently. I just ate and ate, then pop. And everything was gone, and I was just sitting here. Meanwhile, on the sand, a withered blued, smaller than a mosquito and with its wings drooping, was desperately flapping toward the unconscious Feng Yinyu. Host, just ahead. Just one sip, and I can recover, it whimpered weakly. Damn, this damn desert is so audacious that even mosquitoes are noisy. Buzzing, buzzing. It's driving me crazy, Aja said as he carried Feng Yinyu down from the vehicle, speaking as he walked. Just as he spoke, without looking, he slapped his arm with the precision honed from years of swatting mosquitoes. Smack! Ouch! Aja, what are you doing? Sanbao jumped in surprise. It's nothing, just swatting a mosquito. Huh? Aja felt something sticky in his palm, shaking his hand in disgust. Sanbao's sharp eyes noticed, leaping onto Aja's arm, leaning close to the barely noticeable blue stain. Let me see. Damn! Aja, you hit the jackpot. Sanbao's voice suddenly rose in pitch, filled with incredulous joy. You turned the dream butterfly into a specimen, a high-definition, thin slice version. Aja looked confused, leaning in to identify it, finally seeing the flat blue dot in his palm. Huh, this is the dream butterfly? Why is it so small? Sanbao jumped onto Aja's shoulder, excitedly patting his head. It must have overdrawn its spiritual energy to trap the host. It rushed back to the host to recharge. And as a result, bang, it crashed into your mosquito swatting hand. Ha ha ha. While everyone was celebrating, the unconscious Feng Yinyu's body suddenly erupted with a blinding blue light. Something's wrong, Ye Chen suddenly shouted sharply, pointing at Feng Yinyu. His energy is going berserk, even more terrifying. Countless visible threads of ghostly blue energy surged from the direction of Yong'an town, like rivers returning to the sea, madly pouring into his body. Each blue line connected to a town resident who, as if instantly drained of their essence, silently collapsed to the ground. Screech! A piercing, soul-piercing scream tore through the air. Feng Yinyu was pulled into the air by the blue energy lines, and a massive, suffocating blue giant butterfly phantom rapidly condensed, expanding. Who killed my husband? The mother dream butterfly's vengeful roar echoed directly in everyone's minds, filled with overwhelming hatred. Its compound eyes instantly locked onto the pitiful remains in Aja's palm. Two of them. Sanbao's voice changed pitch. It's you. The mother dream butterfly's phantom solidified, its extreme sadness instantly transforming into an all-consuming rage. I want your blood. Blood. Repayment. The entire Yong'an town must accompany my husband to the grave. Boom. An even more colossal torrent of blue energy was forcibly extracted from the fallen townspeople. The mother dream butterfly's body expanded like an inflated death ball, crazily swelling amidst the sickening sounds of bones cracking and shells grinding. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. In the blink of an eye, it surged to 60 meters. Its colossal, ghostly blue wings cast a shadow of death, and each flap stirred up a sandstorm. It was no longer a phantom spiritual entity, but a tangible mass of mixed spiritual energy absorbed from the entire town, filled with fear and despair. It had solidified into countless tentacles resembling a giant butterfly, covered in suckers and barbs. These terrifying tentacles whipped the ground frantically, each strike shaking the earth and mountains, with clouds of dust rising into the sky, as if the apocalypse has arrived. Chapter 38 Guardian Sanbao exclaimed anxiously, "Oh no, this Mother Dream butterfly was originally only level 4, but she forcibly absorbed the spiritual energy of the entire town and broke through to level 5 Nightmare Demon Butterfly." A viscous, almost tangible pitch-black light curtain poured down from the edge of her wings, instantly swallowing the light and dragging the entire area into an absolute dark abyss. She forcibly twisted reality into her nightmare realm. Be careful. Any harm in the dream will reflect in reality. It's over. This time we're done for. What do we do? Once we're dragged into the dream, we'll all be trapped. Sanbao was in a panic. As the black light curtain was about to close, the entire world fell into endless darkness. Everyone was in a state of confusion, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, the shard of the Erosion Core on Ye Chen's chest erupted with a dazzling light, like a star igniting in the darkness. "Grab me," Ye Chen shouted in a low voice, reacting as fast as lightning. He pressed Sanbao onto his shoulder while simultaneously gripping Aurora and Asia's wrists, pulling them forcefully into the faint light realm created by the shard. Outside the light realm, the thick black mist roiled and roared, carrying a suffocating malice. Inside the light realm, they could only see each other's tense faces. Where the light reached, the black mist receded like a tide, revealing the familiar scene of the main street in Yong'an Town where they had stayed the previous day. However, the main street was now a hell on earth. Feng Yinyu stood isolated atop the city wall, countless flickering threads of ghostly light extending from his temples, connecting to the nightmare demon butterfly that obscured the sky. It turns out we were forcibly linked by the Erosion Core shard and pulled into Feng Yinyu's deep nightmare. Sanbao carried a hint of seriousness. The mother butterfly used the Erosion Core shard to forcibly extract the spiritual power of Yong'an Town's residents to complete her temporary metamorphosis. I thought she was powerful, but it turns out she was cheating. Countless smaller, yet still ferocious, desert centipedes rampaged among the broken walls. The townspeople pushed and shoved each other in despair, trampling and crying out in terror. The innkeeper, Old Zhang, swung a red-hot iron rod and roared as he stabbed it into a centipede's compound eye, only to be cut in half by another giant claw the next second. A frail mother tightly shielded her child beneath her, enduring the tearing of the centipede's claws with her back, blood dyeing the yellow earth beneath her. In a corner of the street, Dahu and Aming leaned against the wall, covered in blood, desperately waving a broken stick to protect a few terrified children behind them. Aiming, Dahu's eyes were bloodshot. A centipede's fangs bit down at lightning speed, severing Aming's left arm at the shoulder. The excruciating pain nearly made him faint, yet he still stood in front of the children with his remaining body. "Hold on, Brother Feng. Brother Feng will definitely come to save us." Dahu's voice was hoarse, filled with a crying tone, yet he repeated his trust in his brother with unwavering determination. This call was like thunder, striking Feng Yinyu's chaotic consciousness hard. Tears mixed with blood surged out. He remembered how, in his childhood, he was pelted with stones by ignorant children because of his nightmare disorder. It was these two silly brothers who stubbornly stood in front of him, bruised and battered, refusing to take a step back. It was he himself who, with that colossal lie, pushed his trusting brothers and the entire Yong'an town into this abyss of despair. Do you see? This is humanity, so fragile and easily crushed. Join us. Abandon this rotting shell, abandon these foolish ants, and gain rebirth with me in the eternal river of spirits. The spiritual seduction of a nightmare demon butterfly slithered into his mind like a venomous snake, the magical patterns on her wings swirling faster, emitting even stronger spiritual pollution. Nonsense. Aurora's golden eyes narrowed, her red hair rising without wind, and a terrifying aura erupted around her, cracking the stones beneath her feet. "Let's tear apart this disgusting moth right now." She stepped forward, and the ground collapsed with a roar. "Master, stop!" Sanbao's mechanical arm tightly gripped her arm, his voice nearly breaking. "This is Feng Yinyu's spiritual world. They can't see us. Your power will destroy him first. We can only watch. Just watch." Asia anxiously tugged at his messy hair, his honest face filled with frustration. That brother Feng, he pointed at Feng Yinyu, who was like a puppet on the clock tower, struggling to speak a complete sentence. Unless he can wake up himself. Otherwise we are just tourists trapped in someone else's nightmare. Sanbao's sharp tongue revealed his own anxiety. Ye Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed on Feng Yinyu. He could clearly feel the fluctuations of the Erosion Core shard within Feng Yinyu's body. At this moment, the shard was resonating violently with the power of the nightmare demon butterfly, while also subtly attracting the shard on his chest. He quietly extended his own spiritual power through the shard on his chest, silently conveying the choice of faith. It's in your hands. This is not the ending I want. Feng Yinyu murmured. The blood-stained figures of Da Hu and A Ming, the mother protecting her child, old Zhang's final roar, and the tender figures of the brothers standing in front of him in childhood overlapped in his mind. His heart ached to the point of suffocation. Regret, self-blame, and a complete disdain for that false rebirth ultimately transformed into a decisive beam of light. I want to be a guardian, not a destroyer. Amidst the spiritual shriek of the nightmare demon butterfly, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Feng Yinyu's right hand suddenly plunged into his own chest. Blood instantly soaked his collar. His hand groped beside his beating heart, and finally he pulled out a shard of the Erosion Core radiating with colorful light. No, that's our origin. It's the key to eternity. Stop. The nightmare demon butterfly let out a hysterical spiritual roar, and the entire dream space shook violently. The magical patterns on her wings flashing wildly, trying to regain control. I don't want eternity. Feng Yinyu's voice was incredibly clear, accompanied by a smile of relief. His gaze swept across the struggling figures on the ground, protecting each other, and finally fixed on the small, yet firm light realm created by Ye Chen. I just want Yong'an and my friends to be safe. With a sudden burst of strength in his 5 fingers. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering echoed as the colorful shard burst in his palm, instantly dissolving the blue energy wrapped around him. The pitch-black curtain that obscured the sky shattered like fragile glass. The light of day returned. The scent of yellow sand mixed with a heavy smell of blood filled the air. Everyone instantly returned to the reality at the edge of the desert, standing on the cold corpses of desert centipedes beneath their feet. Suddenly, the sky was torn apart. A black tentacle, carrying the aura of annihilation, fiercely swept down towards the dying Feng Yinyu and the 2 shards. Give me back my delicious feast, you disgusting big bug. A thunderous shout echoed through the sky. Aurora's figure appeared beneath the tentacle, as if teleporting. Her golden eyes were upside down. Her red hair danced like burning flames, and her seemingly slender and fair fist ruthlessly struck the world-destroying tentacle. Boom! Where her fist landed, the space rippled like the surface of water disturbed by thrown stones. The 100-meter-long tentacle, along with the recently solidified, sky-obscuring body of the nightmare demon butterfly, vaporized instantly like ice and snow thrown into the blazing sun. There was no residue, no ashes, only a completely purified, empty sky and a massive fan-shaped gorge, plowed deep into the ground, extending into the distance. With an unmatched bravado, she snorted, "If you can't serve me a feast, what use are you?" Watching the nightmare demon butterfly vanish in a vapor, Feng Yinyu could no longer hold on, and his body slumped towards the ground. Asia rushed forward in a single step, tightly supporting Feng Yinyu's limp body. Blood gushed from the horrifying wound at the heart of the opponent's chest, staining the torn clothing and the ground beneath. Sanbao stood to the side. His lips moved a few times, but in the end, he simply shook his head heavily, his eyes filled with desolation. Is Yong'an safe? Feng Yinyu's voice was as weak as a flickering candle in the wind, his gaze unfocused as he looked at Ye Chen, filled with hope. Chapter 39 Gamma Team, rest assured. The dream butterfly has been completely eliminated, and the entire Yong'an is safe. Ye Chen nodded vigorously. It was you. You forced the true form of the dream butterfly out of the dream. You saved Yong'an. Feng Yinyu, you are the hero of Yong'an. Safe. That's good. A relieved smile appeared at the corner of Feng Yinyu's mouth. The dream butterfly's eggs were given to me by someone from the Seven Cities Research Institute. He said that hatching them would fulfill my dream of being a hero. His breathing was rapid and fragmented. I never expected that the big shots from the main city would deceive us small-town people like this. I was so foolish. Luckily, it didn't cause a greater disaster otherwise. I would never be able to atone for my sins. Cough, cough, cough. With that bout of coughing, blood spewed from his mouth, staining his chin red. He looked at Aja and Ye Chen, his eyes filled with pleading, "Please don't tell Xiao Ming and Hu the truth. Just let them remember the current me. Okay? That way I will still be the hero in their hearts." Ye Chen nodded. "You're already the hero who saved Yong'an Town. They will remember you." He trembled, using his remaining strength to hand over the last shard in his hand to Ye Chen. "This last one. I leave to you. Protect it well." As the shard fell into Ye Chen's palm, Feng Yinyu's fingers were cold and weak, as if he had also relinquished the last burden of his life. In his final moments, Feng Yinyu's unfocused gaze turned toward the sky. He trembled as he raised his hand, reaching for the void, whispering, "Finally, I have become the free wind." Before his voice could finish, that outstretched arm suddenly lost all strength and fell heavily to the ground. "It's the Seven Cities Research Institute again. What do they want?" Aja held Feng Yinyu, roaring in grief and anger, fury almost consuming him. Ye Chen gripped the Erosion Core shard tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, his voice exceptionally calm. "When we reach the big city, the truth will eventually be revealed." When the two small shards given by Feng Yinyu pressed against his own Erosion Core shard, a familiar light surged again. The shards fused seamlessly. Erosion Core shard, 12-13, awaken ability, shared fate. Target, Aurora, synchronization rate, 13-14, temporarily borrowing Aurora's power. Skill, hexagram crystal array, skill points, 0 lets. Take Feng Yinyu home. Ye Chen's voice was low and firm. When the giant mechanical arm of the diamond Little Rue dragged the corpse of the desert ironback centipede, resembling a mountain, outside the gates of Yong'an Town, the previously silent town suddenly erupted. The townspeople, who had fainted due to the mental drain of the mother dream butterfly, gradually awakened, supporting each other as they flooded into the streets. Seeing the corpse of the monster that symbolized disaster, the crowd erupted in cries and cheers of survival. Some knelt and kissed the cracked earth, while others raised their children high above their heads, shouting, "The sand demon is dead. We are saved." As Ye Chen and Aja carried Feng Yinyu's body down from the vehicle, the roaring voices of the crowd receded like the tide. The townspeople's gaze focused on that frail body, the boy pale as paper, the dark red blood on his chest stinging their eyes. It was Feng Yinyu who used his life to draw out the monster's true form, allowing us to eliminate it. He is the true hero of Yong'an Town. Ye Chen shouted. The town mayor stepped forward, solemnly responding. A monument should be erected for the Feng family boy, buried in the cemetery. Let future generations remember this hero. And the heroes who sacrificed themselves earlier to scout should also be moved to the cemetery, to be honored forever. Hero, hero. The crowd spontaneously began to chant. The sound like thunder, intertwining sorrow and fervor. Xiao Ming and Hu in the crowd looked at Feng Yinyu's body, crying uncontrollably. "Brother Feng, we promised to come back and celebrate together." Da Gao Sobit. Xiao Ming patted his shoulder hard. "But Brother Feng did it. He is the hero of Yong'an Town. He never let us down. We should be proud of him." The townspeople eagerly surrounded the corpse of the sand demon, their grief gradually turning into an impassioned celebration. The town mayor raised his arm and declared, "The whole city will hold a feast for 3 days to comfort the spirits of the heroes and celebrate the new life." During these 3 days, Aurora thoroughly experienced a new realm of life. No matter where the feast was, smelling the food, Aurora could arrive on time, sweeping all the dishes clean. Every day, tasting different delicacies, Aurora was in an extremely happy mood. The town mayor fulfilled his promise and took everyone to visit the mayor's treasury. After scanning, there were no Erosion Core shards in the treasury. The shards previously scanned in Yong'an Town were actually the one inside Feng Yinyu. Faced with a room full of antique treasures, Ye Chen and the others chose precision parts to enhance the radar detection of Diamond Little Rue, to improve the exploration function of the Erosion Core shards. Aurora suddenly squatted beside the parts box, suddenly lifting a round sensor and gazing at the light with deep affection. This shine is like the freshly baked, tart crust. Saying that, he swallowed. Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh as he pulled away the part. Wake up. You've eaten too much these days. This thing can chip your teeth. In the wilderness leading to Yong'an Town, a modified off-road vehicle was speeding through a cloud of yellow sand, dragging a large trailer. On the vehicle were the mysterious five-member team, codenamed Gamma, along with a woman from Dream Mining, Jia Meng, who was so old she was almost unrecognizable. Captain, detecting a high concentration of erosion energy response, direction due west. Approaching rapidly, reported the team member, codenamed Jia Ao. The driver, Jia Ao, spoke with a tense voice, the yellow lens covering his right eye flashing a blinding red light. Energy level confirmed, exceeding the 5th level threshold, reaching the 6th level. Upon hearing this, Captain Kong Chan briskly pulled down the filter of his goggles. On the screen, the numbers representing the erosion energy response fluctuated violently, the peak far exceeding the 6th level standard, rushing toward their coordinates on the electronic sand table. Let me see what kind of monster it is. Kong Chan raised a long-range observation mirror, the retractable lens focusing on the source of the energy. In the view, an unimaginable giant creature was slithering between the sand dunes. Its dark metallic shell glistened like moving mountains, and each time its limbs moved, it stirred up massive sandstorms of dozens of meters high. Wherever it passed, the earth tore apart, rocks crumbled, as if the apocalypse was spreading behind it. It is the 6th level desert ironback centipede king. Kong Chan's breath momentarily stilled. The level of corruption in this area should not have nurtured such a terrifying predator. That nearly 100-meter-long massive body, every movement carried the pressure to crush mountains. The claws densely packed on its abdomen resembled countless giant guillotines, able to easily tear through steel. Especially that signature black iron back, capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire, reflected a chilling, deathly glow under the blazing sun. It came searching for the young centipede that had been lured away and disappeared in Yong'an Town by the dream butterfly, following the most primitive call deep within its bloodline. The 6th level desert ironback centipede king was a world apart from the 4th level existence. They are the rulers of the sand sea, moving natural disasters. Every time it slithered, the earth groaned. Every time it raised its head, storms gathered. At this moment, this monstrous beast, carrying overwhelming fury, collided violently with the off-road vehicle moving through the sandstorm. In the chaotic sands of fate, the wilderness was riddled with ravines, giant pits everywhere, in utter disarray, with giant biological organs scattered all around. The 100-meter-long 6th level desert ironback centipede king was now precisely dismembered into several massive remains, scattered on the sandy ground. The severed muscles convulsed instinctively, and with every movement, corrosive, rotting flesh dripped, sizzling and burning the sand, rising into pungent white smoke. The centipede king's head, as large as a small vehicle, opened its massive mouth with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, revealing rows of steel-like fangs menacingly. The death distance from Captain Kongshan's body was less than half a meter. With just a slight closing, it would be enough to crush and devour her. However, the giant mouth of death ultimately froze, forced open by a bone-chilling ice. Ice crystals, like inverted thorns, filled every inch of the mouth and even spread to cover the entire head. A massive crack, seemingly sliced by an invisible blade, ran straight down from the top of this frozen head, splitting the entire centipede king in two. It was this cleaving that ended the life of the centipede king. The head was frozen and stuck, barely maintaining the illusion of not having completely fallen apart. The heavy armor of the crab mech was splattered with thick, corrosive fluid, but the sharp cutting arm he operated was as steady as a scalpel. He was carefully extracting a huge heart core that was still faintly pulsating from a split chest cavity. It was the most valuable part of the centipede king. Li Hu's muscles were bulging, and he effortlessly lifted a frozen chunk of meat that would require a crane to move, tossing it onto the trailer with a grunt. Li Hu, I just saw you take a few hits. You didn't get hurt, right? Vice Captain Bing Shun asked while releasing cold air to freeze the cut meat. Li Hu grinned, patting a noticeable dent on his tough combat suit. Just a scratch. You think you can hurt me? It's still too tender. Another team member, Shansun, transformed into a nearly invisible streak of light, swiftly darting along the edge of the sand dunes. He was responsible for guarding the surroundings, his sharp gaze piercing through the wind and sand. Any low-level corrupted creatures drawn in by the smell of blood and energy fluctuations were quickly killed by his rapid strikes the moment they approached. Under his watch, this area became an absolute no-go zone. In just a few minutes, a level 6 corrupted creature, capable of dominating towns, was reduced to a pile of research materials under the assault of Team Gamma. Vice Captain Bing Shun handed the newly received orders to Captain Konchan. The Research Institute has issued a new command, split into 2 teams. One team will transport the corpses of the level 6 corrupted creatures and Jiameng back to the main city. The other team will head to Yong'an Town to investigate the reason for the disappearance of the Dream Butterfly signal. Konchan nodded and quickly deployed. Bing Shun, you take Lihu to Yong'an Town to clarify the Dream Butterfly's disappearance. Jia Ao and I, along with Shansun, will escort the corpses of the corrupted creatures and Jiameng back to the Research Institute. Chapter 40. A bowl of Dalan noodles in recent days. Ye Chen was resting in Yong'an Town, repairing the damaged Vajrashiaru while enhancing the radar function of the Erosion Core fragments. At the same time, under the guidance of Sanbao, Ye Chen was trying to borrow the power of Aurora through the Erosion Core fragments, preparing to use it as a powerful move. Sanbao shook his head like a rattledrum. Danger. Too dangerous. Little Yi, this might drain your life. But Ye Chen smiled widely. In this world filled with crises, without some real skills, one's life would truly be uncertain. If one doesn't push themselves, how can they know their limits? Rather than being unable to defeat the enemy and being killed by them, I'd rather attempt this dangerous ultimate move. Sanbao rolled his eyes at his twisted logic, but ultimately resigned himself to being a sparring partner. Sanbao provided theoretical guidance, while Ye Chen worked hard to communicate with the Erosion Core fragments, trying to establish an energy channel with Aurora. Unfortunately, progress was not smooth. After several days, not a single stable energy channel was successfully constructed. Either it couldn't be constructed at all, or the energy was too turbulent and collapsed immediately. What exactly was the problem? Ye Chen scratched his head, unable to figure it out. Seeing that he was sweating from the effort, Aurora quickly pulled him out for a breather. Come on, let's go to a good place to change your mood. I heard a new noodle shop opened in town, and it's supposed to be amazing. The group strolled and stopped in front of a small shop with a brand new sign, a bowl of noodles. This is it. Aurora's eyes sparkled. After the business route opened, the owner just arrived. Quick, let's go in and try it. Ye Chen curiously leaned in and asked, Boss, what are your signature dishes? A middle-aged uncle with a simple face rubbed his hands and smiled a bit shyly. Hee, dear guest, this little shop only sells noodles. A bowl of noodles with a secret recipe passed down for nearly 100 years. Unique. Oh, a secret recipe? Then we must try it. Boss, let's have 4 bowls. Ye Chen waved his hand grandly. Okay, but the boss scratched his head, lowering his voice. Our noodles are a bit expensive. I should let the guests know first. Sanbao wrinkled his nose. How expensive? The boss extended a finger, his voice even lower. 200 yuan a bowl. Wow. I should gasp, $200 for a bowl of noodles? Boss, that's outrageous. Sanbao jumped up. Robbery. A bowl of noodles outside only costs a few bucks. The boss's face turned red, but he straightened his back. There's a reason for the price. Our ingredients are genuine, and the craftsmanship is inherited. As for the taste, I guarantee you'll want 2 bowls after eating one. It's definitely worth it. Ye Chen's interest grew. Hey, the more you say, the more mysterious it sounds. All right, boss, just for your uniqueness, we're definitely having these 4 bowls. Got it. Guests, please wait a moment. The noodles will be ready soon. I guarantee it will open your eyes. The boss cheerfully dashed into the kitchen, and the sounds of pots and pans clattered, while fragrant aromas wafted out, making people's hearts itch with anticipation. Before long, the boss came out carrying 4 large trays. Each tray held 2 bowls, one filled with snow-white, chewy noodles, each strand distinct. The other held a deep brown, aromatic sauce with various ingredients bobbing about. The smell was irresistibly strong. This scene, Ye Chen was taken aback, exclaiming, "Boss, this ISNT Dallin noodles, is it? Oh my." The boss's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh in surprise. "You really know your stuff. After selling noodles for so many years, you are the first to call it by name." He leaned in closer, a hint of testing in his tone. "Do you know the proper way to eat Dallin noodles?" Ye Chen tried to recall a vague memory. "Isn't it one layer of sauce, one layer of noodles? It's about the layers?" "Exactly. Brilliant. You understand." The boss excitedly gave him 2 thumbs up. "Please, please, please, try while it's hot." Ye Chen picked up a small spoon, scooping a few spoonfuls of the thick sauce from a bowl and evenly drizzling it over the snow-white noodles. Then he gently mixed it with chopsticks, and the noodles were instantly coated in the glossy, rich sauce. He picked up a bite and couldn't wait to put it in his mouth. Wow! An indescribable, explosive deliciousness instantly burst on his tongue. The wheat fragrance of the noodles, the rich, salty aroma of the sauce, combined with the flavors of pork tenderloin, button mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, black fungus, and daylily. Each taste was layered and harmonious. This flavor was simply extraordinary. Aurora and the others followed Ye Chen's example, drizzling the sauce over their noodles, mixing it well to eat, and it was incredibly delicious. Aurora's eyes sparkled with golden stars, overwhelmed with happiness. Dallin noodles were so tasty. Too tasty. Aurora remembered it. San Bao, being small, simply jumped onto the table, lifting his chopsticks around the big bowl to twirl the noodles. After tasting, Aja kept praising it, stuffing his mouth with noodles without stopping for a moment. "This Dallin noodle flavor is truly amazing." Ye Chen sincerely exclaimed. Hearing the praise and seeing everyone enjoying it, the boss wore a proud smile. "Why is it so delicious? The secret lies here. The button mushrooms are from Tongxiang. The shiitake mushrooms are from Sanpao Mountain. The black fungus is from Xinglua City. The dry daylilies are from Yoning Town. And the pork is from the front leg of the pig. Are the noodles chewy? The egg whites and flour need to be kneaded 3 times, rolled 3 times, and pulled to make 5 strips of flat noodles. Every step cannot be skipped. The sauce is poured out fresh with Sichuan pepper oil. Every ingredient is top-notch, and every step is done with care. There's no cutting corners. How could it not be delicious? Boss, you're amazing." Ye Chen gave a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. In this day and age, it's rare to find someone like you who is so dedicated to their craft and pursues perfection. My aspiration is to let more people taste my ancestral skills. Collecting these ingredients is not easy. If you can eat them, it's fate. The boss sighed. "Boss, since it's fate, then bring all the noodles out and let my companions eat to their heart's content. Is 10,000 yuan enough? I've become a rich man, and I want everyone to eat well." Ye Chen said, pulling out a large stack of new currency notes on the table, all of which he exchanged for with 100 yuan ancient coins. "That's enough, and there is still some left. If customers like it, I'll make it. Whatever you can eat. I'll make as much as you want. All you can eat." The boss cheerfully agreed and quickly turned back to the kitchen to prepare more. "These Dallin noodles are truly the best I've ever had. Every ingredient is carefully selected, and every step is on point with distinct layers. Amazing." San Bao was completely conquered by the exquisite flavor, holding the bowl and praising sincerely. "If I can't have this noodle again in the future, how regretful would that be? Every step is just right." Regretful. San Bao's words resonated like thunder, exploding in Ye Chen's mind. He suddenly put down his chopsticks, his eyes flashing with brilliance. No wonder he could never stabilize the communication with the Erosion Core fragments. It was because the emotional element lacked a crucial link, this sense of regret. The boss's almost obsessive pursuit of ingredients and processes, along with San Bao's spontaneous expression of regret, acted like 2 keys, unlocking the dam in Ye Chen's heart. Previously, he had tried to use the Erosion Core fragments to establish a fate-sharing energy transmission channel with Aurora, but had always been stuck at the last step. The fragments lacked sufficient resonance with the emotions, resulting in intermittent connections and an inability to form a stable pathway. The core of the problem lay in the fact that although his fear and survival instinct were strong, they lacked the intense regret that came from deep within his soul about the potential loss. Just like the boss couldn't tolerate customers not tasting his perfect craft, San Bao couldn't accept not being able to eat this bowl of noodles anymore. "Sanbao, I found the key," Ye Chen exclaimed in a low voice, instantly closing his eyes and focusing. He no longer forcibly urged the fragments, meticulously sorting through his emotions like a boss examining ingredients. The initial fear of encountering a crisis served as a catalyst, followed by a rising thirst for survival. At this moment, the boss's unwavering insistence on perfection ignited the most intense feelings of unwillingness to fail, unwillingness to miss the chance to protect Aurora. These three layers of emotion progressed like the top-tier ingredients and complex processes stacked in a bowl of noodles, each indispensable. The core fragment suddenly vibrated. An unprecedented strong resonance erupted from deep within Ye Chen's soul. He dismissed all thoughts of brute force and instead emulated the boss's craftsmanship of awakening and kneading 3 times. Fear as the guide, hope as the foundation, determination as the thought. He repeatedly sorted, extended, and compacted this mixed emotion like pulling noodles, ultimately transforming it into a pure spiritual pulse, accurately injecting it into the core of the fragment. Through the fragment's transformation, following the thread of the shared fate contract, it surged toward Aurora. At the same time, Aurora stopped eating, her eyes suddenly bursting with golden light. She clearly sensed that the contract thread connecting them was now roaring. And what surged within was Ye Chen's spiritual power after the 3 awakenings and kneadings. This power was not a flood, but a furnace. It carried an undeniable invitation and resonance, linking to the dormant energy within her. Resonance was born at this moment, in Ye Chen's sea of consciousness. The synchronization rate of shared fate abilities continuously increased, reaching 15, 16, 17, all the way to 30. Core fragment, 13, awakened ability, shared fate. Target, Aurora. Synchronization rate, 30. Borrowing Aurora's power to enhance one's own strength. Duration, 60 seconds. Skill, hexagram crystal array, skill points, 0 as the synchronization rate increased. The panel changed. It transformed from temporarily borrowing Aurora's power to borrowing Aurora's power to enhance one's own strength. Duration 60 seconds. Whoosh! The void exploded with a scorching breath. The energy channel between the two expanded wildly like noodles drenched in boiling hot spicy oil, transparent and elastic amidst the hissing sound. Ye Chen's perception charged fiercely along the boiling channel, crashing into the apocalyptic sea of fire that burned the galaxy. Aurora's laughter echoed in his ears. "Ye Chen, is this bowl of sauce strong enough?" This time, it was no longer a sporadic fluctuation, but like the boiling, fragrant sauce poured over the noodles, surging, roaring, and stable. Ye Chen's perception instantly extended, clearly touching Aurora's warm and unique life flame. The energy channel succeeded. Chapter 41. The willful strongman outside Yong'an Town, the Gamma Team's Ice Mirage. Along with Li Hu, happened to stumble upon Ye Chen, Sanbao, and Zhe, who were training on the Wasteland. Li Hu's attention was immediately drawn to the battle between Ye Chen and Zhe controlling the iron giant Little Rue mech. He grinned widely, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit, and his body suddenly expanded as he forcefully charged into the center of the battlefield. An unexpected, fierce battle broke out. Transformed, Li Hu's muscles bulged, and his skin took on a rocky gray hue, displaying astonishing defense. He did not dodge, but instead braced himself, directly clashing his body against the iron giant Little Rue's steel fists. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy sounds of impact rang out continuously, and despite the iron giant Little Rue's all-out attacks, it could only leave shallow white marks on Li Hu's bulging muscles. In contrast, each seemingly casual punch from Li, who contained terrifying power that could split mountains and shatter stones. The iron giant Little Rue was forced to stagger back repeatedly, its frame violently shaking. If it weren't for Ye Chen's quick reflexes, who promptly reinforced the mech's exterior with a hexagonal crystal array to form a protective shield, the iron giant Little Rue would likely have been violently dismantled. Watching from a distance, Ice Mirage adjusted the ability detection glasses on his nose and smiled knowingly. The data clearly displayed everyone's ability levels. The kid piloting the mech had a base ability of only peak level 2, barely reaching level 4 with a mech's enhancement. The one who could release the red crystal array had just barely broken through level 3 recently. In contrast, Li Hu's ability level was solidly at peak level 5. This massive energy gap was almost equivalent to an adult man facing a child. It was simply a one-sided game, and as long as Li Hu was enjoying himself, that was enough. Bang! The iron giant Little Roo was once again brutally smashed back by Li Hu's heavy punch, and the alarm in the cockpit blared painfully. Aja! This won't do. Ye Chen's voice came through urgently. This guy's defense is too abnormal. We can't beat him head-on. I'll hold him back. You seize the opportunity and bombard him with the main cannon. Understood. Hexagonal crystal array trap. Ye Chen pressed his hands forward, and the red crystal ground beneath Li Hu's feet instantly softened, turning into a viscous mire. Li Hu was caught off guard as his massive body suddenly sank into it. At the same time, countless red lines wrapped around his legs and waist like soft ropes. Li Hu was tightly bound, finding it hard to break free. Oh, interesting. Realizing he can't win in a direct fight, he's using soft power to trap his enemy? Ice Mirage thought, enjoying the show. Aja, now's the time. Hit him. The armor plate on the iron giant Little Roo's shoulder suddenly slid open, and a massive main cannon quickly extended, its muzzle gathering blinding high-energy light. Virum! A blazing laser beam tore through the air, carrying destructive energy, precisely aimed at the trapped Li Hu. Facing this deadly beam capable of piercing steel, Li Hu showed no fear, even letting out an excited roar. He crossed his arms to protect his head and vital areas. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed, and a violent shockwave sent surrounding crystal debris and dust flying. The laser cannon hit Li Hu's crossed arms with full force. The terrifying impact sending him flying hard against the crystal wall, shattering it completely. However, Li Hu gracefully flipped in midair and landed steadily with a thud. Looking at his arms, there was only a slight redness to his skin, not a single scar left. The iron giant Little Roo's strongest attack had failed to injure him in the slightest. Ha ha ha! Awesome! So strong! Li Hu laughed heartily, his voice booming, exhilarated. Who would have thought that this little Yongin town has such a capable opponent? What a thrill! Are you done messing around? If you're done, come back. Don't forget the main task. Ice Mirage's voice timely interrupted. Li Hu glanced back at the prepared Ye Chen and Aja with some reluctance, but laughed and turned, following Ice Mirage as they left behind a scene of chaos. Is this guy sick? Just came out of nowhere to fight us? Aja climbed out of the mech, watching their retreating figures with a frown of confusion. San Bao approached with a serious expression, his gaze fixed on the direction Ice Mirage had disappeared. They are strong, so they naturally have the capital to be willful. You guys have tried all your methods, yet you couldn't even break through his defense. I'm afraid, unless you use your ultimate move, you won't be able to deal with him. He paused, that's all. Skinny guy wearing glasses is likely using a combat power detection device to measure ability levels. They probably came from one of the 7 main cities. Ye Chen clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, but his eyes burned with an indomitable flame. Then let's train. Ye Chen's voice was resolute, filled with ignited fighting spirit. Let's train hard. One day we will surpass them. A tall, cold-faced man, accompanied by a 2-meter-tall, muscular man, strolled leisurely down the bustling streets of Yongin Town. Wow, Yongin Town is quite lively, Li Hu said, holding a large pile of dragon fruit-like sand fruits, munching on them with the skin and flesh, tossing them into his mouth one after another. He squinted his eyes, chewing heartily, juice bursting everywhere. The trade was thriving, and the goods were fresh. It was indeed a hub between the north and south. I've told you so many times, eat something and pay attention to your image. Ice Mirage frowned, his tone full of disdain. He couldn't stand Li Hu's messy eating habits. How's the information gathering going? I inquired a bit, Li Hu said, tossing 2 more sand fruits in his mouth and mumbling, a few days ago, the town was surrounded by a group of desert ironback centipedes, and no one could come or go. Later, they were dealt with by some outside ability users. I saw the corpse of that centipede. It was level 4. Most likely, it was the offspring of that centipede king we killed. Ha! So we inadvertently helped this small team avert a disaster? That ironback centipede king was targeting them? Ice Mirage's lips curled up. That should be the case. Li Hu nodded, his cheeks stuffed full. Stop eating. Ice Mirage raised a hand, and a chill swept over, instantly freezing the remaining sand fruits in Li Hu's hands into solid ice chunks. Find them. They must know the whereabouts of Dream Butterfly. Li Hu nonchalantly clapped his hands and pointed across the street. Look, she's one of them. What's her name? I can't remember. Such a complicated name. The others went outside the town, leaving her alone in the town. He pointed to a strikingly beautiful girl who was stuffing herself with a mountain of food. Ice Mirage leaned against the wall, observing for a while. The girl across was devouring various fruits, cakes, and desserts without hesitation, stuffing them into her mouth at an astonishing speed. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Ice Mirage raised an eyebrow. This pretty little girl is one of them? TSK. Her appetite is just like yours. After eating so much, her belly doesn't even bulge, and her figure is still so good. Where does that leave people who want to lose weight? The more he looked, the more absurd it seemed. He casually put on the ability detection glasses and pressed the scan button on the girl. A dazzling red light flashed rapidly, and then clear red text jumped onto the lens. Exceeds limit, unable to detect. What kind of broken glasses are these? Malfunctioning again? Ice Mirage clicked his tongue impatiently and took off the glasses, claiming to be able to measure level 7. Can't even scan a little girl's combat power. Useless. It seems this little girl is about to finish eating. Let's follow her. She will help us find our companions, Ice Mirage said. Chapter 42. Desserts and Troubles. Eat quickly. Eat quickly. If you don't hurry, it'll melt, and what a waste that would be. Aurora mumbled softly as she swept the desserts in front of her clean at an astonishing speed. Her stunning beauty contrasted sharply with the way she was devouring the sweets, her cheeks stuffed like a little squirrel hoarding food for winter. Outside the dessert shop, Ice Mirage and Strength Tiger had long since changed from standing to sitting, and were even feeling a bit drowsy. They had been waiting for over an hour. My goodness, how many servings is this now? Does she have a black hole in her stomach? Strength Tiger rubbed his growling belly, staring dumbfounded at the mountain of empty plates piled in front of Aurora. Watching her eat is making me hungry to the point of being skin and bones. Ice Mirage scratched his head irritably as he watched Aurora pick up another new mango pudding, feeling like he was about to go insane. No more waiting. Just get her to find someone. At this moment, Aurora was completely immersed in her world of desserts. These are for Sanbao and the others. Oh dear. It's so hot. They'll definitely melt as soon as we leave the city. What a pity. I absolutely cannot waste them. This thought had rolled through her mind 108 times already. Each time she grappled with it, she would take a big bite of the dessert that was about to melt, and then a blissful and satisfied smile would bloom on her face. No matter how many times I eat it, it's still so delicious. Oh no, I haven't brought any for Sanbao and the others yet. I'll buy some more then. Thus, a new round of grappling and devouring began again. Just as Ice Mirage struck what he thought was the coolest pose to block Aurora's path, he said, "This beautiful lady, do you have any troubles? I can be of service." The only response he got was silence. All of Aurora's attention was glued to the trembling spoon in her hand, with the caramel pudding about to drip. Ice Mirage stood frozen in place, as if he could hear Strength Tiger desperately suppressing a laugh, feeling embarrassed to the point of digging his toes into the ground. He had no choice but to wave his hand in front of Aurora's eyes. "Beautiful lady, can I help you? I'm not called Beautiful Lady. I'm Aurora." The girl finally looked up, her innocent golden eyes blinking. "I want to bring some desserts for my companions, but as soon as I go outside, they melt. Do you have a solution?" That fleeting beauty made Ice Mirage's heart skip a beat. "No problem." Ice Mirage quickly gathered his thoughts, letting out a few wisps of cold air from his fingertips that accurately covered the surface of several desserts, forming a layer of crystal clear ice. Wow, chill desserts. Aurora's eyes instantly sparkled like stars, her surprise fully written on her face. This is amazing. She couldn't help herself and lowered her head to take another big bite of the icy fruit, happily squinting her eyes. It's even better than before. Thank you. You're such a good person." She sincerely praised him, her smile dazzling. "It's a small matter. You took care of the desert ironback centipede, so it's only right we thank you." Ice Mirage quickly got to the point. "Can you take us to find your companions? We have something we want to ask." "Sure. I need to find them to deliver the desserts anyway." Aurora agreed cheerfully, happily walking outside while holding those precious chilled samples. Come on, keep up. Ice Mirage breathed a sigh of relief and called out to Strength Tiger. Wait a moment, customers. The dessert shop owner dashed out, blocking their way. A smile plastered on his face, but his hand was outstretched. You haven't paid yet. Ice Mirage was taken aback. She didn't pay? The owner replied, no. Ice Mirage pointed at Aurora, who was bouncing towards the door. We're not with her. The owner's smile remained unchanged. His tone firm. I saw you personally helping her chill the desserts. You were chatting so warmly. Aren't you together? Sir, you're not trying to dine and dash. Are you? He deliberately raised his voice, instantly drawing the attention of a few scattered customers in the shop. Ice Mirage's face turned green in an instant, feeling Strength Tiger's shoulder shaking violently beside him. He gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll pay. How much is it? A discount. You order a total of 112 servings of top-tier desserts, each for 20 Singapore dollars. You can just give me $2,200 to round it off. Thank you for your patronage. The owner was all smiles. This hefty sum was enough to cover several days' worth of his earnings. How much? Ice Mirage felt his heart and organs twitch in pain. He looked at Aurora's retreating figure and, to prevent any further complications, had no choice but to pay the bill. Go quickly. Catch up to her. We not only need to find out Dream Butterfly's whereabouts, but we also need to get my money back with interest. Strength Tiger finally couldn't hold back and burst into a thunderous laugh. When Aurora reached outside the town, rushing towards Sambao with the chilled caramel pudding, Ice Mirage and Strength Tiger also spotted Ye Chen and the others in the distance. TSK, isn't that the group I practiced with not long ago? So it's them. Strength Tiger crossed his arms, a mocking smile spreading across his lips. I should have thought of it. What kind of experts can there be in this broken place? Yo in town? Ice Mirage's expression darkened instantly, feeling annoyed for having gone around in such a large circle. Sambao accepted the chilled caramel pudding that Aurora handed over, his small eyes squinting with happiness. Thank you, Master. You remembered Sambao. Wow, it's chilled and delicious. By the way, Master, who paid for it? I remember you didn't have any money, right? He gulped it down in a few bites. The chilling wasn't done by me. It seems they paid the bill. Aurora pointed to Ice Mirage and Strength Tiger behind her. They said they had something to find you about. Brother Chun, it's those two bastards from this morning. Aja's pupils constricted, his voice unable to suppress his anger, his fists instantly clenched. Ice Mirage seemed oblivious to Aja's hostility. A slight smile on his face. I didn't expect to have such a connection with you all. He introduced himself. Sky Curtain City Research Institute, Judgment Special Forces Gamma Team, Ice Mirage. He pointed to his companion beside him, whose muscles were bulging and cracking his knuckles. This is Strength Tiger. Sky Curtain City Research Institute. Aja's shock instantly turned into rage, his eyes fixed on the two, his jaw clenched. Oh, Ice Mirage raised an eyebrow, a playful smile tugging at his lips. What? Have you heard of the reputation of our Gamma team? I haven't heard of it. Aja spat out 3 words through clenched teeth, his face turning pale. Ye Chen placed a hand on Aja's shoulder, signaling him to calm down, and stared directly at Ice Mirage. What brings the esteemed members of the Gamma team from the Research Institute to us? Ice Mirage's fake smile remained. It's a small matter. An important asset of the Institute, Dream Butterfly, has gone missing near Yong'an Town. We were ordered to investigate. I wonder if you have any useful information to share with us? His eyes narrowed slightly, tightly locking onto Ye Chen and the others' expressions. Dream Butterfly? The expressions of the people behind Ye Chen changed subtly, then fell into silence. Ice Mirage caught this slight anomaly, his smile deepening. So, you have seen it? Very well. Then please, tell us the details of what happened. The Institute's loss must be accounted for. We have nothing to explain to you. Ye Chen's voice was firm, his aura subtly rising. Heh! Ice Mirage scoffed, as if he had heard some great joke, slowly shaking his head. Perhaps my good temper has given you some misinterpretation? I'm not asking for your opinion. As the weak, you should have the awareness of being weak. Don't provoke the patience of the strong. If you're sensible, just cooperate and spill everything you know. Oh, and your friend just ate the desserts without paying. I covered the bill, which amounts to $5,000 with interest. I suggest you confess and pay up quickly, or my companion's fists won't be as easy to deal with. He didn't even use half of his strength this morning. As expected, the Institute's lackeys used to being overbearing. What do they want to do? Ye Chen's anger was completely ignited, with veins bulging at his temples. Are you so sure that victory is guaranteed today? Dealing with a few little trash like you is a piece of cake. What strength do the weak have to negotiate terms? Li Hu cooperatively opened his big mouth, revealing his white teeth, and clenched his fists with a cracking sound, a fierce and violent aura bursting forth without any disguise. Chapter 43, The Counterattack of the Weak Li Hu is in your hands. Be gentle, don't really beat them up, we still need to ask questions. Bing Shin smiled and stepped aside, his tone laced with mockery. It should have been this way. The weak must have the awareness of the weak. Once subdued, they will naturally understand the rules. Li Hu grinned menacingly as he stepped forward, each stride causing his already formidable body to swell further, muscles bulging like coiling dragons, and bones cracking with a sound that made one's teeth ache. In an instant, he transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant, his massive feet stomping on the ground, causing the earth to tremble and creating a palpable sense of pressure. Aja, cooperate with me. Ye Chen's eyes were sharp as he shouted. Exact cristal formation. Top. Ye Chen waved his hands rapidly, and the crystal formation instantly unfolded beneath Li Hu's feet. The ground turned into a muddy abyss, with countless crimson energy chains twisting like venomous snakes around Li Hu's massive body. The engine of the iron giant Xiaoru roared as it circled around to Li Hu's back, its steel fist charged and ready to launch a surprise attack. Oomph. Using the same tricks as this morning? Do you dare show off? Li Hu's eyes flashed with ferocity as he let out a thunderous roar. His physical engine at 80 activation. Boom! His fists smashed down like an avalanche. A visible shockwave accompanied by a deafening explosion spread outwards. The crystal formation was torn to shreds like fragile glass in an instant. The terrifying shockwave slammed into the iron giant Xiaoru, and inside the cockpit, Aja felt the world spin, instantly losing his sense of direction. The next moment, a gigantic fist, wrapped in violent energy fluctuations, accurately struck the core of the cockpit through the thick mech shell. Buzz! The high-frequency vibrating energy ignored the defenses and penetrated the steel, going straight through. Aja felt as if he'd been hit by a heavy hammer, his vision going black as he fainted on the spot. The massive mech was blasted off the ground, crashing into a distant towering rock wall with a loud bang, sending debris raining down. How does it feel? My shockwave fist is specifically designed for tin cans. Just because you're big doesn't mean you're strong. True power lies in unmatched energy and supreme density. Li Hu shook his fist and slowly turned his head, his gaze like a knife locking onto Ye Chen, grinning savagely. Now, it's your turn, Aunt. He approached Ye Chen step by step, each footfall shaking the ground, his voice booming like thunder, proclaiming the truth he believed in. Face reality. In this world, the strong are respected. The way for the weak to survive is to obey the will of the strong. Resistance only leads to destruction. Shut up. Ye Chen roared, his eyes burning with indomitable flames. What I hate most is your twisted logic. Back when I was working, I had to obey the arrangements of my superiors, unable to resist like cattle. The leaders used this logic to train new recruits to be obedient, to manipulate them. Even in this wasteland world, you still come at me with this nonsense. Every time I hear the words obey, my anger flares up. He attempted multiple times to activate the crystal formation to trap Li Hu, but Li Hu's brute strength easily tore the formation apart. San Bao, I'm going to use that move. I can't think straight unless I beat him down. Ye Chen shouted to his partner. Ye Chen, give it your all. Make him search for his teeth on the ground. Why should the strong be able to trample on others? Dominate the weak? Nonsense. San Bao's voice was filled with righteous indignation. Ye Chen took a deep breath, his mind sinking into the depths of his consciousness, carrying a resolute will. Fear as the guide, hope as the foundation, determination as the thought. Open the energy channel. Aurora, lend me your strength. Go, Ye Chen. Teach that big dumb bear a lesson. Let him know what's what. Aurora's lively and playful response was like a clear spring pouring into his heart. In an instant, A warm and vast life flame surged forth from the soul contract, clearer and more powerful than ever before. Boom! The crimson life fire roared to life at Ye Chen's heart. The violent energy surged like a flood, instantly coursing through every inch of his meridians. The rushing energy radiated outward, forming a visible blazing halo that distorted the surrounding air. Bing Shun's relaxed expression instantly froze, replaced by incredulous shock. This energy? How is this possible? He hurriedly put on the combat power detector, and the wildly skyrocketing numbers made his pupils constrict. Level 4. Level 5. Peak level 5. This is impossible. Shared destiny. Borrowing 10 of Aurora's original power, temporary combat power. Peak level 5. Duration, 60 seconds. Countdown start. Such vast power. Stronger than when I defeated Jiameng. 60 seconds is enough. Ye Chen felt the energy within him surging to burst forth, his battle intent soaring. Whoosh! His figure suddenly vanished from the spot. The air left only a scorching afterimage. In the next moment, he appeared at the side of Li Hu's giant head. Take this. The whip-like leg, condensed with peak level 5 power, tore through the air with a piercing shriek, smashing violently against Li Hu's massive head. Bang! It was like being hit head-on by a heavy truck. Li Hu's enormous body was completely uncontrollable as he flew off the ground. His feet carved 2 massive trenches dozens of meters long into the earth. Eventually, with a loud crash, he was smashed into a towering boulder, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spreading across the rock. Cough, cough. Li Hu spat out a mouthful of blood, but the intense pain ignited the ferocity and ecstasy within him. He laughed wildly as he broke free from the rubble, his eyes burning with an almost frenzied desire for battle. Haha, refreshing. Now, that's the power. Crushing such prey is what makes it interesting. His muscles writhed violently, compressing and hardening. His skin instantly took on a metallic dark sheen, as if donning a layer of incredibly thick biological armor. The ground beneath him could not withstand the suddenly erupting power, cracking inch by inch. The physical engine was at full power, 100. Killing mode activated. Boom! A massive pit exploded beneath Li Hu's feet, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning, tearing through space at a speed that exceeded visual limits, charging towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen didn't even have time to react. Bang! A massive uppercut slammed into Ye Chen's jaw, sending him flying off the ground. Immediately after, Li Hu's fists turned into a storm of destruction. The weak must have the awareness of the weak. He roared, each punch containing terrifying power, compressing the air in a cannonball-like shockwave that exploded in a series of thunderous booms. Ye Chen was like a leaf in a raging storm, torn apart by the violent punches, completely unable to fight back. The final knee strike sent Ye Chen soaring into the sky. Li Hu's massive body once again shattered the earth, propelling him upward, instantly surpassing Ye Chen. He clenched his fists tightly, raising them above his head, gathering all his strength into a heavy hammer, carrying the will to annihilate everything in a piercing shriek as he smashed down towards Ye Chen below. Submit to power. Boom! A mushroom cloud of energy soared into the sky. The earth collapsed and cracked like a fragile eggshell. A giant pit with a diameter of over 10 meters suddenly appeared, smoke and debris sweeping outwards like a tsunami. Li Hu crashed to the ground, breathing heavily, his whole body steaming with high-temperature white vapor as he looked at the center of the pit consumed by smoke and dust, sneering, an utterly weakling. No, this isn't right. Bing Shun stared fixedly at the combat power detector, his voice trembling with shock. His energy response. Hasn't he disappeared? Not all weakened. How is this possible? A sudden strong wind swept through, instantly dispersing the swirling dust. In the center of the giant pit, a figure stood proudly. Ye Chen was covered in a layer of translucent, life-glowing crimson energy crystals, as if he was wearing a suit of armor. His upper body clothing had turned to ashes in the cataclysmic bombardment moments ago, yet the body beneath the crystal covering was completely unscathed. He slowly raised his head, with an unwavering golden-red flame burning in his eyes, and his calm voice clearly pierced through the deathly silence. Is this what you call the power of the strong? It's nothing. WH. What? Impossible. The shocked exclamations of the Force Tiger and Ice Phantom echoed simultaneously. The astonishment completely drowned out all their previous arrogance and certainty. That unharmed figure struck like a silent, heavy hammer against the ironclad belief that they held. That power is truth. Chapter 44. Can you define a strong person? Countdown. 45 seconds. The battle just now wasted 15 seconds. There is still plenty of time. It's my turn. Ye Chen shook his arms, and two crystalline ropes formed from red crystals coiled around the giant palm of Strength Tiger like venomous snakes, suddenly tightening. Caught off guard, Strength Tiger was pulled forward by the elasticity of the crystalline ropes, and Ye Chen took the opportunity to leap into the air, his head but crashing down towards Strength Tiger's face like a meteor. Bang! Golden stars exploded in front of Strength Tiger, who roared and brought his palms together in an attempt to crush Ye Chen. But Ye Chen's figure flickered like a ghost, leaving only an afterimage in place. Strength Tiger missed his target, and Ye Chen had already appeared in front of his abdomen, jumping up to unleash a flurry of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch pierced through Strength Tiger's massive body, the shockwaves causing rocks behind him to splinter. The sound of dozens of punches combined into a storm, culminating in a fierce kick that smashed his chin. Strength Tiger's enormous body was actually kicked off the ground. The crystalline ropes wrapped around him again, binding him into a giant red cocoon. Strength Tiger's muscles bulged as he struggled, but the crystalline ropes tightened further, sinking into his flesh. Ye Chen grabbed the ends of the ropes and swung him down toward the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked open, and dirt surged. After dozens of violent slams, Strength Tiger slumped down like mud, his body reverting to human form. Ye Chen swung his arm, and Strength Tiger crashed in the rock face like a cannonball. Swish! An ice crystal slide suddenly extended, several sharp turns dissipating the momentum and sending Strength Tiger to the feet of the ice mirage. The ice mirage caught sight of Strength Tiger's broken ribs and weak breaths, letting out a sigh of relief. He is still alive. But after this, you won't have any chances left. Unlike Strength Tiger, I don't like to engage in close combat with you. My abilities are not something you can handle. Another round of taunting, and the so-called strong person who boasted just now is already lying there. I'm in a hurry, so let me deal with you quickly. Hurry up and make your move. All right, let me show you the vast difference between us, and let you know that a firefly cannot compete with the brilliance of the bright moon. Magic Mirror Ice Realm. The ice mirage lightly tapped with his toes, and a cold wave surged. The ice layer instantly covered 100 meters, countless prisms rising from the ground, trapping Ye Chen in a bizarre maze. Ice Spike Mirror Copy. The ice mirage raised his right hand, and fine ice spikes shot into the nearby ice mirror. In the next moment, thousands of half-meter-long ice spikes shot out from all directions of the mirrors surrounding Ye Chen. Ye Chen dodged quickly, but new ice spikes erupted from the displaced mirror once again. Useless. The ice mirage sneered, adding more ice spikes with his left hand. In the area locked by the mirror formation, there was nowhere for you to hide. Double ice spikes poured down like a torrential rain. Ye Chen's protective crystalline armor clanged loudly, but he was still shaken, blood surging in his veins. He spotted a massive rock, rolled behind a rock wall to lean against it, barely evading the ice spike attack. The subsequent ice spikes continued to shoot towards the rock wall, turning the entire wall into a curtain of hanging ice columns. As the number of ice spikes increased, the massive wall could no longer withstand the enormous pressure and suddenly collapsed into pieces. Just as Ye Chen finally caught his breath, he had to continue dodging the ice spike attacks at high speed. This is too passive. I need to break out. Ye Chen threw out the red crystalline ropes, wrapping them around some rocks, using their force to pull and change his direction continuously, dodging and trying to break out of this area. The ice mirage saw Ye Chen's movements and smiled. His combat experience was vast, and he had already seen through Ye Chen's tactics. While predicting Ye Chen's path with the ice spikes, he closed the mirror formation. After a series of running maneuvers, Ye Chen realized that not only did he fail to break through the encirclement, but he had unknowingly formed a circular arrangement of ice mirrors, turning into a hemispherical dome, sealing off all escape routes. Countdown, 10 seconds. In his mind, the time for leveraging had almost run out. Ye Chen breathed heavily. The combination of ice spikes and ice mirrors was indeed formidable. Suddenly, he grinned. Then let us settle this with one decisive move. All right, I'll grant you that. Ice Spike Storm. The ice mirage pushed with both palms, and the torrent of ice spikes refracted through the mirror surface, transforming into a storm that blocked out the sky. Ye Chen rooted himself in a bow stance, his fists erupting like phantoms. Watch my meteor fist. The crimson fist radiance burst forth like a galaxy. Each punch shattered the ice spikes, creating explosions of red and white light. Shattered ice and crystal shards danced wildly within the mirror formation, reflecting a frenzied neon glow. Ye Chen struck faster and faster, his fist shadows weaving into a massive red net, even pushing back the storm of ice spikes, smashing half of the ice mirrors into powder. The storm subsided, and the ice mirage leaned on his knees, panting. Ye Chen laughed heartily. I've always wanted to use the Pegasus Meteor Fist. This is the dream of every young warrior, and today it has been realized. Before his words faded, the red light around him abruptly extinguished, and the crystalline armor shattered. A strand of black hair instantly turned white, and he slumped to the ground. Core Fragment 13, Awakened Ability, Shared Fate. Target, Aurora, Synchronization Rate, 30. Power Borrowing ended. Cooldown, 24 hours. What Meteor Fist? It was just a chaotic energy punch. The ice mirage wiped away the ice blood at the corner of his mouth, and the cold mist gathered again. It seems your big move has ended. In the end, we, the strong, will still win. If you had just listened and obeyed, you wouldn't have to suffer. The ice mirror reformed, and the ice spikes hovered in the air, their sharp tips aimed directly at the exhausted Ye Chen. Aurora, I've embarrassed you again. I couldn't even take them down. Ye Chen struggled to get up, casting an apologetic smile at Aurora, his feet still stumbling a bit. What is there to be afraid of? I'm here. I must teach them a lesson today. She squinted her golden eyes, the corners of her lips curving like a crescent moon. The ice mirage couldn't help but laugh, clutching his stomach and unable to stand upright. Oh dear, little girl, aren't you afraid of twisting your tongue in this strong wind? With your delicate skin. He deliberately rubbed his fingers together, cold air condensing into a sharp ice spike. This ice spike can make you cry for 3 days if it just scrapes your skin, if it pierces a hole. Well, when you're searching the ground for your arms and legs, don't blame me. Aurora clicked her tongue, tilting her head to assess him. All right, I know your intentions aren't bad. Your scare tactics are quite dedicated. Given that you just paid for me, I'll let you and your people leave. We'll call it even, and I won't harm you. Ha 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 ha. That's the coldest joke I've heard this year. He suddenly spread his arms wide, and countless ice spikes crackled into existence, their cold light aimed at the two. Since you're seeking death, don't blame my ice spikes for being merciless. Toys scattered everywhere are so unsightly. Aurora sighed and shook her head. Her golden eyes suddenly shone like molten gold, and her red hair danced wildly without wind. She casually waved her hand toward the sky. Whoosh! A hurricane roared past like a giant beast, sweeping away the ice spikes, ice walls, and the entire magic mirror ice realm, instantly leaving not a single ice shard behind. The ice mirage stood frozen in place, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. After a blinding flash of red light, clear red text jumped onto the mirror. Exceeded limit, unable to detect. Illusion, illusion. It must be an illusion. He screamed, squeezing every bit of cold energy from his body, his forehead veins bulging. A giant ice spike, as tall as a 10-story building, condensed in midair, its shadow covering the entire block. Smash it down. The ice spike crashed down with the force of thunder. Aurora stepped forward to support the weakened Ye Chen, barely lifting her eyelids as she casually waved her hand upward. Swish! A red light blade tore through the air. The giant ice was sliced cleanly like tofu, crashing down on either side with a rumble, shaking the ground. The residual wave of the light blade brushed past the ice mirage's ears, causing several strands of hair to flutter down onto his stiff shoulders. This is unreasonable. It's unreasonable. The ice mirage suddenly slumped to the ground, only able to mechanically repeat his words. Chapter 45, Dispute, a few hours later. Another bowl. Aurora's clear voice rang out, her empty bowl raised high with more conviction than a debt collector. Wrapped in bandages, looking like a mummy, Lihu grimaced as he scooped out red bean paste from a large pot that even his mother wouldn't recognize. Shakily, he filled a small plate, attempting to create a shape, but the trembling red mound resembled a small landslide. Chill a bit. Lihu forced a business smile that looked worse than crying, handing the plate to the nearby Ice Mirage. Ice Mirage expressionlessly puckered her lips, exhaling a breath of cold air, causing the red bean paste in the plate to tremble violently and freeze into a translucent red slush. Thank you. Aurora couldn't wait to scoop a big spoonful into her mouth, her eyes lighting up. So cold, so sweet. Indeed, frozen desserts are the way to go. As long as you're happy. Ice Mirage's polite words carried a hint of relief from the aftermath of a disaster. Here, everyone gets a share. Aurora magically produced 2 frozen treats and handed them over. After finishing this, Ye Chen will treat us to the best noodles in Yong'an town. Her eyes sparkled, her hands dancing as she mimicked the motions. 1 layer of sauce, 1 layer of noodles, those chewy noodles and rich sauce. I guarantee you'll want a second bowl after finishing the first. After indulging in her self-satisfaction for a moment, she finally remembered something important. I'll call you in a bit. I'm going to deliver the desserts now. She cradled the mound of desserts like a joyful squirrel hoarding food for winter, bouncing away. If you want to eat slush, do it yourself. The pot is right there, plenty to go around. Ice Mirage stared at Lihu, who was wrapped in bandages. How are you holding up? You got beaten up so badly. Can you still endure? Lihu angrily poked at the slush in his bowl, as if it were the head of his enemy. I'm not dead. Were these injuries? But right now, what does this mean? He lowered his voice, filled with sorrow and indignation. You and I, Gamma S Double Trouble, now we're the official chefs for red bean paste. If this gets out, can we still mix in society? Ice Mirage silently scooped a spoonful of slush and shoved it into his mouth. Better than becoming the Gamma Double Corpses. Provoking such a powerful opponent and still being alive is the greatest luck. I really envy you. When you fainted back then, if you'd seen her momentum, you probably wouldn't be so stubborn now. He sighed deeply, a small puff of white mist forming at his lips. Who told us we couldn't beat them? You always said the weak must obey the strong. They're the strong ones, we're the weak ones, so we should just obey. Lihu chewed on the slush, shivering from the cold, as if venting his hatred, mumbling indistinctly. Fine. I can't beat you, and since you've surrendered, how can I not surrender? When Aurora returned with a large pile of desserts to find Ye Chen and San Bao, fierce arguing nearly blew the roof off. The group was red-faced as they argued over how to deal with Ice Mirage and Lihu. We should interrogate them, pry open their mouths, and get the core information from the Research Institute. This way, we can take the initiative. Look at you. Not only do you ask nothing, but you even want to treat them to a meal? San Bao waved his arms, his voice sharp with anger. Have you been knocked silly by them? If it weren't for my master stepping in, you all would have been wiped out. Then you'd be tied up like Zhongzi. And wouldn't you'd just be at their mercy, saying whatever they wanted? He glared at Ye Chen. This is what you call mercy for women. Ye Chen frowned, his voice low but exceptionally firm. What you're doing is no different from they're the strong, our right logic. I don't want to become like that, casually controlling the weak. It makes me very uncomfortable. Besides, didn't we already strip their equipment? We VE gained the upper hand. They haven't committed any heinous crimes. At least I haven't seen or heard of anything. I can't bring myself to wipe them out completely. Unreasonable. San Bao stomped his feet in frustration. The law of the Wasteland world is survival of the fittest, and someone like you, a saint, really opens my eyes. He crossed his arms, plopping down heavily on the ground like an inflated frog. The focus of the battle suddenly shifted to the bystander. Aja. San Bao suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp. You speak. Are you supporting me or Ye Chen? Caught in the center of the storm, Aja shrank his neck like a startled rabbit, his face turning bright red. He glanced at the furious San Bao and then at the determined Ye Chen, stammering, unsure where to place his hands and feet. I don't know. Bao Yi, you're right. If we can't win, our outcome will definitely be tragic. But what Chingu said also makes sense. They did help La Jie pay for the desserts. Aside from being a bit arrogant, their character seems okay. His honest face was filled with struggle, as if he were being roasted over a fire. Fen Sisiter. Useless mud. Sam Bao found a new outlet for his anger, berating him harshly. Aja, scared, shrank his neck, not daring to breathe. Everyone stopped arguing. Aurora's clear voice was like a spring of water pouring into the heated air. She beamed as she entered with the desserts. Try our homemade frozen treats to cool off. By the way, Ye Chen. She turned to Ye Chen. Didn't you say you'd take us out for a bowl of noodles? I invited Ice Mirage and Li Hu to join us as a thank you for helping me pay. Ye Chen's eyes lit up as he gave her a thumbs up. Puffed. Sam Bao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, banging his forehead in frustration. I wanted to fight to the death, but alas, the Lord surrendered first. He angrily snatched the dessert Aurora offered, as if he had a grudge against it, taking a huge bite. Instantly, the extreme cold shocked his entire body, his features contorting. Wanted to spit it out, but unable to give up the sweet taste. His teeth bared, trembling all over, looking utterly ridiculous. Ye Chen leisurely ate his dessert and said, "During the meal, we can chat, play the emotional card, and casually ask about the Research Institute situation. If they want to talk, they will. If not, then forget it." Oh, Simbao suddenly looked up, the ice crunching in his mouth. "So you were waiting here? I thought you were really too lofty to mingle with mortals." He rolled his eyes, but the anger in his eyes had clearly dissipated, even carrying a hint of now that sounds reasonable. "Of course. I want to know the inside story of the Research Institute. So many troubles were stirred up by them. Knowing ourselves and our enemies means we can win every battle." A fleeting, unhappy memory seemed to flash across his mind, his voice growing low. "But what I hate most is using power to force others to submit. I don't want to become like that." "Umph." Sanbao pouted, turning his head away, but his tone had clearly softened a lot. "Forget it. Actually, I don't look down on bullying the weak either." He paused, with a bit of a proud, awkward tone. "It's just that I'm worried you young folks will hesitate and mess things up, and then I'll have to clean up the mess. All right, let us do it your way this time. We can play good cop and bad cop. Bao Yi, you clearly love to rely on my sister's power." Aja muttered under his breath, thinking no one could hear. However, Sam Bao's ears were as sharp as radar, instantly exploding in anger. "You brat, a few days without a beating, and you've got itchy skin. Huh? What did you just mumble? Don't think I didn't tea here." He grabbed a pair of chopsticks nearby, pretending to strike. Aja yelped, hugging the dessert like a startled fat penguin, clumsily fleeing around the room. Sam Bao relentlessly waved the chopsticks behind him, cursing, but his movements were comically exaggerated. "Ha! Hit him! Aja, run!" Aurora leaned against the door, watching the chaotic scene before her, her eyes curved like crescent moons, a smile spreading across her face. Perhaps this is what the old woman from Luoshui village meant by the essence of life. Chapter 46 Research Institute. This is amazing. I've never had anything this delicious. Li Hu exclaimed sincerely, holding his empty bowl, not a drop of soup left. "One more. One last bowl? Is that okay?" He suddenly stood up, holding his empty bowl high, his voice booming. But when he glanced at the 5 empty bowls piled in front of him, his momentum instantly deflated, and his voice lowered. Just one bowl." Sam Bao looked at the stack of bowls across the table. Li Hu had 5, Bing Shin 4, Aja 3. And Aurora had also finished 5, while he and Ye Chen had only eaten half of one bowl. Unable to hold back, he complained, "Goodness, 2 big eaters aren't enough. And now there are 2 more. You guys will eat my wallet dry." They were hesitant when it came to discussing the Research Institute. But when it came to eating noodles, they were completely unreserved. Li Hu stood frozen, holding his bowl, unsure whether to sit or stand, his face flushed. "Here, I haven't even touched mine." Aurora gently pushed her noodles towards Li Hu. He took it with both hands, repeatedly thanking her, feeling even more fond of the girl in his heart. Ye Chen observed this and suddenly understood Aurora's closeness. Perhaps she sensed a kinship in Li Hu and Bing Shun. Bing Shun also quietly observed Aurora. The girl's strength was unfathomable, yet her thoughts were as pure as a clear spring. In this survival of the fittest world, filled with lies, she was like a ray of light, warming people's hearts. He sighed inwardly. You can't bite the hand that feeds you, especially when your life is in their hands. Just accept your fate. Bing Shen's voice, tinged with exhaustion, broke the silence. We are weapons raised by the Research Institute. We were taken into training camps from a young age to learn our abilities. In the training camp, there was a last-place elimination system. The children who failed would disappear without anyone knowing. Over 1,000 children entered, but in the end, less than 10 survived to form the Judgment Special Forces team. Li Hu and I can consider ourselves lucky to have made it through round after round of tests to become members of Team Gamma. Li Hu slurped down a few bites of noodles, mumbling in response. We were taught from a young age to obey the strong, to be absolutely obedient. Those who disobey are long gone. The training was tough, but at least we could eat our fill. Outside, corrupted monsters run rampant. Just surviving is difficult, let alone eating enough. Aja put down his chopsticks, looking puzzled. Isn't Qingchuan Village and Luoshui Village doing well? The villagers have no problem being fed and clothed. It's not as bleak as you say. Bing Shen raised his eyes to look at him, his tone heavy. These places rely on Yong'an Town for protection, governed by Xinglua City, within the sphere of influence of Tianmu City. Safety? That's because teams like ours, cleaners, have been clearing high-threat targets on the outskirts. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Aurora. On our way to Yong'an Town, our team just took down a level 6 desert ironback centipede king. Our captain led the other team members to return the Centipede King's corpse to the Research Institute, which is why only the two of us were sent to investigate Dream Butterfly. We suspect the Centipede King was likely after the level 4 centipede you killed. Without our interception, could Yong'an Town hold out? He looked at Aurora, shifting the topic, of course. With you here, it's another story. Ye Chen seized the key point, cutting straight to the chase. As far as we know, the Research Institute is secretly breeding corrupted creatures, and Dream Butterfly is one of them. Moreover, they condone their minions to exploit ordinary people. How much do you know about this? We are just the bottom-level errand runners. Li Hu almost jumped up, slamming his bowl down. We just execute orders from above. How could we possibly know the plans of the higher-ups at the Research Institute? Who are you trying to fool? You are part of the Research Institute. Sanbao didn't believe it at all. Bing Shen forced a bitter smile, his voice filled with helplessness. It's true. This mission was assigned to us by the Research Institute to investigate the disappearance of Dream Butterfly. We heard you had taken down a level 4 centipede, so we wanted to inquire first, but ended up in a trap. Ye Chen raised his hand to signal Sanbao to calm down, his tone carrying a hint of understanding. They are not lying. In large organizations, the lower levels are just cogs executing orders. The higher-ups can casually concoct grand reasons, like for safety or for development, to assign tasks. But what selfish motives they hold privately, the workers can never know. This is the information gap, the helplessness of the workers. Thank you for understanding. Bing Shen's voice dropped even lower. What we know may really not be as much as you think. We're just the most basic tools of the Research Institute. Then have you never thought about resisting? Aja couldn't help but ask. Resist? Bing Shen laughed bitterly at what he heard, his smile twisted. Gamma is the weakest team in Judgment. Although the captain reached level 6, we are only level 5. There are Beta and Alpha teams in Judgment. They all start at level 6. In Alpha, there are even level 8 monsters. A glimmer of fear flashed in his eyes. During training camp, the Research Institute had thoroughly understood our physical data and ability characteristics. How could we resist? No one has successfully escaped before. They were all dealt with secretly. Over time, everyone just accepted their fate. And this is just Judgment. Legend has it there are even stronger teams, like Divine Favor, that could take on level 9 corrupted creatures. How do you think we could resist? Hearing the term Divine Favor, Ye Chen's gaze drifted thoughtfully toward Sanbao, who frowned slightly. Sigh. Brother, it's not easy for anyone. Aja softened, his hostility dissipating, picking up a spoon and adding more stew to the bowls of the two. Come on, eat more. There's plenty. Thank you. More stew, please. Li Hu grinned as he handed over his bowl. Bing Shen looked at the rich stew in his bowl, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke up. Actually, there are resistance organizations outside, in the remote outskirts away from the main city. There's an organization called Choming that has been fighting against the Research Institute. Our Gamma team mainly deals with corrupted creatures or cleans up the messes made by the Research Institute. For example, this time we were ordered to retrieve an ability user named Jiameng. As for the Beta team, they're specifically responsible for eliminating Choming. Jiameng just suddenly stood up, fists clenched, his eyes turning red in an instant. You saved that lunatic. Do you know what she did to Dreamland? Bing Shun was startled by his reaction and hurriedly explained, "We were just following orders. We moved her out at night, and beyond that, we really don't know." Ye Chen pressed his hand on his shoulder, speaking in a low voice. "Calm down. They're just pawns being manipulated." He turned to Bing Shun and Li Hu. "It seems your lives are harder than we thought." Sam Bao sighed as well, his hostility completely turning into helplessness. "I originally thought of you as the pawns of the heartless Research Institute. But it turns out, you're living a more miserable life than we are. Well, we had bad luck running into you two unlucky ones. Eat, have more." He irritably scratched his head, pushing the freshly served noodles and stew in front of the two. Li Hu and Bing Shun nodded silently, focusing on their noodles. And the atmosphere became heavy for a moment. Bing Shun swallowed the last bite of noodles, raised his head, his face no longer showing the previous timidity. Only seriousness and a hint of barely noticeable worry. "There's something. I must remind you. If we fail our mission, the news will surely be impossible to hide. The next investigation from the Research Institute might not involve small players like us." His gaze swept over everyone, especially lingering on Ye Chen and Aurora. The Beta team, or even the Alpha team, are likely already on their way. They are the true core strength of judgment, cold, efficient, only focused on results. You must be very careful. No matter how strong Aurora is, four hands can easily overpower two. It's very dangerous to face them. In short, you need to be cautious. Chapter 47. Flashback memories here. All your stuff is returned, so you have an explanation when you go back. Sam Bao moved swiftly and handed the combat power detectors and other equipment back to Li Hu and Bing Shun. "Thanks. This is really generous of you." Li Hu laughed broadly while holding the equipment, and Bing Shun beside him nodded repeatedly, gratitude evident on their faces. "Let's go." Ye Chen waved his hand, his tone calm and unruffled. "In the mountains and rivers, we meet again. I hope next time we can share drinks instead of weapons." "Absolutely not. We would never dare." The two instantly straightened their bodies, shaking their heads like a rattle in a storm, their hands flailing as if cramping. "We will remember your kindness. We absolutely won't forget. What are you still waiting for? While we're still being reasonable, hurry up and get lost." Sam Bao impatiently flicked his tail. "Take care, everyone, until we meet again." Li Hu and Bing Shun, as if granted amnesty, quickly hopped back onto their heavy motorcycle, which had a slightly deformed hood. The motorcycle sped down the road like a startled metal bison, swerving and soon disappearing into the yellow sand raised at the edge of the wasteland. Ye Chen turned around, and the crowd dispersed. "We should be on our way too. The new core fragments are still waiting in unknown places." Aja couldn't wait any longer, excitedly rubbing his hands like a child who just got a new toy. "Let us try out this big treasure, the enhanced detection radar. I've upgraded it with the new module we got, and it's been fully updated. The detection radius has more than doubled, now covering a full 1,000 kilometers. I just scanned, and the next fragment is 400 kilometers away in Yoning Town." Ye Chen clapped his hands and decided, then our next target will be Yoning Town. There are other good things too. Sam Bao cleared his throat and magically pulled out several pairs of avant-garde glasses and headsets with lenses gleaming with blue light. Aja and I worked all night, referencing Gamma Team's equipment, to whip these up overnight. Our own wise eyes and wind listening ears. The headsets ensure team communication, while the glasses, modeled after Gamma Team's combat power detectors, can instantly scan and lock onto energy fluctuations of targets in the wild. Whether it's a corrupted beast or an ability user, their levels will be clear at a glance. This is a lifesaver. It can help us avoid those deadly guys in advance. He paused slightly, a hint of regret in his voice as he shrugged. "But, unfortunately, the standards of Gamma are a bit low. They probably haven't seen much of the world themselves. The detection limit is currently capped at level 7. Beyond that, it's out of range, and we can't determine specific strengths. However, with our current resources, if we really encounter a big shot above level 7, aside from the master, everyone else will probably just serve as food. So if we encounter an enemy exceeding the combat power limit of the Wise Eyes glasses, we shouldn't hesitate. We should turn around and run fast. Ye Chen simulate appetizer. His gaze flicking between a Zhe and Sanbao. One was a wildly imaginative tech fanatic, and the other was a well-traveled veteran. The sparks from this tech geek and streetwise veteran were a perfect match, with you two Arsenal partners handling our team's logistics. I think we're the least worried group in the entire Wasteland. Sanbao immediately put on a look of understanding, lifting his chin high, but his tone couldn't hide the pride. Of course, who told me I was born to worry about everything? With your bunch of young, impulsive folks. Wouldn't I have to keep an eye on you? When we reach the next stop, you must treat me to a good meal. My old bones have stayed up all night and need to replenish energy. I want it too. I put in a lot of effort. Aurora suddenly emerged from behind, saying seriously, Sanbao asked me to help a lot. Everyone gets a share, not a single one less. All you can eat. Ye Chen laughed as he opened the driver's side door. When we get to Yoning Town, it's my treat. Now, everyone get in the car and rest up. Next stop, barbecue is calling. Let us go. Target barbecue. Oh no, Yoning Town. Everyone laughed in agreement. King Kong Little Roo let out a low roar, carrying a truck full of hopes for food and fragments. Rolling over the gravel of the wasteland, heading towards the new unknown. The dump truck bumped along the endless wasteland, and the monotonous yellow-brown scenery outside blurred rapidly, making one's eyelids heavy if stared at for too long. However, Aurora showed no signs of fatigue, curled up in the passenger seat. Her fingertips carefully stroked the shell painting that Ye Chen had given her, over and over again. The image depicted the moment she smashed the dream butterfly core with her fist. Indigo and gilded mineral paints flowed through the natural patterns and grooves of the shell, vividly solidifying the explosion's wildness. Most exquisitely, at the radiating cracks, real fragments of the dream butterfly's wings, which Ye Chen had retrieved from the battlefield ruins for her, were intricately embedded. At this moment, sunlight streamed through the window, perfectly illuminating this small piece of art. The light danced and refracted among the crystalline fragments and mineral particles, casting moving and changing spots of light in her palm, reigniting the impact and heat of that moment. She carefully took out a chain of memories strung together with resilient beast tendons from her bag. Each polished shell was like a slice of time, lined up in the sunlight. The shocking moment when the mother worm collapsed underground in Luoshui Township. The mixed shadows of shyness and ecstasy when Zhe reunited with Feng Ru outside Qingchuan Township. The first serious family portrait of their small team by the bonfire in Dream Building Township. Each shell encapsulated an irreplaceable journey filled with gunpowder and warmth. At this moment, the newly added shell from Yong'an Dream Butterfly had a deep mark burned into its back by her fiery fingertips, solemnly linking it at the end. The new and old shells gently touched, producing a faint and crisp sound. In that soft sound, an unfamiliar and surging heat wave unexpectedly crashed into her chest. Since awakening with Ye Chen's contract, her memory had been a barren wasteland, filled only with endless void. But on this journey together, Ye Chen used the shell as paper, their experiences as ink, and emotions as a carving knife, painstakingly building a small, warm memory house for her brick by brick in this wasteland. These scattered fragments seemed to suddenly connect with invisible threads, piecing together vibrant, flowing paintings. More wonderfully, this newly born painting seemed to touch a rusty lock buried deep beneath the ruins of her consciousness. Several blurred yet brand new fragments of images flickered in her mind like a sunken ship resurfacing, fleetingly appearing. Cold, piercing cultivation fluid. A pair of emotionless eyes gazing through the observation window, and a little girl lying down. Though it was just a fleeting glimpse, it was the first crack in the dam of her sealed memories. She hurriedly lowered her head, unable to suppress the radiant smile tugging at her lips, glistening with tears. She pressed the heavy chain of shells tightly against her pounding heart, feeling that real, warm weight. So this is what it feels like to have memories, bitter yet warm. Chapter 48. Encountering the bride, just 30 more miles in this direction, and we will reach Hongye Beach. We can take a break there, Ye Chen said, carefully studying the map. Brother Chun, there's a convoy ahead. Looks like 6 vehicles. Quite a spectacle. Aja suddenly shouted, his tone filled with curiosity. Bao pressed against the car window, his little paws excitedly tapping the glass. Let's go take a look. In this day and age, being able to gather so many vehicles means they are either wealthy landowners or local bullies. Hurry, Aja. Let them experience the pushing back sensation of the mighty Shao Ru. Aja grinned, stepped on the gas, and the truck's engine let out a deep roar. The vehicle sank heavily, performing a beautiful drift while kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped toward the convoy. When the mighty Shao Ru, with its imposing roar, caught up to the leading vehicle adorned with a large red silk flower, Ye Chen saw the prominent red silk double happiness character on the front of the car. So it's a wedding convoy. It's rare to see such a traditional bridal procession nowadays. Ye Chen sighed, slowly unscrewing the lid of his thermos. What is marriage? Aurora, her golden eyes filled with curiosity, tilted her head and asked. Ye Chen took a sip of water, organizing his thoughts. A man and a woman who like each other, forming a family, living together every day, having children, and growing old together. Well, that's about it. Oh, Aurora suddenly understood. We're together every day, and we have Sanbao and Aja with us. We're also a big family. Are we married? The water in Ye Chen's mouth shot out in a perfect parabolic arc, accurately covering Aja's round head and the steering wheel. Cough, cough, cough. Aja. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Ye Chen hurriedly pulled out a towel, awkwardly wiping Aja's head and the steering wheel. Aja indignantly exclaimed, Brother Chun, being a driver is too hard. Not only do I have to keep an eye on everything around me, but I also have to be on guard against the water escape technique from a back seat. Fortunately, it was just warm water. If it were hot tea, my handsome head would be hissing. Ye Chen coughed awkwardly twice, turning to Aurora with a serious face. Aurora, marriage is a very serious matter. It involves a man and a woman who love each other, not just a few people living together. What does love mean? Aurora relentlessly pursued, her innocent gaze fixed on Ye Chen, her thirst for knowledge evident. Ye Chen painfully covered his forehead, feeling his temples thumping. It's like you really enjoy a certain dish. Love is a stronger feeling than just liking. It means being willing to give everything for the other person, missing them when they're not around, feeling happy when you see them, and always thinking of each other. Oh, Aurora nodded thoughtfully. I really miss everyone, and seeing you all makes me happy. So I love everyone. Haha. Sanbao rolled around in the back seat laughing. Master, your understanding is truly astonishing. Liking is everyone eating hot pot together, while love is one and only cook for one person. As for marriage, that's just signing a long-term meal ticket after boiling the hot pot base thick and rich. You can't give a meal ticket to a bunch of people. Stop analyzing meal tickets. Aja suddenly shouted nervously. Those 6 vehicles are surrounding us like dumplings. Screech. With a harsh screeching sound, the truck was effectively sandwiched by the 6 vehicles, forced to stop in the middle of the road. The doors slammed open, and suddenly 20 to 30 burly men wielding clubs, knives, and short shovels poured out, all with furious expressions, surrounding the truck tightly. Wow, now the brothers on the road are robbing, and they are all cosplaying as a bridal procession? That's quite an expense. Sanbao peeked through the window, complaining sharply. At that moment, the back door of the middle vehicle was violently pushed open, and a woman in a big red wedding dress embroidered with golden phoenix designs jumped out nimbly. She snatched the loudspeaker from a young man beside her, placed her hands on her hips, pointed at the truck, and shouted in a clear, loud voice with a fierce tone. You are surrounded. Not a single one of you can escape. Finally caught, you bunch of heartless bride thieves. If you don't want to get beaten, get out and surrender quickly. Who? Stealing brides? Us. Sanbao flared up, pointing at his own nose. What a great injustice. My master is such a beautiful lady right in front of me. Who would want to steal you? You fierce woman. Who are you calling fierce? Who's the woman? You stinky cat. The woman in the wedding dress was infuriated by Sanbao's words and almost started a fight. A misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. Ye Chen hurriedly rolled down the car window, poking half his body out, raising his hands high in a surrender gesture. We're just passing by. We are on our way from Town to Town, heading to the Hongye Beach Ferry. We only chased you because we found your convoy interesting. Stealing brides? We wouldn't dare, even if we had 10 times the courage. A sharp-eyed young man leaned in close to the woman in the wedding dress, whispering, Sister Hongyu, it seems. It seems like they really made a mistake. Look, there's a heavenly beauty in the car. And that talking pet cat? They don't look like bride thieves at all. You're the pet. Your whole family is pets. If you have guts, don't run. Let's see if I don't scratch your face. Sanbao was furious, writhing wildly in Ye Chen's arms. Hearing this, the woman in red squinted her phoenix eyes, carefully examining the inside of the car. Ye Chen raised his hands in exasperation. Aja looked honest with his wet hair, and Aurora blinked her big, curious eyes. And that one clawing and dancing in the handsome young man's arms. A cat? Indeed, they didn't seem like thugs. Her anger instantly dissipated, replaced by a bright smile as she waved her hand, signaling her fellow villagers to lower their weapons. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. It's a misunderstanding. I'm Li Hongyu from Hongye Beach, and these are my fellow villagers who were sent to help me fish. Everyone got out of their vehicles, and Ye Chen, rubbing his arm that Sanbao had kicked, asked, Fishing? Stealing brides? What's going on? Li Hongyu sighed, a hint of worry appearing on her brow. Oh, don't mention it. Half a month ago, a mysterious bride thief appeared out of nowhere. He specifically targets brides from our Hongye Beach. Several soon-to-be brides have already fallen victim. The most hateful part is that the bride thief demands a ransom to return the girls. If we don't pay, he threatens to steal all the brides from our village. Now, everyone in the village is in a state of panic, and the girls are so scared they don't even dare to go out. She paused, her tone turning indignant. Everyone discussed it, and we decided to use me as bait, staging a fake wedding to lure that bastard out. Who would have thought? We couldn't catch the fish, but instead caught you curious passers-by. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's good to clear it up. Ye Chen sighed in relief, so, are you still going to fish? Fish my foot. Li Hongyu waved her hand. With this big commotion, we've already scared the snake away. That cunning thing has slipped away. Forget it, meeting his fate. Come on. I'll take you back to Hongye Beach to rest. Her gaze suddenly fell on Aurora, sparkling with amazement. Oh my, this girl is too beautiful. She looks like she walked out of a painting. Li Hongyu enthusiastically rushed over, grabbing Aurora's hand. Come, sit in my car. I have good things to show you. Without giving Aurora a chance to refuse, she pulled her toward her vehicle, turning back to Ye Chen with a mischievous smile. Before long, bursts of silver, bell-like laughter and excited whispers came from Li Hongyu's wedding car. Aurora seemed to be attracted by something interesting, her laughter particularly crisp. Ye Chen and Aja exchanged glances, while Sanbao muttered with his little paws tucked in. Women establish friendships faster than the mighty Shao Ru transforms. Chapter 49. The bride thief the convoy set off again, driving into Red Leaf Beach under the golden glow of the sunset. At the village entrance, a sturdy middle-aged man with a furrowed brow was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking anxious. When he saw Li Hongyu's carriage, he rushed over and shouted in a loud voice, Hongyu, you reckless girl. How many times have I told you not to take risks? If anything happens to you, how can I face our parents? Brother, I know I was wrong. We have important guests today, so please don't scold me. Li Hongyu nimbly jumped off the carriage, pushed her brother aside, and pointed at Ye Chen and the others. These are friends from Town, heading to Town and passing through here. We just had a small misunderstanding on the road, and we wouldn't have gotten to know each other without a fight. This is Ye Chen, this is Asia, this is Aurora, and this is, Mr. Cat Sanbao. Li Hongjun took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. He revealed a friendly smile and clasped his fists towards Ye Chen and the others, saying, I apologize, everyone. My sister is reckless, and I hope you don't mind. I am Li Hongjun, the village chief of Red Leaf Beach. It's getting late, and the ferry doesn't operate at night. If you don't mind, please rest in the village for the night, and we can arrange to cross the river tomorrow based on the weather. He warmly invited everyone to walk toward the village, and the villagers curiously gathered around, chattering about the new guests. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without warning, dozens of canister-sized objects, glowing with an eerie green light, shot out from the woods outside the village and fell like rain on the gathering crowd at the village entrance. Bang, 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 bang. The canisters exploded instantly. There was no deafening roar, only a dull, sigh-like explosion. A large amount of thick, grayish-white smoke with a pungent, sweet smell rolled out at an astonishing speed, expanding and swallowing light. In an instant, the entire village entrance was engulfed in a suffocating, obscuring fog where one could see nothing. Not good. It's that bride thief. He coming. Heart-wrenching screams erupted from the crowd, instantly swallowed by the thick fog, leaving only distorted echoes. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps, as if a giant were stepping on a heart, echoed from outside the smoke. The earth began to tremble. A humanoid mech, measuring over 30 meters and gleaming with a dark metallic sheen, stomped through the fields outside the village, leaving deep craters with each step as it approached the village entrance. Its massive body blocked the last rays of light, casting a shadow of despair. Hand over the ransom, and I'll let the girl go. Otherwise, I'll take all your maidens. The mech roared, shaking the crowd, causing them to cover their ears and fall to the ground. It's this guy. He very powerful. Everyone be careful. Village Chief Li Hongjun shouted loudly, warning everyone. Asia, stop it. Be careful. Ye Chen's voice sounded muffled in the thick fog. Asia swiftly dove into the cockpit. Iron Giant Xiao Ru. Mech mode, transformation start. With the sounds of metal hinges grinding and hydraulic roars. Iron Giant Xiao Ru rapidly extended and transformed in the fog, becoming a 12-meter-tall steel warrior. Although it was much smaller than the opponent, it still stood in front of the village entrance, revealing its energy cannon. The core of the energy cannon was gathering laser. Laser cannon. Maximum power. Locking on target. Fire. Asia shouted angrily as he pressed the launch button. Buzz. A blinding yellow high-energy particle beam tore through the fog, carrying a destructive aura, accurately shooting towards the chest of the giant mech. Just as the laser was about to hit, the armor on the mech's chest rippled as if it were alive, instantly producing waves. The laser beam penetrated through where it should have been solid without any obstruction. What? Asia was horrified, his eyes nearly popping out. Its armor can instantly become intangible. What level of mech is this? Boom! A delayed explosion and a towering fireball erupted from the distant mountain. You don't know what you're getting into. Let me show you the gap in our strengths. The giant mech roared. The red light in the mech's eyes flashed. Its chest armor quickly opened with a clicking sound, revealing a dense array of hive-like launch ports. Warning! Multiple enemy missile locks detected. The alarm of Iron Giant Xiao Ru blared sharply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of small missiles suddenly launched, trailing white flames, all instantly heading towards Iron Giant Xiao Ru. Asia, be careful. Hexagram crystal array, full power defense. Ye Chen formed seals with his hands, veins bulging on his forehead. Buzz, a massive hexagonal light shield, constructed of countless swirling dark red crystals, coalesced in front of Iron Giant Xiao Ru. Puff, 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 puff. The missiles struck the light shield, and instead of a tremendous explosion, there were only a series of muffled, eerie sounds. Each impact exploded into a larger cloud of thick gray smoke carrying a sweet, pungent smell. The shockwave from the explosions was absorbed by the light shield, but the deadly smoke spread wildly. The fog thickened several times in an instant. Visibility dropped to 0. The enemy's enormous figure flickered unpredictably in the fog. Heavy footsteps echoed from all directions, as if countless giants were running. Iron Giant Xiao Ru's energy cannon futilely swept through the mist, the empty energy beams exploding on the distant hillside, creating a series of explosive sounds. But unfortunately, not a single shot hit the giant mech. Asia, this isn't working. This damned fog is problematic. Think of a way to disperse it. Sanbao shouted loudly in the violently shaking cockpit. Understood. High-power convection fan activated. Let us go. The massive turbine fan blades behind Iron Giant Xiao Ru spun wildly. Emitting a roar, the strong airflow began to tear and disperse the thick fog like an invisible giant hand. After a while, the mist receded like a tide, revealing the damaged, muddy ground at the village entrance, the terrified crowd, and overturned debris. However, the massive, suffocating mech had vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Only a few enormous, deep footprints on the ground proved it had been there. Damn it! Let it get away. This slippery thing. Sam Bao angrily slammed the control panel. Not good. Not good. A villager's terrified, pitchy scream shattered the brief silence. Hong Yu is missing. That heavenly girl is also gone. It's over, it's over. This reckless girl really doesn't let people rest easy. I told her not to show off, but she wouldn't listen. Now, look, she has been targeted and taken away. Li Hongjun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, veins bulging on his forehead. His hands constantly rubbing his hair, his voice filled with deep regret. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, a glimmer of light flashing in his murky eyes. That's right. There are those foreign abilities users. They must be frantic too. Their companion, the girl named Aurora, was also captured, right? They must be able to help save Hong Yu. Chapter 50. Mistaking the wrong person is dangerous. Thinking of this, Li Hongjun seemed to grasp the last straw of hope and hurried towards Ye Chen and the others. He rushed in front of Ye Chen, grabbing his arm with a hoarse and trembling voice due to excessive anxiety. Esteemed guests, I'm so sorry, truly sorry. It's the village that has implicated you. That girl thief has kidnapped Hong Yu and your female companion. You are powerful. Is there any way to quickly save them? Li Hongjun spoke incoherently, his eyes fixed on Ye Chen, as this was his last hope. Ye Chen, Sam Bao, and A's exchanged glances, their faces showing an odd calmness rather than the panic he had imagined. Don't you care about your companions? Li Hongjun's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. That's the notorious girl thief. Not a single girl has returned after being taken by her. Ye Chen gently patted Li Hongjun's trembling shoulder. Speaking in a steady tone, Village Chief, don't be anxious, rest assured. Our kidnapped companion, Aurora, she has some abilities. If Miss Hong Yu is with her, I guarantee she will be safe. The urgent matter now is to find clues about the girl thief to see if we can trace her whereabouts and weaknesses. Seeing the undeniable confidence in Ye Chen's eyes and the approving expressions of Sam Bao and A's beside him, Li Hongjun had no choice but to believe. Ye Chen, Sambo, and A's carefully examined the traces left by the enemy when they retreated. Ye Chen scrutinized the battlefield and the ground, his frown deepening. He crouched down, pinching the soil with his fingers, then looked at the massive mech footprints, suddenly standing up and turning to Sam Bao and A's. Did you feel something was off about that battle just now? The enemy seemed formidable, but it felt like a lot of it was just for show, like they were deliberately acting to confuse us. A scratched his head. Brother Chun, is that really the case? That mech is over 30 meters tall. It could even distort my main cannon attack. Isn't that powerful? Powerful? Ye Chun smirked. A's, think about it. If it really were a 30-plus meter tall, 10-plus ton steel beast, how come the footprints are only this deep? A's, bring your little King Kong over here and step on it to try. Okay. A's immediately jumped into the cockpit. With a loud crash, the little King Kong stomped down heavily, sending dirt flying everywhere. It left a pit much deeper than the girl thief's mech footprint, with crumbling edges. In comparison, the enemy's footprints were laughably shallow. Wow, it really is. A's jumped out of the cockpit, looking at the contrasting footprints in realization. Brother Chun, you mean? This makes sense. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled, and his thoughts became clearer. The enemy was not as powerful as imagined. That giant mech was likely just a hollow shell to scare us, or it used some kind of visual disruption technology. They deliberately released a large number of smoke bombs, both to obscure our vision and create a terrifying illusion of invincibility, and to create chaos for their retreat, making us afraid to chase too deeply. So this explains why its attacks were loud but ineffective, looking fierce, yet having no real effect. Reasonable. Too reasonable. Sam Bao slapped his thigh. Ye Chen, you really think fast. Then we don't need to rush. We can wait until tomorrow to find a master. Esteemed guests, do you have any clues? Can you find the whereabouts of Hong Yu and the others? Li Hongjun had been anxiously waiting nearby, and seeing them seemingly reach a conclusion, he rushed over, his bloodshot eyes filled with hope. Ye Chen nodded steadily. Village chief, don't worry. We already have some leads. It's too dark now, not conducive for tracking, and it's easy to alert the enemy. We'll set off at dawn tomorrow, directly striking at the heart of the matter, and bring the girl thief to justice. But what about Hong Yu? She won't be in any danger tonight, right? Li Hongjuan's heart remained suspended, his voice trembling as he asked. Ye Chen revealed an extremely strange expression, patting Li Hongjun's shoulder, his tone incredibly serious. Village chief, you can rest assured. With our companion around, not a single hair on Miss Hong Yu will be harmed. To be honest, he paused, a meaningful smile creeping on his lips. I'm actually more worried about that foolish girl thief. She might be in big trouble tonight. On the rural dirt road, a heavy truck was speeding away at a nearly falling apart pace. In the cab, Wang Dazhuang, who looked like an average passerby, was sweating profusely, his hands shaking on the steering wheel as if he had Parkinson's, mumbling continuously. I'm done for. Where did that mech master from Hongya Beach come from? If that particle cannon had deviated half a meter, I would been vaporized with this truck of ore. He glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing no one was chasing him, and finally sighed in relief. I've finally gotten away. Is Li Hong Yu crazy? Why did she charge at me? Luckily, I had the anesthetic gas. Otherwise, I would been caught. Where are you trying to go? A cold voice suddenly erupted in the cab. Mommy. Wang Dezhuang was so scared that his soul almost left his body. His arm jerked, and the 10-ton truck instantly became a swaying drunkard, its tires carving 2 deep grooves in the mud, narrowly stopping as the front barely brushed against the rock wall by the road. His heart raced as he turned his head, only to see a figure slowly sitting up in the shadow of the back seat. Through the remaining light, the girl's face was illuminated, her skin glowing softly, her eyes shining brilliantly, and her beauty almost made Wang Dazhuang forget to breathe. Beside her, Li Hong Yu was slumped in her seat, completely unconscious. I released a strong anesthetic mist. Li Hong Yu is unconscious. How come you're completely fine? Wang Dazhuang's voice rose by 8 degrees. Aurora sniffed with her small nose. It's just a little smoke with a peculiar smell a bit pungent. But it shouldn't cause dizziness. That might be because of your special constitution. I warn you to behave, or you won't have good outcomes. The man with a fierce expression said threateningly to the girl. Do you have good outcomes now? Aurora pouted. I'm hungry. I've been busy all day, and what I ate at noon has already digested. Are you pretending to be foolish with me? I told you to behave. Why are you talking about eating fruit? The man said, intending to show her his might. Let me show you my power, then you'll know fear. The man pressed a button in the truck, which transformed into a strange machine with 2 large feet and a particularly short body, only about 3 meters tall. The smoke bombs had just run out. They were finished. So I'll project something. He then pressed the projection button, and a huge robot image was projected from the small body. It turned out that the 30-plus meter tall robot from before was fake, created by the man using smoke and projection effects. How about it? Are you scared when you see my robot? The man shouted arrogantly. Now you know my strength. This big-footed monster is actually quite fun. I wonder if it can take a hit? Aurora walked up to one big foot, observing it closely. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid? The man asked in confusion. Aurora kicked the big foot, and with a loud bang, the big foot was directly kicked off, flying far away and creating a large pit. Not sturdy, the girl commented. What did you just say? Aurora turned her head to look at the robot that had lost its balance and fallen to the ground and asked. Nothing at all. No, what I meant was, I have good outcomes. The man quickly rummaged through the car and finally found a bag of fruit. He crawled out of the driver's seat and handed the fruit to Aurora. I'm hungry. Take me to eat, the girl said, staring at the man. The man broke out in a cold sweat but still gritted his teeth and replied, Yes, I'll take you home to eat. A heavy truck with only half a dump bed was smoking as it drove down the road, with the driver, whose head was wrapped in bandages, trying to please the beautiful girl in the back seat while driving. Chapter 51, The Frustrated Great Thief. The next day, as dawn broke, Li Hongjun gathered a group of villagers armed with weapons at the village entrance. Ye Chen and his companions, having skipped breakfast, set off in the modified truck. Based on the analysis from yesterday, they quickly found the fleeing suspect's trail. However, halfway through, the tire tracks suddenly became strange. It seemed there was some malfunction, and the entire imprint became odd, complicating their tracking efforts. Fortunately, Aja, with his rich experience, eventually found the suspect's trail at a hidden cave. Through a long passage, they unexpectedly came across a large villa that seemed out of place. Outside the villa, an exaggeratedly designed heavy truck was completely broken down, its massive dump bed missing. And the broken steel frame menacingly pointed toward the sky, with electric sparks crackling between the damaged wires. After everyone got out of the truck, Li Hongjun made a gesture to surround the area. The villagers held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, and stealthily approached the villa's entrance. What? The door was actually ajar. With a wave of his hand, Li Hongjun signaled for everyone to sneak inside. As the rescuers burst through the door with their pitchforks, picks, and shovels, ready for a fight, they were instantly petrified by the sight before them, standing frozen in place. In the center of the hall, a long dining table, large enough to seat 20, was adorned with a pristine lace tablecloth and piled high with a variety of delicious foods. Golden roasted chickens glistened with grease. Exquisite cream cakes were decorated with fresh fruit. Sizzling steaks emitted mouth-watering sounds, and there were various beautiful pastries that were hard to name. Aurora was sitting at the table, devouring the food with a speed reminiscent of a whirlwind, her cheeks stuffed full. With each bite, her eyes curved into crescent moons, humming with satisfaction. Dressed in a dazzling red wedding gown, Li Hongyu sipped juice delicately, appearing as if she were on vacation. The most eye-catching figure, however, was the man beside the dining table, who was busily moving about. His head was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, and his left eye was bruised, clearly having been beaten. He wore a pink Hello Kitty apron stained with grease, deftly juggling a frying pan in one hand while flipping sausages on the grill with the other, scanning the table. Whenever Aurora's plate emptied, he would rush over as if receiving a royal command, swiftly replacing the empty dish with a new delicacy. This bizarre scene lasted for more than 10 seconds until someone accidentally dropped their pitchfork with a clatter, breaking the eerie silence. Hongyu? What's going on here? Li Hongjuan's brain completely short-circuited. Brother, you guys are here? Li Hongyu turned around upon hearing the voice, her face flushing with embarrassment as she twisted the hem of her clothes, seeing the stunned villagers. We were just having breakfast. It tastes really good. Do you want to join us? The bandaged man, upon seeing everyone, not only showed no fear, but instead looked as if he had found long-lost relatives. His eyes bursting with unprecedented joy, he dropped the spatula, slid smoothly to Li Hongjuan's feet, and threw his arms around Li Hongjuan's thigh with such force that it nearly knocked him off balance. Villagers, you finally came. I surrender. I give up. I am the bride thief. Quickly arrest me. I beg you, please capture me. I can't take this life anymore. I was cooking until the middle of the night yesterday, and now I have to start cooking again this morning. Wang Dazhuang wailed, tears and snot covering his face, his voice so mournful it was touching. They are all devils. No, they are worse than devils. I feel like I'm the one being kidnapped. He pointed at his bandages and bruised eye, lamenting, Look at what they did to me. The villagers were taken aback by this sudden accusation, exchanging glances, their weapons awkwardly suspended in midair, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Did the script get flipped? At that moment, a lazy yet somewhat spoiled female voice came from upstairs. Wang Dazhuang. Wang Dazhuang. What is wrong with the water heater? The water keeps fluctuating between hot and cold. I can't even take a shower in peace in the morning. I'm going to give you a bad review for your service. If you can't fix it, I'll tell all the villagers about your situation. Xiaoyu. A villager exclaimed in shock, recognizing her as the daughter who had been abducted. At the staircase, Qiu Xiaoyu, wearing a fluffy rabbit onesie with her hair still damp, peeked out. Upon seeing the tense crowd in the hall and Wang Dazhuang clinging to Li Hongjuan's leg, she froze for a moment, then spotted her father. Dad! Qiu Xiaoyu exclaimed, a hint of panic flashing across her face. Oh no, this is so embarrassing, she screamed, not running down to reunite with her father, but instead turning and darting back upstairs like a startled rabbit, leaving a trail of wet footprints behind. What on earth is going on here? Someone explain this to me. Li Hongjun, witnessing this absurd scene, felt his blood pressure rise, and his furious roar echoed throughout the villa. I say, I confess, I'll come clean about everything. Wang Dazhuang clung to Li Hongjuan's leg even tighter, tearfully recounting the series of events. My name is Wang Dazhuang. I learned some mechanical skills in Xinglua City and saved up some money, hoping to marry a girl from the city. He pounded his chest in frustration, but little did I know that city girls had high standards. They would ask, "Do you have a house? Do you have a car? What is your annual salary?" My little savings were not enough for them in Xinglua City. I thought about how simple rural girls are, so I returned to my hometown to build a house, thinking I could settle down. I spent all my earnings building a big house in this remote area. I designed and built it myself, and with machines helping, it wasn't too difficult. Who would have thought that even the countryside has become competitive? The introducers would immediately ask for a bride price and a change fee, and I had no money left after building the house. One day, I went for a drive to clear my mind and saw Xiaoyu by the roadside. She was so charming, smiling sweetly, and I lost my mind. I thought, with my skills, I could create a fake monster to scare people, and in the chaos, snatch a bride back, thinking feelings could develop over time, right? I swear, I really didn't intend to hurt anyone. The smoke bombs were for show, and the hypnotic gas was only meant to make people daze for a short while. Who knew? Wang Dazhuang's voice was filled with despair. Who knew Xiaoyu would wake up, see this villa, the floor-to-ceiling windows, the big bathtub, and me as her full-time housekeeper, and her eyes would light up. She said that the shared rental rooms in the city weren't even as big as this bathroom, that she was worked to the bone until she was sick, and that this place was her paradise. She said she didn't want to marry that man, nor did she want to live a life like this. If I didn't agree, she threatened to expose me and made me a target for everyone. What else worse? She immediately told her girlfriends. The result? They contacted me one after another as if they had planned a group trip. Wang Dazhuang, I heard you provide food, lodging, and services. Hurry, buy me over too. Otherwise, we'll form a group to report you. Could I not bind them? It was fine when they came. They really treated this place like a free resort. What with SBA massages, candlelight dinners, and outdoor movies, they ordered food one more extravagant than the other. Every day, they complained about the slow cooking or that the hot water wasn't sufficient. I repaired cars and fixed plumbing during the day, and at night had to study recipes. They feasted while I toiled like a dog. My wallet visibly shrank. Look at my dark circles. It's from all this exhaustion. I'm the one who needs to be rescued. Wang Dazhuang became increasingly saddened as he thought about how the wedding house he had emptied his savings to build had turned into his prison, and how he, the kidnapper, had become a prisoner himself. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he couldn't help but cry out loud, shaking the ground with his weeping, wanting to release all the bitterness and grievances he had inside. Then why do you want a ransom? You say if there's money, you'll release them? Li Changjun asked, stunned and instinctively. Ransom? With my meager savings, how can I withstand these ladies' daily demands? I have to stop the losses. I was just thinking, at least I could get a bit back for the food costs, utilities, and my mental damages. Is it easy for me? He looked around in despair at the leisurely girls in the hall, feeling that in this world, it was really too hard to be an honest man wanting to marry a wife. Thank you all, esteemed guests, for helping us at Hongye Beach solve the problem. Please take these specialties with you. Li Hongjun and his sister led the villagers to see off Ye Chen and the others of the ferry. Wang Dazhuang also stood among the crowd, bidding farewell. In the end, considering the losses he caused were not significant in his sincere attitude of remorse. The villagers of Hongye Beach did not make things too difficult for him. After discussions among the villagers, taking into account that he indeed had a skill, they agreed to let him stay in the village to undertake various projects, including house renovations and equipment upgrades. Although Wang Dazhuang was of average appearance, this incident made the unmarried girls in the village pay more attention to this hard-working man with decent skills. For him, this might be considered a blessing in disguise. Perhaps in the near future, he would truly be able to start a family with a girl he resonated with in the village and live a stable life in Hongye Beach. As the ferry slowly departed from the shore, Ye Chen and his companions enjoyed the magnificent natural scenery on both sides of the river, chatting about the interesting events along the way. At that moment, in the distance, an unusual storm was racing towards Yongning town at an astonishing speed. Is it definitely this direction? A deep, hoarse voice echoed in the storm, carrying a metallic rasp. No doubt about it. Another light, yet cold voice quickly responded. According to the words of Li Hu and Bing Shun, their route is right here. At our speed, we will surely catch up within a day. Very good. The deep voice suppressed an indescribable excitement. I can't wait to reunite with you. I've waited too long for this day. This time, I will make you truly experience my gift. Chapter 52, Legend of the Stone Forest. As the sun began to rise, the river surface at Red Leaf Beach was already a dazzling spectacle. Under the sunlight, the river water emitted a strange red glow, resembling falling stars that gathered into a winding, fiery red galaxy. It surged and shimmered amidst the gradually brightening sky and the lingering light of the stars and moon. Aja gazed at this magnificent sight, and then at the rolling rapids on the water surface, unable to help but exclaim, "The scenery of the Luoshui River at Red Leaf Beach is truly spectacular." Ye Chen nodded in agreement, his eyes also captivated by the rushing river and the vibrant colors. Yes, the scenery is indeed grand. I didn't expect the styles of the different sections of the Luoshui River to vary so greatly. The Baoping Ko is as calm as a mirror, while Red Leaf Beach is tumultuous like thunder. However, he turned to the captain of the ferry, puzzled. Why do we have to cross the river here at Red Leaf Beach to get to Yoning Town? The current here is quite strong. Baoping Ko looks much calmer. Why can't we cross there? Hearing the question, the ferry captain smiled and pointed at the surging river water, replying, "Guests, you may not know this. Although the water flow inside Baoping Ko is calm, once you leave the bay, it's a vast sea, and currently, that sea is the territory of gigantic corrupted creatures. Monsters of level 7 and 8 are everywhere, and there are even level 9 king-class beasts lurking. Navigating on the sea is practically a matter of life and death. Here at Red Leaf Beach, although the water flow is turbulent and the rapids are hidden due to some special reasons, it is extremely difficult for level 4 and above corrupted creatures to appear in the water. Therefore, for us, navigating against the rapids here is actually the safest route. Then why is it that level 4 and above corrupted creatures are hard to appear in this section of the river? Aja asked further. The captain began to tell the tale. Legend has it that long ago, this area was like other dangerous places, home to terrifying high-level corrupted creatures. Later, whether it was divine punishment or a miracle, a tremendous explosion occurred. It blasted out countless jagged stones that scattered across the riverbed. It is said that the explosion also triggered a terrifying flood, instantly collapsing the previously stone-built riverbanks. There are many theories about that explosion. Some say it was caused by treasures falling from the sky, while others say it was triggered by the remnants of a battle that fell into the river, activating destructive energies. The truth remains unknown. However, since then, those piles of strange stones have often inexplicably emitted red lights, accurately attacking nearby, corrupted creatures. Over time, those powerful monsters fled this water area, and thus level 4 and above corrupted creatures rarely appeared here. He pointed at the steep cliffs on both sides and the giant stones vaguely visible in the river. You see, the riverbed is littered with strange stones, making the water flow exceptionally rapid and filled with dangerous rapids. We call this area the Stone Forest. In specific lighting, it resembles a massive red maple leaf, which is why it was later renamed Red Leaf Beach. This treacherous beach has become the area least frequented by corrupted creatures, making it our safest route to cross the river. I see. I never expected this magnificent yet perilous place to hide such an ancient and magical legend. Ye Chen and the others couldn't help but express their heartfelt admiration as they listened to the captain's story. Beneath the grandeur of Red Leaf Beach surged a powerful force and endless mystery. Bao stared intently at a vague, massive silhouette in the distance to the left front, his brows knitted together. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Look, that mountain. Is it moving?" Ye Chen followed his gaze, and through the mist rising from the river, the gray-black outline of the mountain appeared hazy. Which mountain? It's all foggy. That gray-black thing. Oh my God. It's getting closer. It's still moving. Bao's voice rose, trembling with disbelief. Aurora also saw it clearly, her excitement quickly replaced by a hint of unease. Really? Bao, I see it too. The thing is really moving towards us. How can a mountain move? How strange. Aja, who had been leaning against the side of the boat, scoffed at first, "Sis, stop messing around. Mountains obviously don't." But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly straightened up, his eyes wide with shock. "Holy, it really is moving." Ye Chen's heart sank. The slow but unstoppable manner of movement brought a sense of unnatural, chilling pressure. "I feel like that's not a mountain," he said in a low voice, a chill crawling up his spine. Aja's face changed dramatically as he suddenly slapped the wise eyeglasses on his forehead. The lenses activated instantly, flashing blinding red light. Accompanied by sharp, piercing beeping, the alarm shattered the tranquility of the river, instantly attracting the attention of everyone on the boat. On the lenses, the numbers representing combat power soared like an uncontrollable top, eventually freezing at a shocking blood-red mark. Level 6. Not a mountain. It's a level 6 corrupted creature. Aja's voice cracked, filled with panic, and not just one. It's a whole group. He pointed at the increasingly close mountain, his fingers trembling with fear. "It can't be." The captain's pipe fell to the deck with a clatter, his face turning pale. "There hasn't been anything above level 5 at Red Leaf Beach for 20 years. Where did a group of level 6 come from?" Panic spread like a plague across the deck. Passengers began to stir, crowding to the side of the boat to peer over, whispers and cries rising and falling. "Give me the glasses." Sam Bao leaped onto the railing in a flash, his movements swift as the wind. He grabbed the trembling wise eye from Asia's hands, took a quick glance, and cold sweat soaked his back. "Oh my God, it's the corrupted humpbacked crocodile. They're moving fast. They're rushing down from upstream." The lenses zoomed in on the image, clearly revealing that it was a mountain, but scales covered in thick, rotten moss and dark mineral crust. Towering above were several grotesque, twisted bone spines and solidified lava-like structures forming massive humps. In the image, murky waves surged, and below, numerous gigantic eyes flickered with ghostly green light. "Quick, accelerate." The captain's voice was hoarse as he shouted towards the helm. "Accelerate. Full power. Charge through." The engine let out a deep roar. The boat shook violently, speed increasing. But compared to the massive shadow pressing down like a mountain, it still seemed slow and powerless. Despair enveloped the ferry. Women began to sob quietly. Children cried out in fright, and everyone's faces turned ashen, their eyes filled with panic, unsure of what to do. "Sam Bao, it's too late. The river is too wide. The crocodiles are too close, and they're too fast. We need to find a way to stop them. In the water, we are live targets." Ye Chen made a quick decision. "Aja, return to the Iron Warrior. Activat combat mode. Prepare for close defense. Don't let them hit the boat. The big wave is coming. Full right rudder. Face the giant wave. Otherwise, the boat will capsize." The captain shouted loudly. The helmsman's neck bulged with veins, his arms like iron as he gripped the wheel, his knuckles turning white under the pressure. A 20-meter-high wall of water suddenly surged up on the right side of the ferry. It wasn't a natural wave, but clearly a death wall raised by a giant beast's claw. The deck was in complete chaos, luggage scattered everywhere, flying about. Women fell to the ground amidst overflowing vomit screaming. A strong man collapsed, dark stains seeping from his pants. More people stared wide-eyed at the towering shadow, as if their souls had been taken by the monstrous wave. "No, we can't turn in time." "San Bao suddenly shouted." "Ye Chen, Aja, get to the stern quickly. Fire the laser cannon to the right to help the ferry turn." Aja controlled the Iron Warrior like a gorilla, dodging on the bumpy boat, quickly reaching the stern and firing the main cannon at the distance. Boom! The water column erupted from the laser blast combined with the helmsman's frantic spinning of the wheel, creating a deadly synergy. The hull let out a dying metallic groan, and the entire ferry nearly tipped over. Containers broke free from their steel cables and rolled into the sea. The Iron Girl, with her left steel claw deeply embedded in the deck, sparked as it scraped, while her right arm held tightly onto the railing. Her torso swung wildly in the centrifugal force, but she managed to avoid being thrown off. "Brace for impact. Everyone hold on," the captain shouted, pressing his body against the control panel. Boom! They crashed into a massive wave, and the ferry lurched violently, making everyone feel like they were about to vomit their breakfast. The cargo on the ferry was tossed about chaotically, and the crowd could only cling tightly to the handrails to avoid being thrown overboard. Chapter 53, Monsters vs. The Stone Forest. The two giant beasts at the forefront finally emerged completely from the water, their enormous size dwarfing the entire ferry. Each one was nearly 100 meters long, resembling moving islands. They were covered in thick scales with viscous, foul-smelling black decay oozing from the gaps between them. The most horrifying sight was their camel-like humps, towering 50 to 60 meters high, jagged like knife mountains, with dark metallic bone spikes glimmering ominously under the murky light. The surge caused by the humps breaking the surface sent the ferry flying high like a withered leaf before crashing down hard, the hull emitting a groan under the unbearable strain. Ye Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce light. We can't confront them head-on. Asia, use the laser cannon to bombard the stone forest directly ahead. Create a rockfall to block the river. Force them to change direction. Asia replied, Jingang Xiaoru. Main cannon charging. Target, the stone forest ahead. Fire. Buzz. Several dazzling high-energy laser beams tore through the air, shooting towards the jagged stone forest submerged in water with devastating power. However, the anticipated earth-shattering explosion and flying debris did not occur. Just as the laser beams were about to hit, a layer of flowing, dark red energy barrier resembling blood vessels suddenly appeared on the surface of the silent stone forest. The laser beams struck the barrier, as if a mud cow had fallen into the sea, only stirring up eerie, silent red ripples that spread out before being completely engulfed. Following that, an even more spine-chilling scene unfolded. The stone forest seemed to be awakened by the energy of the lasers. The river began to churn violently, boiling as if it were in a frenzy. The rocks beneath the water emitted a low, rumbling sound like a giant beast growl. The scattered stone spikes that were barely peeking above the water began to rise at a visible speed, expanding. With splashes of water, more bizarre, giant stones broke the surface. As if ancient beasts long asleep were awakening. They continued to rise, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. In the blink of an eye, they reached the same height as the camel-like crocodiles, showing no signs of stopping. The outline of the stone forest became clearer and more ferocious, its surface flickering with the same ominous red light as the previous barrier, as if magma were flowing within the rocks. An ancient, desolate, an oppressive, invisible force field instantly spread out, enveloping the entire water area. As the stone forest grew wildly, the entire waterway went berserk. The riverbed trembled violently, and countless chaotic currents and whirlpools sprang up, tearing at each other. The once calm river surface turned into a boiling cauldron, and the steel ferry, dozens of meters long, now appeared as small as a child's paper boat. It was tossed high by the violent waves, then slammed down hard, the keel groaning painfully. People on the deck rolled like tumbling gourds, screams, cries, and the sounds of collisions filled the air, while the sounds of shattering items echoed from within the cabin. People clung desperately to everything stable around them, their knuckles turning white, their faces etched with the ultimate fear of facing the wrath of nature. The two leading camel-like crocodiles were clearly shaken by this sudden change as well. Their massive bodies remained steady as a rock amidst the turbulent waters, but they temporarily halted their advance. Their tooth-filled giant mouths slowly opened, and the surrounding water seemed to be drawn in by an invisible force, swirling furiously into those two dark, gaping maws. The water level near the ferry visibly dropped by several meters. The crocodiles' throats bulged, dark green decay radiating from deep within, emitting waves of destructive energy. The next moment, accompanied by two deafening roars, two terrifying water cannons over 10 meters in diameter erupted from the crocodiles' mouths. These water cannons were not ordinary streams. At their core was a highly compressed, dark green water column wrapped in decaying energy, with high-speed swirling torrents wrapping around the outer layer. Wherever the water cannons passed, the air was torn apart, producing sharp howls, and the river's surface was plowed open into deep channels, with walls of waves soaring into the sky. Their target was the still-growing, red-glowing, bizarre stone forest. The torrent of destruction was about to collide with the awakening stone labyrinth. Boom! Boom! Bang! Two muffled thunderclaps sounded. The dark green energy water columns slammed against the stone walls of the stone forest like giant spears, but did not damage the stones. Instead, the thick water columns exploded, showering the area with sticky green rain accompanied by a nauseating acidic stench. All firepower. Scatter those toxic rains. It's over if they touch the ship. The captain shouted hoarsely, his neck veins bulging. All the ferry's cannons roared, unleashing a barrage that wove a net. Most of the toxic liquid evaporated in midair, rising into hissing white smoke, but several blobs of corrosive liquid still penetrated the fire net and splashed down onto the deck. The metal instantly corroded like molten wax. Deep pits forming as acrid smoke billowed up, while the crowd screamed and rushed into the cabin, leaving behind a deck covered in rotten scars. Suddenly, the river surged violently, and behind the two crocodiles, three even larger shadows broke through the water. These three crocodiles bore some scars, with some scales damaged, revealing flesh crawling with numerous insects, which was quite disgusting. The five decaying camel-like crocodiles gathered like moving mountains, their dark scales glistening with a greasy sheen under the murky water light. Their giant tails stirred, churning the riverbed mud, and centered around them. Dark waves 30 meters high surged up like collapsing cliffs, crashing toward the ferry. Reverse the engines. Full speed. Those waves will tear us apart. The captain's eyes were filled with a despair as gray as death, just as the giant waves were about to engulf the hull. The 100-meter-high stone forest burst forth with a red glow. The buzzing sound overpowered the roar of the waves, and a semi-transparent, scarlet barrier materialized out of nowhere, its glass-like surface rippling violently. The giant waves crashed against the barrier, erupting with a sound like muffled thunder, the waves breaking like torrential rain, yet the barrier stood firm, only rippling slightly. The five crocodiles roared in unison, the sound waves making everyone's heads buzz. Their giant mouths opened again, dark green energy rapidly coalescing. The stone forest would not back down. All the tips of the stone peaks gathered red light, as if millions of blood stars were igniting simultaneously. In the next moment, the deathly currents of green and red collided in the center of the river. Boom! Boom! Exploding fireballs wrapped in steaming green vapor erupted continuously. Shockwaves flattening the water surface within 100 meters, creating even more chaotic whirlpools. The red light began to gain the upper hand, a beam piercing through the water curtain, striking the crocodile group hard, as the blinding flash was accompanied by the dull sound of cracking scales and piercing wails. The red barrier split the world into two. One side was the chaos of giant beasts, explosions, and hell. The other side was a tranquil sanctuary. The people on the ferry felt as if their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, each explosion making their bodies tremble uncontrollably. Now, hard left. Overload the engines. Charge out. The captain's face, illuminated by the red light, burst forth with a fierce desire to survive. The engine roared, and the ferry shot forward like an arrow, madly escaping in the water protected by the stone forest. Some people collapsed to the ground. Others clung desperately to the cabin walls, their nails cracking without them realizing it. Only heavy breaths of survival echoing in the air. Until they had traveled several miles, the cataclysmic battle continued. The horizon cast flickering red and green shadows, and the echoes of explosions sounded like distant thunder. The captain finally released his stiff fingers, stumbling and sitting down, his uniform soaked with cold sweat sticking to his back. Cold and clammy. Everyone gazed at the golden sunlight spilling over the calm water ahead, feeling for the first time that this ordinary light was as warm as a divine gift. It was luck, only luck. Every peculiar stone in that stone forest, every roar from the crocodiles, was deeply etched into the hearts of each survivor. Chapter 54 Encounter at the end. The ferry finally docked at Shidaku, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, discussing their narrow escape in a flurry of voices. Thank heavens, it was not easy to come back to life. The legend of the monster stone forest turned out to be true. The monster stone forest can indeed drive away mutated beasts. It has been protecting us all these years. We must burn incense when we go back. We can't forget this gratitude. Ye Chen looked toward the distant flashes of red and green light and said, What exactly is hidden in the monster stone forest? It's so magical that it can automatically defend itself? Sanbao immediately scoffed. Of course, there are things at the bottom of the river. It could be treasures, but do you expect us to go down and fish them out now? Does anyone here know how to fight in water? Jin Gang Xiaoru can go into the water, but did you see that laser beam earlier? If she gets hit by one, we'll have to perform iron plate barbecue right on the spot. Aurora closed her eyes to sense for a moment and hesitated. The energy fluctuations at the bottom of the river are very vague. It's like something is blocking it. Who cares what it is? It's better than feeding the fish. Sanbao rolled his eyes and stepped onto the riverbank. Why are these spotted crocodiles coming down from upstream? They usually stay in the deep water near the estuary and wouldn't enter the inland rivers. Aja asked. Who knows? Maybe they're just bored and came out for a group tour. Sanbao retorted. Let's hurry up. I don't want to deal with these things in the water anymore. Don't you know that Lord Bao is most afraid of water? I'd rather encounter monsters above level 7 on land than fight with level 6 spotted crocodiles in the water. Ye Chen replied, Lord Bao, you have things that you're afraid of too. Papa, Lord Bao is not afraid of water. As a member of the mechanical clan, I just don't like water. Being soaked in water makes me uncomfortable, Sanbao said defiantly. Ye Chen looked at the map and agreed. All right, whatever Lord Bao says is right. After we leave Shiduku, we'll head straight to Yoning Town. Aja, for the next stretch of the road. It's up to you and Jingang Shiru. Brother Chun, don't worry. Aja firmly gripped the steering wheel, his honest face filled with wonder as he gazed at the scenery outside, exclaiming, Hey, this is really strange. Yoning Town over here and Yongin Town across the river are clearly separated by the Luoshui River. Yet the difference in soil and climate is so vast. Ye Chen leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the landscape, analyzing with modern knowledge. This is likely due to different wind directions. The river's evaporation increases the atmospheric humidity on the windward side, leading to more rainfall, while the leeward side experiences warming due to descending air currents, reducing humidity and easily forming arid regions. Yongin Town is on the leeward side, so it has turned into a vast wasteland, with nothing but desolation and gravel as far as the eye can see, while on our side, the windward side receives more rain, resulting in lush greenery, with ancient trees over 20 meters tall forming a forest. It's astonishing how different the climate and geography can be just by a river. Hey, look quickly. ISNT, there's smoke rising from the treetops ahead. Is there really someone living in that ghostly place? Sanbao suddenly sat up straight, pointing ahead with a skeptical tone. Aja squinted to take a closer look. Hey, it really is smoke coming from chimney. Maybe there really are people. Ye Chen said, We've been driving for half a day. My bones are all jumbled up. It's just right to take a break. This is great. Where there are people, there must be food. My stomach has been growling and protesting for a long time. Aurora's eyes instantly sparkled, as if she had discovered treasure. She excitedly clapped her hands on the seat, her voice full of excitement. Quick, quick, quick. Target smoke. Let us go. Good food, here I come. The dump truck bumped along the small path through the forest and finally drove into an open area. A quaint wooden house suddenly appeared before them, with a somewhat weathered wooden plaque hanging from the eaves, inscribed with 4 big characters, Encounter In. Oh, Encounter In? A hint of surprise flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. The name has a certain rustic charm to it. I never expected to find such a resting place deep in this remote forest. Interesting. Guests have arrived. Why are you still slacking off? Hurry up and greet the guests. A clear and bright voice, like a spring, came from inside the house, carrying a hint of teasing and command, instantly capturing everyone's attention. First, a short girl wobbled into view. She walked with her shoulders slightly slumped, her steps as if she were treading on cotton, and the rough ceramic bowl she held clinked together, nearly spilling its contents. However, Sanbao's gaze was glued to her awkward gait. Her legs were stiff like a puppet, as if every step she took was a struggle against some invisible force. Next, the curtain was lifted, and a young girl gracefully appeared. She looked about 18, her skin fairer than snow, with lips like blossoming cherry petals, and a pair of almond-shaped eyes sparkling with the cleverness of a forest deer. Though she wore a coarse cloth dress, it couldn't hide her vibrant youth. Her hair was wrapped in a headscarf, adding a touch of wildness. With slightly raised eyebrows, she exuded an air of pride, like a thorny wild rose. Yet, her outfit was obviously ill-fitting. The sleeves were excessively wide, and when she poured wine for everyone, one of her sleeves dipped into the honey-colored liquid, but she remained oblivious. "Come, try our special candied wine." The girl smiled like a flower. "This wine is sweet and refreshing, just like the saying the bees gather nectar from 100 flowers. Sweet enough to make one forget their fatigue. I guarantee you'll never forget it once you taste it." With a sudden turn of her gaze, the girl leaned close to Aurora and exclaimed, "Sister, your eyes are truly a rare treasure, like molten gold or the noon sun. Just one look, and I feel like I'm being pulled in." Her tone was enthusiastic, but a hint of cold mockery flickered in her eyes, as if that sun had burned her. Aurora, flattered, beamed. "You're the most graceful girl I've ever seen." The girl's expression grew complex. After a pause, she asked, "Sister, where are you headed?" "To Yoning Town," Aurora replied calmly. "Is it just the two of you sisters here?" Ye Chen suddenly interjected, his voice steady, but his gaze sharp as a needle. He swept over the girl's overly manicured nails and delicate earlobes, then glanced at her bare feet. Everything was clear at a glance. The girl's eyelashes trembled, and she instantly adopted a tearful expression. "Our parents passed away early, and we're all we have left." Everything was fine, but she suddenly pointed at the short girl, her tone rising sharply. "But she actually left me and ran away. I'll break her legs and see where she can run to." Everyone gasped. Ye Chen, however, remained unfazed and spoke slowly. "There must be reasons for leaving or not leaving. Is it this place that causes her sadness, making her unwilling to stay? Or does she have important matters to attend to? Or perhaps she has unavoidable hardships?" His words were clear, responding to the girl's statements. The girl stared fiercely at Ye Chen, then suddenly laughed scornfully. "Hardships? Huh. Even if the sky falls, saying something is better than just walking away. The one who left me." She bit her lower lip, her eyes swirling with the fury of betrayal from a close one, almost emphasizing each word. "I will never forgive." Then, her expression shifted like a flower blooming, sweetly pushing the wine bowl toward everyone. "Forget it, it's all in the past. Come on, try the wine. If it cools down, the flavor will be off." The coldness in her eyes contrasted eerily with her smile. Aurora was completely unaware of it all. She was entirely captivated by the candied wine and was about to drink. Ye Chen, however, swiftly pressed down on her wrist and smiled at the girl. "The candied wine needs to be mixed with cold water to bring out its true flavor. Boss, could you please fetch some ice water?" The girl frowned slightly, flicking her sleeve with a cold snort. "In this poor rural place, where we find such delicacies? Just drink it straight." A gust of sweet, sticky wine scent wafted through the air. How can it not have water? Well water, stream water, even half a ladle of mountain spring water will do. Ye Chen insisted. "I said we don't have it." The girl finally lost her patience, her tone becoming sharp. "You are such a nag." Ye Chen's smile grew wider, but there was no warmth in his eyes. "No problem. We'll go to the kitchen ourselves." "Oh no, that's not right." Before the words finished, San Bao's exclamation erupted. He darted out like a cheetah, lunging at the short girl. "This isn't your clothes." In a flash, he grabbed the loose outer garment with both hands and tore it fiercely. The sound of tearing fabric mixed with a metallic grinding noise. The oversized coarse cloth fell away like a snake shedding its skin, revealing a mechanical cat body shimmering in yellow and white. "Master, I've been exposed." The mechanical cat's voice was filled with panic and tremors. Chapter 55. Storm Luna. The girl stomped her foot and pouted. "You silly cat. How could you let them recognize you so easily? Just hold on a little longer. Once they drink the honeyed wine, they won't be able to resist." She shot a glare at the mechanical white cat at her feet, her tone filled with disappointment. The white cat, known as For Happiness by San Bao, looked up with teary eyes, not daring to speak. Ye Chen smiled slightly and raised his hand to signal, "You might be overthinking it, even if it doesn't expose itself. We won't touch that wine." His sharp gaze swept over the girl. "Because you have too many flaws. You're talking nonsense." The girl's voice shot up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her fair cheeks flushed with anger and a hint of embarrassment. "My acting is perfect. There are no flaws." She put her hands on her hips, leaning slightly forward, ready to argue. Perfect? Ye Chen chocolate lightly. Li susurracing a finger. There are so many flaws I can't even count them. First, in this desolate place, just you two weak girls running such a big inn? Forget about whether you can manage. Just think about safety. A girl like you who drifts here must be very bold to open a shop in this wilderness. In stories, the beautiful women who dare to run shops in the wild are never good people. They're either monsters or assassins. Second, he continued without waiting for the girl to retort, pointing at her obviously ill-fitting coarse cloth dress. Your clothes don't even fit. When you pour wine, you're so clumsy that your sleeves get soaked without you noticing. Just looking at your movements, you don't seem like an innkeeper at all. What's more suspicious is that you, as the boss, don't mention the menu or ask about our well-being, but keep urging us to drink, afraid that we won tea. Isn't this eagerness a bit excessive? Third, Ye Chen's gaze finally landed on the girl's feet. Look at your shoes. Which innkeeper wears combat boots to work? He shook his head, his tone certain. With these glaring 3 points, who would dare to drink your wine? The girl was left speechless by a series of analyses, her fists clenched, and her silver teeth biting down hard. Oomph. She lowered her head, a mix of embarrassment and stubborn pride showing on her face. If it weren't for encountering the attack of mutated monsters at sea that delayed us, we could have been better prepared. How would you have seen through us? Ye Chen's expression suddenly tightened as he realized. So that's it. The corrupted camelbacking crocodile swarm that suddenly appeared in the Luoshui River was fleeing from your battle. You almost caused us to be completely annihilated and buried at the bottom of the river. His tone turned cold, the previous teasing replaced by a hint of sharpness. What kind of joke are you making? The girl shot her head up. With Aurora here, how could a mere level 6 camelbacking crocodile swarm be your opponent? Enough with the nonsense. The girl was clearly impatient now, the last bit of her disguise completely fading, replaced by a sharp battle intent. I originally wanted you to drink this honeyed wine to save some trouble, since you've seen through me. Her voice suddenly turned cold. Then let's see your true skills. Before she finished speaking, the girl grabbed the rough collar of her clothes with both hands and yanked it outward. Rip! The sharp sound of tearing fabric echoed as the coarse dress was instantly ripped apart like fragile paper, flying away. In an instant, it was as if a pearl washed clean of mud had suddenly burst forth with brilliance. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a snug, silver-white battlesuit. The materials seemed like flowing mercury or solidified moonlight, outlining the girl as slender yet powerful waist and smooth shoulder lines. The surface of the battle suit shimmered with a cold, restrained luster, with intricate patterns resembling star veins, perfectly matching the imposing aura that suddenly rose around her. Almost simultaneously, she raised her hand to remove the tacky headscarf along with the rough wig beneath it. Her cascading silver hair instantly broke free, blooming in the suddenly swirling wind. The strands danced, creating stunning trails of light in the dim light of the inn, contrasting with her cold silver armor, exuding breathtaking beauty and pride. The delicate face that had been hidden was now fully revealed, with brows and eyes like paintings, a straight nose, and an unmistakable air of arrogance and icy battle intent. Resembling a female war goddess, she was completely different from the clumsy innkeeper from before. The entire dim inn seemed to be illuminated by this sudden silver radiance, and time appeared to freeze at this moment for her true appearance. The silver-haired girl stood against the wind, with flickering electricity dancing between her hair strands. She scanned the astonished faces of those present, her lips curling into a smile. Let me reintroduce myself, Alpha Team's Vice Captain, Storm Luna. For happiness, dispel the illusion. The spatial maze is unfolding. Leave the minions to you and clear the field. Understood. The white cat for happiness suddenly clashed its paws together. A dark blue data stream surged from its palms, condensing into a constantly rotating, translucent cube. Within the cube, the galaxy spun, with countless facets refracting shattered reflections. The wooden inn peeled away like a faded oil painting, and the tree-stumped dining table turned into an electronic phantasm and vanished. The honeyed wine everyone had just sipped now turned into murky liquid, already laced with anesthetics. Spatial folding, myriad maze. For happiness through the cube into sky. In an instant, geometric shapes proliferated wildly, a honeycomb-like light membrane engulfing the entire battlefield. Ye Chen and the others were forcibly pulled into another space, the ground beneath their feet transforming into an infinitely extending grid. Clang, clang, clang. Silver-gray walls burst forth from the ground, gleaming with a liquid metal sheen. Aja's main cannon fired at the wall, but the scorching beam was swallowed by the wall, leaving craters that healed rapidly like writhing wounds. More deadly was the subsonic hum emanating from the entire maze, causing people's brains to tremble. Both Ye Chen and Aja were disoriented by this sound wave. Sanbao, unaffected, released two barriers to shield Ye Chen and Aja, making the sound waves no longer affect them. Sanbao then said, "The main cannon attack is useless. This is a space created by For Happiness. She can reconstruct the topological structure in real time. Unless we find her hiding place, we can't get out at all. Stick close to me. There are spatial rifts everywhere here, and once you accidentally enter one, it's hard to get out. I'll find a way to locate an exit." Luna's military boots crushed the maze's illusions, arcs of electricity leaping at her fingertips, clearing complete. "Now it's time to settle our old scores, Aurora. You know me?" Aurora's pupils contracted, pain shooting through her nerves. Feigning amnesia? Luna chakel coldly, her voice exploding like a sonic boom, her figure leaving after images. Aurora barely had time to raise her arm to block, only to see the opponent's fist suddenly vanish before contact, leaving only an afterimage. Bang! A whip-like kick, wrapped in high-pressure airflow, smashed into Aurora's right ribs. Aurora sensed something and quickly turned to defend, blocking the fierce kick with her arms. But the opponent's strength was too great. Aurora was still kicked several meters away, her feet leaving a dozen-meter-long skid marks on the ground before she stopped. Just as Aurora straightened up, she saw a shadow looming overhead. Luna descended like a judgment angel, her right leg transforming into a crimson battle axe, tearing through the air. Boom! The mountain was gouged out, creating a 10-meter-deep pit. Aurora rolled and dodged amid the dust, her body covered in grime. Chapter 56. Supernatural Showdown. Aurora was thoroughly enraged by the relentless assault. Her golden pupils suddenly constricted like pinpoints, and the air around her buzzed under the unbearable pressure. Her voice carried an icy tone. "You seem to know me, but I don't remember you." Such an arrogant posture. She stepped forward with her left foot, and the ground cracked like a spider web from the point of impact, making one feel nauseous. With each word she uttered, the pressure she released surged. The air around was madly compressed, and light refracted through the distorted energy field, casting a rainbow halo, as if space itself was lamenting. Luna sneered, lightly leaping into the air, her silver hair billowing in the wind like a flag. "Now that is worthy of the tidal world-destroying witch." What a pity! Her figure suddenly blurred, and her voice exploded from all directions, still too slow. Instant wind step, 4 shadows of light. Before her words fell, for afterimages suddenly appeared around Aurora, surrounding her. "You can't tell which is the real body, can you? This is a special gift prepared for you. Let us see how you block it." Luna's real body darted among the 4 afterimages, her voice echoing as if all 4 were speaking at once. One afterimage appeared to Aurora's left side, a whip kick tearing through the air with a thunderous bang. Another flashed to her right rear, knuckles slicing through the wind toward her back. A third descended vertically from above, knees striking like a falling star, and the last charged straight from the front, fists aimed at her chest. Each appearance was accompanied by the sound of shattered sound barriers, the light trails left behind weaving a web of death. The 4 afterimages' attacks ripped through the surrounding air, like 4 massive storms rushing toward Aurora. Yet Aurora stood like a rock amidst the raging tide. Her palms fluttered like butterflies, her forearms precisely blocking the knee strike with a dull thud. She spun sideways, and as the punch's wind brushed past her ear, her elbow struck down toward Luna's approaching ankle like a heavy hammer. Her waist flexibly bent back to narrowly avoid the throat-grabbing claw strike. But her heel snapped up like a viper, kicking straight at her opponent's chest. Each block erupted with visible shock waves, the sound of muscle and bone colliding resonating like war drums. Wherever Aurora's palm wind passed, Luna's afterimages burst like popped bubbles, emitting a faint explosion before suddenly dissipating into shimmering light. Too naive, Luna shouted furiously, her figure vanishing once more. The next killing blow came from the left rear, precisely cutting into Aurora's visual blind spot. In Luna's right palm, violent wind energy crazily collapsed, condensing into a wind ball imbued with typhoon power, violently pushing toward Aurora's back. Just as the deadly energy was about to penetrate her body, a sudden change occurred. The already viscous energy field around surged in concentration tenfold. Luna felt as if she had suddenly plunged into a super-high-density energy gel. Every movement bore immense resistance, her proud speed replaced by an infinite sense of delay. No matter how she urged her entire body's strength, the explosive power that could tear mountains apart now felt like a cow entering the sea, completely vanished. Her fist was merely 3 inches from Aurora's temple. Yet those 3 inches felt like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to cross. Got you. Aurora's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. She suddenly turned, her right hand shooting out like lightning, 5 fingers like iron claws gripping Luna's punching wrist tightly. At the same time, her left leg tore through the air, unleashing a terrifying scream akin to a battle axe cleaving mountains, sweeping violently toward Luna's body. Boom! A dull sound like a heavy hammer striking a drum erupted. Luna was sent flying like a cannonball. Her feet gouged deep, bottomless trenches into the ground, the edges scorched and curling. Her crossed arms, held protectively over her chest, trembled violently, her bones seemingly groaning. Impossible! Luna stared intently at her opponent, a mix of shock and confusion in her eyes. Instant wind step approaches 10 times the speed of sound. How could you possibly catch me? Aurora's molten gold pupils shone even brighter, as if she could see through everything. I don't need to catch the trajectory. I just need to know. Before her words finished, she lifted her foot and stomped heavily onto the ground. Buzz! Intricate and dazzling golden patterns spread out from her like a spider web, covering the entire battlefield. You will be like a moth to a flame, crashing into my energy domain. Once you step into my domain, Aurora's voice was like a verdict. No matter how fast you are, you will ultimately become a bird in a cage. Shut up. Luna's roar stirred a dramatic change in the weather, dark clouds swirling like ink. She raised her arms to the heavens, her energy boiling over, rampaging. It was as if the winds of the entire world were converging into her palms. You think this little energy field can defeat me? Dream on. Break for me. 2 rapidly rotating small tornadoes coalesced in her hands, carrying the might of world destruction, and she hurled them with all her strength. The moment the tornadoes were thrown, the world lost its color, and everything fell silent. The small tornadoes swelled in midair, instantly absorbing the surrounding wind energy, transforming into 2 colossal, swirling tornadoes of destruction, reaching hundreds of meters high. They charged toward the core of the energy field where Aurora stood. Aurora gazed at the towering tornadoes tearing through the sky, shredding the clouds into spiral-shaped, pale fluff. Expressionless, she spread her arms, red light surging from her fingertips, reinforcing the spherical force field enveloping her. The world-shattering tornado had trapped her, dozens of wind columns constricting the force field like giant pythons. The high-speed, swirling airflow creating a piercing shriek that shook the ground violently. The collision between the tornadoes and the force field tore the atmosphere apart. Spiderweb-like black lightning exploding at the intersection, the space distorted by the immense energy from both sides. Just as the space twisted, Aurora's pupils suddenly constricted. Buzz! A nerve-piercing pain surged through her, fragmented images flashing through her mind. A silver-haired girl pinned down with her wrist twisted behind her. The cries seemed to pierce through time. Why is your flame always faster than my wind? This image flickered past, too quick to grasp. Do you think a mere turtle shell can block a world-destroying storm? Dream on. Luna's shriek pulled Aurora back to reality. She saw Luna's arms suddenly exerting force, white energy pouring into the storm. The core of the tornado abruptly collapsed into darkness, and the outer layer of the force field exploded. The hurricane slammed in like millions of ice blades, Aurora's red hair billowing wildly in the torrent, as if her body would be torn apart by the storm at any moment. Now it's your turn. Defeat for me. Luna's eyes sparkled with silver light, her lips curling into a mad grin. Chapter 57. The labyrinth of all things at the same moment, deep within the labyrinth of all things. The space here was like a crumpled and unfolded piece of paper, with walls twisting and writhing. Passages before him abruptly fractured and reformed, light refracting in strange ways, creating countless dizzying afterimages. Even more terrifying was the invisible mental assault, a low buzzing like a demonic sound filling the ears, constantly disrupting one's sense of direction and making one doubt every step they took. This was the horror of the manipulation by the Four Joys. She not only distorted physical space, but also silently disturbed people's thoughts, creating cognitive confusion. In the center of this chaos, Sanbao's eyes emitted sharp purple light, like two searchlights piercing through the fog. He floated in midair, surrounded by rapidly flowing purple data streams, as he worked tirelessly to analyze the ever-changing spatial coordinates of the maze. Turn left 37 degrees, energy string offset by 0. 3 phases. Asia, crash into the energy node ahead. Sanbao's voice pierced through the noise. Received. Maximum power for the energy cannon. Asia pushed the control stick hard in the cockpit. Boom! Boom! The deafening sound of explosions reverberated through the maze. The massive steel body of the Iron Giant, under Sanbao's guidance, continuously struck and slammed against the barriers, each impact damaging the structure of the maze. In the control core, Sishi's forehead was covered in fine cold sweat, her 10 fingers dancing over the control matrix, creating a blur. The core matrix spun wildly, countless lines representing spatial dimensions entangled, fractured, and reformed within. How is this possible? Damn Sanbao! She growled through clenched teeth, the speed at which the opponent broke through far exceeding her expectations. She continuously flipped the spatial blocks, twisting the straight passages into twists, creating thick walls on the smooth path. However, the opponent's computational field always seemed to see through her interference, accurately cutting through the layers of confusion she had laid out. The light points representing Sanbao and the others were approaching her on the core monitoring screen at an astonishing speed. You want to force me, huh? Try this. A fierce glint flashed in Sishi's eyes as she pressed down fiercely on the matrix core. Buzz. The entire maze shook violently, and the core matrix erupted with blinding black light. Just as Sanbao and the others were about to break through the last barrier, the space ahead shattered like fragile glass. A massive black crack appeared out of thin air, spanning between the Iron Giant and the core gate. The depths of the crack emitted a powerful suction and interference waves, causing the purple data streams around Sanbao to fluctuate violently. Asia, emergency stop. Sanbao's voice carried a rare hint of doubt. The Iron Giant slid out 10 meters due to inertia before barely stopping at the edge of the crack. No, my calculations show the core gate is right ahead. This crack is a trap created by forcibly tearing apart space. He stared intently at the crack, his purple eyes glowing intensely, as countless complex spatial vector models rapidly constructed and deduced deep within his pupils. Energy readings abnormal, spatial curvature mutation point, interference source intensity peak. He filtered out the data fog created by Sishi. Ye Chen's expression was serious. Should we change course or charge through? This thing looks like it could tear us apart. Wait, give me a moment. He leaned his floating body slightly forward, his hands quickly moving in the void as if untangling an invisible mess. The energy dissipating wave around him. Even the frequency of the spatial debris crumbling at the edge of the crack transformed into a massive torrent of data captured and analyzed by him. Calculation complete. The core gate is right across. We just need to cross this spatial crack to reach it. This is Sishi's last line of defense. Boss, are you sure you haven't missed anything? Asia looked at the bottomless crack, his voice tense. This cursed place doesn't even have a foothold. The mech would probably be shredded by the spatial turbulence if it fell in. Can your spatial abilities work here? Absolutely not. Sanbao decisively denied, his face pale. Using spatial abilities in one space can lead to unpredictable consequences. The entire area could completely collapse. Use my crystal array. Ye Chen's gaze sharpened, instantly making a decision. I can construct a temporary crystal array platform in the air, like building a bridge. Iron Giant, step on it and jump over. Feasible. First, test the stability of the crystal array at the edge of the spatial crack. Ye Chen, first platform, coordinates 12 meters ahead, 5 meters to the left. Height 5 meters. Sam Bao immediately provided precise coordinates. Understood. Hexagram crystal array, solid. Buzz. A hexagonal crystal wall, flashing a stable red light, instantly condensed at the designated position. Floating in midair, Asia took a deep breath and carefully raised the massive mechanical foot of the Iron Giant, cautiously stepping onto it. The crystal wall flickered slightly, firmly supporting the weight of the mech. Brother Chun, it's stable. Good. Let's go all out. Hexagram crystal array, solid. 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 Ye Chen shouted, his hands moving like lightning. In an instant, a series of red crystal array steps in the shape of hexagrams emerged one after another, creating a path above the spatial crack. Charge! Asia roared as the Iron Giant burst forth with astonishing agility, leaping and maneuvering on the red crystal steps, each step treading on everyone's tense heartstrings. Inside the control core, Cixi watched the mech sprinting across the bridge over the crack on the monitoring screen, her face turning pale with rage. You won't get away. She thrust her hands into the matrix core and stirred it with all her might. Whoosh! A violent storm, mixed with black spatial debris, erupted from the depths of the crack without warning. Crack! Crack! Crash! Like glass being struck by a heavy hammer. The crystal array steps painstakingly constructed by Ye Chen emitted a piercing, shattering sound under the impact of this spatial storm, instantly turning to dust. The few remaining crystal arrays beneath the Iron Giant instantly became islands floating over the abyss of destruction. Energy interference overload. Crystal array structure collapsing. Sambao's warning voice was hoarse. Asia, don't stop. Jump. I'll sink the array. Ye Chen's eyes turned crimson, his mental energy pushed to the limit. Hexagram crystal array, solid. Solid. He no longer pursued large-scale constructions, but concentrated all his power on the moment the Iron Giant landed. Each newly formed red crystal array precisely condensed in the void just before the mech's massive foot touched down, only to be torn apart by the following spatial storm in the next moment. Sparks and spatial debris flew around the feet of the Iron Giant. Brother Chun, it's up to you. Asia pushed the control stick to the limit, sweat soaking his control suit. The Iron Giant became a steel beast desperately sprinting against the wave of destruction, each jump accompanied by the brittle sound of the crystal array shattering. After a heart-stopping 10 seconds, with a loud bang, the massive body of the Iron Giant slammed heavily onto the solid ground on the other side of the crack. Behind the mech, the spatial storm had yet to dissipate, and crystal dust filled the air. Target locked. Asia, blow it open. Sam Bao pointed at the tightly shut metal door, swirling with eerie blue runes. Received. Take this. Asia unhesitatingly pressed the launch button. A blazing stream of high-energy particles roared out. Boom! The door exploded like it was made of paper. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, Cixi's pale face was revealed. Frozen in front of the control console, Sam Bao shot out of the mech cockpit like a purple lightning bolt, heading straight for the control console. Game over. His hands became a blur on the console, a cascade of complex command codes scrolling across the screen like a waterfall. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. The surrounding labyrinth illusions peeled away like a receding tide, dissipating as the distorted space was forcibly smoothed out. A blinding white light flashed, and everyone was forcibly ejected from the space of the labyrinth of all things. The moment their feet touched the ground of reality, a devastating energy storm rushed toward them. The storm triggered by Luna was like doomsday descending, tearing the sky apart and devouring the earth. With the power detection ion, the energy intensity had already exceeded the testing limit, far beyond level 7. Sam Bao exclaimed, "My God, just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair." Sam Bao looked at the terrifying storm that reached the sky and the earth, feeling his scalp tingle. This was much harsher than the Four Joys maze. Stop looking. Quickly get into the space interlayer. Otherwise, we'll all be torn apart by the storm. Sambao shouted, rapidly forming hand seals, and a deep, swirling purple spatial vortex quickly took shape in front of him. At that moment, Sushi did not flee, but instead shouted, "Master has finally unleashed his power. This is the strength of an 8-level storm. You are definitely going to lose." He grabbed the still shouting Sushi and yelled at the vortex, "Are you crazy? When gods fight, if we don't hurry and run, we're doomed. Everyone, get in quickly." Inside the space interlayer, there was a deathly silence. Outside was a terrifying storm capable of tearing apart the surface of a planet, while inside was the group who had survived the calamity, silent as the grave. Only Sushi was dancing and praising Luna's strength. Just as the storm tornado was about to break through the energy field and attack Aurora, a golden light suddenly flickered in her eyes. The previous memories reminded her of some past events. Although few, she had already recognized the person in front of her. "I've said it 800 times that energy needs to be concentrated. Using it randomly like this is useless, my foolish sister, O Luna." The sigh-like whisper penetrated the storm as her raised fingertip blossomed into a scarlet gold fire lotus. Flame explosion, earth fire burning heaven. Suddenly, 2 molten gold fire columns erupted from the ground directly beneath the tornado, shooting into the sky. The flames spiraled up along the wind wall, and wherever they went, the storm let out a mournful wail. The violent airflow was directly refined into the nourishment for the crimson fire dragon, and the tornado instantly transformed into a towering fire column. In just 3 heartbeats, the once powerful storm was ignited, burning into a sky full of flowing fire, turning into fragments of a storm that fell like rain. "This is impossible." Luna's face was filled with disbelief, her pupils reflecting the figure walking through the fire. Aurora was surrounded by flame patterns like liquid gold, and the flames around her seemed to protect their queen, her powerful aura running wild. Chapter 58. Disobedience means punishment. I won't accept it. How could I possibly lose to you? Luna's face revealed a mix of sadness and anger, and her eyes sparkled with cold light, filled with an almost mad obsession. She suddenly crossed her hands over her chest, and a dazzling white energy, bright enough to make one's heart race, surged in her palms, spinning. The air hummed, due to the high compression of energy, scorching the surrounding space. A long spear, formed purely from energy, struggled to materialize in front of her, bit by bit. With each bit of solidity the spear gained, Luna's complexion paled further, and the surrounding space slightly warped, with small gravel on the ground trembling restlessly. Not good. The master is trying to forcibly condense the spear of judgment. This is power she cannot control at all. It's burning her life force. In the crack of the Sambao space, Sushi, who was avoiding the outside battle, was shocked to the core by this scene. She could no longer care about her own safety. Her small body burst forth with astonishing speed, tearing through space and rushing towards Luna without hesitation. Her voice, sharp with extreme urgency, pierced through. "Master, stop. You can't use the spear of judgment. You're not at level 9 yet. Your body will collapse. Hurry, stop." Just as Sushi shouted, Aurora's pupils suddenly constricted. It was as if a lightning bolt had split apart the chaotic fog of memories, silver bell-like laughter, a stubborn little face. That blurred yet incredibly important figure instantly overlapped with the girl before her who was madly condensing energy. A surge of protectiveness and emotion from deep within her bloodline overwhelmed everything. She didn't even have time to think. Her body shot like a golden lightning bolt in front of Luna, seizing her wrists that were gathering energy. "Let go." Aurora's voice was cold and sharp, carrying an undeniable command, yet a hint of anxiety that even she didn't notice flickered in her eyes. "You don't need to worry about it." Luna howled, struggling madly, trying to break free. All that filled her mind was the obsession to defeat her opponent. "I must prove myself against you." Disobedience means punishment. Aurora's gaze sharpened, and blazing golden flames erupted from her, wrapping around Luna's arms and spreading across her entire body. The moment the sparks touched her, The violently condensing energy within Luna erupted like ice and snow thrown into boiling oil, instantly causing terrifying chaos. The spear of judgment that was about to take shape let out a mournful cry under the unbearable burden, shattering into countless light points and dissipating. Bang! The dual pain of energy backlash and soul-searing flames made Luna scream and fall to the ground. It's so hot. It hurts. It hurts so much. The pain brought by the flames was heart-wrenching, bone-chilling, but she still forced herself to lift her head. Her bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at Aurora, her teeth grinding. If you have the ability, then burn me to death. Don't think I'll admit defeat. Master, stop being stubborn. Sushi was frantic, rushing to Luna's side, trying to pat the flames on her with her little paws. This is a flame that strikes at the heart. The more you resist, the more painful it will be. Hurry and soften up to your sister. The moment her little paw touched a spark, she felt a piercing pain and yelped, quickly pulling back. Watching Luna in pain, she was almost in tears. Sanbao blinked in the crack. Sister? I said that little girl has an unshakable familiarity in her eyes. It turns out she is Aurora's sister. TSK, really, girls change a lot. The last time I saw her, she was just a little bean, chasing after her sister to challenge her. It seems that old tradition hasn't changed at all. It looks like they won't fight anymore. Let us go, out we go. A few people walked out from Sanbao's space crack. Almost at the same time they appeared, Aurora clenched her fingers, and the golden flames on Luna were drawn away, instantly extinguishing. Luna gasped for air, drenched in sweat, a wave of exhaustion crashing over her, yet she still glared furiously at Aurora, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Is it just relying on your flame ability? Her voice was hoarse, laced with weakness, yet still defiant. I want to accept it. Wait until I find a way to counter it, and then I'll come back. Sushi, let us go. Just as she finished speaking, a strong whirlwind erupted from under Luna and Sushi's feet, swirling up a cloud of dust that made everyone nearly unable to open their eyes. When the storm suddenly stopped and the dust slowly settled, the two had vanished without a trace. Aurora, are you hurt? Ye Chen quickly stepped forward, asking with concern. Aurora seemed not to hear, staring blankly in the direction where Luna had disappeared, her eyes a bit dazed, yet strangely soft. She gently shook her head, as if confirming something, and softly said, She is my sister. Her name is Luna. Master, your memory has returned? Sanbao exclaimed joyfully, hopping over with excitement in its little eyes. Aurora withdrew her gaze, the softness in her eyes replaced by her usual calm, but upon closer inspection, a ripple of confusion still lingered. No, just a few pieces of fragments. Seeing familiar faces, encountering familiar events, occasionally flashes of memory return. Then that's a good thing. Ye Chen comforted softly, which means it's slowly coming back. As long as you keep experiencing and coming into contact with familiar things, your memory will eventually be fully restored. Aurora nodded, seemingly soothed by Ye Chen's words, her eyes becoming resolute. I also believe it will come back to me. She suddenly raised her hand to touch her belly, looking at Ye Chen with a rare, almost childlike straightforwardness. Ye Chen, hurry and find a place to eat. The fight earlier made my stomach growl. Ye Chen was somewhat amused by her sudden shift, quickly nodding. Okay. This place looks quite open. Pots and pans, huh? His gaze swept to the side, and his words abruptly halted as he saw Sanbao happily drinking from a water jug. Sanbao, what are you doing? Huh? Sanbao put down the jug, wiping its mouth with satisfaction. I was just helping you break the maze of Sushi's illusions. My brain cells are almost fried. I'm dying of thirst. What is wrong with having a drink? No need to make a fuss. Wait, why do I feel? The sky is spinning, the ground is shaking. There's so many golden little stars in front of me. Idiot. Ye Chen, fais pas palmit. Si piquelis. You just drank the water that Luna used to drug me. Wow, what? Sanbao's scream only made it halfway out before its body swayed, clattering to the ground, knocked out cold. This funny treasure. Ye Chen looked at Sanbao lying on the ground, both amused and exasperated, and sighed. I'll make the food. It'll be ready soon. Chapter 59. Sisterhood Master, are you hurt? The small metal body of Cece stood on Luna's slightly heaving shoulder, watching as Luna bit her lip tightly, her eyes burning with unwillingness and anger. "I'm fine, not a scratch." Luna took a breath, trying hard to make her voice sound steady, but the slight tremor betrayed her. It felt as if countless red-hot needles were dancing beneath her skin, and each breath tugged at her painfully sensitive nerves. "I just got singed a bit by Aurora's psychic fire. It stings a little, but it's nothing serious." She straightened her back, trying to appear unconcerned, but the occasional twitch of her lips and the fine cold sweat on her forehead betrayed her. Master is being stubborn again. Cece's inner thoughts cascaded like a waterfall, her little metal tail flicking anxiously. Clearly, she desired her sister's recognition and closeness more than anyone, yet every time they met, it was like a comet colliding with Earth, sparking destructive fireworks. Unable to fight back, her words were harder than armor, leaving her to swallow the bitter fruit alone. Sigh, this twisted temperament is as difficult as her psychic ability. Fortunately, this time Aurora's memories have finally recovered a bit, and she held back at a critical moment. Otherwise, Master would have been in serious trouble. No. Next time I must keep a closer watch. With Master's reckless nature, how can she go without my protection? I truly am indispensable. Thinking of her importance, Cece's lips curled up again. Then she began to make lateral comparisons. This time Sambao broke the myriad illusions maze, indicating there are still some computational issues that need improvement. Next time, I must design an ultimate maze with real-time topological transformations, making sure he gets completely lost the moment he steps inside. Imagining Sambao dizzy in the perfect maze she designed, ultimately yielding and admitting defeat, Cece couldn't help but feel smug, slipping into a state of self-indulgence. "Cece? Cece?" Luna's slightly hoarse call finally penetrated Cece's rapidly running mental theater. Master, I'm here, ready at any time." Cece snapped back to attention. "I've been calling you for ages. Where did your mind wander off to?" Luna grumbled, rubbing her still stinging arm. "Quick, help me find unusual treasures that can resist or weaken fire-type abilities." A flame of determination ignited in her eyes as she clenched her fists. Isn't she just relying on her fire abilities that naturally counter my wind abilities? As long as I find a treasure that can suppress her flames, let's see how she can win against me. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, as if the treasure that countered the flames was already in her hands. "Did you hear that? This is very important." Seeing Cece's electronic, I seemed to go blank again. Luna raised her voice, nearly shouting. "Yes, Master. Understood. Highest priority task. Returning to base to initiate search immediately." Cece responded instantly. Meanwhile, deep within her core, she silently complained. Which version of Masters can beat Sister Confidence Code has a bug? Aurora's ability level assessment report shows that her psychic force strength is at least 3 times that of Master, and her fire purity is even SS level. Even if we find fire-resistant treasures, the energy level gap and combat experience difference are still hard limitations. Sigh, it's fine as long as Master is happy. Data scanning must be done. Fire resistance plans need to be prepared, and in the end, won't it still depend on me to analyze the battlefield and formulate the optimal retreat tactic support plan? And back up a few emergency medical protocols. Cece's little claws unconsciously clenched, reaffirming her mission as the final line of defense. The two flew low over a rugged forest of strange stones on the wind. Suddenly, Cece's high-precision environmental scanner emitted a faint alarm. "Master, at 3 o'clock below, life signs match a group of corrupted camelback crocodiles. There are 5 of them. Life signals are fading, and all detected moderate damage energy residue. They had previously chased them, but were outsmarted by their water escape. Now, they were surprisingly stranded on the shore, gasping for breath. Just right, that shadow market-level bounty task needs their hearts. One opportunity, should we take them down? Good." Luna's eyes suddenly sharpened as she was filled with pent-up frustration and pain to vent. "Running into me, they must be having a bad day. Watch my storm tornado." She slammed her hands down, and a violent airflow immediately gathered and formed in her palms. With a sharp whistling sound, like an angry silver dragon, it smashed down fiercely onto the unsuspecting crocodile group on the riverbank. These unfortunate crocodiles had just fought a fierce battle with the strange stone forest and were retreating here to recover, battered and bruised. They never expected that the troublesome and powerful Storm Queen would return. In despairing screams, the crocodiles hurriedly fought back. But the high-pressure water bullets they spat out were no match for the raging tornado. Sand and stones flew on the riverbank, and water splashes violently collided with wind blades. However, their injured bodies could not withstand the overwhelming fury, and soon, two of the most heavily injured crocodiles were torn to shreds in the storm, while the other three, seizing the chaos created by their companions' desperate struggle, dove into the river, filled with deep fear, and fled toward the distant sea. Meanwhile, Aja was driving a dump truck along the rugged dirt road leading to Yoningtown. Inside the truck, Sanbao's eyelids twitched a few times before slowly opening. The effects of the anesthetic, combined with the violent bumps, made him feel a strong wave of dizziness and nausea. He struggled to sit up and leaned against the seat. "Yo, Master Bao, you finally woke up." Driving, Aja saw through the rearview mirror, surprised. How did someone as clever as you end up capsizing in a cup of spiked liquor? Next to him, Ye Chen crossed his arms, a knowing smile on his lips, and leisurely chimed in, "What else could it be?" Master Bao's heart is in turmoil. Meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land, especially such a special acquaintance, who would have their hearts stirred? It would be strange to remain calm. Sanbao rubbed his still, swollen temples, sighed with a bitter smile. A hint of tenderness in that smile. "Ah, Cece, she's my sister." He looked out at the rapidly passing, corrupted and desolate scenery, his voice deepening as he began to speak. "We are both from a mechanical clan, and like me, she is an extremely rare individual in the clan, inherently possessing spatial talent." He paused, a nostalgic light shining in his eyes. She was smart from a young age. Her understanding of spatial structures was even sharper than mine when I was young. The elders in the clan always loved to compare us siblings, saying we were twin stars. Cece is very competitive, always wanting to compete with me on everything, from the speed of unlocking mechanical locks to the stability of building spatial models. And she never tires of it. She is the brightest little star in our clan. Sanbao's voice brimmed with affection. As an older brother, how could I really compete with her? In the clan's contests, I always subtly let her win. Watching her proud demeanor after winning made me happier than if I had won myself. Later, I met the master, following her to walk the world, clearing corrupted creatures and protecting a land. When Cece found out, she clung to me and insisted on coming along. But how could that work? Sanbao's voice suddenly rose. The work we do is like putting our heads on the line. We face the most vicious and cunning corrupted creatures and high-level fallen beings. The contests in the training ground of our clan are nothing compared to the life-and-death battles outside. The outside world won't show her mercy just because she's a genius or my sister. He took a deep breath, his voice a bit hoarse that time. She actually hid it from everyone and secretly ran away from home. She wanted to prove that she could stand on her own, just like I do. As a result, she got trapped in the Void Rift. That place requires even me to be fully alert. The clan urgently contacted me, and I had no choice but to leave my master behind and rush back to save her. The result was that my master had an accident that time. After Sanbao finished speaking, he looked forlorn, and instinctively, he cast a cautious glance at the silent Aurora beside him. The guilt of failing his master and the deep worry for his sister were clearly written on his face. "Sanbao, it's okay. I don't hold this against you." Aurora gently patted Sanbao's head, comforting him. Sanbao nodded silently, leaning closer to Aurora and snuggling beside her. Ye Chen timely broke the silence, looking at Aurora. "Aurora, how much of your memory about Luna have you regained?" Aurora slightly furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly trying to capture the flickering fragments in her mind. After a moment, her cold voice spoke. It's very scattered. Mostly, images of beating her up. She seemed a bit puzzled as to why the remaining memories were mostly of such violent nature. "Huh?" Asia couldn't help but interject, looking incredulous. "Your sisterhood is a bit unique, isn't it? Why do the memory fragments only consist of beating up your little sister? Do you two have some deep-seated grudge?" "I think I know a bit about this." Sanbao took over the conversation, looking at Aurora with understanding and a hint of a sigh. "That child, Luna, she has always regarded you, Master, as the light and idol she chases after since she was little. Her biggest dream is to become as strong, as dazzling as you. And to join divine favor, becoming a top-tier ability user that protects order. He paused for a moment, organizing his words. But what is judgment? That's facing the most dangerous front line. Master, you disagreed with her joining because you were afraid she couldn't handle it. But you might have rejected her in the most domineering way possible at that time. He mimicked what Aurora might have said. Want to join divine favor? Fine. Beat me. Prove you have the strength and awareness for it. He shrugged helplessly. And what happened? That girl Luna, she is stubborn to the core. Once she sets her sights on a goal, not even a level 9 mutated beast can pull her back. Can't beat me? Then train. Train until you can. So it turned into what you remember, one challenge after another, one failure after another. One time after another being beaten down by you. For her, this might be the only way to gain your acknowledgement, the recognition of her strongest idol in her heart. Chapter 60. Yoning Town Night Market. Ye Chen lightly tapped his fingers on his knees, thoughtfully summarizing. I understand. You two siblings really have completely different ways of loving your sister, going to two extremes. One is the pampering type, like Sanbao, who treats her like a treasure, afraid she would melt in his mouth or break if held too tightly. And even when she gets into trouble, he can't bear to blame her, just wants to shield her from the storm. The other is the strict type, loving her deeply but being harsh with her, hoping that failures and setbacks will make her retreat in the face of difficulties. What's even more interesting is that your sister clearly sees you both as beacons and idols on her life journey. Look, Cece admires her brother Sanbao's spatial abilities and adventurous spirit. Luna also admires her sister Aurora's strength and her role as a guardian. Both have walked the same path as you. They support each other, quite reminiscent of you two in the past. As you said, now they have both joined the Alpha team, and there will be plenty of chances to interact in the future. Next time we meet, we really should communicate well. Even Aja understood this point. Relatives connected by blood shouldn't always spark fireworks and clash when they meet. Ye Chen agreed. Sanbao nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with anticipation and determination. Yes, you're right. Next time we meet, we must have a good talk. Aurora didn't speak, but there seemed to be a subtle ripple in her gaze. Yoning Town, the largest town in the southern part of the Luoshui River, is populous and rich in resources. It leans against the lush and continuous Wufing Mountain to the left and faces the shimmering Luoshui River to the north. With a warm and pleasant climate, thanks to its unique geographical location and careful governance, the streets in the town are clean and the water flows gently through the alleys. The buildings on both sides, with unique cultural elements, are arranged in an orderly manner, and shops and eateries are lined up, exuding a vibrant and livable atmosphere. After several days of tiring travel, Ye Chen and his companions finally arrived in Yoning Town at dusk. As soon as they stepped through the town gate, a sense of bustling vitality, different from the wilderness, hit them. On the wide bluestone road, various vehicles were moving in an orderly fashion, including several transport vehicles returning triumphantly, loaded with the remains of corrupted creatures. The shops by the street were just beginning to light up, and the aroma of food mingled with the sounds of laughter and chatter. The golden glow of the setting sun coated the ancient rooftops and the babbling ditches with a warm hue, and the majestic outline of Wufing Mountain was faintly visible in the twilight. Ye Chen took a deep breath of the smoky air and felt a fleeting illusion of returning to an old tourist town, everything familiar yet refreshingly exotic. Wow, I didn't expect Yoning Town to be so prosperous. It's almost overwhelming, Aja exclaimed, looking around excitedly, then glanced at the detector in his hand. Brother Chun, the radar shows that the signal source for the Erosion Core fragments is near Wufing Mountain. What should we do next? What's the rush? Ye Chen looked at the bustling crowd, a slight smile on his lips. It's rare to come across such a lively and safe place, so let's immerse ourselves in it first. The night market is the best information hub. We'll stroll around, fill our stomachs, and gather information about the town, see if there are any clues about the Erosion Core fragments. Great. Aurora's eyes lit up at this, her fair cheeks flushed with excitement as she clapped her hands and jumped. A new town, a new night market. There must be countless delicious foods waiting for us. I just heard some shouting, spicy grilled meat, grilled fish, or creamy meat porridge. Just thinking about it makes me so excited. Sanbao waved his tail and leisurely walked ahead of the group, saying in an old-fashioned tone, TSK. Young people just can't keep their cool. Ye kid, your line of thought is barely acceptable. You know how to utilize the crowd. However, your direction is still not precise enough. Use your brains. The corruption core fragments have a deadly attraction for corrupted creatures. So the key questions to ask are, where have the corrupted creatures been unusually active recently? Or have there been any sudden attack incidents? Without my guidance, you guys would have to take detours. Ye Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead. Sanbao, why do I feel like you always bring a hint of sarcasm whenever you speak? Really? Sanbao rolled his iconic eyes and flicked his tail. I was just trying to praise you a bit since you've been getting a little smarter lately. And you can't even appreciate it? Ungrateful. Stop dawdling. Let us find a place to rest. After being cooped up in that broken vehicle for several days, my old bones are almost falling apart. The group quickly found a clean and tidy inn in the town center. While checking in, the enthusiastic owner smiled and handed over a colorful flyer. You came at the right time. Tonight the night market square is holding a king of eaters competition. It's going to be lively, and the top 10 will receive prizes, especially the grand prize, which is a special local gift package from Yoning. It's quite generous. King of eaters competition. Aurora snatched the flyer, her eyes glued to the enticing food illustrations, almost glowing with excitement. Aja curiously leaned in to take a look. After quickly settling their belongings, the group eagerly joined the flow of people heading to the night market. The closer they got to the square, the louder the noise, the stronger the aroma of food, and the more boisterous the crowd became. From a distance, they could see the brightly lit square, with a huge banner for the King of Eaters fluttering on the makeshift stage, making it particularly eye-catching. The area below the stage was already packed tightly, with layers of people. Staff were busy placing bowls and plates of food on long tables. Golden and crispy fried chicken piled up like a small mountain. Shiny and fragrant grilled meat sizzled, plump buns steamed with hot air, along with colorful fruit platters and rows of drinks. Ye Chen, let us participate in this. Aurora excitedly grabbed Ye Chen's arm, pointing at the array of delicious food on stage, her voice trembling with excitement. Look at those fried chicken, grilled meat, and buns. Oh my gosh, that dipping sauce looks so special. Aja looked at Aurora's sparkling eyes and smiled at Ye Chen. Brother Chen, with Sister Aurora here, I feel like we're not far from the grand prize. Sanbao squatted by Ye Chen's feet, wagging his tail and commenting, Don't underestimate yourself. With the way you usually eat, I think you have potential too. Who knows, maybe we can snag second or third place and show some people what real strength looks like. He cast a meaningful glance at Ye Chen. Ye Chen had long been immune to Sanbao's teasing and nodded. All right, let us all give it a try. They squeezed to the registration area, and Ye Chen asked about the rules. The staff explained. Registration fee? Of course. We have to charge. The ingredients for the competition are bought with real money. To prevent people from wasting food by just joining in for fun, there needs to be a threshold, right? It's fair and reasonable. How is it charged? Ye Chen asked. By weight. Whatever weight you show on the scale. That is how much you pay in registration fees. It's fair for everyone. The staff pointed to the electronic scale nearby. Ye Chen looked back at the slender Aurora and the fit Aja, then at the compact Sanbao, and felt that this rule was somewhat favorable for their team. All right, let us register the four of us. This, Cat is participating too? The staff looked at Sanbao, somewhat hesitantly. Chapter 61. The Big Eater Competition, What's Wrong with the Cat? Sanbao instantly fluffed up, arched its back, and its eyes bulged wide. What's bothering you? Did I eat your family's rice or drink your well water? The rules state no deception to the young or old. Am I not considered old? This is blatant species discrimination. No. Absolutely no discrimination. The staff was startled by Sanbao's imposing presence and hurriedly waved their hands. It's just a routine confirmation. As long as you pay according to your weight, anyone can participate. Please step on the scale. Soon, the weight results came out. Aurora, 92 gene. Ye Chen, 145 gene. Aja, 160 gene. Sanbao, 66 gene. The total is 92,145,166 gene. Please pay 463 yuan. The staff quickly announced the numbers. Wow, Sanbao, I really didn't expect this. With your tiny frame, You're quite substantial. Ye Chen teased while pulling out his money. Sambao held its head high, elegantly leaped off the scale, and arrogantly said, "Humph, what do you know? This is called concentrated essence. I am the best of the best. You better eat a lot later and get your money's worth." Asha joked. "Don't worry." Sambao licked its lips, staring at the abundant food on stage, its eyes sparkling with determination. "My stomach is a bottomless pit. Today, I'll make the organizers see what you can't judge a cat by its appearance means." With the host's passionate introduction and the audience's enthusiastic cheers, the Yoningtown Big Eater Championship officially kicked off. Host, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, you can vote for your favorite contestant in real time. If the contestant you voted for wins, they will receive exquisite gifts from us. The rules are simple and straightforward. The one who eats the greatest total weight of valid food within the specified time wins. The food categories are rich and varied, divided into meat, fried chicken cutlets, grilled meat, grilled fish, grilled sausages, staple foods, steamed buns, dumplings, mantou, vegetables and fruits, and drinks. With the sound of a starting signal, the contestants immediately got to work. The scene instantly became lively. Aurora's eating style was a perfect combination of elegance and efficiency. Her movements were fluid, her goals clear, and she showed genuine love for all kinds of delicacies. She precisely speared a fried chicken cutlet, took small bites, but quickly finished it. When tasting dumplings, she would first dip them in a special sauce, her eyes squinting in satisfaction. Facing grilled sausages, she maintained her grace while not losing speed. It was as if she wasn't competing, but enjoying a delightful culinary appreciation journey. Aja displayed solid skills as a dedicated eater, steadily focusing on high energy density, fried chicken cutlets, and dumplings, with a balanced speed and strong endurance. Sambao's performance shocked everyone. Its small body burst forth with astonishing combat power. It didn't choose large items, but precisely swept through small, exquisite, and easy-to-eat foods. For example, small dumplings, cut fruit pieces, and even deftly pawed at grilled sausages, eating quickly and cleanly. It was like an efficient eating machine, its tiny mouth moving rapidly. While eating, it even found time to mock a neighboring big man who was wolfing down food messily, splattering juice everywhere. "Hey, mind your eating manners. You look like you've never eaten before. Juice is splattering all over me. This is disgraceful." This drew laughter from the surrounding audience. Ye Chen's performance was standard, but he was also diligently consuming the food in front of him. The competition reached a climax. Aurora initially lagged behind, but gradually caught up. The competition intensified. The audience's voting became more fervent. Both Aurora and Sambao attracted large groups of fans, receiving a lot of votes. However, the other core contestants were not to be outdone, trailing closely behind in votes. A nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular giant contestant displayed terrifying strength. He used a vortex-style eating method, making the whole fried chicken cutlet seem to be sucked into a meat grinder, leaving only the bones after just a few bites. The sound of crushed bones shocking the audience. Even more astonishing was that he created a double skewer tearing technique during the second round, challenging 100 grilled wolf meat pieces. He didn't care about the grease flowing all over, and his eating speed rivaled Aurora's, prompting the host to exclaim repeatedly, "This contestant must have a conveyor belt hidden in his stomach." The giant's cheeks bulged like balloons, his swallowing motion noticeably slowed, and the veins on his neck bulged like struggling earthworms. In contrast, Aurora maintained a serene smile, as if she wasn't competing, but enjoying afternoon tea in a spring garden. When the giant struggled to tear apart the 10th piece of grilled wolf meat, she was elegantly dividing a meat cutlet with a silver fork, effortlessly separating the meat like petals blooming. Her eating posture had a strange rhythm. Her eyes pleasantly squinted. Her cheeks moved slightly, and she even hummed a cheerful folk tune. "Oh my, she has eaten her first 100 kilograms." The host suddenly shouted, his voice almost cracking. He grasped the commentary table tightly, his voice splitting with excitement. "Does this girl have a black hole in her stomach? I have never seen anyone eat wolf ribs with the elegance of piano recital. Let us check the real-time voting situation. This girl, number 28, is currently leading by a staggering margin. It looks like everyone is captivated by her bottomless appetite. Following closely behind are number 43, the giant, and number 29, that cat. Oh my, I didn't expect a cat to have such an amazing appetite. The audience erupted in excitement. An elderly man in the front row was so shocked that his dentures fell halfway out, while a girl in the back row covered her mouth and stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing a miracle. Aurora seemed unfazed. She even took time to wipe her mouth with a napkin and winked at the camera. This playful gesture sparked another round of gasps, and the crowd erupted. A fairy. She must be a fairy come down to eat. The host finally regained his voice, trembling as he raised his fist. Let us cheer for our big eater goddess. Let her hear the enthusiasm of Yongning Town. What truly set the crowd ablaze was a showdown for third place between a Zhe and the meat mountain tank. This round-faced, over 400 gene heavy contestant seemed clumsy but had a hidden killer move. His unique collapsing swallowing method made the fried chicken cutlets disappear from the plate at a visible speed. Every time Asia swallowed a piece, the fat man had already devoured 2 pieces and even managed to down half a cup of beer to wash down the food. The empty plates in front of the two piled up into a constantly swaying food graveyard, and the numbers on the scoreboard jumped like a racing heartbeat. At the decisive moment, the fat man slipped while grabbing the last piece of fried chicken, and Asia seized the chance to shove a spicy sauce-coated piece into his mouth, spicy to the point of turning red. He desperately covered his mouth and refused to spit it out, narrowly winning third place by a mere 29 grams. The fat man slammed the table in frustration, making the bowls and dishes jump. I was just one sip of beer away. Sam Bao's interlude contributed the cutest moment of the entire event. When it challenged a grilled sausage covered in fiery chili powder, the spice instantly ignited its tongue. It fluffed up, jumping half a meter high, with teary eyes running around. Water, water. Which heartless person used biochemical weapons against me? Aurora couldn't help but laugh as she pushed her honey yogurt cup over. Sanbao buried its whole face into it, licking furiously, its milk mustache forming a white circle that made the audience laugh uncontrollably. In the end, the results were a foregone conclusion but shocked the entire audience. Aurora won the championship by a decisive lead of 26 kilograms over the giant. Chapter 62. The Beitong fruit standing on the podium, her mouth still smeared with breadcrumbs, she held a championship trophy larger than her head, smiling like a child who just received candy. The host teased, "Little girl, you're not thinking of taking a bite out of the trophy, are you?" She blinked her bright blue eyes and nodded seriously. "If it's honey roasted, I might give it a try." The crowd erupted in laughter. Aurora's only desire left is her appetite," Ye Chen said, patting his head helplessly. Aja, clutching his round belly, slumped in a chair and gasped in this lifetime. "I will never look at fried chicken again." Meanwhile, Bao jumped onto the dining table, proudly pointing at his weight of 66 pounds while having consumed 88 pounds of food. "See, Lord Bao's stomach is connected to the 4th dimension. If it weren't for that spicy sausage sneak attack, I could have taken down that iron tower of a man." It licked the yogurt stain off its paw and added, "Of course, yogurt sponsors remember to look for me for endorsements." The host announced loudly, "Now, we will present the grand prizes of this event. The recently renowned miraculous fruit from Yongning Town. Not only does it taste amazing, but it also strengthens the heart, nourishes the kidneys, regulates the spleen and stomach, and refreshes the mind. It is a rare, nourishing treasure." The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into huge gasps of astonishment, the sound almost breaking through the clouds. "Oh my, could it be the recently rumored biting fruit that cures all ailments?" Many people widened their eyes and unconsciously pushed forward, trying to get a better look at the prize, glowing enticingly. The host continued, "The first place winner receives 5 Beitong fruits, the second place 3, the third place 2, and those from 4th to 10th will receive 1 Beitong fruit each." The host added, "Let us once again congratulate this beautiful girl number 28 for her victory. Audience members who voted correctly can go to the backstage to collect their prizes. Those who didn't vote correctly shouldn't be discouraged. We also have a consolation prize for you. We have branches of the Beitong fruit tree to give away, which can purify the air and enhance comfort when planted at home." With the host's announcement, the venue erupted in cheers. "What exactly is this biting fruit?" Why are the residents of Yongning Town so enthusiastic about it? It's one thing to fight over the fruit, but they're even scrambling for the branches. Aja, holding the brightly colored Beidong fruit box as a reward, muttered in confusion. He heard it was a novel item that had just been promoted for planting recently. They claimed it could refresh the mind, strengthen the body, and even prevent illness. It was particularly popular among middle-aged and elderly groups. Sen Bao smacked its lips and continued. But Lord Bao has traveled far and wide, and I don't believe this nonsense. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. With all the hype surrounding it, there must be something fishy behind it. Ye Chen thought deeply about the peculiar fruit. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. With such a miraculous promotion, there must be something going on behind the scenes. This big eater competition had turned into a promotional event for the biting fruit and this marketing strategy. He pondered to himself. This whole process seemed like a meticulously designed scheme with the ultimate goal of promoting the Beidong fruit tree. It was almost identical to the old tricks used to deceive the elderly with health products. First, give a little sweet taste, then fish for the big catch. However, Ye Chen raised his head and said firmly, as long as we don't get greedy and don't actively involve ourselves, we shouldn't fall for it. Hey, my friend, don't speak too confidently. A clear and magnetic male voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. A tall young man, seemingly in his early 20s, had quietly stood nearby without anyone noticing. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and distinct lip lines, with a facial contour like a finely carved sculpture. Although he wore a slightly worn-out Wasteland-style coat, it couldn't hide his extraordinary demeanor. What caught the most attention was his pair of eyes, bright and sharp, exuding wisdom and calmness as they scanned the crowd, finally landing on Ye Chen's face. "And you are?" Ye Chen asked warily. The young man slightly nodded, his demeanor relaxed. "Excuse me, I'm Su Xing, now a wandering physician. I happened to overhear your discussion about the biting fruit, and seeing that you seem to have some doubts, I took the liberty of interrupting. I strongly advise against consuming this item, and even the branches should not be planted lightly." "Physician?" Aja looked at him skeptically. "Everyone says this biting fruit is incredibly miraculous and has many benefits. Why should we eat it? Are you trying to scam us out of this prize?" Upon hearing this, Su Xing's mouth twitched slightly, showing a hint of helplessness. He slowly shook his head, his expression becoming serious. "Not at all. It is precisely because I am a physician and understand its dangers that I am warning you. I used to intern at a large hospital, and when I couldn't stand the director's style, I reported him, only to be dismissed in return. But I've seen many cases. Some chronic poisoning resembles the aftermath of consuming Beidong fruit. I secretly collected samples, analyzed their components, and the results were alarming. This item can quickly stimulate the human body to secrete excessive dopamine and contains a unique alkaloid. It can produce a euphoric feeling similar to narcotics and a temporary illusion of energy. It makes users mistakenly believe that their ailments have disappeared and that they are in good health, when in fact, it is merely a brutal overextension of their bodily potential, temporarily blocking pain and discomfort signals. The disease itself is not cured. Rather, it is delayed and becomes more deeply embedded in the body due to this false sense of well-being. Seeing Ye Chen and the others gradually focusing, he continued to elaborate. What is even more terrifying is that its core component will highly interact with and gradually numb the central nervous system, disrupting the normal transmission of neurotransmitters. After long-term use, it will create a strong psychological dependence and physiological addiction. Once discontinued, users will not only face unbearable reactions such as mental lethargy, intensified pain recurrence, and deep anxiety and depression. My God! Ye Chen gasped, a familiar concept instantly striking him from his previous world, causing him to exclaim, "This sounds like a drug." Su Xing's eyes flashed with surprise, seemingly not expecting Ye Chen to summarize it so accurately, and he nodded appreciatively. His expression serious, he said, "Drug? That term is very fitting. Although it may not possess the acute toxicity of some traditional poisons, the damage it causes, its addictive nature, and its destructive impact on a user's body and mind are not to be underestimated. It is a more insidious poison, packaged in a more glamorous way." Ye Chen's heart shook, instantly understanding. Although they came from different backgrounds, Their judgment on the harmful nature of this substance was remarkably aligned. In that case, Ye Chen pressed. Since you have uncovered the truth, why haven't you reported it to the authorities in the town? Are you just letting it spread? A deep sense of helplessness and frustration crossed Su Xing's face as he sighed. How do you know I haven't tried? I collected all the evidence I could and reported it to the Yongning Town constable multiple times, even attempted to contact passing trade inspectors to explain the situation. But no one took it seriously, because all the short-term users are fervently claiming its miraculous effects. They see no immediate downsides. The economic benefits and false prosperity it brings have blinded too many people. My warnings are merely seen as the ramblings of a madman. He sighed again. I just noticed your competition and overheard your discussion, and I felt you all are reasonable people with a sense of caution. I couldn't bear to see you all fall into the trap, so I specially came over to remind you. Just then, a sound like Silver Bell's laughter approached from afar. It turned out that Aurora had returned, holding a huge pile of various snacks and handmade gifts, almost unable to carry them all. After winning the title of champion of the Big Eater contest, her popularity soared, and she was surrounded by enthusiastic fans who wanted to take photos and give her gifts, making it quite a challenge for her to escape. Her cheeks were flushed, her bright blue eyes sparkled with excitement, and her smile was as radiant as sunshine breaking through the gloomy wasteland. Su Xing's gaze was instantly drawn to her. The calm and rational doctor who had been worried just a moment ago seemed to have been replaced in an instant. His eyes lit up astonishingly, closely following Aurora's figure. From her flowing hair to her graceful steps, not blinking at all, he instinctively adjusted his already tidy collar and cleared his throat. In the next moment, to the astonished eyes of Ye Chen, San Bao, and Aja, Su Xing took a big step forward to Aurora. He naturally bent slightly, his tone becoming extremely serious. With an exaggerated lyrical flair, "Esteemed lady, please forgive my boldness. Your appearance is like a dazzling aurora slicing through the night sky, instantly illuminating this dull and gloomy world. Your beauty and grace are more powerful and radiant than any life I have ever seen, intoxicating and irresistible." He completely ignored Aurora's slightly astonished expression and the nearly dropped jaws of Ye Chen and the others beside him, continuing passionately. "May I have the honor of knowing your name? And may I request you to consider allowing me to be your guardian knight? I wish to be by your side at all times, dispelling all your worries and dangers. What do you think of starting a romantic relationship right away?" Ye Chen, San Bao, and Aja exchanged glances as if invisible black lines were sliding down their foreheads in unison. Aja murmured, "After all this." He was so solemnly analyzing the dangers of biting fruit, mainly not to remind us. San Bao chimed in, his mouth twitching, but instead seizing the opportunity to come and flirt. Ye Chen helplessly held his forehead, looking at this peculiar person who had instantly switched from elite doctor to a master of romance, completely speechless. This guy's professional judgment seemed reliable, but his personality was just too fragmented. Chapter 63. Dr. Awakening. At this moment, Aurora was in a daze, completely unable to understand the meaning of the long speech from the man suddenly appearing before her. It wasn't until he smiled and reached out to try to take away the baiting fruit and gift box tightly clutched in her arms that Aurora abruptly reacted. That was her reward. It was something she had worked hard to win. An indescribable feeling of grievance and anger surged up in her heart. Her originally cute expression instantly changed. Her golden eyes suddenly shone with brilliant light, as if condensed sunlight, firmly locking onto Awakening. An invisible low pressure surrounded her, exuding an almost terrifying aura, causing even the hair by her temples to move without wind. Awakening's outstretched hand suddenly froze in midair. A chill from deep within his soul surged up his spine, bringing a cold tremor. Some instinct was warning him that great danger was about to occur. The lines he had prepared to flirt were instantly stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single word. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This usually eloquent man was completely silenced by a single glance from the girl. The two remained in a stalemate, the atmosphere extremely dangerous. "Aurora, let me help you. Why are you carrying so much?" Ye Chen keenly sensed that the atmosphere was off and immediately stepped forward, gently taking most of the items from Aurora's arms. I'll help too. Let's share some of it. There's really a lot. Aja quickly joined in, taking the other half of the items. Once the treasures in her hands were safely transferred, the terrifying golden light in Aurora's eyes slowly faded, returning to her harmlessly cute appearance. It was as if she hadn't noticed Awakening, who was frozen to the side. She showed a sweet smile to Ye Chen and Aja and happily walked towards their accommodation with them. As she walked, she excitedly shared her joy, her voice soft and sweet. Just now, a lot of fans gave me gifts. There's so many interesting little things and lots of delicious food. I brought them all back. It's my first time winning first place in the big eater competition. I've never received so many gifts. I'm really so happy. Suddenly remembering something, she carefully looked at Ye Chen with a hint of anticipation. Ye Chen, can you help me carve a commemorative painting of the big eater competition? I want to keep it as a memento. Absolutely no problem. I'll carve it for you when we get back, and I promise it will be done before we leave Yongning Town. Ye Chen quickly agreed with a nod. Ye Chen, you're so nice. Aurora's lips curled up in a high smile, her eyes squinting into two crescent moons, satisfied like a kitten that had just been petted. All right. She seemed to just remember, tilting her head in confusion. Why did that man stop me just now? He said a bunch of strange things I couldn't understand. He might be a bit off in the head. You don't need to pay attention to what he said to you. San bao deeply, he is a doctor. Ye Chen explained. He said the biting fruit reward might be addictive and has bad side effects. Really? I secretly tried one just now, and I felt a bit lightheaded, but it was fine after a while. Not having paid attention, Aurora's small face suddenly drooped as she looked at the fruit in her hand, filled with regret and disappointment. Sanbao. So that kid was telling the truth. The master is extremely sensitive to energy. Her reaction indicates that the fruit really isn't good. Those bad guys dare to give us bad things. We need to settle the score with them. Aurora pulled everyone back. Hey, look over there. Aja's gaze glanced toward a street corner not far away, surprised as he said, ISNT that the Dr. Sue, who was just weaving through the crowd of girls. Sure enough, Awakening had somehow become lively again, weaving among several young women by the roadside. He wore a charming smile, his body language graceful and confident, skillfully using compliments to make several girls cover their mouths and giggle, their bodies swaying. Due to his suave demeanor and handsome appearance, he was quite popular with the girls. He seemed to thoroughly enjoy this feeling, eagerly focusing on each woman, teasing just right, and engaging in enthusiastic conversations with each lady. When faced with rejection, he remained unfazed, elegantly bowing and offering a line about looking forward to meeting again, before moving on to find the next target. He flitted among the flowers, chatting and laughing, enjoying himself. But occasionally, in unnoticed moments, a fleeting glimmer of emptiness and confusion would flash in his eyes, as if searching for something that could truly touch his heart amidst the bustle. Looking at this guy makes me mad. I really want to punch him, Aja said indignantly. From a distance came the sound of heavy, chaotic footsteps. A large group of young people rushed over, wielding iron rods and wooden sticks. Their demeanor aggressive. They're shouting, "He is right in front, catch him." In the blink of an eye, the crowd surged like a tide, encircling Awakening, forming an invisible pressure net. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped out from the crowd. You are Awakening, right? You're the one spreading rumors that the biting fruit has issues? Awakening gently pushed aside the young girl he was flirting with, signaling her to leave quickly with his eyes. He then calmly adjusted his clothing and stepped forward. He changed from his previous flippant attitude. I am Awakening. I am not slandering anyone. What I said is all fact, backed by science. What basis? The suited man suddenly raised his voice, spitting as he spoke. You're slandering the biting fruit. So many people have used it and say it works well, and only you are saying there is a problem. I believe you think our biting fruit can cure diseases, and since it stole your business, you deliberately spread rumors to slander it. Everyone, judge for yourselves. So many people say it's good, and only he says it's not. He was expelled from the hospital for his bad character. When he treats patients, he always exaggerates the condition. I see him as a black-hearted doctor and scrupulous for profit. The crowd began to stir. A mother holding a child looked at Awakening with skepticism. Really? He seems quite refined. It doesn't seem like that. Dr. Sue isn't like that. He treats illnesses very well. Last time my father was sick, it was Dr. Sue who cured him. A young man defended Awakening. A middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth muttered, "You can't judge a person by their appearance. Maybe last time he charged you extra, and you didn't even know it." An old woman in the corner nodded in agreement. "I ate a biting fruit, and nothing happened. In fact, I felt more energetic afterward. I didn't expect this doctor to be like this, spreading rumors just to make money." Someone spoke with disappointment and anger in their tone. The chatter among the crowd grew louder, like a gathering storm cloud. The suited man revealed a barely noticeable smug smile, but quickly replaced it with an expression of righteous indignation. Awakening looked at the blinded faces before him, his heart twisted in pain. He felt his throat tighten as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. "Everyone, don't believe his lies." Awakening's voice trembled slightly. "The biting fruit really does have harmful effects. Don't be deceived by them." Seeing the doubt and rejection in the crowd's eyes, a wave of helplessness surged over him. Although the suited man was talking nonsense, he couldn't immediately produce evidence to prove his innocence. This awkward situation made him feel incredibly frustrated. "I see you're the one deceiving everyone." The suited man immediately interrupted him, raising his voice by another octave. "You used your identity as a physician to fabricate facts and amass wealth. We are now going to arrest you for investigation." Some people in the crowd applauded and cheered, while others quietly lowered their heads and turned away. Su Xing opened his mouth as if to explain further, but in the end, he could only swallow hard and hold back his words. Chapter 64. Caught in the storm, why are we being chased too? Aja gasped while running frantically, collapsing in despair, tightly clutching the gift he received from Aurora. "It's all this Jinx's fault." San Bao wanted to cry, but had no tears left, skillfully dodging a flying rotten egg. "You running towards us is one thing. But what else with the greeting? Now look, it's like stepping in yellow mud. It's not shit, but it sure feels like it." A few minutes earlier, when Su Xing was captured by a group of suited men, he unexpectedly broke through the encirclement and dashed straight towards Ye Chen and the others. Su Xing had already reached them and even had the leisure to wink and wave, cheekily shouting, "What a coincidence, brothers." This sentence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Among the pursuers, more than half immediately split off, howling like hyenas that had discovered new prey and pounced towards them. "Hey, what are you doing? We don't know him." San Bao still tried to explain. But in response, a stone flew towards him, accurately hitting his forehead and instantly causing a bump the size of an egg. The pain and dizziness made him stagger, incredulously covering his wound. "Stop explaining and run." Ye Chen decisively shouted, his arms loaded with snacks won just moments ago, which now felt like a heavy burden. Everyone could only desperately follow Su Xing, fleeing together, truly becoming accomplices now. Aja felt his recently filled stomach protesting violently, each step feeling like he was carrying a jostling lead ball with waves of sourness rising up. Having just eaten, he couldn't handle such intense exercise. His face scrunched up in agony, feeling an odd taste of mixed stomach acid rising in his throat. The crowd of pursuers loudly shouted to catch these accomplices. "They can't run fast with those things in hand. Are you too stupid? Just throw what you're holding." Su Xing shouted back, though he was the one who ran the easiest among them. "No way. Absolutely not." Aurora, usually quiet, was surprisingly resolute at this moment. She clutched the gift box tightly. "I won this with my own strength. I can't lose it." Seeing this, Su Xing could only helplessly raise his hands and surrender. All right, hold on to it." This was truly an unexpected disaster. One moment, they were basking in the joy of winning prizes, and the next they inexplicably became the hunted. Anger, grievance, and fear intertwined in everyone's hearts, but there was nowhere to vent. Behind them was the relentless, unreasonable clamor and threats. "Su Xing, you guy, why are you randomly greeting people? Are we that familiar? Now look, you've dragged us into this mess. Ouch, this hurts like hell." San Bao complained while touching the bump on his head, angrily venting. "Sorry everyone, this is my fault. I'm just used to greeting people." Su Xing realized his mistake and sincerely apologized. Ye Chen said, "Forget that for now. Su Xing, you're the local, think of a way. First, let us shake off the pursuers." "Damn, what kind of local am I?" Su Xing rolled his eyes, but quickly scanned the street left. "Head into that alley." The group hurriedly plunged into the alley, and, under Su Xing's lead, They finally shook off the pursuing mob. Once we get out of this path, we'll part ways. Your lodging should be just around the next alley. After asking about everyone's accommodations, Su Xing led them to their lodging place. Just as they were about to say goodbye, Aja suddenly stared at the locator of the golden little rue in his hand and shouted, "Wait, Chinga, something's wrong. The golden little rue has been taken away. I'll go check." Before San Bao finished speaking, he had already dashed up to the rooftop, quickly disappearing from sight. Not long after, San Bao returned, panting heavily. "Not good. That group just found our lodging and is searching for us everywhere. They dragged the golden little rue away without saying a word. I tried to reason with them, but those people were completely unreasonable and wanted to capture me directly. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have been caught too." Aja's eyes turned red instantly. How dare they capture people? We haven't done anything wrong. I want to go reason with them. Ye Chen stopped him. "It's useless. These people are clearly local bullies. Reasoning with them won't work. We'll think of a way to get the golden little rue back tonight." Su Xing looked guilty and said softly, "I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't expect to drag you into this. I also didn't anticipate that these people would be so unreasonable." He paused and continued to suggest, "If you don't mind, why don't you all stay at my place for now, and we can plan from there?" Ye Chen nodded. "We can only do that for now. Sorry for the trouble." The group followed Su Xing through the streets and alleys, finally stopping in front of a secluded little house. "Ahem, welcome everyone to my humble abode," Su Xing panted, pointing to the creaky wooden door. The house was small and cramped, but surprisingly clean. There were several anatomical models of the human body standing against the wall, and the bookshelf leaned slightly under the weight of various medical books. The air was filled with a faint herbal scent. "This is quite humble." San Bao looked around and couldn't help but complain. "Su Xing, are you a doctor living like this? Did you spend all your money on flirting with girls?" While pouring water for everyone, Su Xing defended himself. "I just want to have sincere soul exchanges with beautiful women. Besides, money should be spent wisely." Just then, a girl around 17 or 18 rushed in, panic on her face, crying, "Dr. Su, it's bad. Xiao Tian has fainted again. This time it's even scarier than last time." Su Xing's expression changed drastically, and the cup in his hand clattered to the ground. "Xiao Hong, don't panic, I'll go right away." He turned to Ye Chen and the others and quickly cupped his fists. "Sorry, everyone. Emergency. Make yourselves at home." He then dashed out with a girl named Xiao Hong. "Let us go see." San Bao's curiosity was fully piqued, immediately urging everyone to follow. The few quietly trailed behind, arriving at a nearby, even more dilapidated shed. The room was dimly lit, crammed with a dozen malnourished children, the oldest being the girl from before. The children all called her Xiao Hong Jia, and the youngest looked no older than 10. A boy lay unconscious on a hard bed, breathing weakly. Su Xing gently lifted the boy's clothing, revealing a large area of blackened, decaying flesh on his back, continuously oozing stinky black blood, and even faintly showing white bone beneath. Su Xing's gaze sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, "We need to perform a blood transfusion. Xiao Hong, take everyone outside and close the door." "Doctor, you've only just used that method. Your body won't be able to handle it." Xiao Hong cried, tears streaming down her face. "It's fine, hurry outside." Su Xing's tone was exceptionally firm. "I can't just watch Xiao Tian get hurt." Xiao Hong hesitated for a moment but still left the room, pretending to close the door. Then, worried, she peeked through a crack to watch secretly. Meanwhile, Ye Chen and the others also secretly looked through the crack to watch Su Xing's treatment process. Su Xing glanced at Xiao Tian, who lay on the bed in pain, and without any hesitation rolled up his sleeve. His arm was covered in a dense array of old and new scars, hardly a patch of good flesh to be found. He took a heated small knife, gritted his teeth, and gently slashed a still healing scar. Blood instantly gushed out, but the blood had a strange, eerie, crimson hue. Su Xing held his bleeding arm above Xiao Tian's wound, letting drops fall, 1 drop, 2 drops. As his blood touched the decaying black blood, it began to move like a living thing, quickly writhing and devouring it. Wherever it passed, the black rotting flesh disappeared at a visible speed, giving rise to fresh red granulation. In a moment, the terrible black rotting flesh on Xiao Tian's back vanished, leaving only a black hard scab, the blood that had awakened. Having consumed all the toxins, condensed into a thumb-sized, continuously twisting and rolling blood-colored creature, which swiftly burrowed back into the wound on his arm. Yeah! At that moment, Su Xing's whole body arched sharply, trembling violently. He bit down hard on his lip, the blood oozing out, staining his teeth. His hands clenched tightly with knuckles protruding and turning pale, trembling, his nails nearly digging into his palm, leaving deep blood marks. His breathing grew increasingly rapid. Each inhalation felt like a knife cutting through him, his throat emitting suppressed, intermittent groans. Outside the window, Aja, who was secretly watching, covered his mouth in shock, fearing that even the slightest sound would intensify the pain inside the room. San Bao's pupils constricted, lowering his voice and murmuring in disbelief, "Poison Doctor. It's actually the legendary Poison Doctor ability. Using oneself as a vessel, absorbing all poisons, suffering on behalf of others. This pain is unbearable for ordinary people. No wonder his temperament shifts from serious to frivolous. Under such intense pain for a prolonged period, it's likely that his psyche will develop a sudden dependency on some kind of emotion." Just then, an astonishing scene occurred. With a violent, uncontrollable tremor, Su Xing's body began to undergo terrifying changes visible to the naked eye. It was as if countless black threads were writhing beneath his skin. The toxins just absorbed were crazily eroding his entire body. His originally pale skin rapidly turned into a horrifying dark blue-black, with veins protruding and winding like earthworms, as if they were about to burst at any moment. The intense pain caused him to exude a stream of black sweat, and when the sweat dripped to the ground, it made a hissing, corrosive sound, releasing wisps of pungent white smoke. The bones throughout his body emitted a nauseating cracking sound, his entire being curled up and then stiffened, rolling in agony on the ground. "Dr. Su, are you all right?" Xiao Hong, witnessing everything from outside the door, felt heartbroken and could no longer care about anything else, directly pushing the door open and rushing in. "Don't come over." Despite being engulfed in excruciating pain and his consciousness nearly fading, Su Xing still managed to squeeze out a hoarse shout between his teeth. With his last ounce of strength, he raised a dark, trembling hand, sternly stopping her. "I am now filled with toxins. Don't touch me. It's dangerous. Quickly take Xiao Hong out." Su Xing looked at Ye Chen and the others who had rushed in with her, then fainted. Chapter 65. Fragments Save Lives. Dr. Su. Susin. Xiao Hong and Ye Chen's calls rang out almost simultaneously, but Su Xing remained unresponsive, having completely fallen into a coma. He was eroded by corruptive abilities, and his body was nearly beyond recovery. San Bao nodded at Ye Chen and said solemnly, "Please, save Dr. Su." Xiao Hong collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls. "He's a good person. If it weren't for him, we children wouldn't have survived." Ye Chen quickly helped her up and nodded to Aja. "Take her outside and comfort the other children. We'll handle things here." The door closed softly, isolating the children's soft cries from the outside. Ye Chen turned to San Bao, his gaze intense. "Did you nod at me just now because you have a solution?" San Bao replied, "The poison in his body has accumulated deeply, and this outbreak is serious. The only way is to use the corrosive core fragment as a conduit to extract the toxic energy. However, this is dangerous and requires absolute precision. Is it like extracting mineral energy in Dreamland? This is completely different." San Bao's tone became severe. "Minerals are not alive. Their energy can be absorbed roughly. Human energy is as complex as the galaxy. If you make even the slightest mistake, not only will you be unable to save him, but you could also destroy his meridians. This time, we need to use flame energy to suppress the poison, connect through a contract to sense it, and then extract the fragments in a directed manner. Each step is crucial, and you must coordinate with the master." Ye Chen and Aurora exchanged a glance, both nodding simultaneously. Without needing more words, they silently conveyed their determination. Under San Bao's guidance, Ye Chen and Aurora began to operate around Su Xing's body. Aurora placed her palms lightly on Su Xing's chest, and crimson light surged from her fingertips, enveloping him like a phoenix spreading its wings. The poison retaliated fiercely, and a black mist formed into a grotesque face that snarled at the flames, but it dissipated like a bubble upon contact. Red veins like spider webs rose on Su Xing's skin, fiercely battling the deep black poison, with light and shadow intertwining like a battlefield at dusk. In the end, the flame energy triumphed, suppressing the black toxic energy and trapping all the black poison within Su Xing's body. Ye Chen closed his eyes and focused, holding the corrosive core fragment before Su Xing's forehead. Through the contract link, he clearly sensed Aurora's energy flowing like a warm current through Su Xing's limbs, while another wave of murky energy coiled like a venomous snake around his organs. He held his breath to capture its fluctuating frequency, and the fragment began to emit a colorful glow, amplifying Ye Chen's perception and allowing him to distinguish the toxic energy. Now, Sanbao reminded just in time. Ye Chen acted immediately, the fragment lightly touching Su Xing's third eye. In an instant, the black mist was drawn in like being pulled by a great force, spiraling into the fragment. Su Xing's complexion gradually shifted from black to gray, then back to normal, and his breathing transformed from labored to smooth. However, the poison within the fragment did not dissipate. Instead, it was compressed into a thick black liquid, falling into the crystal vial prepared by Sanbao. Ye Chen gently stroked the fragment, murmuring, "I didn't expect the corrosive core fragment to have this function. If outsiders knew, wouldn't it be very dangerous?" Sanbao jumped onto his shoulder. "You fool. The core originally belongs to my master. Outsiders wouldn't know how to use it. I only learned how to use it by following my master. It can only be used by the master, and you're only able to borrow its power because of the shared fate contract. To outsiders, this is just a colorful stone. However, since the fragment has been out in the open for so many years, it's likely that some people with ulterior motives have figured out a few things about it." Sanbao frowned in thought. "Then why not let Aurora hold it? Her strength far surpasses mine. Wouldn't it be safer with her?" Ye Chen asked, puzzled. Before he could finish, Sanbao snatched the fragment with a claw. "Of course, it's because you're too weak. In times of danger, you can borrow strength from the fragment to hold on until the master arrives to help. This is also the master's wish. She wants you safe. I'll keep the fragment for now. I haven't touched it in a long time." Sanbao looked at the fragment as if it were beloved. Ye Chen turned to Aurora, who happened to have a fleeting smile, her eyes shining like molten gold, bringing him endless warmth. The group carefully lifted the unconscious Su Xing onto a bed. His complexion remained pale, but his breathing had stabilized, and his overall condition had improved. Then they informed Xiao Hong and the children of Su Xing's current status. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Hong cried tears of joy, her tears rolling down like beads from a broken string. She repeatedly bowed in gratitude, her hands trembling with excitement, her speech becoming incoherent. "Thank you. I'm really so grateful to you. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do." She hurried to Su Xing's bedside, gently wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a damp towel, her movements tender, as if she were caring for a treasure. Ye Chen frowned at the child lying on another bed. "What is the situation with that child named Xiao Tian?" Sanbao carefully examined Xiao Tian's condition, lightly touching the strange black scabs, his mind racing with calculations. The black scabs on his body were some sort of corruptive substance, but the specific biological components were still unclear, resembling some living tissue that was eroding his body. Sanbao's frown deepened. Just now, Su Xing had absorbed some poison, providing temporary relief. However, these substances remained in the deeper tissues, continuously drawing energy from the body to regenerate. This was why, despite repeated treatments, the child's condition had not fundamentally improved. Ye Chen clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Is there really no way to cure it completely? There is a way. Su Xing had awakened at some point, his voice weak, but resolute. We can surgically remove these corruptive substances. It will require a large amount of medication and surgical equipment. He attempted to sit up but swayed slightly due to weakness, and Xiao Hong hurriedly supported him. But only a big city like Xing Luo City has the conditions for surgery, and our situation doesn't allow us to enter Xing Luo City at all. So for now, we can only maintain their lives here and see if there are any other options. Su Xing coughed, having spoken too quickly. How do you feel? Ye Chen asked with concern. Su Xing took a sip of water that Xiao Hong handed him and said, "Much better. The toxins have been cleared. Thank you for saving my life." His voice was still low, but it carried a hint of vitality. "If it weren't for you, I might have turned into a mindless poison person. Can you tell us what happened here?" These children. San Bao looked around at the other, similarly frail children in the room, their eyes reflecting a resilience and pain that belied their age. Su Xing took a deep breath, his expression heavy, and his voice choked. "These children were all picked up by me from the vicinity of Wufeng Mountain 6 months ago. They escaped from a laboratory, and their bodies were implanted with unknown corruptive organs, leading to severe rejection reactions. When I brought them back, they were all in a state of long-term anesthesia, completely unable to remember what had happened before. I spent most of the money I earned on their food, medicine, and treatment. My strength alone is too little to maintain it. As a poison doctor ability user, I can absorb the toxins produced by their corruptive organs, but this only treats the symptoms, not the root cause." Su Xing continued, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the bed sheets. "Every time I absorb toxins, my emotions become extremely unstable, as if countless negative emotions are tearing at my soul. Later, I found a relatively stable emotional anchor, my longing for pure love. Since then, things have improved a bit. But every time I absorb toxins, I can't help but want to confess to a girl, just like you saw today. When emotions rise, I really feel out of control." Ye Chen suddenly interrupted. "Are you saying that these children all have transplanted corrupted organs? It's all man-made?" His voice was filled with disbelief and shock. Su Xing nodded heavily. "Yes. This is also the initial reason why I began to suspect biting fruit. You know, I'm a poison doctor, skilled in toxins. I found that these children's corrupted organs all contain toxic substances similar to biting fruit. And the production line of baiting company is also located in Wufeng Mountain." When Ye Chen heard the name Wufeng Mountain for the second time, he exchanged glances with San Bao. Su Xing continued, "Baiting company is heavily guarded, with electrified barbed wire and walls reaching 5 meters high, and armed guards patrolling 24 hours a day. I only have the ability of a poison doctor, which is fine for saving people, but my combat skills are quite average, making it impossible for me to infiltrate and investigate." Aja's eyes ignited with anger. "Are you implying that these children are very likely failed products of illegal experiments conducted by Biting Company?" His fist slammed heavily on the nearby table, producing a dull sound. "It's truly inhumane to conduct human experiments on innocent children." Ye Chen clenched his fists. "The waters here are too deep. We saw today how they manipulate public opinion and incite emotions. The townspeople, unaware of the truth, cannot distinguish between right and wrong and are completely led by the nose. The core of the problem is still evidence. Starting with Baitung fruit might be a better breakthrough point." He continued to analyze. "These people have woven a vast web of interest centered around Baitung fruit, recruiting a large number of beneficiaries to become their mouthpieces. And we can precisely use this to our advantage. As long as we expose Baitung fruit as a scam, those who have been deceived will turn to us out of anger." Ye Chen thought of the mixed information in the online public opinion war on Earth, where ordinary netizens find it difficult to discern the truth. Once caught in a self-justification cycle, anyone would suffer. He continued, "We can reverse their public opinion control tactics, spread confusion, set traps, let them prove their innocence, and guide them to reveal flaws. It is important to know that building something may be difficult, but destroying something is quite easy. We need to plan this carefully." Chapter 66 Public Opinion Warfare that night. As you used a locator to pinpoint the location of Jin Gang, Xiao Ru, and quietly drove the car back. He hid it in the abandoned garage in Su Xing's backyard, covering it tightly with a waterproof cloth. Meanwhile, the entire team was active throughout the night, launching a public opinion war. In the morning, when the residents of Yongning Town woke up, they found that the walls of streets and alleys were plastered with flyers depicting the corruptive reactions caused by the Baitung fruit. The images on the flyers were shockingly clear, showing mutated organs that stood out starkly against the Baitung fruit. What was going on? Why were these things plastered all over the town? Zhang Fangming, the manager of Baitung Company, was furious in his office, crumpling a flyer in his hand. Veins bulged on his forehead as a sharp gaze fixed on the tattooed man, who had led the charge to capture Su Xing, Zhang Wei, dressed in a suit. Zhang Wei lowered his head, not daring to meet the manager's eyes. I really don't know. These flyers were everywhere as soon as it got light. Besides, our bai-tang fruit can't possibly cause such effects. Eating it might make people addicted, but it definitely won't grow corrupt organs. Zhang Fangming sneered and slowly walked to the window to overlook the crowd gathering in the town center. He noticed people holding flyers, discussing excitedly. This opponent was quite clever. Zhang Fangming turned around, lightly tapping his finger on the mahogany desk. In the past, those who tried to smear us only verbally questioned us, and we could easily defuse it with public opinion. But this time, he picked up a flyer, pointing at the image on it. The opponent struck first, muddying the waters and trapping us in a quagmire of self-defense. You should know, spreading rumors is easy, but dispelling them requires a lot of effort. He paused for a moment and continued. Now all the residents of the town are suspicious of our product. We must prove our innocence. But this is precisely the hardest part to accomplish because the quality of bai-tang fruit really doesn't hold up to strict scrutiny. Zhang Fangming picked up a magnifying glass to examine the images on the flyer closely, and suddenly his pupils constricted. Moreover, these photos of the corrupted organs don't look forged. Didn't the lab report a while ago say that several experimental subjects went missing? I suspect these photos were taken from those missing experimental subjects. Uncle, you truly have an eye for detail. How'd I not think of this? Zhang Wei quickly gave a thumbs up, his face filled with flattering smiles. Stop with the flattery. Zhang Fangming waved his hand impatiently. The key now is to find the source of the flyers. There are only a few shops in town that can print them in bulk. Send someone to investigate immediately. Zhang Wei quickly reported. Uncle, I already thought of this. I sent someone to check early this morning. What is the result? A printing shop was broken into last night. The flyers were printed from there. Those guys even left a note and money for the owner. Zhang Wei said, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Zhang Fangming suddenly looked up. A note? Show it to me. Zhang Wei hurriedly handed over a printed white paper, which neatly stated, borrowing the printing machine and paper. 1,000 yuan as a reward. Zhang Fangming stared at the note for a long time, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. This opponent is indeed not simple, so meticulous. But the more so, the more it reveals some traces. Uncle, what do you mean? Zhang Wei scratched his head in confusion. Someone who can come up with this method is definitely not a local. Otherwise, they would have used it long ago. They must have come from outside recently. And they're likely not short on money. Zhang Fangming analyzed, his eyes shining with insight. Go check the outsiders who have come to the town in the past few days, especially those we might have offended. Uncle, you're so astute. You can even spot such fine clues. Zhang Wei quickly flattered him. And we must find those missing experimental subjects as soon as possible. A dozen children, still carrying the corruptive infection, need continuous treatment. They should be easy to track down. Zhang Wei suddenly slapped his forehead. Uncle, now that you mention it, I remember. Yesterday when I went to catch the doctor who said our bai-tang fruit had issues, he was accompanied by several outsiders. All the conditions match up. Zhang Fangming's eyes narrowed into slits. Find that person immediately and bring him here for a thorough questioning. Whether or not he did it, we need to investigate carefully. Also, notify those we have bribed and tell them it's time to report back to us. Let them find a way to suppress public opinion. Understood. I'll arrange it right away and quickly catch the rats in the back. Zhang Wei replied fiercely, turning to leave the manager's office. As the door closed, Zhang Fangming slowly sat back in his leather chair, gazing deeply out the window. He felt a profound unease, sensing that things were not so simple. That afternoon, Bai-Tang Company arranged for several individuals to speak out, claiming that long-term consumption of bai-tang fruit had no adverse effects, trying to stabilize public opinion. For a time, the residents of Yongning Town split into two factions, arguing endlessly, and the situation fell into a stalemate. However, the next morning, another wave of flyers flooded the streets and alleys like snowflakes. This time, the content of the flyers shocked the entire town. It boldly outlined a method to test the toxicity of bai-tang fruit. The flyer explained that by using 3 common herbs found around Yongning Town, mixed in specific proportions, one could create a reagent. By adding the pulp of bai-tang fruit, one could determine its toxicity through color changes. Other fruits showed no such reaction. Only bai-tang fruit due to its special alkaloids, would cause the reagent to change color significantly. To assist the townspeople, the flyer also mentioned that a batch of pre-made reagent papers was available for free collection at the local pharmacy. At first, people were skeptical, until an elderly man with some knowledge of pharmacology mixed the reagent himself and conducted an on-site experiment. After adding the pulp of bai-tung fruit, the liquid quickly changed from light to dark, developing a strange green hue, while the ordinary fruit remained unchanged. This news spread like wildfire throughout the town. Even more shocking was that several individuals who had consumed large amounts of bai-tung fruit directly ingested the reagent, and soon their excrement showed abnormal colors. Some even fainted after testing. Moreover, some individuals with pre-existing conditions visited doctors only to find that their conditions had not improved and in fact had worsened. Panic spread like wildfire. The status of bai-tung fruit plummeted from the heights to the ground. Yesterday's supporters of bai-tung, who had loudly defended it, were now at the forefront of the crowd, holding color-changing reagents and pointing angrily at the gates of bai-tung Company. The crowd roared like a tide, and just as Zhang Wei was about to intervene, he was knocked down by the wave of angry people, left in a sorry state. The security forces stationed at the company were retreating step by step, on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, in the office on the top floor of bai-tung, Zhang Fengming gripped the flyer with white knuckles, his face pale. He had never expected that the opponent would directly tear apart his plan in such a scientific way. This was no longer a tug of war over rumors, but a stark confrontation with evidence. He gritted his teeth and dialed an emergency communication, summoning all the station guard from bai-tung's production base. At that moment, he stood by the window, looking at the surging crowd below, feeling powerless for the first time. Chapter 67. Infiltrating bait. Ye Chen, I didn't expect you to have this skill. You've truly opened my eyes, Master Bao. Sam Bao looked at the bait headquarters, surrounded by a crowd, excitedly slapping his thigh, his voice booming with admiration in his eyes. Ye Chen smiled slightly, scanning the noisy crowd in the distance, and said, "This is all thanks to Su Xing. He is proficient in pharmacology and has deeply researched toxicology. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found a way to test the bait fruit so quickly." No, it's still you who is brilliant." Su Xing quickly waved his hand, his tone sincere. "I've been researching for a long time, but couldn't find a solution. You came and took a different approach, hitting the nail on the head." Aja squeezed forward, curiosity written all over his face. "Brother Chun, I still can't understand how you can be sure that the townspeople will believe what you say. Although what we are saying is not entirely false, some of the evidence is patched together, isn't it?" Ye Chen turned around, his voice calm and clear. "I'm not relying on reason, but on human nature. Ever since I witnessed Su Xing being wronged and the townspeople blindly following, I realized that instead of struggling to persuade them, it's better to exploit their selfishness and fear. There are too many people who have eaten the bait fruit. As long as you raise the alarm about its dangers first, it will definitely attract widespread attention. When panic begins to sprout, then you can present the so-called evidence, even if it's just a simple acid-base reagent reaction. People will automatically associate and amplify their suspicions. The reagents I had Su Xing prepare will only react with the unique alkaloids in the bait fruit. Other fruits will show no change, which is irrefutable evidence for the townspeople. Long-term consumption of bait fruit itself can lead to addiction and cause delayed reactions and emotional dependence. Once the mental support is questioned, the accumulated physical problems will also erupt one after another. When panic forms a wave, all the previously concealed issues will resurface and can no longer be hidden. Aurora couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes shining. "Ye Chen, not only do you understand human nature, but you also skillfully use the situation. That's amazing." Ye Chen smiled and patted his head, admitting that he was also relying on his experiences from before his time travel. The panic scene of people rushing to buy masks during that special period was still vivid in his memory. Many guards have been transferred from the Wufeng Mountain area, so we can act tonight. Uncovering the conspiracy behind bait is our true goal. Everyone nodded in agreement with Ye Chen's words. That night, after settling the children, Su Xing led the way, with Aja driving the armored Xiao Ru, quietly heading towards the bait park deep in Wufeng Mountain. The night was heavy, and the barbed wire around the park glimmered coldly in the moonlight. while the searchlights from the distant watchtower swept over the desolate ground like the eyes of a giant beast. Sure enough, there were far fewer security guards than when they had come before. Su Xing lowered his voice, pointing to a security team of only 5 people in the distance. They were patrolling along a fixed route, their footsteps unusually clear in the silent night. Security is lax over there, and the trees are dense. We can break through from there. San Bao pointed to a shadowy area on the southeast side of the wall. Aja nodded, and the heavy mecha quickly transformed, the metal joints emitting a faint humming sound, ultimately becoming a nearly 12-meter-tall robot. It used its back thrusters to hover briefly, precisely and lightly crossing the 5-meter-high barbed wire wall, landing with only a slight stir of dust. Then, the armored Xiao Ru lowered its body, using the surrounding vegetation as cover, successfully infiltrating the park and finally arriving at a massive white building. Its appearance was like an ordinary building, but the heavy blast door at the entrance, the surveillance cameras on either side, and the guards at the door hinted at its importance. Aja quickly took control of the cameras using the spider robot he had created, replacing the real footage with false images, with 2 almost inaudible muffled sounds. The 2 guards at the door were swiftly subdued. Aja stayed outside to monitor and provide cover with the armored Xiao Ru, while the others infiltrated the building. San Bao was the first to slip inside, soon returning with a grave expression. Inside, there's another encrypted metal door, guarded by 8 armed guards. The corridor ceiling was equipped with several surveillance cameras, and there were at least 3 emergency buttons on the walls. If triggered, the entire park would go into lockdown. San Bao, you handle the surveillance cameras first. San Bao released the spider robot created by Aja, which crawled into the camera's blind spot. After successfully hacking in, San Bao gave an okay gesture. Su Xing, how many can you handle? Ye Chen asked in a low voice. My gas bombs can take down 2 at once. Su Xing replied calmly, already holding 2 dark green capsules in his hand. I'll bind 4 with the crystal array. San Bao will take out the 2 on the far left, and Su Xing will deal with the 2 on the right. Remember, actions must be quick, precise, and silent. After a simple confirmation, Ye Chen began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, action. 6-pointed crystal array. For binds. Ye Chen formed seals with his hands. Red light suddenly flashing as it transformed into 4 light ropes, accurately wrapping around the limbs and mouths of the 4 middle guards, firmly fixing them to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the gas bomb thrown by Su Xing exploded, and the pale green smoke quickly spread, causing the 2 guards on the right to fall to the ground. San Bao suddenly appeared behind the 2 guards on the left, and before they could make a sound, they were knocked out. San Bao quickly swiped a key card from one guard's waist, and the elevator door slowly opened. He immediately installed a matchbox-sized jammer outside the elevator, projecting a pre-recorded static image of the lobby onto the surveillance feed. Then, he remotely accessed the park security system, replacing the real-time video stream to ensure that the monitoring room couldn't detect their actions. First, go to the monitoring room. After controlling the situation, we will head to the main control room. Ye Chen gave the order. The team, with the same tacit understanding and efficiency, silently dealt with the 3 technicians in the monitoring room and the 4 armed guards outside the main control room. When the blast door of the main control room slid open, the scene before them nearly froze everyone's blood. It was a huge space several tens of meters high, with a gigantic, unbelievable demonic white vine tree standing in the center. Its trunk was pale as bone, nearly 5 meters in diameter, with countless twisted branches slowly writhing in the air like giant serpents. Each branch's end was connected to a human, both male and female, most of whom were emaciated and in a comatose state. Their bodies were pierced by sharp vines, as if their life energy was being drawn out of them. Their pale faces twisted in pain. Dark purple light flowed along the branches, as if blood were being transported, and on the trunk, a distorted human face outline could be faintly seen, appearing both painful and insane. Who are you? Who allowed you to break into the main control room? A short, stout middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat stood up from behind the control panel, questioning with a face full of anger. Faced with such a tragic scene, Ye Chen's anger erupted instantly. He grabbed the middle-aged man's collar, almost lifting him off the ground. Tell me, what the hell is going on? Chapter 68. Cruel Truth, who are you? Why are you here? Where are the security guards? The man with glasses shouted loudly, struggling. You won't be seeing the security guards. If you shout again, I'll make you wake up. Ye Chen raised his other hand, ready to give the man a few slaps to bring him to his senses. The man hurriedly raised his hands and shouted, Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'll tell you everything. This is a newly cultivated demonic white vine tree. We discovered that as long as it extracts human life energy, it can produce high-energy fruits. Is it the Bai Tong fruit from Yoning Town? Su Xing asked. No. The middle-aged man continued to explain. The Bai Tong fruit is just a byproduct cultivated from its branches to control the townspeople. The real result is the Yuan Shun fruit, which can enhance the abilities of superhumans. Where do these people come from? What will happen to them in the end? Ye Chen's voice trembled slightly with anger as his gaze swept over the pale-faced bodies entangled in vines, as if fire was about to burst from his eyes. The man with glasses fell to the ground, adjusted his glasses that had slipped down his nose, his fingers trembling slightly, and spoke in a very low voice. Most of them are test subjects brought by the security team, and some are townspeople completely controlled by the Bai Tong fruit. Now, everyone has been parasitized by the white vine tree. The weak have already died from exhaustion. Those still alive have had their life energy greatly drained. Their lives are already on a countdown. His voice carried a numb sadness, as if he had witnessed too many such deaths. What about those brainwashed by the Bai Tong fruit? Sam Bao continued to ask, while raising the camera to record this horrifying scene. His hand trembled slightly as the lens swept over the twisted limbs. The Bai Tong fruit does indeed bring extreme pleasure, but makes people quickly addicted. Once they stop taking it, they will experience intense pain worse than death. The man with glasses licked his cracked lips and continued, after long-term use. A person's consciousness and cognitive abilities will gradually be destroyed and decline by the alkaloids. The company takes the opportunity to brainwash these addicts, deceiving them into coming here as test subjects. They ultimately become the nourishment for this corrupted white vine tree. So you developed the Bai Tong fruit not for the health of the townspeople, but to treat them as nourishment. Su Xing's fist clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force, his voice filled with uncontrollable anger. The middle-aged man with glasses smiled bitterly, his smile more sorrowful than crying. The Bai Tong fruit is designed to exploit human greed. The townspeople are tempted by its miraculous effects, while the company has their sights on their bodies. The company's ultimate goal is to use the bodies of the townspeople as a culture medium to produce Yuan Shun fruit for superhumans in big cities. Where did these human test subjects come from? Ye Chen's voice was as cold as ice. They were transported from headquarters. We don't know the specific source. We are really just here working, the man with glasses explained weakly. You are so cruel, using living people for experiments, feeding this corrupted plant, all for what Yuan Shun fruit. Is there no humanity left? Su Xing was furious and rushed to grab the collar of the man with glasses. We are all forced. We are just following orders. If we don't comply, we would be the ones tied to the branches right now. Another researcher nearby suddenly argued excitedly, his voice sharp with fear, his face a mix of terror and guilt. We are also trying to survive. The surrounding security is not only to prevent outsiders from entering, but also to prevent us from escaping. We have had enough. If we could leave, we would have left long ago. The man with glasses leaned weakly against the control panel, his voice almost inaudible. If one of us resists, the whole family will suffer. Many of those test subjects are people who once resisted the research institute and their families. We also want to do good research, but we want to live more. This might be the tragedy of us weaklings. His shoulders slumped as if carrying an invisible heavy burden. Don't the test subjects resist or escape? Su Xing continued to ask, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. How can they escape? They are all anesthetized. Moreover, long-term testing has severely impaired their memories. Many people have forgotten who they are. Not long ago, there was an accident during transportation. Several test subjects mutated and broke free from their cages, and some child test subjects managed to escape. But afterwards, the company increased the dosage of anesthetics, and such incidents have not happened again. Memory impairment. Aurora's eyes burned with anger. Now, having lost her memory, she felt a deep sense of shared anger and heartache. Ye Chen, this malignant tumor absolutely cannot be left, Aurora said sharply, her energy already beginning to gather, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Ye Chen nodded heavily, gently patting the girl's shoulder, slowly calming her down. Then he turned to the man with glasses and asked, "How can we save the people on the vines and completely eliminate this corrupted white vine tree? Saving them is not difficult, but their bodies have already been drained. I'm afraid they won't last long," the man with glasses said, his voice filled with helplessness and sadness. "We must save them. Even if they have to leave, let them leave peacefully, not like now, being treated as nourishment." Ye Chen's tone was exceptionally firm, with no room for doubt. "All right, you all quickly help operate and lower the people on the vines." The man with glasses turned and shouted to the other researchers, his voice finally carrying a hint of long-lost determination. The researchers took their positions and began to operate. Mechanical arms appeared, slowly lowering the people hanging on the vines. Just as the operation was halfway through, the twisted human face on the trunk of the white vine tree suddenly opened a bottomless black mouth, emitting a piercing scream that tore through the eardrums. Buzz! The high-strength bulletproof glass shattered with a bang, and shards flew like rain. The violent sound waves hit everyone's skulls like a solid hammer, causing several staff members to bleed from their ears and noses, curling up on the ground in pain. The humans hanging on the branches convulsed violently as if thrown into boiling water, letting out heartbreaking wails. Countless vines lashed out wildly, accompanied by a terrifying scream that ripped through the air, and the whole space seemed to plunge into a hell of pain. A deep compassion flashed through Aurora's bright blue eyes as she stepped forward suddenly, arms outstretched. A faint golden energy field expanded around her, struggling to block the sound waves outside. Energy ripples visibly splashed where the force field met the sound waves. "I can feel it. She's calling for help. I need to see." Aurora's voice was clear. After saying that, she leaped without hesitation out of the broken window, landing lightly in front of the wildly writhing trunk of the white vine tree. The terrifying vines, capable of crushing steel, seemed to sense something, slowly extending their branches toward her, wrapping around her limbs and torso, engulfing her figure. "That girl has been swallowed. Aren't you going to save her?" The middle-aged man with glasses shouted in terror. "We trust her," Ye Chen said unwaveringly. "She is doing what she believes is right. We will do our part. Hurry. Release the remaining people." Just then, Ye Chen's earpiece suddenly exploded with his urgent shout, the background filled with deafening explosions and energy weapon exchanges. "Brother Chen." A large number of elite security guards suddenly appeared outside by Tongue Company, and their firepower is extremely fierce. "I can hold them off for now. You all be careful." Before he finished speaking, the heavy alloy door of the control room burst open with a loud bang. "Everyone stop. You ungrateful bastards." Zhang Fangming, the manager of Baiting Company, had a grim expression as he led a large group of people through a concealed emergency passage, instantly taking control of all the exits. Beside him was not only the obsequious Zhang Wei, but also a particularly striking ability user with a fierce presence. Chapter 69 just hit him. Zhang Fangming adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes sharp as an eagle behind the lenses, a cold smile of confidence curling at the corner of his mouth, distributing flyers, inciting chaos outside. "I knew things would never be that simple." His speech was calm, but every word was icy, revealing an extremely quick observational and deductive ability. All actions pointed to a real purpose: to lure the tiger from its mountain lair, to cut off the source of power, trying to take out my core experimental site amid the chaos. "Unfortunately, your little scheme has long been seen through by me." Zhang Wei immediately stepped forward, smugly declaring, "My uncle has long seen through your conspiracy. He specially invited a superpowered individual for backup, and you can't escape." He pointed at Sambao, "That cat. Hand over the camera right now, or you'll suffer the consequences." "Oh, so you think you got us all figured out?" Sambao steadied the camera lens, aiming it at Zhang Fangming and his group, the red light flashing, still recording. "What else?" Zhang Wei arrogantly pointed. "This is the level 4 superpowered individual, Violent Wolf. Dealing with you will be as easy as crushing a few ants." Before he could finish, a nearly 2-meter-tall, muscle-bound giant with a grin stepped forward. His body was covered in a metallic hard skin, and a deep, Bone-visible scar ran across his forehead, pulsating with his muscles. The oppressive figure almost blocked the entire corridor. He clashed his fists together, producing a dull thud like stone striking, his knuckles cracking like exploding beans. Sweethearts, Violent Wolf's bloodthirsty gaze swept over Ye Chen and the others, his tongue licking across his gleaming white teeth. Enough with the nonsense, just hit him. Ye Chen replied firmly. This base has been exposed. They've discovered the truth, and not a single one can escape. Zhang Fengming said ominously, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His gaze swept across the researchers like a venomous snake, as if examining a group of lambs ready for slaughter. Zhang Wei raised his hand, and all the security personnel simultaneously raised their guns, the dark muzzles aimed at all personnel, including the researchers. Fire! At the command, gunfire erupted, bullets flying. Hot shell casings clinked to the ground, the flickering flames reflecting the terrified, contorted faces of the researchers. All the research staff crouched down, clutching their heads and letting out desperate wails. Bang, bang, bang. The entire control room descended into chaos, bullets striking the metal equipment, producing dazzling sparks. But all the bullets were blocked by a suddenly appearing red crystal barrier, the bullet tips flattening and deforming against the crystal wall, ultimately falling weakly to the ground. Six-pointed crystal array, defense mode. Ye Chen turned to Sanbao and Su Xing and shouted, I'll hold them off. You take the researchers and retreat first. Click the automatic button, rescue everyone from the White Vine Demon Tree. Their essay loader, take everyone, hurry up, and escape. The middle-aged man in glasses approached the control console, his fingers flying over the keys as he input commands quickly. Since you want to kill us, don't blame me. Before leaving, he came beside Ye Chen and whispered, I've activated the self-destruct device. In 10 minutes, this place will turn to ruins. Be careful. The countdown on the control console screen was blood red, mercilessly ticking away. The security personnel's gunfire did not cease, but they still could not break through the crystal wall. Zhang Fengming roared in fury. Go around and chase. Don't let them escape. We must get the camera back. If one gets away, I'll hold you accountable. His facial muscles twisted, his eyes crazed. He shouted, Violent Wolf, this person is yours. We'll chase the others. All right. I love smashing little pretty boys like you. Come on, little darling, let us play. Violent Wolf grinned widely. His muscles suddenly bulged, his clothes bursting apart, the fabric fluttering like butterflies. In an instant, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall iron muscle man, his bulging muscles as hard as rock. I hope you can make it enjoyable for me, little pretty boy. Violent Wolf's voice became deep and hoarse, filled with a wild sense of oppression. You better hold up for a bit. Don't let me down, Violent Wolf said. With each step he took, the metal floor slightly dented. Violent Wolf raised his massive fist and charged towards the red crystal wall. The muscles on his arm coiled, veins bulging, resembling a gigantic battering ram. He was confident that a single blow would shatter this fragile crystal wall. With a loud crack, he struck with all his might. But Ye Chen suddenly retracted the crystal wall. Violent Wolf stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, taking several steps to stabilize himself. The powerful impact almost threw out his back. At this moment, he was so enraged that his face turned red, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage, glowing with a greenish light. Little insect, you dare to toy with me? I will break your bones inch by inch, making you beg me in pain. Violent Wolf roared. You should know that many of the people hanging on those white vine demon trees were caught and had their legs broken before being hung up. Listening to their screams is the most beautiful music in the world. You'll soon join their ranks. Violent Wolf charged at Ye Chen, throwing a heavy punch aimed at Ye Chen's chest, accompanied by a whistling sound. Ye Chen quickly sidestepped, the crystal shield forming on his arm barely blocking the blow. But the immense force still pushed him back several steps. Quickly moving to the side, Violent Wolf executed a side kick that whipped through the air, aiming for Ye Chen's lower back. Ye Chen barely managed to turn and block with his arm, but was kicked into the air. His green eyes brightened, and his fists swung like heavy hammers, launching a continuous series of attacks at a dazzling speed. Multiple, thin crystal shields condensed in front of Ye Chen, each collision erupting with brilliant light and scattering crystal shards. Finally, with a heavy punch, he broke through Ye Chen's defense, sending him flying backward, crashing through several metal tables before coming to a stop against the wall. Shattered parts and cables fell to the ground with a clattering sound. Boring, so fragile. Is this how it ends? Not at all enjoyable. Violent Wolf shook his head, spitting in displeasure. Really? Ye Chen pushed aside the broken table and stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the crystal array flowed around him. But I find your attacks to be ineffective, lacking any real power. How is that possible? Violent Wolf's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw that apart from some torn clothes, Ye Chen had no serious injuries at all. Ye Chen was overjoyed inside. After the battle with Gamma's Power Tiger, he had found that his mastery of the six-pointed crystal array had become more proficient during practice. Sanbao had once said this was a result of his body adapting to the energy after borrowing Aurora's energy. His body was becoming increasingly compatible with the energy. Now he had reached the peak of level 3. With a unique crystal array defense, even the level 4 Violent Wolf couldn't break through. Ye Chen's expression remained calm as he shook his finger. Your attacks are truly lacking. Compared to Gamma's Power Tiger, you're far inferior. I just tested the defensive capability, and it's not bad. Today is just right to practice on you, this loser, and test my offensive power. He raised both hands, the red crystal like liquid metal covering his hands, forming a pair of glowing blood-colored gauntlets. A halo of red crystal energy flowed around his body, as if he were clad in a transparent crystal battle armor. Earlier, when Violent Wolf was attacking, Ye Chen had used the crystal array to stack multiple layers of defense around him to block Violent Wolf's attacks. Therefore, although Violent Wolf was hitting fiercely, none of his strikes directly hit Ye Chen. They all struck the thick crystal instead. The reason Ye Chen was sent flying was merely due to the impact. The real attack power was completely blocked by the crystal. Haha, so happy. Not bad. I didn't expect to encounter such a tough opponent. Just right for me to enjoy myself. Then I will use my full strength to deal with you. The eyes of the raging wolf sparkled with an excited yet cruel light, as if the hunter had discovered prey worth pursuing. Werewolf mode activated. Chapter 70. Bound. The body of the savage wolf underwent further changes, its body and limbs becoming larger, its claws elongating and sharpening, glinting with a metallic sheen. Its face protruded forward, teeth growing long and exceptionally sharp, resembling terrifying saw teeth. In just a moment, it transformed into a 5-meter-tall werewolf, its dark fur standing upright like steel needles, exuding a terrifying aura. This mode felt exhilarating, with its power at least doubled. The savage wolf's voice had completely transformed into a beastly roar, mixed with saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. The werewolf charged towards Ye Chen again on all fours, its speed leaving only an afterimage. Massive wolf claws attacked with a sound of breaking air, the tips tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. Ye Chen raised his arm to block, a thick layer of crystal covering it, but the werewolf's strength was overwhelming. The tremendous impact sending Ye Chen flying. Deep claw marks were left on the crystal armor, cracks spreading like a spider web. Then, the werewolf showcased a personal attack display. Wolf claws and legs rained down on Ye Chen like a storm, each collision erupting in deafening roars and splattering energy sparks. Although the crystal array blocked most of the direct damage, the immense shock still rattled Ye Chen's insides, making him spit blood, yet he gritted his teeth and held on. Ye Chen was forced into full defense, summoning small 6-pointed crystal arrays around him. These arrays were no longer a complete, large barrier, but multiple small, movable defense points, precisely blocking the savage wolf's most lethal attacks. When the crystal arrays collided with the wolf claws, they emitted dazzling sparks and sharp friction sounds. Time and again, Ye Chen was knocked down but stubbornly stood back up. His clothes were torn, his body covered in bruises, and his energy was rapidly depleting. But the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even more fiercely. It's useless. Useless. I will tear you to shreds. The savage wolf roared, attacking more frantically. But there was a hint of urgency in its voice now, the burden of transformation gradually showing. After being knocked down again, Ye Chen stood up once more. This was the 5th time Ye Chen had been knocked down and then stood back up. The time for the savage wolf's transformation was finally over. Gradually reverting from werewolf form back to human form, it stood there panting heavily, its breath becoming erratic. Ye Chen wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand. Narrowing his eyes, "Your transformation time is up. Now it's my turn. Are you ready?" The calm light flickered in Ye Chen's eyes as crystal energy gathered around him again. Seizing the moment of the savage wolf's recovery from its transformation, Ye Chen threw out circles formed from the red crystal array towards the savage wolf. The savage wolf, while transformed, could easily dodge the crystal arrays, but now, weakened, its speed slowed. Despite trying hard to evade, it was caught by one of the arrays around its ankle. As the red ropes tightened, the savage wolf was directly pulled down, its heavy body crashing to the ground with a painful howl. Ye Chen clasped his hands together, the six-pointed crystal array activating. Countless red crystals bursting from the ground, firmly pinning the savage wolf to the ground. Ye Chen donned red crystal array gauntlets on both hands and aimed a series of fierce punches at the savage wolf's head. Bang! 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 The heavy impact echoed throughout the laboratory, each punch carrying Ye Chen's anger and determination for revenge for the victims. "This is for those you persecuted. This is for myself. This is for your ugly face that scares people." After dozens of punches, the savage wolf was completely beaten into a pulp, lying on the ground, twitching and motionless. Ye Chen stood beside it, panting heavily, the crystal gauntlets gradually dissipating to reveal bruised hands. Ye Chen turned to jump off the platform, frowning at the direction Aurora had disappeared. The necklace on his chest showed significant energy fluctuations. He sensed the presence of the core fragment just within that white vine demon tree. "Aurora, be careful." Ye Chen worried for the girl's safety. Aurora, tightly wrapped by the corrupted white vine demon tree's branches, felt her body dragged into a strange and confined space. She could hear no sounds from the outside, surrounded by dead silence, with only faint sobs penetrating the void. She focused her gaze and saw a little girl of about 7 or 8 curled up in the darkness, trembling and softly sobbing. "Little sister, why are you crying? Are you calling for me?" Aurora gently asked, her voice carrying a tenderness she hadn't anticipated. This scene inexplicably stirred the remaining fragments of her memories, and some vague images surged to the forefront of her mind. Fragments of memories from her childhood, where she relied on her sister, occasionally passed through her mind. A strong protective instinct surged forth with clarity for the first time. She must save this child. "Sister, save me. It hurts so much. It feels like countless needles are stabbing me, and there are so many tubes sucking my blood." The girl weakly raised her arm, and as the black mist behind her dissipated, it revealed a suffocating sight. Countless writhing tubes, like parasitic vines, had inserted in her back, greedily siphoning her life energy. At the other end of the tubes was a pale and twisted treant. Its trunk bore several distorted human faces, grinning in a grotesque manner, the bark mottled like the skin of a corpse. A sudden sharp pain shot through Aurora's head as fragmented memories surged like a tide. She felt as if she were suffocating while sealed away. Her brow furrowed, a wave of anger and discomfort swept over her. She stepped forward, gripping the tubes embedded in the girl's body with both hands, and pulled with all her strength. The tubes snapped with a response. However, in the next moment, the branches of the white vine demon tree spread once more, like venomous snakes re-entering the girl's body, even more densely and deeply than before. The girl screamed in agony and fainted again. Useless. A face on the willow tree spoke, its voice a cacophony of countless wailing souls. "She is my host. I grew from her body. These tubes are merely my tendrils. Unless someone voluntarily replaces her as the new host, she will never be rid of me." The treant let out a piercing shriek, the sound waves acting like invisible tentacles, stirring Aurora's emotions and rationality. "Will you replace her? As long as you become my new host, she can be free." "Sister, don't listen to it," the girl murmured in her painful unconsciousness. Aurora gazed at the girl's pained face, recalling the only memory of her sister, and said, "All right, I agree. But you must let her go. Of course, I promise. I only need a host." The voice of the white vine demon tree suddenly softened, even becoming tempting, as a branch presented a seed glowing with a pale light. "Swallow it, and I will release her." Sister, no. Don't eat that seed, it's a trap. The girl's murmurs were interrupted. Without hesitation, Aurora took the seed and resolutely swallowed it. In an instant, the entire space violently shook. Countless branches struck into Aurora's limbs and back like lightning, frantically siphoning her energy. Chapter 71. The anger of the flames, the withered white vine tree let out a piercing shriek, its countless branches thrashing wildly. What pure power! Ha ha! I have finally found the perfect host. Aurora gritted her teeth against the excruciating pain of being eroded, her cold gaze fixed on the twisted human face on the trunk. Fulfill your promise. Let her go. Promise? Ridiculous. The face on the tree contorted into a mocking smile, the branches suddenly tightening, leaving deep marks. Once parasitized, there is no escape. She will forever be my nourishment, and you will follow in her footsteps. A sinister laughter echoed through the storm, dripping with derision. You humans are truly laughable, just like her, just like you. Always thinking that sacrificing yourself can save others. How naively adorable. But without people like you, where would I find such a perfect parasitic host? Wow, how wonderful. This pure energy, I'm going to evolve. Suddenly, a colorful light erupted from the core of the tree trunk, violently absorbing energy. In the Biotang Company Park, the ground shook violently, and the corrupted white vine tree began to grow wildly. Its roots expanded like a giant python, the thick roots coiling around the entire building. The trunk growing from several dozen meters to nearly 100 meters in a very short time, blocking out the sky. The face on the trunk let out a deafening roar, the sound waves hitting like a physical shock, causing everyone present to have their eardrums burst, feeling dizzy. Countless branches thrashed wildly in the park, like ghostly tendrils. They wrapped around anyone they encountered, lifting terrified people into the air. When they hit buildings, they destroyed them, the steel and concrete scattering like paper scraps. The two sides that were just fighting were forced to stop, desperately dodging the deadly branches. Zhang Wei rushed through a shower of falling rocks, dragging Zhang Fangming behind a low wall, shouting hoarsely, "Uncle, that corrupted white vine tree has gone mad. It eats anyone it sees, no longer distinguishing between friend and foe. It's too dangerous here. We have to withdraw." Zhang Fangming stared blankly at the already out-of-control monster, mumbling to himself in confusion. How could it lose control like this? The two hurriedly fled, but after just a few steps, they were ensnared by the thick roots. The massive white vine branches coiled around the two like a giant python, and before they could react, they were dragged into the mouth of the face on the giant tree. Their screams abruptly ceased, blood flowing down the trunk, greedily absorbed by the white vine. Similarly horrifying scenes unfolded all over the park. The security personnel brought by Zhang Fangming became targets for the white vine, and even the accomplices became prey. Ye Chen and others had already gathered at the early stage of the white vine tree's transformation. Seeing the situation was dire, Sanbao opened a spatial rift, allowing nearby people to hide inside. The giant face of the white vine tree devoured the security personnel, letting out a thunderous laugh. Ha! I didn't expect this new host to have such abundant energy, continuously flowing. I will become the new king of evolution, and everyone will be my fertilizer. The researchers in the spatial rift trembled, filled with despair. It's over. This monster has grown to its complete form. It has reached level 6. Looking at the combat power displayed in real time in the Huijian, Sanbao exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, a branch spontaneously combusted, red flames appearing out of nowhere. And no matter how the white vine struck, it could not be extinguished. Soon, several branches ignited simultaneously, the flames spreading as if alive. What is going on? How can the branches catch fire? Oh no, it's fire energy. The giant face of the white vine tree displayed a terrified expression as it frantically beat the burning branches, trying to extinguish the flames. The ground trembled violently from the massive branches' strikes, but the flames not only did not extinguish, they burned even fiercer. Wow, why is my body swelling and burning? It's so uncomfortable. My body is catching fire too. Stop it, stop it. The massive trunk of the white vine tree also began to burn. Fierce flames spreading from the roots, dyeing the night, sky, orange red. Don't you want to save this little girl's life? I promise you, if you stop burning, I will let her go. The white vine tree pleaded loudly, its voice filled with unprecedented panic. Stop, stop. If you don't stop, I will drain you immediately. Seeing that begging was futile, the white vine tree turned to threats. Wasn't it quite enjoyable to absorb my energy just now? Ugly creature. Aurora was bathed in golden flames, bursting through the white vine tree's trunk, soaring into the sky. I have completely found your core. As long as I control the core, your parasitism will have no effect. She cradled a fainted little girl in her left arm and held something beating like a heart in her right hand, with countless branches thrashing wildly around it. The branches on the heart tried to continue parasitizing but were surrounded by flames. Each new growth immediately burned away. You can't do this, you ate my seed. Without me, you will surely die. The white vine tree let out its final roar. When I found your core, the seed had already been burned away. You have no chance left. Let this flame purify your ugly monster. You will bear my wrath, flames of fury. Aurora squeezed hard with her right hand, crushing the heart, which was then completely burned away by the flames. At the same time, the main body of the white vine tree erupted in towering flames, instantly engulfing it completely. No, you can't do this. I am invincible, you can't. The white vine tree let out its final shriek, all its branches desperately reaching for the airborne Aurora. But the branches were blocked by the energy field emitted by Aurora, unable to approach her at all. The howls of the white vine tree grew weaker, and the raging flames completely turned it to ashes, leaving no trace behind. As the white vine tree perished, the laboratory also erupted in a tremendous explosion, the entire laboratory vanishing along with the white vine. The people in the spatial rift couldn't help but cheer, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. When the first rays of dawn broke through the ruins, shining on Aurora and the little girl she had rescued, they were enveloped in a layer of golden light. Master, you've lost your clothes. Sambao's untimely voice suddenly rang out. Aurora's clothes had been burned away by her own flames, leaving only the golden armor she wore on the outside. Ye Chen hurriedly took off his outer garment and draped it over Aurora. After the fierce battle, the smoke had not yet fully cleared, and the air was filled with the stench of blood and scorched earth. Everyone hurriedly evacuated from the spatial rift, immediately engaging in the urgent task of treating the wounded. The battlefield was filled with cries and weeping. Injured people groaned beneath the rubble of broken buildings. As everyone cleared the debris, each face marked with fatigue and sorrow, Aurora carefully cradled the unconscious little girl, hurrying to wake her. Her face was filled with anxiety and concern, her voice urgent, "Save her. Please, save her no matter what." Su Xing gently took the girl and laid her flat on a temporarily cleared space. He bent down to examine her carefully, from her forehead to her fingertips, even using his abilities for deep probing. As the probing deepened, his expression grew more serious, and he finally sighed helplessly, shaking his head. Her life force has been devoured too severely. Multiple organs have already failed, and her life breath is rapidly fading. Su Xing said solemnly, filled with a sense of helplessness. Moreover, it's not just her. All those attacked by the white vine have had their life force largely drained, and with their organs corroded, they are all on the brink of death. Is there really no way to save them? Ye Chen and the others gathered around, Aurora tightly gripping the girl's cold hand, unwillingly pressing for answers. Unless we can find something with extremely abundant life energy to inject energy into them, perhaps we could delay the failure of their organs. But such things are extremely rare. Where can we find enough of them in a short time to save so many people? Su Xing's tone was low, and he sighed helplessly. Are we going to risk our lives to save them, only to watch them die in the end? Aja clenched his fists and said unwillingly. Chapter 72. Aftermath and healing. Everyone fell into silence, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping them. Only the faint groans of the injured and the wind wailing through the ruins could be heard. Sir, I have a suggestion. A somewhat abrupt voice broke the silence as a middle-aged man with glasses stepped forward. Perhaps we could try using Yuan Xinghua. The suggestion from the man in glasses immediately drew everyone's attention, and Su Xing hurriedly asked, "Please elaborate." Yuan Xinghua is a fruit that the white vine monster condensed after absorbing countless life forces, containing an extremely rich life energy. Since it can enhance the abilities of those with supernatural powers, perhaps it can also inject life force into these injured individuals to delay their deterioration. That makes sense. It's worth a try. Where can we find these yuan, Xinghua? Su Xing reignited a glimmer of hope. Please follow me. There's a batch of yuan Xinghua that hasn't been transported yet. It's stored in a hidden underground warehouse. I just confirmed that it should still be there. The man in glasses adjusted his glasses and led everyone to the warehouse. As the warehouse door slowly opened, dust danced in the light. The sight before them left everyone speechless. Two large boxes stacked like mountains were emitting a soft, yet powerful life energy. Their forms were strange, with surfaces seemingly glowing. These fruits resembled ginseng, with human shapes and limbs faintly discernible, formed from pure life force, vividly lifelike. The entire warehouse was filled with a refreshing and exotic fragrance, as if each fruit was breathing. It was for these things. So many innocent lives were used as nourishment. Ye Chen picked up a fruit, its texture warm and smooth. He could sense the energy contained within, but thinking of its source, he gently placed it back in the box. This isn't the place to linger. We should quickly take all the vine fruits back to Yongning Town. We can study how to use them later. Ye Chen decisively proposed, and everyone agreed unanimously. Not long after they returned to Yongning Town, news of the bait company scam spread throughout the town. Initially, people were skeptical, but as videos were released and more victims were identified, a storm swept through Yongning Town. The headquarters of Bait Company faced unprecedented turmoil. Angry crowds stormed the company's premises, vandalizing and looting, venting their anger. Zhang Fangming and his nephew were already dead, and without a target to vent their anger on. The remaining employees of the company became scapegoats. The town's administrative departments were also impacted. Any government departments and prominent figures that had spoken on behalf of Bait Company faced reckoning. The entire upheaval lasted longer than Ye Chen had anticipated, continuing for 2 days. Finally, the mayor of Yongning Town decided to confiscate all of Bait Company's assets within the town, with the seized assets to be used for compensating and treating the victims. After this decision was announced, the turmoil gradually subsided. Inside a room in Yongning Town, after settling the victims, Aurora kept Ye Chen behind and handed him a fragment of the Erosion Core. Where did this come from? Ye Chen asked, looking at the Erosion Core fragment in his hand. It came from the core of that white vine monster tree. You need to synthesize the fragment quickly. Don't lose it, Aurora urged. Ye Chen removed the Erosion Core fragment from the end of his necklace and combined a large and small fragments together. In an instant, colorful light illuminated the room. The newly acquired small fragment zipped into the larger one, and at the same time, his consciousness received a new update. Erosion Core fragment, 13-15. Awakening super ability, shared fate. Target, Aurora, synchronization rate, 30-32. Borrowing Aurora's power to enhance personal strength. Duration, 60 seconds. Skill, hexagram crystal array, skill points, 0. How is it? Aurora anxiously inquired about the effect. It increased by 2. I've collected 15 now. This should be the fragment from Yongning Town. Ye Chen repeated. That's great. We've made some progress. Aurora exclaimed. Yes, as long as we keep going. We will eventually collect them all. Ye Chen nodded in agreement. In the house, Su Xing was utilizing her poison doctor skills in conjunction with the Yuan Xinghua to conduct experimental adjustments. San Bao, due to his exceptional computational ability, was also roped in to help. This is the 27th experiment. How did it go this time? San Bao asked weakly. The results are good. It seems the corrupted cells have been suppressed, and the color of the corrupted skin has lightened, despite her disheveled hair and scruffy face. Having worked tirelessly for 2 days and nights without rest, Su Xing was still excited to see new progress in the cultured dishes containing the corrupted cells. Let us see if this reagent is effective on the nutrient-deficient cells. San Bao, inspired, said anxiously, I'm in the middle of the experiment. The results are in. It's effective. That's fantastic. Su Xing exclaimed, jumping up joyfully as she grabbed San Bao's hand. I need to conduct the final human experiment. I hope this time it succeeds. Su Xing looked at the prepared reagent, her gaze resolute. Are you going to experiment on yourself again? Can your body handle it? San Bao asked worriedly. Over the course of 1 day and night, Su Xing had already conducted 6 experiments on herself, inhaling the corrupted cells to examine the reagent's healing effects. Despite her resistance as a poison doctor, using her abilities so frequently had left her pale and extremely weak. I really can't feel at ease without personally verifying the results. Su Xing once again made a cut on her arm and inserted the corrupted tissue extracted from the little girl. Pain surged through her, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead. Gritting her teeth, she injected the new reagent into the corrupted tissue. After the reagent was injected, the black corrupted tissue gradually began to dissolve, ultimately being completely decomposed. We did it. We finally succeeded. The two embraced each other in excitement, holding the prepared reagent as they rushed to the little girl's room. With the help of the reagent, the little girl finally showed signs of improvement. The wounds caused by the parasite were healing, and the corrupted tissue was being suppressed. However, it would still take some time for her to fully recover. Under the mayor's arrangement, a large quantity of medicinal materials was brought in, and new reagents were rapidly produced in bulk. Other victims gradually regained some vitality, but to fully recover to their original state would take a long time. They could only gradually nurture their health. Things finally seemed to come to a close. They had been busy for days, taking care of patients and helping to prepare reagents. I'm exhausted, Aja said, rubbing his sore shoulders. The results are finally good. Most of the victims have been saved, and that little girl has woken up. It seems she has unexpectedly awakened her plant-based supernatural ability and can now control vines. Ye Chen added, "Let us eat something good today. We've been so busy these past few days that we haven't eaten well." Your lordship, have lost weight," San Bao said, patting his round mechanical belly. "All right, we'll eat well today. I'll treat everyone. So dig in," Ye Chen said generously. "Really? Then I'll start from the street and eat my way through all the shops," Aurora said excitedly like a child, eagerly running to the first dessert shop to carefully select her favorite foods. The little girl woke up, and Aurora was genuinely happy. Ye Chen looked at Aurora's figure with a sense of comfort. Yes, the master might see a reflection of herself and her sister in her. "Master, wait for me. I want to eat that too." San Bao hurriedly ran to Aurora's side, both of them competing for the delicious food. "Brother Chun, isn't that Su Xing surrounded by a bunch of beauties over there?" Aja suddenly pointed to a young man surrounded by a group of girls in the distance. "That is him. Because he developed a restorative potion, he has now become a celebrity in town and is quite popular. The children he adopted have also received treatment. He has let go of his worries and set himself free. As for him, let's go eat something delicious." Ye Chen glanced over and said with a smile, "Ladies, can we take turns to chat? I really want to be friends with you, but with so many at once, I just can't handle it." Originally very good at interacting with girls, Su Xing found himself losing his advantage when surrounded by a group of beautiful women. He fell into a sweet dilemma of pain and pleasure, his face filled with an awkward yet happy expression, drawing smiles from passers-by. Chapter 73. Daily training and advancement. On a barren patch of land at the edge of Yongning Town, Ye Chen and his group were undergoing rigorous ability training, sweat already soaking their backs. "Ye Chen, what kind of crystal array are you setting up? Just mindlessly looping circles? Do you think the enemy will just stand there waiting for you? Use your brain." San Bao's roar pierced the heavy air. He slammed the teaching stick hard against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Did Master eat gunpowder today?" Su Xing shrank his neck and elbowed Aja beside him, keeping his voice very low. Aja wiped the sweat from his forehead with a bitter smile. "Master has always been like this during training. He said that even the slightest mistake on the battlefield can cost you your life." San Bao's ears twitched as he suddenly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the two. "What are you mumbling about? Do you think this is easy?" He strode over, the teaching stick almost touching Aja's forehead. "Your mecha has been stuck at level 4 because your own ability is stagnating at level 2. Do you want to be a half-baked loser for the rest of your life?" Without waiting for Aja to respond, he turned to Su Xing. "And you have level 4 energy, but in actual combat, you're even worse than Aja. Besides releasing a bit of toxic mist, what else can you do? Do you think the enemy will just stand there waiting for you to poison them?" The two were scolded until they trembled, immediately straightening their backs and shouting, "Master, we were wrong. We will train seriously." San Bao snorted coldly, his gaze still sharp, but a hint of barely noticeable satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He turned and walked towards Aurora, who was sitting on a rock, his tone suddenly softening. "Master, please condense a few energy balls to attack them and test their real-time reactions." Aurora was carefully cleaning 2 brand-new shell paintings, the sunlight casting a glow on her sparkling shell, reflecting her smiling face. One depicted the scene of her winning the champion of the Big Eater competition with the crowd cheering, while the other recorded her heroic moment of rescuing a little girl with flames in her hands. She carefully tucked the paintings into her pocket, nodded, and raised her hands slightly. In an instant, several blazing energy spheres condensed in her palms. "Be careful," she gently reminded, her wrist flicking, sending the energy spheres soaring towards the training ground like meteors. Ye Chen and the others immediately fell into disarray, dodging awkwardly. Su Xing even stumbled and fell, crawling behind a rock to hide, creating a chaotic scene. "Idiot!" San Bao was furious, his forehead veins bulging. "Who told you dodge? Use energy defense. Have you only been eating for nothing during training?" The team members were thrown into disarray by his shouting, getting hit by the energy spheres one after another. The explosions accompanied by cries of pain, leaving the scene in a mess. Day after day, the harsh training continued. San Bao's sharp tongue never ceased, each reprimand accurately hitting everyone's weaknesses. "Ye Chen, your crystal array is not a decoration. The energy flow must be alive. Azi, your mecha is your second body, not an iron coffin. Susin, the toxic mist must control its range and concentration. Not just more is better." But behind these sharp words was the image of him crafting training plans for each person late at night. It was the almost imperceptible curve of satisfaction that flashed across his lips as he watched everyone progress. Gradually, amidst the roars, the progress of the group began to mix in. Their transformations were clearly visible. Ye Chen's crystal array was no longer rigid. He could instantly construct a delicate inclined mirror, accurately deflecting the energy spheres. Aja's mecha, Golden Little Roo, could now separate into humanoid armor covering his entire body, moving as swift as the wind and ensuring Aja's solo combat capabilities. Su Xing's toxic mist could form barriers and whirlpools, precisely neutralizing energy impacts and even pushing them back. San Bao stood by the sidelines with his arms crossed, still expressionless. "Finally, you don't look like a bunch of useless trash." Deep in his eyes, a flicker of comforting fire ignited. That night, Ye Chen suddenly felt a surge of energy swelling within him like a tide, as if countless warm currents were rushing through his limbs and bones. Every muscle and vein was filled with unprecedented strength. This power surged and stirred, almost breaking the shackles of his body, making him acutely aware that he was about to welcome a crucial moment of advancement. Due to their contract connection, Aurora was the first to sense the violent change in Ye Chen's internal energy. She immediately brought San Bao to Ye Chen's room, where they saw a faint glow enveloping him, and a distinct wave of energy was palpable in the air. San Bao quickly approached, examining him carefully, and joyfully exclaimed, "Master, Ye Chen is about to advance to level 4. You protect him, and I will guide him." "Ye Chen, listen to me. Advancing from level 3 to level 4 is a process of energy form transformation, a purification and sublimation of energy. In the first 3 levels, energy is still in a gaseous state, loosely organized, merely a simple increase in quantity. But from level 3 to 4, it is a qualitative transformation of compressing energy from a gaseous state to a liquid state." Ye Chen complied, sitting cross-legged as San Bao instructed, beginning to perceive the ability energy within him and attempting to compress and control it. He felt the energy within him surging like a mighty river, and each compression met with tremendous resistance. That energy seemed to have its own consciousness, unwilling to be tamed, resisting with all its might against the constraints. Beads of sweat trickled down Ye Chen's forehead as he gritted his teeth, mobilizing all his strength to engage in a tug-of-war with this unruly energy. Through relentless effort, he finally managed to gradually compress and condense the turbulent energy within him, ultimately forming a crystal-clear droplet of energy. As this energy droplet formed, every cell in Ye Chen's body seemed to rejuvenate like seedlings encountering a long-awaited rain, bursting forth with vibrant life. Every cell cheered and danced, absorbing this pure energy and radiating newfound vitality. At that moment, the shard of the corroded core on Ye Chen's chest lit up in sync, emanating a soft yet powerful energy that created a clear energy channel. Simultaneously, flames ignited on Aurora, flowing through the channel into Ye Chen's body, providing additional energy support for the evolution of his cells. Boom! A sound only Ye Chen could hear resonated from within him, accompanied by the crisp sound of his bones, marking a perfect evolution. When Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of firelight flashed from the depths of his eyes, disappearing in an instant. His entire demeanor underwent a subtle change, appearing deeper and more inscrutable. Ye Chen clearly sensed the tremendous advancement of energy within his body. He could now easily handle 2 of his pre-evolution selves. With a thought, he checked the panel in his consciousness. Corroded core shard. 15. Awakening ability. Shared fate. Target. Aurora. Synchronization rate. 32-40. Borrowing Aurora's power to enhance personal strength. Duration. 60 to 100 seconds. Level. 4. Skills. Hexagonal crystal array. Skill points. 0. Not bad. Not bad. Perfectly advanced to level 4. Now I can barely take a look. Sanbao nodded in congratulations. At this time, everyone attracted by the energy fluctuations saw Ye Chen's successful breakthrough and felt happy, congratulating him one after another. Everyone was immersed in joy. Research Institute of Tiamu City. The Yuankan Fruit Project has encountered problems? The director sat on the sofa, holding a cup of coffee, asking casually. Yes. After investigation, it was found that the white vine demon tree mutated, indiscriminately attacking surrounding personnel, and was ultimately eliminated by the ability users. The managers we sent also perished. A middle-aged man stood in the center of the office, bowing as he reported, his voice trembling slightly as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The director remained silent for a moment, not lifting his head, still slowly stirring his coffee. His seemingly casual words made the middle-aged man shudder. Recently, your management area has been encountering problems consistently. First the mining area, and now the Yuankan fruit. The middle-aged man felt a chill down his back and quickly explained. I have urgently dispatched all members of the Gamma Squad to investigate Yongning Town. The director finally looked up, his gaze deep and cold. Measures have been taken, but it's still not enough. I have assigned you an assistant to help you thoroughly determine the cause. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table and called towards the door. Come in. A woman in high heels, with an alluring posture, entered in response. The middle-aged man caught sight of her and instantly turned pale, exclaiming, You? Chapter 74 Emergency Rescue on the Wasteland. Zhe drove the armored vehicle. Jingang Xiaoru, speeding towards Shiduqua on the bumpy road. The atmosphere in the vehicle was tense. Ye Chen, Aurora, and Su Xing had serious expressions, while Cixi in the corner attracted everyone's attention. His yellow and white mechanical body was covered in scars. Several deep claw marks left traces on the metal shell. His right arm joint seemed severely damaged and could only be temporarily fixed, despite being extremely exhausted and in a deep sleep. A sense of urgency remained in his eyes, even in slumber. The events began early this morning. The day before, Ye Chen successfully broke through to level 4 abilities, and under his influence and encouragement, Aja also made significant progress, advancing to level 3. The connection and tacit understanding between him and his mech partner, Jingang Xiaoru, became even closer. Everyone was originally packing their belongings, preparing to continue their journey to Xinglua City. Just then, a disheveled and scarred she stumbled in, sounding an urgent call for help. It turned out that Luna, feeling extremely unwilling after her defeat to Aurora, was determined to prove herself. She ventured into dangerous, forbidden zones, eager to find rare treasures that could counter fire abilities or enhance her own energy. Eventually, Luna heard legends of ancient powers hidden deep within the stone forest, as well as news of fierce battles occurring there with the corrupted camelback crocodile. Ignoring Cixi's warnings, she insisted on taking her to explore. As a result, Luna directly entered the trial set up in the Forbidden Zone and became trapped, unable to escape. Fortunately, Cixi keenly sensed something was wrong at a critical moment and managed to escape using her unique spatial abilities. Had she been even a moment later, both of them might have been completely trapped in the secret realm. Although she escaped the stone forest by luck, she had no way to rescue Luna. At that moment, she could only think of Aurora and her brother Sanbao. She followed the direction everyone was heading, repeatedly encountering attacks from wandering, corrupted creatures, each time facing peril. When she finally found Aurora and the others, she was nearly on the verge of shutdown, barely alive. Thanks to Su Xing's quick reaction, who immediately injected her with the latest medicine, her condition was barely stabilized, allowing her to regain some functions and recount her encounter. After hearing the urgent information brought by Cixi, everyone wasted no time and immediately re-equipped themselves, setting off towards Shidu Kwa as quickly as possible. Upon arriving at Shidu Kwa, Sanbao woke the sleeping Cixi, and everyone boarded the ferry back to Hongya Beach, heading towards the stone forest. How did you enter the stone forest back then? Sanbao asked, staring at the jagged stones in the distance, his voice low. My master used her abilities to fly me in from above. We weren't obstructed at all, Cixi replied, rubbing her sleepy eyes. You didn't trigger any defense mechanisms? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Their last visit to the stone forest had been a first-hand experience of its power. Cixi shook her head. We landed smoothly in front of a large gate inside, and the stone next to it had trial gate written on it. She took a deep breath and continued. I just urged my master to observe and think of strategy first, but she directly pushed the door open and entered, completely ignoring my advice. In my panic, I rushed in after her. In an instant, everything spun around, and I found myself standing in a void, facing another identical me. Not only did she replicate my appearance, but she also completely mimicked my spatial tearing abilities. Cixi's voice trembled, her expression tense. What's even scarier is that her energy seemed endless. When my energy was nearly exhausted, she only became stronger, as if she had no consumption at all. In the end, I had to use the remaining energy to tear open a crack to escape. Strangely, that copy did not stop or chase me. It just let me leave. Ye Chen furrowed his brows. So, as soon as you entered the secret realm, you got trapped and separated from Luna, not knowing where she is? Yes. Cixi nodded in affirmation, but quickly added, but I suspect my master must be trapped in the trial of the secret realm. Because on the stone at the entrance, besides trial gate, there were 2 additional sentences. Literature can stabilize the world with a pen. Martial arts can secure the universe on horseback. I suspect this might relate to the content of the trial. However, since I didn't go through the copy's trial, I don't know what the subsequent tests will be. Sanbao suddenly stood up sharply, anxiously adding, this matches the characteristics of the secret realms recorded in ancient texts. It seems the stone forest is indeed a secret realm. Seeing everyone confused, he explained in a deep voice. 80 years ago, after the meteorite fell from the sky, many secret realms emerged globally. Places that originally stored ancient relics also developed many rules, gradually becoming secret treasures. These places, influenced by the secret treasures, developed self-awareness, forming unique lost spaces. Secret realms are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. A realm that can trap an 8th-level powerhouse should at least be a mystery-level realm. It might also be an earth-level realm. He pointed to the stone forest that was faintly visible in the distance, his voice grave. Every secret realm has a strict core rule that restrains and guards everything. Based on Cixi's information, the core rule of this secret realm is likely to replicate all the abilities of intruders and create mirror copies with identical strength. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone. These copies will automatically adjust the difficulty according to the strength of the trial taker. Moreover, they have far more energy supply than we do. The entire secret realm serves as their backing. If that's the case, the situation will be extremely tricky. Aja inhaled sharply, his voice particularly clear in the silence. Then Miss Luna. She must be in a tough battle. Sanbao's expression was as serious as iron. The rules of the secret realm are rigorous and cruel. If she chooses to give up, she might be able to exit like Cixi. But if she forcibly challenges it, she could very well be permanently trapped inside. Given Luna's competitive nature, she would never easily admit defeat. I'll go in first, and use my flame power to clear a path. Aurora, who had been silent, suddenly suggested, her eyes shining with determination. No, Ye Chen decisively rejected this proposal. Your strength is the strongest. You are our ultimate trump card. If you get trapped in the trial realm, we will truly be a loss. This risk is simply too great. Ye Chen pondered for a moment, finally speaking, I'll go in first to probe. First, my strength is limited. Even if I get trapped, you all are outside to think of a way. Second, decoding and exploring the unknown is my forte. Perhaps I can find flaws or clues in the rules. Sanbao nodded in agreement. This is indeed the safest plan at present. We must first clarify the operation principles of the secret realm, then strategize. You can try a fierce attack at the start to see if you can catch the opponent off guard. But you must not force it if the situation seems wrong. Withdraw immediately. Ye Chen nodded seriously, understood. As the ferry slowly passed through the stone forest, Aja cautiously manipulated Jingang, Xiao, Ru to activate flight mode, silently gliding over the top of the stone forest with everyone on board. Just as Cixi had said, they did not trigger any defense mechanisms and successfully reached the trial gate deep within the stone forest. It was an ancient stone door that exuded a mysterious aura. Just as Ye Chen was about to step in, Aurora suddenly stepped forward quickly and placed a golden patterned energy shell in Ye Chen's hand. Be sure to be careful, she whispered, her eyes filled with concern. This shell will sense your energy fluctuations. Once your energy is insufficient, no matter what danger you face, I will break through all obstacles to come to your rescue. Ye Chen felt the residual warmth on the shell, and a wave of warmth surged in his heart. He gripped the shell tightly, his gaze sweeping over each teammate, then resolutely turned around, forcefully pushing open the stone door, his figure disappearing into the swirling vortex. Chapter 75 Mirror Duel. Walking through the vortex passage, Ye Chen felt a unique sensation. Curiosity, tension, excitement, and a myriad of complex emotions intertwined, urging him to move forward. Finally, after a dazzling light, he arrived at a unique space, which turned out to be a vast and ancient arena. The arena was built from huge bluish-gray rocks, its surface covered in scratches and burn marks of varying depths, seemingly witnessing countless intense duels. Surrounding it was a void of darkness. Only the arena was enveloped in a mysterious light, appearing particularly lonely and solemn. A fierce beam of light suddenly shone down on Ye Chen, followed by another light casting onto the ground a short distance away. A man who looked exactly like him slowly walked out of the light. Looking at the reflection of himself across the way, Ye Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Hearing about it was one thing, but facing it directly, that eerie and oppressive feeling was simply suffocating. At that moment, an emotionless voice echoed in the air. Challenge condition. Defeat the mirror image. Trial begin. Ye Chen recalled Sanbao's suggestion and took the initiative to attack, forming seals with his hands and shouting, 6-point crystal array. Bind. In an instant, 2 bright red energy ropes shot up from the ground like swimming dragons, accompanied by sharp tearing sounds, charging towards the mirror image. The mirror image of Ye Chen reacted almost simultaneously, also clasping his hands together and coldly uttering the same technique. 6-point crystal array. Bind. The ground shook violently as 8 deep black energy ropes rose like ferocious giant pythons. Not only were there more of them, but the energy they condensed also appeared more solid and violent. They menacingly twisted towards the red dragon. The red dragon and the black python fiercely battled in midair. Both sides bit and tore at each other, refusing to give way. The red dragon gradually fell into a disadvantage, despite its agility. It was ultimately outnumbered and was tightly ensnared by the black python. A sickening tearing sound echoed as the red ropes were brutally shredded. Following that, the 8 black ropes surged forward relentlessly, like venomous snakes lunging at Ye Chen. 6-point crystal array. Guard. Ye Chen quickly retreated a step, pushing his hands forward as a thick red crystal barrier instantly formed, protecting him securely within. The black ropes lashed out violently, coiling around the red shield, producing a screeching sound. The energies collided fiercely, emitting countless tiny sparks and flashes of lightning. Although the barrier was not immediately breached, it trembled violently. as if it would shatter at any moment. Ye Chen felt the energy within him depleting rapidly like a flood being released, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. This could not go on. He quickly calculated in his mind. The mirror image's energy is supported by the entire secret realm, nearly infinite. While I weaken with every bit I consume, the energy it mobilizes each time precisely overpowers mine by a thread. This is not foresight, but rather an instantaneous feedback and replication. I can't afford to compete in consumption. I must break the rhythm, engage in close combat, and look for flaws in fast-paced maneuvers. With his decision made, a resolute glint flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. 6-point crystal array. Scatter. Boom! The red shield suddenly exploded, turning into countless sharp crystal fragments that shot out like a torrential rain. The black ropes entangled around it were instantly severed and shattered. Moreover, a large number of fragments, resembling dense red meteors, shrieked as they covered the mirror image. 6-point crystal array. Guard. The mirror image reacted astonishingly fast. Almost at the same instant, Ye Chen changed his move. A pitch-black crystal barrier had already risen in front of it. All the red fragments were blocked, creating a continuous series of crackling explosions. 6-point crystal array. Scatter. The mirror image coldly echoed, and the black barrier disintegrated in response. It transformed into even more and denser black crystal shards, swirling towards Ye Chen like a destructive metal storm. This time, Ye Chen did not defend again. He shouted, and a layer of blazing red crystal armor enveloped him instantly, with his fists encased in solid red energy gauntlets. He pushed off the ground, causing the hard stone slabs of the arena to explode, his figure shooting forward like a red lightning bolt, charging into the pouring black rain. "Break for me," he roared, his fists moving like the wind, accurately striking the incoming black fragments. The red and black energies collided and exploded continuously, causing a series of deafening booms on the arena. Flames and shockwaves rampaged everywhere, blasting the surface of the arena into one charred pit after another, with debris flying and dust swirling. Ye Chen's figure darted through the chaos, each dodge and block perilously close. He finally broke through the heavy obstacles and approached the mirror image. The mirror image was also covered in black crystal armor, wearing gauntlets, fearlessly meeting him head-on. Bang, 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 bang. The punches and kicks collided like a storm, each clash erupting with deep sounds and blinding energy flashes. The two moved so fast that only afterimages remained. Their moves, techniques, and even habits of exertion were identical. Intense energy collisions continuously triggered explosions throughout the arena, with dust rising and debris scattering. From the scene, it seemed that Ye Chen was at a disadvantage. The mirror image's attacks were more ferocious, and its strength appeared limitless. But Ye Chen's eyes grew brighter. In a high-intensity close combat, his meticulous thoughts operated at unprecedented speed. No, it is not flawless. Ye Chen sidestepped the heavy punch, the fierce wind from the punch stinging his cheek, and a huge rock behind him shattered in response. When I used 6-point crystal array, bind, it used a stronger bind. When I used scatter, it immediately used scatter as well. Its replication is based on the energy operation method I have already initiated for instantaneous enhanced imitation. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. It is temporarily replicating based on my energy mobilization method after I make a move. This means that although its reactions are fast, there is always an extremely brief delay, and it lacks real variation. This discovery shocked Ye Chen, but he remained composed, continuing to patiently engage and quietly verify his hypothesis. Outside the arena, the entrance to the trial space was still a slowly rotating energy vortex, silent and still, yet pulling at everyone's hearts. Sanbao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth. It's been over half an hour already. Why is there not a single sound? It's driving me crazy. Shi, how long did you hold out against that ghostly copy last time? I only lasted about 10 minutes. When I saw I couldn't win, I found an opportunity to run out. Shi replied with lingering fear, his gaze never leaving the vortex entrance. Aja clenched his hands tightly, his tone filled with trust. Brother Chen must have discovered something. He is so powerful. He must be looking for a winning chance. I believe in him. The longer the time drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes for the challenger. Su Xing pushed up his glasses, calmly analyzing. Theoretically, the best way to deal with the mirror image is to explode with full force right from the start, catching it off guard. But if the surprise attack fails and one consumes too much energy, the subsequent battles will become extremely difficult. His worries were evident. Aurora, who had been standing quietly at the forefront, gazing at the vortex entrance, slowly spoke, her tone steady and firm. A departure from her usual cute demeanor, Ye Chen did not crush the life-saving armor piece I gave him, indicating that he believes he is not in a desperate situation. What we can do now is to trust him. Sanbao looked at the calm Aurora at that moment. Secretly musing, the master seems to have regained some of her former vigor. This kind of master is the most reliable. In the trial arena, Ye Chen was covered in blood, sweat and blood mixing together and continuously dripping from his shattered energy armor. He gasped violently, each breath bringing a searing pain, his chest heaving intensely. The mirrored copy across from him was equally battered, but its emotionless eyes remained cold, as if it did not know what pain was. Ye Chen was once again sent flying by a heavy punch from the copy, his body crashing hard against the energy wall of the trial arena, producing a dull thud. He struggled to get up from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The crystalline armor on his body was already shattered, revealing bruised skin beneath. Although the copy was also injured, its recovery speed was noticeably faster. The black crystalline armor was visibly repairing itself, quickly restoring to a near-pristine condition. He had to find a solution quickly. His energy was running low. Ye Chen thought to himself, his gaze fixed on the copy. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind. Just as I suspected, Ye Chen's heart trembled, and a daring plan instantly formed in his mind. Since it had come to this, he had no choice but to take the risky final measure. Ye Chen made up his mind. He took a deep breath and suddenly grasped the colorful shard of the Erosion Core hanging from the necklace on his chest with his right hand. Please don't let me down, Ye Chen murmured to himself, as if speaking to the shard. Then he concentrated all his energy and silently recited, fear as the guide, hope as the foundation, will as the thought. Energy channel open.